Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Harris, the host of the PMWL East, and I am here to give you a recap of everything that has not only gone down throughout the last Super Weekend, but also everything that went down in the previous phases to that as well. So, first things first here, let's take a look back at how everybody was able to qualify through into our first Super Weekend. This is our first playing days where we had all of the teams vying for points to try and qualify into that first Super Weekend. You can see to the very top, we had Orange Rock Esports as well as Biggitron Red Aliens take the first and second spots. Now, we're anticipating these two teams to be going head to head for quite a while when it comes to the PMWL East. So to see them do so well, so successfully in that first couple of days leading into the first Super Weekend was very telling indeed. Let's take a quick look as well down further here for our 11th through 20th, because that will be showing as well who was unable to qualify into our first Super Weekend. The four teams down towards the bottom in grey, You Level Up, Freestyle, Nova Godlike, and Morph Team, unfortunately were not able to qualify into that first Super Weekend, which means they're going to have 0 points to potentially qualify them through into that grand final in a few weeks' time. But don't worry, they are going to get another opportunity to try and qualify into Super Weekends in the coming week. That left us with our 16 teams, and this is how things shaped up across our 3 days here for our Super Weekend. So, there is a bit of a story to tell when you look towards You Do Gank. They started off the Super Weekend with 3 wins in a row, an unprecedented feat when it comes to the quality of the lobby that you're seeing right in front of you. Great stuff by them, absolutely blasting out of control. 95 points across those 3 games. However, from there, it was a rocky and tumultuous road as all of the other teams started to gather steam, gather momentum, and push themselves further with more consistency. Number 1 eventually went to RRQ Athena as they were able to break the 200-point mark, and they were consistent not only with how many kills that they were able to accrue throughout some of the games, even when they were going out early, but then this chicken dinners started coming in, and that was big points overall. Biggitron took second place here, so they were able to get themselves in the money. And then at the very last moment, after, again, consistent performances coming out from GXR Celts, they got themselves a chicken dinner in the final game of the Super Weekend. And it was a phenomenal game down towards Military Island. It came down to a 1v1. You want to go back and watch that game because it was a phenomenal finish. Let's move to our 11th through 16th as well here, as we have all of our teams trying to gather as many points as possible to try and gain what they can to eventually contribute to qualifying into the grand final here for the PMWL East. We have T1, Valdez the Murder, Team Secret, Reject Scarlet, TSM Entity, and No Chance Team. So even though they've come in the lower places here for our first Super Weekend, it doesn't matter a huge amount just yet because they're gaining the points, the important points, to try and move through into that grand final. So that's how everything shaped up in our Super Weekend. There's so much more to look back. So if you actually did miss those games, you do want to go back and watch a lot of them. They were very good indeed across all of the battlegrounds. But now we can take a look at one of the teams that was really stand out throughout not only the Super Weekend, but also the previous phases of play, the seeding days, as well as the days coming into our first Super Weekend. Of course, it's Biggitron Red Aliens, the kings, as they are the complete package that we look at when it comes to a team. No surprises here that they were able to take the top spot in terms of these stats. You've got Luxy, you've got Zuxi, you've got Ryzen, you've got Microboy. Every single one of these players is stand out, and you can only expect extra things from them coming into the upcoming weeks of the PMWL. So, and we're probably going to see a few of these names in a few moments' time as we take a look at our top 10 killers from the PMWL East. So, some great names here. Let's go through a few of them. Let's start towards the bottom here. Of course, Zuxi, one of the twins down there with 37 kills. Extremely respectable indeed. And Scout and Ryzen also in some of those bottom names. Ernie likewise there up in these positions. But 2 names that really do stand out to me that are not quite in the teams that gained the very top spots are Break and Godless. Break for Box Gaming came in clutch in a lot of situations, be it Vikendi playing spoiler through some of his heal tactics into taking out megastars to actually holding down fortresses on things like Erangel. And likewise, Godless for No Chance Team, despite No Chance Team getting themselves a 16th place throughout the tournament for the Super Weekend, I should say, he's still able to put up the kills. Impressive stuff coming out by Godless. Now, let's take a magnified view at our top 4, because these guys were absolutely standout when it comes to the PMWL East. We've got, in ascending order, Jill, Beer, Luxy, and G9 will take the top spot in terms of kills. It was close, very close indeed here, as G9, Luxy, and Beer vying for that top spot. And these names are star-studded when it comes to the PMWL East. So big congratulations to them if you're looking across this. G9, even when he wasn't getting the kills, he was pumping out so much damage throughout these games. Like, we were checking in with him midway through games, and all of a sudden G9 would have 850 damage. I'm like, where on earth did that come from? But kudos to him. G9 will take that top spot with 55, 53 for Luxy, 53 for Beer, and 51 for Gil. So great stuff overall. And that brings us nicely and neatly onto the MVP of our first Super Weekend here for the PMWL East. And of course, it is G9. And do bear in mind that throughout some of the earlier stages of our Super Weekend, G9 was a little bit behind in terms of kills relative to some of his teammates when it came to RRQ Athena. However, in the last day of our first Super Weekend, G9 played out of his mind and was able to step up, not only for his team to gain themselves that first place spot, but also for himself in terms of his numbers. So a big congratulations to G9. He is our MVP of Week 1 Super Weekend. So great stuff by him. I'm sure Avenger out there is somewhere very happy that RRQ Athena did so well. And ladies and gentlemen, that does it for this recap. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've taken on some information here. We will see you in our second week here of the PMWL East, as all of these teams are going to try and vie for that second Super Weekend. But for now, let's take a little look back at some of the best moments here from Week 1.
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PMWL East. We're deep in the heart of the jungle right now because we have week 2 of the PMWL East coming on at you. Get your Indiana Jones hats ready and get ready for some epic games here. From our 20 teams looking to qualify into the next super weekend. You're going to have to be running away from boulders. We've got a lot of Sanhok coming up. It's going to be an exciting time. Let's head over to our commentator team to bring you some of the games that are going to be starting things off. You didn't think I'd sneak out like that, did you?
No, surprise me. Surprise me.
There you go. How you doing?
I'm good. Look, you're the host. You're always asking people how they are. I want to know, how are you, Kalaris?
Nobody cares. Max, man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to kick off this second week. And I want to see specifically if the 4 teams that didn't qualify on the first week can now qualify this time around.
I'm doing all right. I'm a busy boy. Even yesterday, it was supposed to be a day off. I never have a day off. I'm on the grind,
Mr. 8 days a week.
Yeah, I do what I can. 32 hours a day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are now heading on over, as these guys will be bringing you the first couple of games here for all of the action. I've got Avenger. I've got Froz. It's Team AFK once more here to bring you our second week, and we are in the thick of things now. We're in the trenches. We're doing what we can. We have got 2 days where all of these teams once again are going to be trying to qualify into our next super weekend here to try and get some big points.
Yes, I am excited to see if these guys are able to qualify and if we're going to see some changes in who qualifies. Obviously, we had some of the 4 teams sitting out. It's been a rough time for them, but they've definitely been sitting watching the games and maybe been able to have some more time to kind of think of and prepare for what they're able to do here on the Sanhok week.
Yeah, Froz is ready for adventure. You can see he's got his bandana ready as well. How are you doing, Froz?
Always good, always good. No, it's going to be an exciting week. Normally, I would say, hey, this is the middle week, right? That's when nothing kind of happens. You want the start, you want the ending.
True.
But because we have a lot of Sanhok this week, it's going to be amazing because there's so much diversity in terms of going from Erangel to Sanhok and back and forth all the time.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, you guys are here, I'm here, the casters are here, but there is also a new addition to the family as well here for the PMWL, as we now welcome Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming to the family as a title sponsor here for the PMW as well. So welcome to them. We're very happy to have you along for the journey here. And over the next coming weeks, we're going to be sharing some details on their new mobile processor and how that levels up the mobile esports competition that we have coming up. So stay tuned for that. That's pretty exciting, and we're very happy to have them along for the ride.
It's insane. I mean, I think the vast majority of mobile firms today have a Snapdragon Qualcomm processor, so it's crazy to see these guys. I think my phone has. I'm quite sure.
I mean, you have one, I have one, and you have one. So I mean, all of us already have it.
We're all affected, and
we don't have the gaming edition yet, though. Well, like maybe, yeah.
That's true. Maybe we can, pull some strings. Let's take a look at the format here. Again, though, a huge welcome to them for joining us here as our title sponsor. Here is the format. We have already concluded our opening matches as well as week 1's worth of matches, as we saw RRQ Athena topping the super weekend. Now we are into week 2, those first 2 weekdays where 20 teams are competing once again to try and qualify into our next super weekend for us.
Yeah, I mean, you only got 2 days. We saw what happened last week. If you don't make it, well, you're gonna not end up in the super weekend. You're not gonna end up with any points.
And I love this format as well. We have the groups going constantly off. We have the teams swapping in and out. So we're going to have some changes and drops, and there's going to be some contests. And I love to see that. And I'm excited to see how many teams are going to be contesting, how Penang is going to be looking, if we're going to see some contest over in Hatin again, and how that's going to be shaping up. We saw some really interesting ends to our last Sanhok game in the Super Weekend. So I'm expecting crazy stuff coming out of the first Sanhok games here.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be interesting, as obviously there are the potentials that some teams take advantage of this a little bit more than others relative to how things actually went down. Let's take a look at the points and see what is up for grabs at each of these games, because you got 20 points for first place there, the full chicken dinner, skin, the chicken legs and all. Don't know where the turkey legs came from. It came out of left field. And then 11th through 16th, of course, is getting that 1 point, as we teeter all the way down from there. 1 point per kill, though. I can't talk, Froz. Save me.
Yeah, well, 1 point per kill is super important. And we saw that during the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that RQF FINA actually managed to win the Super Weekend we had. Because they had so many kills. In total, they had 99 kills.
Even
It
when they
didn't
were-
break the 100 mark, but
Yeah.
close enough.
Even when they weren't getting themselves placement in some of those earlier games, the kills came in big because they started getting placement and everything really ramped up for them.
We saw them multiple times, go out with a 1 participation bonus point, the 11th to 16th place, but still getting 5, 6, 7, 8 kills in that game, even going out early. So this is what has kept them aboard. This is what won them the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That's why they are so scared, because no matter if they have a bad game, they're still going to end on the top 8 of that lobby, that game.
All right, let's take a look at the prize pool then, because of course, everybody is getting points for the regular season if you qualify for a Super Weekend, as 50,000 will be for first place in that regular season. But if you get enough points to qualify for the top 16 into our grand finals, there will be 100,000 for first place up for grabs, and everybody gets rewarded as well. And an MVP award, don't forget there, with the cool 10,000. Last week in the Super Weekend, it was G9 that got himself the MVP title of that week specifically. So very cool by him. Got to chat with him a little bit about stuff and just kind of get the insights into how RRQ was feeling in that week, because it was very evident that they were extremely consistent throughout that week.
They were extremely consistent, and also extremely confident. You can see that in their engagement. Yes, they did get 1v3'd a little bit by Bigotron, and that might have put them down a little bit, but for the rest of it, they kept their hopes high, they kept their spirit high, and the confidence really showed how well they were able to. We saw some of the flanks, we saw some of the angles that G9 was able to take as well throughout the week, and he was able to clutch a few games and salvage a few games all by himself as well.
Let's take a look at the rosters here, even I should say, as we do have to get through things. Then we can get into those games just for you at home. So here's Group A. It's Bigotron Red Aliens, it's Box Gaming, it's No Chance Team, and it's Freestyle. Freestyle did not qualify for our previous Super Weekend, so they're going to have to pick things up this week.
Yeah, and we saw that they had a decent first day in the week place last week. Now they got to have 2 decent days this week, because we want to see them in the Super Weekend. We want to see what they can show us on all the maps. Last week they only got to play Vikendi and Erangel.
All 4 teams, obviously, that didn't play, they are extremely hungry to get started here, I think they has to have been preparing throughout this weekend here, because there's nothing worse to be participating in a tournament where you're sitting out due to poor performance in a qualifying week going into a weekend like that. I'm expecting half of the teams, or 2 of the teams that didn't qualify for this for our previous Super Weekend, to qualify for this one. I think Freestyle could potentially be one of them.
And Bigotron Red Aliens, Box Gaming doing pretty well in our Super Weekend. No Chance Team came in 16th, but Godless was huge in that. Let's move on from Group A to Group B now, as we do have Orange Rock, Morph Team, Valdus, The Murder, and Megastars joining us here for us.
Yeah, I mean, Orange Rock, we saw them dominate during the opening week and during the week play, but throughout the Super Weekend, they didn't really show us that strong side. On the other hand, Megastars, so they showed up big time. And I mean, even though they only got themselves a 6th place in the Super Weekend, still good. Yeah. We saw a lot of potential in them, and I hope we can see more of that this week.
I gotta say though, I feel for them a little bit. They, I felt like in that Super Weekend they could have ended up a little bit better. There were some tendencies we saw from them where they were very close.
Yeah.
They played phenomenally. It was, as we can see as well, we're probably going to look at the leaderboard later as well for that. It was extremely close, and 6th doesn't really give them the kind of respect that they are. They were very, very close in terms of like 20 points difference. They would have been in top 4.
All right, Group C, let's move it on to our next 4 teams here as well. You Do Gank, You Level Up, GXR Celts, Nova Godlike. We saw for You Level Up, as well as Nova Godlike, they were unable to qualify for our first Super Weekend. I even spoke to You Level Up yesterday about that Shajin, and they've been working on communication and all aspects of their game, in fact, to try and push themselves onto the next Super Weekend.
Communication is obviously very important as well. I think one of the stronger points, when you're 4 people fighting 60 others, there's so much information to be gained and to be searched for and to be shared amongst the team. you know, kill feed, all these things is super important, and there's a lot of information to get this. On this group here, to wrap it up, I want to say, Julev Abanoa Godlak is definitely going to be one of the other teams that I think is going to be going into the top 16 and going into the Super Weekend here. I'm definitely expecting one of them to be there by the end of tomorrow.
I want to see you, the gang, being a little bit more consistent. We saw them starting up the Super Weekend with 3 chicken dinners.
And we were like, okay, it's done.
Yeah, it's done. That's super amazing. But after that, it just went downhill. And the other 2 days, I don't even know what to say about that. That was not good enough. That was not the Super Weekend performance we want to see.
Oh, sad times.
Yeah, I got to speak to Man Parang Base yesterday as well, and they were even surprised the 3 chicken dinners came in as they did. But I feel that they were even more surprised that they kind of had that dip off. They know that they can do better than that. But anyway, it's by the by. We have Group D coming at you. It's RRQ Athena, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret, and TSM Entity. All of these teams were present in our previous Super Weekend, and RRQ Athena, of course, won out the Super Weekend.
Yeah, RQ Athena might have won this, the Super Weekend, but I want to talk about Team Secret and TSM Entity. Yeah. I feel like those teams are kind of like a movie trailer. You see only the best part of the movie when you see the trailer, right? And that is what we kind of see. We don't see the whole movie of them. We only get to see the trailer, and that just spikes up from time to time. I want to see the whole movie. I want them to do really good.
You know what I hate? I hate the movie trailers where they literally just spoil the whole movie in like 3 minutes. Like, okay, it's done. I'm not going to go to the cinema watching that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you feel like here. Some of the highlights, some of the plays they're making, this is like you're showing the full potential of it, as Ross is saying. And I'm loving that, but you have to perform in the other games and the rest of those minutes.
Years we've known Froz. That was probably the best analogy he's ever made.
Ever, yeah.
Ever. That was impressive.
Yeah.
Stepping up my game.
He did something. No, we got Group B coming at you. Team IND, Synergy, T1, and King of Gamers Club here. As once again, all of these teams were able to qualify on through. The one I was particularly impressed by was Synergy for the most part, as well as IND, to be perfectly honest, about how they were playing out some of the final days in the Super Weekend. What are your thoughts?
I mean, we saw both IND and Synergy actually having one good day, but the rest of the 2 days was not good enough.
Okay.
And once again, it comes down to having that consistent performance. We see them do a lot of things, but they're trying new stuff, I feel like, still. And this is not the time you want to be trying new stuff. You want to go for what you know, and you want to go for the safe play.
Yeah, and they're sitting softly in the middle pack. They're performing better than our bottom, but they're just a step behind our top 6 there. And I want to see, when they have their best game, we're seeing some insane tendency. We're like, this is something that is potentially to play for top 5 if they continue this, and then the next game, they're like having a rough time. We saw the Synergy as well. Yes, they might have qualified without that last game of the last qualifying days, but then they ended up having a real good chicken dinner and they performed really well. But I want to see that consistency a bit more, and I think we saw that from Synergy in the Super Weekend as well. And I think if they step up to this level, we saw them the best performances we saw in them for the Super Weekend. I think we're going to see a lot of great stuff from these guys.
Well, let's focus on one of the teams that actually finished the Super Weekend with what was effectively kind of the perfect story for them. Consistently consistent throughout the entirety of that Super Weekend, but then rounding it out with the chicken dinner towards the end. GXR Celts that we're talking about here, they were great to watch, and then they finished things off by looking great in that chicken dinner moment.
Yeah, I mean, finally, we've been waiting since we started the season to actually see them get that chicken dinner. Constantly, as James is saying, constantly getting that really good placement. Yeah. They do get the kill points from time to time, sometimes not as much, but we have been waiting for the moment for them to get that chicken dinner, and we finally got it in the last game of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
I was so happy. I was relieved, to be honest. They have been performing so well and so consistent, and they were like sitting in the top 5 alone as the only team without a chicken dinner. Yeah. And we're like, guys, we're starving, and Rocks in the interview was like, we're so hungry. And the other guys just don't want to eat yet. And they're like, okay, we're waiting it. We're going to do it in the very last game. And it was an amazing game.
Amazing game, but also amazing how they play that out. All the teamwork we saw coming in from the whole team. From the start of the game to the end itself, like always doing the splits and making sure that they had control over the whole situation.
Yeah, Atanki was like, late supper? Yeah, you're right. Let's go for it. That's fine. Here's some of the moments from GXR Celts as well, as even in a lot of the situations where we're seeing them getting like top fives, etc., they were still able to get plenty of kills on the board here. And that Tanky actually was quietly like one of the stars of the team. Aside from the last moment, he was still doing a lot every single game.
We saw him. He was actually 2 clutches. He did the last clutch of the last game. We're going to be looking a bit more at that as well. Right. But the Atangi play where he got second on Miramar was also a real big salvage, where he was playing alone for the vast majority of the time, actually. Atangi and Ultron did also end up on 11th and 12th place overall with 36 kills, just 1 point behind to get in the top 10. So that was really good to see from them as well. And I think that kind of star-studded performance from them was it was the kind of the eye, or the dot over the I, to kind of finish the whole weekend out.
Yeah, I mean the MK14 pickup towards the end in the crate, the level 3s that you were
moving from level 1 armor and helmet to level 3 with the MK14. It's like, well, it couldn't have been better.
It was a dream scenario for them, let's be honest. It was a dream scenario and they made it work. But one of the other players that was able to make it work for his team, despite his team not doing as well as they possibly would have hoped, is Godless when it comes to No Chance team. They got themselves 16th place, but Godless was in the top 10 when it came to killers overall. That is crazy stuff coming out from him as a performance.
I mean, you can see here, his average damage is 321, but I'll tell you this. He is top 3 in total damage done in the season so far. And that kind of shows you, that kind of tells you the story. Even though, despite that they got 16th place in the Super Weekend, this man is can pull these kind of numbers. And you gotta remember, they come from the wildcard region. Basically, the regions that are outside the big regions that we see together. So they don't even get to play against the SA and SCA teams as much as the other teams. So they're coming in here without kind of any experience against these teams. But then again, Godless being able to put out these numbers is just, it's crazy.
And on top of that, he actually also tied for first in the most knockouts with 55 knockouts in just 31 games, right? So it's a really, really high ratio. The highest, obviously, tying first with 55. Very good to see him in the top. I am kind of scared if I'm the other players. If these guys start performing, you know, to a top 5 performance where he has, you know, an average of 3 minutes longer survival time because they're in more end games, he's going to be able to put out so much more damage, and I kind of expect him to end up in the top 3 damage overall.
There's a reason why we call him the Beast from the East, and as you can see, he's not afraid to take any fight. Even if it's a 1v3, he will go for it. If he needs to fight 2 teams at the same time, he will go for it. He will do whatever it takes to put his team up there on the leaderboard.
There's also this notion as well where in traditional sports this happens a lot, where an individual player, even in these moments, even in a world league like this, they're increasing their own personal stock. Surely, if by chance something happens down the line for a team No Chance team here, people are looking at Godless and being like,
this guy's a man.
Good player. That might be our next pickup. You know, that could be a thing.
For sure, he is. It's actually. You have heard so many histories in like traditional sports, right? Where it's a guy, he's sitting in the 2nd division on the bench, and then he's like picked up by another country because they see the potential in him. Start training with him, start this, and like you can get a real superstar from that. But I already think he is performing to superstar levels, and I think with No Chance team, I definitely think when they get, you know, those good games and they
could make it happen as a team.
I think they can make it happen as a team as well, for sure.
Let's move on to another Messi of our PUBG Mobile world, indeed, when it is Jonathan here from TSM Entity, a guy that has really stood out. And once again, he was in some of our top 10 rankings from our last Super Weekend, our last week of play days here. But for TSM Entity, it's not quite, the ball hasn't got rolling yet. But for Jonathan, he's always rolling.
I don't want to take anything away from the rest of his team, of course, but I kind of feel like Jonathan right now is kind of carrying his whole team. He has a lot on his shoulders. We see him performing to this kind of level, but the rest of the players is not really there. We saw a little bit of glimpse of hope when they played together. We saw them in late game and what they could actually pull together as a team. But most of the times we actually see Jonathan being the last man up on his squad.
Oh, I love it. He went for the punch. Fantastic. You can even see him here hanging with some of the big names, with like Bigatron, for example, being able to take out RRQ in a very close quarter situation in Painan 2. So you really see these glimpses of brilliance coming out from someone like Jonathan Avenger here. But in the end, TSM Entity, they just need to bring it all together, and then they'll be pushing up the ranks.
I mean, they have the individual skill to it, and I feel like there's some stuff going on behind the scenes that we're not hearing about or not seeing right now that they could potentially step up to, and I think they will have this full day off yesterday to work together, sit down, talk together, and get stuff fixed so they can come into today and actually step up. Because the community, the fans, a proper full reset day, the community and the fans are definitely expecting this from them, and I think they're able to perform at this level.
Yeah, and I mean, even towards the end of the Super Weekend, I feel like we saw a little bit of that, but maybe this one day is enough to be able to push them forward. So let's break down some of the moments that we actually had throughout our last week as well. Get over here, Frost. Come on. Yeah, how you doing?
So I want to obviously talk about Galaxy Racer Cells, how they're able to go from a 5th or 6th place to a 3rd in that last game, how they're able to do that, and how they're able to completely, clutch the situation. That was ACDE, obviously. I want to first point out what's going on here. We have MJ over here. He's alone with some of the guys that are contesting him, and we have Reject Scarlet down here, and they're laying low. And it's actually a little bit surprising that they're able to have 4 guys alive laying low on the other side of the road without too much shots coming out from the compound where MJ is in here. So what I really like is that they are aware that there's 10 alive. They are sitting in a situation where the circle's probably going to go to the other side. The circle is going to pop shortly, and it's going to go south. And from this side here is really interesting. So they have 1 smoke. They're playing with 1 smoke, and they're putting a lot of pressure onto Megastars, and they're putting a lot of pressure onto MJ, which is over here. And I was actually sure that at this point, Regi Scar is going to win, because if they manage to get up to this rock and manage to hold them down, with a smoke from each side and maybe potentially breach the building, kill the rest of the Megastars and potentially MJ, they could easily hold out Galaxy Racer Cells. But ACDE did a massive play. He was playing anchor for the full time. They were fully aware that there was a team over here, and it was potentially a 2 to 4 man team, and ACDE is playing in a fantastic position here where he's sitting over here and he's covering everything between here and the rock, basically, and trying to put some pressure onto Reject Scarlet while it's coming out. But look at this though, guys. Look at this. Very important situation right here. Remember this one here. It's coming down. It's in the middle of the road. There's no smokes. They have to cross the road at a later point. You can see in the minimap as well that the circle has moved south. It has gone away from the road, and as history is going to show us, that they have to cross, and they're going to obviously use some smokes. But a lot of, we'll speed it up a little bit here. Regi Scarlet they're hanging out. They're waiting. They are outside the zone, and they're trying to put some pressure onto the guys inside the houses. There are already and at this point here, Ultron and Rox managed to get across, and this is a really crucial moment here because they want to make sure that Mega Stars are not going to finish this off. They're not going to be able to get some of the kills here, but they actually managed to clutch it. Reject Scarlet, meanwhile, also put some pressure onto Megastars, and Vex becomes the last player here. But this is the situation here. ACDE, he starts peeking over. He gets 1 kill. He starts putting the pressure on Ruralai and Duello here, and make sure it actually comes down to a super clutch situation, low game. 1 more smoke coming up. He's putting some more pressure. 1 more knock. 1 more finish. Rox gets knocked himself, and it comes down to a super interesting 1 versus 1 here. And remember this crate? Yep. This gave him 3 vest, 3 helmet, and an MK14.
And some cover.
And a cover, yeah.
And the cover that he needed. Vex was actually playing this really well. He was using his peak advantage, he was using his circle advantage, and everything that he was able to. And ACDE, he waits. He had no more first aids. He had a running stim. And I believe he used the last stim in that as well. He then got smoked by Vex, which was clever. This is where I really love where, you put a smoke. Instead of him smoking himself, here, something like that, that would cover this line, he smokes on top of ACDE, covering the full line. He can then do everything that he wants to do, and Vex puts himself in a new position.
Not only that,
in a power position.
Yeah, he also has Vex also still has the control because he smoked ACDE. He has the control over the whole situation. He can do whatever he wants to. He can move around, as we saw there. He positioned him around there.
Yeah, and by this time, ACDE has been waiting for this 1 stim to heal him up as much as possible, getting as much health as possible. He's picked up the MK14, full level 3. So the patience, like the combination of patience, where you need to have it, where in a 1 versus 1 situation where you could potentially take a bigger share of the prize pool, put yourself in the top 3, more points for qualifying, he's keeping his calm.
I think,
and that's very impressive, honestly, because you go from a situation where you're pushing Reject Scarlet, where you're killing 2 or 3 of the guys behind a smoke, where you play aggressive, but then to pull that back, play a bit calm, play super clever here. That requires so much patience as a player.
Roz, I think when you look at this play out as well, something that is also very important is that when Jigsaw Salts had smoked up and Reject Scarlets had smoked up, well, we can come off this, thank you very much, is that when that actually went down, it was very clear that Scarlet thought that the rest of GXR Celts had crossed.
Yeah.
A tanky staying back as like a linchpin, and maybe it's particularly surprising.
The anchor man.
Yeah, we saw straight away when the smokes came out there from GXR Celts that RCS or Reject Scarlet, they started pushing up straight away. They started to take more aggressive positions because they thought
everybody's gone.
Yeah, everyone's gone.
Yep.
But at the same time, that also shows how important it is that GXR actually left one anchor, a tanky, and there's so much pressure on a tanky to not get knocked because he is the last line of defense.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be there. He's outside the zone. He's the one who's supposed to go down, not the other players on his team. But him managing not to just take out Reject Scarlet, but also to be able to take the 1v1 and clutching the game, that's just huge.
Okay, yeah. Very, very interesting. There's so many things to break down in these kind of final moments, which obviously we're taking our time over it here, but there's so many little extra moves that can actually occur there, and you want to be able to try and learn some of those moves as well. But you could be making moves not only in PUBG Mobile, but also if you actually in-game, you can actually vote for your favorite players on the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. So go and do that. Get in the game from July the 15th to the 22nd, which is literally tomorrow that ends. You can actually vote for some of your favorite players.
And you have 10 votes, so you don't need to vote on one player, but you can vote on 10 different ones.
And
your 2 favorite teams and 2 more.
The whole thing. Yeah, that's right. You could. But also, 64 players will be randomly selected to be potentially playing with some of these guys as well. Very exciting. Avenger wants to play with some people.
Yeah, I want to be randomly selected. Oh,
you want to be randomly selected?
Randomly pick me. don't disqualify me just because I'm here.
Disqualify him. Get him out. All right, let's take a look at the schedule because it's Sanhok because we have got plenty coming up. We've modified John Sanhok o'clock. It's Sanhok. Let's take a look at the schedule because we've got Erangels and we've got Sanhok, and that is going to be what we have here for our first 2 days of week 2. Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel.
Yeah, and this is just day 1.
Wilder.
Remember, for this week, we're going to play 2 days, of course, and it's going to be 5 Erangel and 5 Sanhok games in total. That means it's equal on both of the maps. You got to take the advantage of this, and you should have done it last week. This is not the time to step it up. Last week was the time.
Right.
We're going to see the third-party central, as Imperium love to call it. It's probably going to be 4th party and 5th party because everybody loves to party on Sunday.
What happens, yeah. Absolutely. You're partying in the jungle. I'd say you got your Indiana Jones hat out. You're running away from the boulder, doing what you can. But we are ready. We're actually going to Erangel to start things off, of course, here as we head over to Imperium and Maxman for all the action. It's week 2 of the PMWL East.
Thank you very much, guys, over in the desk. Week 2 of the League Days, Max. Got these games coming up. All 20 teams now ready to fight for their spot in the Super Weekend.
It's gonna be intense, of course. All of the eyes are pried open for 4 teams specifically. Imperium is gonna be, you Level Up, Freestyle, also Nova Godlike, and also Morph Team. 4 teams that did not qualify for the first Super Weekend. This is their time to shine because they already got like a big disadvantage compared to all the other teams.
Fair.
They can still catch it up, but it's gonna be very hard and intense for them.
Definitely, you could say their backs are against the wall, but it's a new week and new opportunities, right? And these 4 teams have had the last basically 5 days off between watching the Super Weekend, strategizing, looking on how they can basically counter the teams who have been performing well, or even the teams that have been performing weekly, because even though teams participated in the Super Weekend, some of them did play quite poorly.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Our first game of the second week of PMWL East is going to be on our board, and it's going to be from George Bowl all down to Military Base Imperium. This one is going to be pretty good for most of the teams, and we're going to be enjoying this game. It's going to be an interesting one, and hopefully things will go pretty well from here on out. A few teams will be able to get themselves a drop-in location from the get-go. That's going to be, of course, Nova Godlike going for the straight-up northern location under control, and otherwise, yeah, pretty good playing path. I like it. Seeing also where Bigatron will be going for themselves. So of course, they're going to go for the next 50% playing path here.
I'm excited. I'm excited, but of course, I'm kind of staying reserved, right? This is the first game of the league week 2, right? This is the first kind of game where all these 20 teams are going to be having a chance to shine. And what is good for the 4 teams that didn't qualify for last week's Super Final or Super Weekend, should I say, is that they are playing at least in the first 2 games, so they have that ability to maybe show up and show all the other teams around them what they can do.
Well, I'm a little bit scared here. Northern George Boy got Nova Godlike and you got You Level Up. 2 teams that haven't qualified for the first week, so if they cancel out each other on the very early stage, that'll be very unfortunate for the both of them. Phase 1 circle is going to be popping up. It will be down south over on the eastern side. Military base is going to be in control, but Break, he is not in control right now, as G9, one of the top players in the overall lobby. Imperium was chasing down Break, but of course those are some hard kills to pick up early, and Break will be able to run away.
Like, I know this is only something small, but we've seen similar situations, and let's say going back to the PMCO EU, where 2 players at the very start would be fighting over a vehicle and one would get in it, and they tried to actually chase down that kill, right? Because in theory it's a free kill. But what I've noticed with the PMWL is that the player that gets the vehicle, they're not going for the kill. Why? Because you've got to stay focused on what is your main priority, which is getting that vehicle, getting to your looting spot, looting up, and then rotating in. If you get distracted, you're wasting time, you're wasting looting, you're wasting rotations.
I'm going to counter that by saying it's also really funny when it happens.
True. You know what? Honestly, yeah, that's yep.
You had like some Benny Hill music on the background, and then it's good. Exactly, that's a little fun chase time. But yeah, as I talked about it, right, Nova Godlike, also You Level Up. They're both going to be in the northern side. I'm hoping a lot of respect will come out from the 2 teams.
Yeah.
Because they know that they can't afford to take fights on phase 1. They both know they need to qualify. They're already so far behind. Even if they do make it to the next Super Weekend, it doesn't really secure their chance of going straight to the finals, Imperium. So here they need to get good games and especially aim for the long stage.
Every single game counts, right? Every single point, every single engagement, and every single defense as well really is going to come into play. For Nova Godlike, look, they came in to the PMWL as a team with a huge level of respect. In the PMPL South Asia, they performed exceptionally, pushing Orange Rock and TSM to their limits. And then they got essentially partnered with Nova, and it seemed like it was going to be them lighting up the world, and then really they have failed to show up since the start of the PMWL.
It's very interesting, right? Because since the Gamers Without Borders event, right, you had Nova Godlike and TSM Entity 1 point apart, being Nova Godlike in first position, then TSM Entity. They were like on the top of the mountain. They were just dominating all the teams around them, and now they're like in last position most of the time in the overall standings. We are expecting a lot more from them because they are extremely talented teams, and we know they can do really good.
And of course, you know, we also have the context of the fact that those are against other South Asian teams, right? When it came to the PMPL South Asia and even the Gamers Without Borders. But this is the PMWL, right? You have the best of the best in terms of SEA and South Asia. You got the cream of the crop. You're going up against the likes of RRQ, BTR. We've talked about it already. There's so much less room for mistakes at this level of play that if you make that one mistake, it's going to get punished tenfold.
As now also moving up top, Saverni is going to be UG Ganker team. No, they started off the Super Weekend. They had 3 chicken dinners. Imperium absolutely dominating performance. After they fell off a little bit, and they were talking about that on the desk, right? Saying they were a little bit like surprised that they didn't like keep on going with some really good results. But you know, they're already qualified. They got some good points. If they can re-qualify, they can make up for like that little weaker end part of the Super Weekend.
110%. Like, I do think that, give or take, bar really nightmarish performances, they have at least, you know, done quite a lot to secure, let's say, the actual league finals spot, but there's a long way to go. We haven't really talked about this phase 1 circle, right? It's very tricky for these teams because it has a lot of the mainland on the eastern side, and it also has quite a decent bit of military island, right? So you've, within reason, got to commit yourself to either the actual mainland, the coastal line of the mainland, or the military island. And that could, of course, depending on the phase 2, it could go against you.
Yeah. Also, one thing you want to keep in mind, right? If it does go down to military base, you got to see which teams are currently playing in this lobby and which are not. And one team that is not playing is Team ID. That means the military base is open grounds. Team that can play around if they want, if it does go for hardship down south, it's just something, you know, to quickly keep in mind. It might come into action later on down the line, but now over to Milta. Talked about it as Galaxy Racer. Celts ended up greatly the Super Weekend with that final chicken dinner. Great place on the Tunky, but now they need to try and hit that consistent, you know, result of like trying to get them chicken dinners, because that's what allows them to just really rocket up in the overall standings.
And they also can't really pull off a UDO, right, and kind of rest on their victories, right? They can't really rest on their success. They have to take as a new day and new opportunities, like I had mentioned. But Megastars landed Novo. You talked about Team IND not playing in this first game, so it means that the military base is free, so they know that for now at least there's nobody to the west of them. They can do a little bit of bridge camping and prepare for phase 2 going over in their favor, or at least get some information if BTR choose to go into military islands.
So we saw Morph going for a different drop-in location here, and that's going to put them very close to Nova. Here it is. They see one member. Nova Godlike member is going to be jumping straight out of the car, shooting straight onto Zabr. Will get out himself, but he'll get instantly knocked away. But that's going to be Nova Godlike going to be surrounded by players of Morph. They come back. The cavalry is here, ladies and gentlemen. They get the knock onto Raid, and they're going to potentially try and go for that extra flush. That should be their first point in this game. But Nova Godlike a little bit far, but Smokey will be close behind them, and they're trying to now get revenge for their fallen teammate. Great spray coming up from Smokey, but they need to push extra further.
It's pretty good by Smokey. Nice recovery from Nova Godlike. Looking a little bit disconnected initially, but now as Vampire is joining in on fun, looking to try and get that knockdown onto Jexy. Jexy's prones his way down, making sure that he's not being spotted out by Smokey. Smokey does in some way heal up.
No, they both want to try and get away from me. Oh man, I didn't see UDO is joining the mix, baby. They're going to try and get involved. They have information.
Oh no.
Fredo, the man with the golden smile, will come around with a golden smile. I mean, smile is not golden, but no, the white smile. I think that would be a better word to describe it.
Okay.
I don't know. That was a little apartheid.
I'm sure it could be called worse. You know, I'd take that as a compliment if I got called as a man with the golden smile. You know.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll try and just think about it next time when I use it. When I want to compliment you, Imperium.
There you go, exactly, which is very rare.
Still a few shots taken by Fredo. And I mean, they're surrounding them. They've got such a big net. They do have the low ground, unfortunately, for UDO, but that's not going to be fine. Oh, we're going to be panning over to a breach. ROQ going on to box, and boy, oh boy, that's going to be Box Gaming taken out in 16th position. That was quick.
Now you see me now, you don't, the magic man that is RQ just wiping Box Gaming off the face of the earth. And also, it's a very important part of the map because it's that coastal line compound on the west part of the mainland, which could be very imperative for phase 2. So really nice by RQ.
You really got back together, squad. So Yuxran further in the distance of you level up, but is a very big range, so they won't be able to hit it quite there. We're going to have the phase 1 circle coming up very soon, seeing if we have to focus on the mainland up north, or if we might have to go down to Sanhok military base island. I think that'll be really fun to see, because we already had some really fun playstyles around those bridges. It could happen once again.
That's a bit of a kick, right? Because it still involves the military island, it still involves the water in play. Of course, because it shifts up kind of more northerly in terms of the mainland, but it's still not going to be easy, Max.
That is indeed going to be the case, but up north the teams are trying to separate a little bit from each other, but they are chasing down UDO. They want these frags, they want these kills, they want to try and improve on that consistency we mentioned about them earlier. Jumper going to be the first casualty. Here it is, they're joining up. You level up, got 2 players in this compound. They're going to be joining up with now the full squad over here. That's going to be huge for you level up, but they do not want to take this fight head on potentially. They're thinking about repositioning, but actually no, they're going to be sending 2 players fast forward onto Jumper. And UDO now, they're slowly going to be trying to get different positions under control. They are not ready to take this fight, but you level up. They're responding so well here, Imperium.
Nice knock by Drax, but in the end, you level up are just far more prepared and far more ready to fight as they get another knockdown on the Fredo. That's basically 3 members that you do knock down. They are inside the blue zone. If I do you level up, I would send 2 members inside in a vehicle, actually just full center to get that squad wipe onto UDO, because I kind of feel like they're in a position where they just want to get they need to kind of get as many kills as they can. But then again, I also understand why they're taking their time.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned that earlier in the game, right, when they were close to Nova, like they don't want to take early game fights, and I'm really surprised that they're actually doing so, because because they got the nice initial knockdown, and now they're just feeling confident. They want to go for those kills early on. They need to get every single point that they might be able to actually catch for themselves, as Drax is slowly going to be bleeding out, and they're going to just move away as a two-man team, which I respect. You know, that is you do. They know that they can't push for that extra res. They would put themselves in a really dangerous spot, and they're just going to leave the scene entirely.
The team that this did favour the most was actually Nova Godlike, because they got out of that situation as a three-man team. We also saw, on a side note in the feed, RRQ getting a couple of shots on towards No Chance Team and actually sending No Chance Team right close by the Orange Rock, as you can see in front of our eyes. A bit of a sub for No Chance Team playing. That's Cause. Godless gets knocked by Viru.
They got the high ground for themselves. They're going to be pushing well. Scout gets the information. Great grenades also thrown by Mavi, the man with the golden hand, leaving now Heineken alone on this side of the fight. They're going to be going for the push, but maybe they're taking time to get Scout back up, and they're actually not going to commit to it. They're sending Gil, they're sending Mavi first to get the information, and they have it. No Chance Team. They get swiftly taken out. That was a great push from Orange Rock. They had the high ground. They had really everything going to their advantage, and they used it perfectly.
Now, you know, not to touch upon the Super Weekend too much, but one thing I want to mention about Orange Rock was that they had the most consistent Sunday of any team that I've seen. Their performances on Sunday was incredible. They had a 9-point game, an 11-point game, an 11-point game, a 10-point game, and a 10-point game on the Sunday of the Super Weekend. I haven't seen a team be so consistent. Yeah, they're not like 15, 20, 25-point games, but when you take that over 5 games, that's an incredible average.
Yeah, and right now, that means they're in a very secure spot after the Super Weekend. They need to re-qualify. Exactly. They just want to make sure that they're going to be consistent over the entirety of PMWL East. But definitely, it is a very good way to start off their first week of the action here. It's going to be moving over to Morph, TSM Entity, taking a few shots potentially with each other. But the circle is going to be coming up very soon. There's a high chance it's going to move away from Sanhok Island for some Megastars over the bridge.
BTR kind of hanging around the edge of the bridge on the north side for now, as it does center up quite heavily. And that's actually pretty good for all the teams, because bar like Team Secret, Orange Rock, you do, Nova Godlike, and you level up. All the other and Megastars, they're the team that's probably, you know, feared the worst. And if I was Megastars, you know what I'd do? I'd actually make my way into the blue zone, go across the west bridge, and actually make your way in from the west. Because if they're in any way going to play across the bridge, honestly, they're going to get lasered by 2 or 3 teams.
I mean, definitely right now, Bigatron, they know how to play around that eastern bridge. I think there'll be a very intriguing and original way of approaching this circle reach. Interested to see if Megastars will follow that information just given us Imperium, but now Team Secret, another team rotating in from the western side, making it on the west side of Farm. And there's no teams around there. Same for Orange Rock. That's a lot of extra room on all of the western side of the circle they can play around.
And some of those compounds that Team Secret could be heading to are actually quite high ground overlooking Farm, so it could give them a lot of information. It's a little bit similar for Orange Rock, only they have less kind of compounds that they can go to, but they do have quite a little bit of open area where they can get that bit of scouting and get that information. So really, honestly, it was, in my eyes, a very strong circle shift for pretty much all the teams.
Yeah. I like how their Orange Rock just stopped on the top of that little hill just to get information, make sure, is there someone that's going to shoot at us? That's not the case. The compound's free. We're going to take control of it. Also, it's a really good position because, as we mentioned, right, the West, there's not many teams who are going to have really good control. And if the circle shifts over to you, that compound has like a lot of area around it where there's just no buildings whatsoever. So you can just really get a lot of information and spray teams trying to make it over to your building. The Megastars, your team you mentioned, potentially should try and breach it through the western side, but they're going to really commit to that bridge, to that bridge section over on the eastern side.
And I feel like as much as they've kind of sent one member forward, kind of across the bridge swag, to get a little bit of information, and I'm the first to say information is the most important, I kind of feel like they should actually just full send as a squad. But when you look at the position of swag, and the fact that he's gotten himself quite high up on the bridge, he's going to get a lot of information. If the likes of Ryzen and Zuxi peeks their head a little bit too much, they're going to pay the price. He has a DP28 ready, which is a very strong gun for hitting those kind of mid-range shots onto your opponents.
Just one headshot and it's done, but Nova Godlike, they're getting themselves in a lot of trouble here, leaving Vampire alone. Content was indeed knocked away, but Team Secret a little bit on a dangerous situation, a little bit downhill, but they do indeed confirm the kill onto Kronten. And now that's a grenade right behind him. That's a great grenade from Team Secret. Madtoy cleans it up, and now we Nova Godlike out in 14th position. A team we want good results from.
Yeah.
First game will not be the case.
It was the fact that they were coming in for the edge of the circle or from high up north, so they had less information. They should have stopped earlier to do more scouting, but I feel they really didn't do that enough as you level up, trying to hold on. We'll see Qmao getting knocked down at the hands of damage and actually the blue zone hurting them as you do wrap around them.
Yeah, and he's not even going to try and go for the res. It's just not worth it because there are some teams holding that location, especially Freestyle, putting a lot of pressure on this team. So they've got to try and make their way through. But now we're going to refocus in on UDU, a team that currently also playing towards the northern side of Milta on the east of the circle. They're going to get very close to you level up, but I would be really surprised if they take any shots because they are not dictating this fight.
Can we talk about the circle shift shifting up north, though, right in the center farm, favoring Valdez, TSM Entity, and Morph team right now. They're going to be sitting pretty. There's a lot of open field around farm. Little hay bales and small, tiny buildings that you can kind of at least protect moving around in, but it really is favoring those three teams as all the other teams are going to have to try and basically play around the edge of those circles. And now we'll see Megastars will maybe have a bit of an opportunity to engage on the BTRs at DP28. Shots come through from Swag.
Oh, Ryzen just barely escaping that one. But the fact is, they can now breach this. And this is really smart for Megastars.
Yeah.
They took their time. They know how Bigatron plays around this. Every time the circle shifts away from them, they're one of the first teams to respond. So like, okay, they probably moved away by now. At least send 2 members forward. They can already make it over. So now it's turned into a 4v2 versus Ryzen and Zuxi. I love the timing coming out from Megastars.
Yeah, true. But let's not forget that BTR are one of the strongest teams when it comes to 2-2 splits. As in, they can have a 2-2 split. They can easily put a lot of pressure on as a two-man team. Hell, we saw it even from Ryzen alone. What taken was it? No, it was Microboy, I believe. I forget who it was, but one member of BTR taken on RQ as a 1v3. You know, so they can easily hold their own as a two-man, but at least they'll be able to get away after throwing out a couple of smokes.
As I mentioned, like you see Bigatron, they just left the scene because they want to get in a really better position in the circle, so they're going to be leaving, not really gatekeeping anymore versus Megastars. As we pan on over now to Galaxy Racer Celts, holding a little bit of high ground. They got a few smokes to hide himself with, but I love this. You level up. This is one of the first time we saw them like taking a really good, aggressive position, and they really using that to their advantage. They taking a lot of shots towards Galaxy Racer Celts.
And they've wrapped really nicely coming in from the north, going basically around the northeast and coming in just outside Milta, where there is that little bit of a compound that they can play around. But now it's Team Secret looking on top of the hill where Reject Scarlet are inside that compound down below. This is obviously, you know, you have the compound, which is a little bit low ground, but you have the protection of the buildings. But Team Secret have the high ground, which of course gives more information, but you are exposed. See Urali getting a knockdown onto U-High.
U-High, the man that did some great performances, especially on the Miramar game in the Super Weekend, but he gets confirmed. Team Secret down to now 3 members. Gonna have to rethink their position. Currently, they are not in circle, which is not the case of Reject Scarlet. And Madtoy looking for the SKS shot. But Yurley's going to be on the move every time, trying to be as mobile as possible. But Team Secret, they have not too much time remaining. They got to go downhill. There's not too many teams around them, so really Reject Scarlet is the only big issue for them.
I'm a little bit surprised that one of the members of Reject Scarlet is on the roof. I know that's always risky at this stage of the game, but we also know that when you're on that high ground of like roof play, it does give that short-term information.
I mean, right now also Freestyle are behind them, so I understand it's just a risky position. You don't want to put yourself on the rooftop because you have 2 teams that have an angle on them. The only time you want to play with the roof is only when you're taking a fight versus one specific team. It's Bigatron and Megastars, they're going to be popping in a feed. That fight of the bridge is going to be coming up once again. So intrigued to see how that's going to go. But now they're delaying this so much, Team Secret. I'm a little bit surprised. They need to move on forward first, but here it is. Now the 5 Megastars and Bigatron that we just mentioned. 2 members of Megastars knocked away, but the smokes will give them a nice little cloak of protection. They can pull off that double res pretty easily. Zuxi, that nade looks pretty good.
Not quite hitting. But in amongst the smokes and Megastars, players are trying to revive up, heal up. They have to somewhat separate, right? Because all it'll take is 1 or 2 more grenades and the whole squad will be wiped out. But of course, they haven't got that much area to play around. You see Ryzen flanking around. That's what Ryzen does. He looks to rotate around and get that angle position where he can punish the members of Megastars while the rest of the team are keeping the pressure on them. Great teamwork coming out, and then you're going to see Luxy responding because the circle did shift up north. As their shots are coming through, Ryzen gets a knockdown on the Encore, looking for the confirmation, not quite connecting. Now as he engages forward, Vexy cooking up a grenade.
don't know where really had the intention of throwing that one, but it's fine. Bigatron,
like
they have to punish really this position of Megastars. They're going to try and get there, but a few nades will actually stop the push from Bigatron from happening just yet. They had a double knock earlier, so I would be surprised if they fully committed it and sent it on just one knockdown from a grenade, because I think they're going to take as long as possibly they can do on this fight.
Zuxi gets a couple of knockdowns onto the members of Galaxy Racer South from a distance. He's a one-man wrecking machine. It just shows how dangerous the side of BTR are. Whether it's a one-man, two-man, full squad, they are always dangerous on every area of the map.
Bigatron, they sent one player forward, gathering information, scouting. Now they're sending 3 other members. That's greatly done, as we see Yudu popping in the feed, but not for a good reason. They get eliminated in 13th position. Now we have 12 teams remaining in this one, Imperium and Megastars. Once again, it's just a little bit of a position of switchery, a game of ping-pong between these two teams on Megastar and Bigatron as they inverse position. But here it is now, Galaxy Racer South. They want to get rid of you, level up, leaving Winter alone in the fight. He's going to take in a lot of damage, but Winter connects it actually from a distance.
Yeah.
There you have it. He will survive. Barely was just a few HP, but they remain alive in 10th position minimum.
Yeah, that split by you level up held on for a little bit of time, but now Freestyle, the team that have made their way into the circle, they are still up as a full squad. They want to bounce back after not qualifying for the first Super Weekend. Team Secret go out in 9th place. We're down to 18s, 26 players reject. Scarlet have one member knocked down, but otherwise they're still looking pretty good. Well on the north side of the circle as TSM and BTR clash together.
TSM, they're pushing on the compound. Luxy going to try and go for the reverse engage, but Seagull, he knows exactly what's going on. He's going to get rid of him right there. Neo was knocked away. Rez could still potentially come on out, but Bigatron, they have to be careful. They still also have Jonathan with a great angle, peeking out and really denying Zuxi from crossing over in the fight to join up. Zuxi's just pinpointed down here as Clutch God. He's going to go for the push. They're cooking up the grenades. He's in the attic. He has no way of escaping this here, Imperium.
Okay, this is where TSM need to really come together and just full send, full push, because they can potentially get third party from another angle. As the circle does shift towards the east, it is going to go outside of the premises where BTR and TSM are currently located. The smokes are being thrown up by Zuxi just to get that extra bit of level of cover. But now as TSM are back up as a full squad, they need to go in, like I said, and just take out BTR. Don't bother with the grenades, just send the bodies up.
I mean, also you can up staircase. That grenade is a lot safer. If you go one by one up the staircase, it would make things a little bit risky. But Molly comes out, does get a little bit of tick damage down onto TSM Entity, but they will be remaining unscathed from that fight. Bigatron get taken out. 6 teams now remaining in this one. The circle harshly shifting over to one team specifically, and they need good games here. That is Freestyle.
Well, they also react to that circle shift as the first team to do so, which means they've gotten that prime property, that prime location. But Orange Rock on the west side, outside the circle, the furthest team from the circle, I might add. They've Valdis down to the southwest, and they've TSM right down south, along with Reject Scarlet up in the north. But Valdis creating that smoke wall. The revive will come out onto Harmony while they send a couple of other members inside the vehicle. Goddard just trying to send himself into circle to get that little bit of information and provide that support onto Velmath.
Valdis is just trying to make sure they can find a position in the circle. They're sending 2 players first, putting off the rest on the back, then sending the 2 extra players to support that position.
Exactly.
Right now, unfortunately, they got himself knocked away. They're using a lot of utility. We can see a bike play potentially coming out from Valdis the Murder. They're going to try their best, but I don't believe TSM Entity want to allow that to happen. And there you go, Valdis. They're going to try and get himself in circle.
Nice.
They lose one. Will they lose Martin? That's a yes. 2 members instantly getting flushed away. As Orange Rock, they're going to be actually pregnant on those kills, stealing them away from TSM Entity.
Oh, feels bad for Valdis. They got right into the hands of 2 teams, and down they go. Valdis, the murder, get murdered by 2 South Asian teams, but as a couple of knockdowns are going to be revived up by Orange Rock. They are just on the western tip of the circle. Reject Scarlet up on the north. You have Morph team who've been relatively quiet inside this game, but they are in to the top 5. So 2 teams who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend are in the top 5 of this game one.
That is what we are expecting, Imperium. These are the kind of games that can allow them to catch up to the other teams in the Super Weekend of the second week. It could be huge, but Orange Rock, they're able to pull off the reses. Gil was knocked away, so they're down to 3 members, but still, we know what they can do as a 3-man team. Imperium in the Super Weekend, they absolutely stomped these other teams. And there it is. Circle's going to be coming up once again. If it goes away from the compound of Freestyle, it could be really interesting. It could end in the open.
Look at TSM Entity, team who struggled right from the start of the PMWL. They've yet to get a chicken dinner. By the way, I might add, they've yet to get a chicken dinner. They're a team who are synonymous with dominating games, and they've yet to actually get a win. But can they kick off week 2 of the PMWL East with a nice win. But as the circle shifts to the west, it goes in the favor of a couple of the freestyle members and Orange Rock.
Yeah, goes up north on the western side. But one team I'm really scared about, that's going to be Morph. They're going to make it through the building or around the building of freestyle. They're the team that currently are the furthest away of this next circle. So they've got to try and take this into control. If they got cars or like an easy way and fast way to get there, that would be the better option. But it's risky, right? But there's no easy way out of this for Morph.
No, this is really hard. We're getting into phase 6, so it's kind of like if you've been able to gather a lot of information up until this point, you can at least play that to your advantage. But for Morph team, they do have a compound in front of them, even though it's not in circle, that they could at least get to short term and then push in on towards the back of freestyle. But like you said, it's not going to be easy.
Actually, freestyle are pushing forward there, so you actually could create an opening point for Morph in that little compound. But it is grenades. Viru connects it. TSM Entity, they got 3 players remaining. The smokes are burning a lot of time. This is why you want to try and keep this utility, these smokes, as long as possible in your game, because in these open endings, in the field endings, these smokes can save your life and allow you to take these chicken dinners. So the fact that TSM Entity kept hold of those smokes is going to be huge for the long run.
Another one cooked up by Viru, but not quite connecting this time. As we're getting at a little bit of a stalemate, the blue zone is starting to close its way in right now on phase 7. So Jonathan will take that little bit of tick zone damage, no mercy. Will steal that kill away from Clutch God, but Jonathan gets knocked to the blue zone, leaves Neo and the one and only Z-God left standing.
I mean, they know that the compound is still held down by freestyle, right? There's no easy way. If they get up, that's going to be an easy kill. So potentially they're trying to deny it away from other squads to pick up those points as Morph team get eliminated. That was the team we mentioned. They had the hardest position. They get eliminated. 4 teams still in play. Orange Rock, they still got those 3 players. Mavi, the man with the golden hand, could still get a huge impact if he's got a few nades remaining in this one. Just chuck in the smokes, get a few frags. But they see Urali. They're getting rid of the Scarlet here, Imperium.
Scout, such an aggressive player, but so well calculated. They're on 12 kills so far. Orange Rock, they're never afraid to light up the kill feed, light up the damage feed, and of course, claim those points.
In Duello, he's not happy with this one. He's like, took down my friend Urali. He was popping off early versus Team Secret. We're going to try and get vengeance on you. But Freestyle, they're still holding on. They got the point of advantage, but when they move away, they'll be really predictable. But now back over to the fight. Reject Scarlet again, so much pressure down. Web connects on Scout, but they're even able to inverse it as we see that TSM Entity in the field get eliminated in 4th position. Still a really decent first game for them.
It's a good start, that's all I'll say, as we get down to the top 3 teams. Freestyle, Orange Rock, and Reject Scarlet. Viru gets dropped by Web, but Web is going to get clapped back. That's going to be the end of Reject Scarlet. And then Mavi turns around and gets a nice clean knock onto Malik. But at the end of the day, has the damage been done too much? Are we going to see Freestyle claim the chicken dinner? Yes, indeed, a Rooney. The team who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend start week 2 with a golden nugget.
I was just about to say that, like their team, they did not qualify. They needed some big performances. They want to try and catch up to the teams that did play the first Super Weekend. These are the games that get you closer and closer to your goal.
What a start of week 2. But we will take it over to desk after this quick break.
That's right, Freestyle get themselves their first chicken dinner on the board here for pushing themselves forwards in week 2. And I actually think maybe that monster truck on Livik is also powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon. So impressive stuff. That's really cool. You want to be driving that around on Livik. It is very fun. And of course, a big welcome to our new title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We have got Froz, we've got Avenger here joining me to get things broken down. Freestyle getting themselves a win on the board, that has got to be a huge relief or even just a huge boon to them to start off here week 2.
What a way to start it off after not qualifying for the Super Weekend. This is the Freestyle that we saw in the beginning of the last week as well. But they didn't do this good though. So this is really good. I really like to what we saw from them, how they were playing out the game. Taking a little bit easy, but towards the end, make sure they had all the control.
Obviously super well scouted as well. They saw the comp on 3 was the first to take it, and they were very good at holding it down, putting a lot of pressure on everybody else.
Yeah.
And I love to see this from Freestyle. The moral boost on the team after chicken dinner. We have 9 more games. They're only going to be playing 7 of them, of course, but they're going to be getting such a head start from this one.
And who would have thought taking that compound in farm? A good idea in a farm circle.
Well, the thing is, it's super hard to see it. And
it's hard to scout, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to scout if you're not like next to it. And we had 2 teams that were kind of next to it. One was actually Freestyle, of course.
Yep.
But then you also had TSM Entity that was on the south part of the farm side. But they wanted to stay there. They didn't want to go to the north side, and well, they should have.
Yeah, let's check in with the map ranking here and see how the points shape up for this game as we have Freestyle up towards the top. 28 points, but hot on their heels was Orange Rock. Not pleased with their performances in the previous Super Weekend. We now have them blasting out of control. 12 kills coming in from them, all from the west side.
It's like they have special powers here on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. They're fragging out, they're going crazy. So they're getting off to a good start as well. On the bottom though, No Chance Team, Nova Godlike Box with 3, and everybody else in a kind of in a good spot. We were saying, Frost and I were talking about like you want to have 4 above for like a mediocre game.
Yeah.
4 and below is kind of a bad game.
Yeah. And one thing that is great to see, we saw 2 teams that were very hungry in the start. Nova Godlike and Morph. Both of them got into a fight super early into the game, but it didn't end up too well. Both of the teams lost 2 players, meaning they were down to 2, and well, went a little bit better for Morph than for Nova Godlike.
All right, it's time to freestyle. It's time to take a look at their numbers here throughout this first Erangel of the day.
Nice.
It is 1,300 damage coming in for them. Not the flashiest of chicken dinners.
Still a good ratio though.
But and they were able to pick up a few steals as well along the way.
Yeah, they played pretty passive towards the start of the game, but then when they took over the north side of farm, they basically was just holding everything down. They would make sure no one could push them.
With the impact they've had with the 1,300 damage is still good, but with 8 kills, that's very good. You know, they're putting out nearly double of what you can expect from them, because in a compound like that, what you mostly do is peacocking. You make sure that people are aware that you're there, and you make sure that people are not just rushing towards the compound, that they're laying low, that they're fighting each other and poking each other. So you're going to be standing in a good situation, you know, with your full vest, brand new helmet, and tons of utilities to go for.
It'll be interesting to see when we see the overall damage from this lobby eventually, actually how Orange Rock was able to fare. But let's take a look at the Mountain Dew.
Yes.
The Dew moment.
James, no.
Hey, no.
Not yet. No,
Only in Super Weekend. Give them it.
Only in Super Weekend.
This is the only fight between Nova and Morph that we saw there. And as I said, they ended up with 2 of them losing each other 2 plays each. RQ Athena, once again, early on in the game, getting himself a few kills.
Yes.
Even though it didn't end up well, they got himself 12 plays. It did end up with 5 kills.
Let's say though, the play here that Orange Rock were able to do in early game was very impressive. Nice nade from Team Secret.
That was a bouncer.
Overall though, I kind of like these areas, right? Because you have another compound, you have an area that is big enough for calculated breaches, right?
Yeah.
The farm area is perfect for breaching. There's so many fences, there's so many houses and buildings that has, you know, small walls around it, and you can play very cleverly around that.
Big fight between Megastars and Bigatron, of course. And we saw that Bigatron actually took the East Bridge pretty early on while Megastars was still on Melee Island. And this is what we're talking about. use teams' patterns against them. And that's what Bigatron tried to do. They were trying to hold Mega off, but in the end, Mega didn't try to make a move. So Bigatron, well, they said, hey, let's move into the circle instead.
You know what? That's exactly what good preparation gives you, right? You get ahead of all your enemies, you know your neighbors, you know what they try to play like, and you might be able to get an average of 1 to 2 kills more per game because you know these patterns of your kind of close neighbors.
And 1 to 2 kills per game in average doesn't sound too good, but in the long run, that's when it counts. That's going to be a lot of games, a lot of points.
In the finals, it'll be, 24 to 48 points. You saw how close our Super Weekend was. Imagine how close our finals is going to be when the team's stacking up. So getting that extra point per game is going to be massively important here. Very nice shots as well from Freestyle. They're holding this compound down so well, but Orange Rock, they were able to put so much pressure on Reject Scarlet.
Yeah, and we saw Orange Rock actually coming in from the west side, not just Reject Scarlet, but they put so much pressure on so many teams. They tried to go very late for the circle, which was one of the things we've been talking about. Don't always go for the chicken dinner. Sometimes you gotta realize this game we're not gonna win. We're just gonna grab as many points as possible.
Let's look at total damage across this lobby then and see how Orange Rock was able to fare with that. It will be the 2,100 damage coming in for them. And there were still some standout performances elsewhere. Reject Scarlet, Valdus, The Murder, doing very well for themselves. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they did do pretty well, but I want to see even more. I think they have potential to go to the next level, and they're not there yet.
I mean, overall, though, what a great start for Freestyle. Like,
fantastic.
Considering that they did not get to our previous Super Weekend, this has got to be such a huge weight off their shoulders almost.
Sure. It's a massive burden, It's just like they're basically floating a little bit over the ground, like they're levitating,
They're putting a statement down there. Just because we didn't make it Super Weekend doesn't mean that we can't do anything good.
Oh, for sure.
We're here to show you guys. Don't forget about us.
But that also shows the depth of the whole East, right? Like you're coming. They might have not qualified for a Super Weekend. And then you can say like, okay, they're not top 16, but you come in straight in after the weekend. They're prepared very well. They're able to scout and take a little bit of a chance and put this down already from the beginning. It talks to, even though they didn't qualify, our 17th to 20th best teams from last week, they're still able to perform massively against these guys.
Yeah, very nicely done. And let's take a look at our top players here as well from this game and see who was able to shine. That's a lot of Orange Rock. You know what, guys? That's a lot of Orange Rock.
That's not okay.
I'm kind of surprised we have no Mercy there. Not just because he's there, but because they didn't do too well. They only had 4 kills, and we saw them being only 2 people up after one of the first fights against Nova Godlike. So him being able to be up here, that shows how good he is.
Yeah, 4 kills. He's got all the kills from that game by himself, so good for Morph. Good for No Mercy to start off this as well. They needed that.
I concur. Very well done here.
Nice.
But again, Orange Rock, we spoke to them throughout the Super Weekend, got a little bit of a chance to speak to them before as well. They weren't pleased overall, by any stretch of the imagination. So I think we're going to see a hungrier Orange Rock coming into this week.
You know what? Honestly, when you have a rest day like that, if you're able to, fix stuff in that time, when you have, 26, 27 hours off completely, you take a little break personally, and then you start working with your team again, and you get stuff fixed. Communications, you get any problems, you got everything. IGL issues, co-IGL issues. Often in a game like this, when you're playing with your friends, even you will be counter calling. When I'm playing with you guys, I'm like, guys, it's not a good idea to just run to the hot springs all the time.
Especially since they were in the conversation with BTR, the Kings, and Orange Rock being the potential usurpers as they were on the hunt. Froz, what do you have for us?
Well, I want to take a look at how Freestyle actually played this out towards the end there, when they took the north side of the farm. And we're going to see here, we see 1 or 2 people there, 1 there, 1 there. Basically what they're doing is they're just holding it down. And I mean, you can see that they have 1 team there, 2, 3, 4. 4 different enemy teams. And this part of the farm is not too easy to hold, because anybody could basically crash it, or everyone could do it at once. But it's just so amazing to see how they were basically holding out. We can see that these 2, they're basically holding this area. We have Baba down here holding this area. We have Malk over there that is holding basically this whole area. So basically they're holding everything without even peeking. They're just making sure, okay, if someone starts moving up towards us, that's when we start making a move and try to go for whoever is pushing us.
I really love your drawing. I have to
like that too.
I have to say, TSM I think it was Neo. He managed to survive by going this exact route. So Frost, he pointed out, the only way they weren't covering, that's actually where Neo, he was able to find a spot there. He managed to get into the containers and managed to survive for some time as well. But he got found in the end, of course. But it was super well held by this. And they're very aware of, you know, playing with 2 players inside the 2-story building there also means that they can kind of take care of the courtyard if anyone comes inside the walls later in the game.
So I have a question then, because you guys were saying it is difficult to scout out and try and attain farm. But once you're in there, not dissimilar to what we had with Box Gaming and their Fortress hold down where they got their record kills, is this compound very much a fortress if you're able to control it this way?
Yes, in one way it is. Sorry, Avenger, go on.
No, I want to say though, so it's a illustration thing, so I want to point. Can we?
Oh, can we go back?
Just interrupt my entire...
Yeah, so,
okay,
sorry, I want to say though, so this also talks to how important it is for other teams to keep their cars. Because farm is obviously extremely easy to breach. If you breach and you put a car from there to there, you can literally hold down the containers and you will be fine. So if Morph were able to keep a car for later, they could have breached that and they could have potentially gotten a better thing. So this just talks to how important it is to keep your car safe for as long as possible.
So it can be a fortress if you don't have cars to try and push up on it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you don't have cars, you can't get there fast enough. You'll get shut down by the angles they're holding. But if you're 2 guys in a car, the speed alone, like, you'll probably be able to survive with 1 or 2 guys for that. And you'll get close, and then you can take a close quarters combat fight.
So press the Esports Plus button. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. All right, of course, though, everything going on in PUBG Mobile, there's so much going on. But right now, what is also going on is the Royal Pass Season 14. Let's check it out. That's right, me, Kalaris here. I'm the Knight Commander on the left-hand side, or eventually, you know, I'm slowly leveling up, guys. Hold on, hold on. And Frost is the gentleman with the purple hair. Would you pick that one? Are you on?
He's always vibrant, right? But I feel like Sander is a better choice for it.
Think so?
Yeah, colorful. Sander's always going for that. I love it.
Yeah,
maybe,
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, let's take a look at the overall rankings as we have that coming up.
All right, cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Overall ranking.
Let's go overall
It's
ranking.
freestyle. They're at the top.
It's pretty much the same as the map ranking.
Yeah, it
right?
looked like it.
Why did we even shoot
saw.
this?
Identical. No, it's fine.
Hey, look at this. Freestyle got 1 winner chicken dinner.
The only thing we're going to see from off the back of this that's different to the actual map ranking is the fact that 4 teams didn't play.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go down to that.
Let's look at that. Oh, King of Gamers Club,
Unfortunate.
Synergy, T1, and Team IND did not play this.
How dare they not be in the lobby?
Well, they're going to play the rest of the games at
That
least.
is unfortunate. True.
That was weird.
How do you... Okay. So this is kind of a thing I like to talk about when you're playing, you know, on and off.
Okay.
Which one is the best to have a break off of, do you
The first one.
First one.
You think?
Yes.
You wanna have control over the end, and you don't want to have a break because you want to be able to continue on the momentum. But here we go, schedule.
I'm still quite sure that all the other groups, they're like finding their, I love this. I love this break in the second game. Then I can play and then I can analyze the next ones. And then they're like, it's that every single time, you know. They
always find a positive.
Yeah, the situation you're in, you'll always find a positive for that. So I'm quite sure. But I think from a analytical kind of point of view, I think the first game is also a quite good choice.
Fantastic. Right, we've got Sanhok, Erangel coming up. That was the schedule. Let's go over to the commentator team. It's Imperium and Maxman.
Thank you very much indeed. It's going to be Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, coming up. It's all Sanhok this week.
Yep.
It's going to be really fun. Sanhok is intense. We've got snakes, you've got
It
third
is.
parties, fourth parties, fifth parties, sixth parties, as many parties as you want, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a lot of fun for sure. And let's see which team can take the first one.
110%. But I gotta say, coming into this game, I'm not really feeling the best, Max. You know?
You got, what's happening?
I have a bit of a fever.
What kind of fever?
Jungle fever, baby, because yes, indeed, we're going into the jungle. Sanhok, of course. We totally didn't set that up. That was definitely off the cuff.
That was on the air, yeah.
Of course, the teams that we do have sitting out for this game too, it is going to be Team Secret, Reject, Scarlet, RQ, and TSM. So 2 of the teams that performed well in Game 1 are not playing in Game 2. Let's see how, of course, it affects their momentum. But either way, these 16 teams do have the first Sanhok game of the day to get as many points as they can.
Now, one good thing at least, TSM Entity, they're not here. We're not going to have weird breaches on Painan. That's one thing you can look forward to at least. You know, TSM Entity, they're not going to be here to do that. Going to be having a few teams dropping up. Of course, you're going to have T1, they're going to go for Bootcamp. They got contested a few times in the past. Will that be the case this time around on Bootcamp? I'm intrigued to see, as Bigatron, they're going for a similar location. Last time, they had a really interesting like 2-2 split up north towards Hattin and also towards Tatmok. I'm intrigued to see if they're going to repeat that, because I believe they are actually sending 2 players towards Hattin. And there we go. The circle is going to be on the west.
It's on the west, but of course it occupies all 3 areas of Sanhok, right? Mainland, Northwest Island, Southwest Island. Orange Rock have themselves spread out quite nicely. BTR are going to be heading up to Hatting. Team IND are going to be basically on Camp Alpha. It's going to be boot camp, baby. T1 and No Chance team along with Morph team.
I was questioning if T1 was going to get contested in boot camp. I mean, yes, I think this is the answer you can
really?
get. Yeah, yes, wow, there's 2 other teams around here.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, no, that was what? I forgot what movie that was actually.
I don't know what movie it's from. I just know
doing it for the memes at this point. But yeah, like I would say Yeonjun, try and get back to the rest of your team. But I like at least the fact that these teams, they all got their separate locations. But Morph, they got 2-2 split. They got 2 members actually in this dead center of boot camp. They are not quite ready to take a fight just yet. So they got to try and rethink it. Or do they want to leave, or do they want to send 2 other players into boot camp to take a full-on going fight?
Now, I was talking to T-God, who's basically coach/manager for No Chance team, and he's saying that actually on the Sunday games last week of the Super Weekend, and they had a little bit of kind of connection issues on the first 3 games, and that's kind of part of what aided them having bad results. But I will say for the first game of today, they didn't have a good result, so it kind of starts to think, well, is that the case, or is it just them really not performing well?
And that's what they all say. Oh, it's Wi-Fi. That's my excuse when I look. Oh, goddamn Wi-Fi. Get out of here. Oh. I feel it, you know, it's fine.
My teammates' fault. I always blame Maxman. Even if I'm not playing with him, I'll just, oh, Maxman's fault.
Well, Maxman, he's like calling me, and it got my phone shut down or something.
Oh, Maxman. Oh, Max. See, whatever happens in life, guys watching,
always blame me.
Always blame Maxman. Exactly. You know, he's French. It's normal.
You fail an exam, blame Maxman.
Exactly.
It's fine. I'll take it. You know what? If I can help you guys get away from sticky situations, I'll luckily be the bouc émissaire, as you would say in French.
It's like, John, why don't you have your homework? Maxman Ada. You know?
No, go. Thank. I mean, I don't know how to take that, but I think I shall take offense. Thank you very much, Imperium. Okay.
I'm actually quite proud of that, to be honest. Anyway.
I'm not. But now we're going to be seeing T1, what they usually do, they go towards the warehouse segment of boot camp to go more over to the eastern side, because that's how they like to breach from. They don't want to really like leaving the U-shaped building in the center. They like to go from that center and try and push like as a team in the specific buildings, or that can also allow them to leave, which is actually what they're going to do, hoping that Morph doesn't see them.
It's actually very hard for pretty much all the teams around boot camp, because when you really look at it, and where our teams are located around them, you have Orange Rock on the Northwest Island that could easily look up across the water. You have Nova Godlike now rotating down, looking possibly in the direction of T1 if they do hear those footsteps. You are kind of on the high ground with T1 on the low ground, so it's not going to be easy.
T1 a little bit lucky that Nova Godlike were not looking at that location at the exact right time when they were actually crossing over the road. Otherwise, that could have been completely a different scenario for them. And T1 just lacking and looking for a little bit of extra information over on the eastern side. That's fine, because there's a lot of room to play with. But one team's position I love in this Circle Imperium, because he has every single island in play, is going to be Orange Rock. Here it is, the shots are taken. Raid is going to be once again absolutely battered. Yeonjun just get the nice knock initially, and Smoke is going to come and fight straight back. They got 2 members knocked. Vampire will follow suit, also getting knocked himself. And now T1, they got a nice line to play with. So many different angles that Nova Godlike are having a hard time responding to.
Sanhok.
Just one. Sanhok.
No, like, it's genuinely poor rotational play coming out for Nova Godlike, but now is Yeonjun. It's going to be on top of the hill, overlooking where Smokey is, but Smokey's behind the rock. It is just really, honestly, poor rotational play, and they got to know that there's going to be at least one team in boot camp, and with the circle, they're most likely going to be somewhat disengaging from boot camp relatively early. It is genuinely just a lack of, like, they were all in a line. They weren't even spread out in a way that they could at least retaliate. It was just basically, you know, like sitting ducks.
They did the exact same as T1, but no, T1, they had no team having information on them, and that was not the case for Novus. It comes also down to luck at some time, and also why would you go for that kind of rotation when you are lacking information? So you know what,
exactly.
Novus like taking a little bit of an L on that one, losing 2 players early on, and T1, I like it now. They know they're potentially taking a 5 versus the 2 other members. They're going for 2-2 split, taking the high ground advantage to get rid of Nova Godlike's entire team and potentially eliminate them in 16th position. ZZP gets the information, cooking up that grenade. As Saden's slowly going to be pushing on the side. He's got a shotgun available. Nice. Hits a little bit of damage down on Content. They know now that one player's going to be, he's going to try and run away. He hits it. Nice shotgun play by Saden. Hits it also with a headshot. And that's an instant kill. 3 points so far for T1. They are going aggressive on this one.
3 points for Gryffindor. But I was talking to Missile of T1 as well, actually, yesterday. Super nice guy, and he was talking about, you know, representing South Korea and being the sole representative, incredibly proud. But he also talked about how nervous he was in the first couple of days and how that affected their performance. But as they're coming into week 2, let's see if they can perform better.
Tries to go for the flush, can't quite get on ZZP, unfortunately, but now they know exactly where Smokey is, and now they might get rid of the entire team. I would have just snaked my way out of this one and try and remain for the late game.
Oh no.
Team 1 now it is. Grenades come out. It's right behind Smokey. Greatly thrown over by Yunjun. That is why I said it slowly. Please don't shoot.
Yeah.
Take that opportunity. Wasn't even able to get the flush on ZZP, and now they go out in 16th position.
2 games in a row, they're going to score basically 1 point. 1 point on each game, so to speak. But now, No Chance team and Morph team still inside bootcamp with Valdez joining in.
Yep, they're going to be on the more northern side, but I like it. We talked about it, right? We had a 2-2 split from Morph. They send the 2 other players over in the central position of bootcamp. That shows that they do want to take a full ongoing fight versus No Chance team. No Chance team, a team that on the first week in the league play, top of the standings, finished up in 4th position, and then in the actual Super Weekend, last position, up and down. We want to see consistent results from this team. Oh, Heineken.
Moors. Heineken gets stabbed in the back by Zabar 0-1 of Morph team. That's going to send a bit more of a message to No Chance team. You got to watch where you're going, my friends.
I'm going to watch indeed, as now No Chance still get information. KOS going self a nice little angle right there to stop them from pushing over. They're able to get one player. No Mercy will be the man up front in the building, gathering information for the rest of their team. But they have Godless, the man himself, top damage and top kills overall. Gets full little bit of utility chucked over to Rensky. But now they're not going to push any further. I thought really Rensky was going to try and go for the peak, but Godless able to just extract himself from the equation and remain passive for the time being.
I wasn't sure if that was a flash or a smoke. I knew it wasn't a grenade, but nice smoke just to kind of give Godless a little bit of space. But I think that was actually T1 from up above, third-partying No Chance team. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't quite see it on the feed, but at least I see Godless is knocked down.
I love it when teams get himself into boot camp and rotate on the high ground. It's just such a nice position to play with. But now Valdez, hey, they want to join the equation. Get a nice knockdown onto Zab. And now they're looking to finish the kill. I mean, Valdez, they are feeling confident. They crossed over into the central potential position of boot camp. They want to get involved. They want all of these kills, and they need them.
Someone pointed out that kind of we are seeing a couple of small other pocket fights between King of Gamers and Udo Gang. We see Boza is going to be confirmed, so King of Gamers is going to be put under a little bit of pressure, but at least bouncing back. So that's just something to keep an eye on. But definitely this battle in boot camp between these 3 teams is really going to kick off sooner rather than later.
Imagine if T1 didn't move. They would you would have 4 teams basically in boot camp at this point.
Pretty
it would
much.
be absolute mayhem at this point in time. Will be intriguing to see. But now still, you got T1, they got the high ground, they just get information. If they can find a few kills, steal them away, it could be huge. But Phase 1 Circle Imperium is about to close up. Might put an end to the fight of boot camp a little bit prematurely.
We'll have to see where it does go. Could it go in either direction towards either area of Sanhok? It goes up the west, primarily up on the northwest island, which is going to put a bit more pressure on the teams in boot camp.
Killeris must be really happy over there, just, kind of shaking his hands together.
He's doing a little dance.
He's doing a little... He's having a good time, but you know what? One team that likes to go for the high ground is going to be Team IND, contested also by Bigatron. They're going to be fighting for that high ground position, because if it does end up going up north on the mountaintop, there's only one team that can hold that position. Otherwise, it's going to be ending up in a really big fight.
Just looking in the replay, the moment that Nova Godlike got taken out by T1, and then T1 were able to focus their attention basically on the teams who are now inside boot camp. So good start coming out from T1 as Team IND looking for BTR.
The fight of the top that we mentioned earlier, right, is Team IND. They got themselves so far the central position of the high ground. Biggotron, they tried to get there first, a little bit too slow on that rotation, so they won't be able to get the buildings under control. As Biggotron trying to go for a little bit of a wraparound, potentially making a little bit of a split to try and breach this area in 2 different angles. But I think that here you can remain in this position without taking a fight directly with Team IND. They should be safe. There's no reason to really push aggressively unless you 100% know they will go up north.
Team that I want to point out, not saying it's going to have an effect right now, but if BTR stay where they are and Megastars, who are on the basically far west side of the Northwest Island, basically to the west of Camp Alpha, if they kind of go a little bit more to the east, they could catch out BTR. So, you know, they're not super safe.
Slayer was going actually a little bit far forward there, gathering information. So interested to see if Slayer will try and get the fight versus Biggotron. I think that this is not a fight that any of these 2 teams want to try and take in the early stages. But anyways, that fight will not really happen for the time being unless we know 100% it will get confirmed to go up north. We were talking a little bit about the river, the cross section of the river where Orange Rock, you got T1, also Valdus, you got Morph, you got yourself also, like, you just got all of these 4 teams really playing around that location because it allows a lot of rotation to go up north or down south if it does end up also going to Ruins, which could happen.
And here's the thing, like, there's actually quite a decent bit of space. Teams aren't going into the center of this kind of circle as early simply because you don't know exactly where it's going to shift towards between the 3 areas. But now that it's more on the northwest, we are seeing teams moving a little bit quicker, a little bit more swiftly. T1 have made their way across to the Northwest Island. So Valdus, but Orange Rock are in between, and will Orange Rock look to take advantage? So far, not yet.
I mean, not yet, because T1's actually able to cross over. They actually stay able to send ZZP, and the rest of the team is trying to cross over as the time being. Also, same for Synergy, so I think it'll be really intriguing to see if we can pan over to those fights extremely soon. A lot of teams also down south of the circle, taken down slowly because of Phase 2 Blue Zone. Have to keep that on our minds. There's no chance. Actually, Heineken was able to get Res back up as Morph. They lost a member. That was Zabri, was shut down earlier by Valdus, the murder. So now this is going to be turned into a 4v3. I really do seem that it does seem like No Chance don't want to take this fight. They send another member a little bit further away, down south of boot camp. They have no intention of committing to this fight. They want to get in circle.
Now as you level up, Box Gaming and you do all outside the circle, gonna have a 3-way dance. We see Manpran getting knocked down. Actually, no, his jumper getting knocked down and getting confirmed by you level up.
Yeah, and Yudu, they just know they don't want to take this one head on. They got Jumper, one of their, banner men of Yudu Gang, doing stellar performances, and he's going to be unfortunately taken out early. So the 3-man, they know they don't really have the man advantage to take this fight head on. They're swiftly going to be moving away. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, Phase 2 closing up, and it does go up north.
Nice.
Mountain's going to be a little bit somewhere on the edge, but that's going to be forcing all of the teams down south. You level up, Box Gaming, also Yudu. They have to cross over the river right now, which is always a risky thing to do on a map of Sanhok.
True, but I actually genuinely think this is probably one of the best circles that all of the teams could have asked for. I know it still puts a lot of pressure on the teams down south, but at least it's pretty much confirmed to be on that Northwest Island. It's going to help Freestyle, it's going to help Megastars, and it's going to help T1, but T1 are going to be put under pressure potentially by BTR. So let's see how it goes down as you level up and Yudu Gang still getting close to each other, this time around the Tambang area.
I mean, they can't use that car anymore. I would be interested to see if they could actually use the boat to go towards Tambang.
Possibly.
The western side. What would you do actually on that situation?
I think I see what you did there. Oh my god.
That's my joke of the day. I'll stop now.
God, I thought I had a jungle fever. Now I just feel sick. But no, honestly, it's a good question you ask. Boat rotation, this stage of the game, too late. But earlier on, yes, it would have made sense.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, there's not a lot of teams after we know that because we're like the gods of this game. We know everything that's happening on the map. So
okay,
we know exactly. But except Freestyle, really, there's no team that could really pose a threat to those kind of boat rotations later.
Well, Galaxy Race themselves.
Also Galaxy, they're a little bit more inland, but that could be completely a valid option. I think they're more interested to go over to the compound of Galaxy Race themselves. But we know that you level up and you do. They're going to get into a fight very soon if it's against each other or versus Galaxy Race themselves.
At the end of the day, Max, we still have 54 players in this lobby, right? We're coming into Phase 4 of Sanhok, baby. where most of the teams are down the south, will be clashing together around the water/bridge area as you come into phase 4. That's where Fredo going into the water just to provide a little bit of extra. I don't think that was necessarily done on purpose, but I definitely think he knows he has to kind of use that water to his advantage.
I'm a little bit skeptical of UD right now because they are hesitating, like, is there a team here, yes or no? I think that, like, they have a big chance of actually having a team there, so they're going to be very careful of their approach. But they're sending 2 players forwards. MJ, Ultra not holding that line over there, but now they get information. They see Fredo, they see Drax, as Paranji just guaranteeing really the way for them to get himself into the compound. I like the fact that they kept that 1 player backwards, but now Ultron's going to be refocused. Nice. Drax is going to be turned into a 4v2. They get first knockdown, turn into now a second. Galaxy Racer Celts really taking the toll on UD Gank, and now down to 1 player, which is going to be Manparanj.
Manprang was doing a great job of flanking on top of the hill, but considering UD were at a man disadvantage, I still feel like that was overall poor by UD. You got it, in my eyes, full send on their compound when you're pretty confident that there is a team there, because if they weren't confident a team was there, they wouldn't have Manprang on top of the hill. As a Geronimo, he jumps down. Nice dive, I'll give that a 7 out of 10.
The Olympics of diving. It's still called diving, right? I think that's what it is, but nice still jump out of Manparang. And yeah, so now Galaxy Racer Celts still holding to that compound. They've got to move up. They're still on the edge, but the circle's about to close up as you level up, actually able to just skirt their way in front of them, stop them potentially from rotating into the next circle, and the next circle will actually shift over to Camp Alpha, the poor man's boot camp, as you like to call it, Imperium. And there you go. That's going to be forcing now all of the teams 100% over to the river, and Synergy, they're going to be one of the first to respond. Survey was already on the other side of the river, making that rotation even easier.
It's also going to be fantastic for Freestyle, because now Freestyle can just basically wrap on the west and come into Camp Alpha and make that land their own. But it's got to be all about these teams who are now heavily outside the circle. We're looking at U-High, we're looking at Galaxy Racer Celts. Galaxy Racer Celts have had a couple of players knocked down, but they were at least able to keep them up as a full squad. As you level up, going to be playing up on towards the roof to get that little bit of extra angle and information.
I like this. The reason why he can just stay in the compound now, potentially allow the rest of the team to move on forward towards the circle, and then they can just go for the backstab play from Yugzwan. I think this is really valuable information. Grenade comes out onto Winter. Will it connect though? It does get him down to mid-health, but now the blue zone's going to be upon them very soon. It's going to be phase 4. They've got to be careful. Grenade down on top of Celts. That's perfectly cooked. Gordon Ramsay would be proud.
That was nicely cooked grenade indeed. Another one is going to be thrown out as well.
Boy.
Not necessarily confirms MJ, but at least put pressure onto Tanky, as Huzian is going to be taking that blue zone tick damage as it closes his way in. Ultron gets a lovely knockdown onto Jackson, gets a confirmation. Winter goes outside of the building, is going to be put under pressure by Tanky. A nice knockdown. Going to leave that one member of You level up on top of the roof, and the other member, Q Mao, is actually swimming across on the northwest island, but his shots are coming out. That's going to be a great play by Rox, and he's going to go down.
This is a fight that's not helping out any of these two squads in Imperium, but you still, as you mentioned there, right, you have Q Mao still making it out of You level up, so they'll still remain alive, whereas Galaxy Racer Celts, they're going to have to try and go through a little bit of a fight to cross over this river, but Orange Rock, they get eliminated.
Wow.
And I thought they have one of the better positions to rotate into the circle, but they get taken out early.
It's because they stayed where they are. Megastars came in, breached, but now as the fight on top of the hill is going to involve Team IND, Valdis, Morph, and then on the other side you have BTR and T1 clashing close to each other. Snacks gets knocked down. Valdis, the murder, looking to push their way in and claim the tippity top of the mountain. But at the end of the day, right now, they're only halfway there. It's Kratos. It's a lovely knockdown on Galar, but it gets clapped back.
Turn into now a 3v2. Valdis, they're going for the push. I saw an AUG in the feed right there. That could be some big pog plays. They confirm the kill onto Snacks, and now they got to try and commit. They need to get rid of Team IND because you can't go down a hill. If you leave a team remaining on the mountaintop, you would get absolutely battered in the back. Now, Trance really waiting for as much potential information before fully committing to. And I like he's just trying to know exactly where all of the members of Valdis are currently localized before going for his push. Slayer also getting a little bit of an angle here. Peeks up, doesn't get any damage from
nice
opportunity. And here it is now, Valdis, they go for the push, leaving now Slayer alone. He's going to try his best to take this fight in a 1v3 versus Valdis, but I don't think it's going to go too well for him, and he's going to get destroyed. Team IND did not expect the northern rotation from Valdis, and they get destroyed because of it.
Really great engagement, though, coming out from Valdis. They played it as an actual team, but I want to talk about that next circle because it shifted so heavily to the west that it's down the mountain. But on the feed, you have Morph team basically going to avoid Valdez because they know they have to get inside the circle.
Yeah, I was like, I really thought they were going to fully commit to it, but they're like, actually, not quite ready to take a fight. We need to aim for the circle. We need to aim for the long game. I like that approach from Morph. And now they're going to try and get themselves good position. Getting right close to T1. They cruise on by T1. They might even cruise through, but actually they crash into a tree right next to Bigatron. And that might be the end of Morph as they lose 2 players right there. Synergy also get eliminated in the feed. 10 teams now remaining. That was a weird rotation coming up on this team.
Yeah, hello darkness, my old friend. As T1 get eliminated in 10th place. 9 teams left standing. Galaxy Racer Cells still trying to hold on up the mountain they go. But BTR ready to take them down 1 by 1. There's no chance team also joining in on a full Microboy on the edge of the cliff side, getting 1 knockdown. Gonna get the confirmation. Now it's just Heineken against Microboy. And it's gonna be Microboy getting the 1v3 for BTR.
There you go, Bigatron, the kings of the world, and they prove why as they get rid of the entire squad. 17 now remaining in this one. That was huge, but now they still are not out of the woods, Imperial. Well, out of the mountain, should I even say. They got to go downhill next to the compound of Camp Alpha, where a lot of teams have set up residence. It's not going to make things easy for them, as Box also get eliminated in the feed. Bigatron, they got to make their way down, but they still got a lot of rocks and trees to play with.
What they say about Freestyle and what they had to do, which they did in the previous phase, which is rotate down west and go into Camp Alpha. Now they have prime position on the northern tip of the circle, but Valdez the Murder are there. You still have 1 player left of Morph team, right? So that could come in to contention, but as we've seen Valdez engage on the likes of Team IND so far, honestly, I would fear for Valdez if I was Freestyle.
Valdez, the team that's been known for going for third parties. They third party early in boot camp. They third partied early on the mountaintop versus Team IND, and now they're going for the re-engage over here in Camp Alpha. They want to get rid of these squads over here. They got Freestyle, still got 1 player of Morph around the corner, trying to aim for the long game. He knows he can't take this fight head on. It's not worth it. He's getting straight behind Freestyle. But actually, they're going to go more on the western side of Camp Alpha. They could get straight on angle on both Kashuf and also Fuhusturuku. I have a hard time saying that name.
But there is still Baba ready to become bye onto Valdez to Murder. I know that was an absolutely terrible pun, but I'm going to keep on going forward as Megastars gonna get dropped, but Microboy is gonna get dropped in return. Zuxi coming in from the blue zone. He doesn't exactly know where all the players are, but he has no idea where Freestyle is, but he's playing against the blue zone closing in. You still have the 1 player of Morph team crawling his way through as Valdez and Murder are full squad.
Who gonna get knocked away by that grenade? Microball confirmed by the blue zone indeed, but now he has an angle. They don't expect Mercy of Morph to be around here. Martin doesn't see it. And still there's 1 player, Baba from Freestyle right behind it, but they do get the information at the very last second, get the intel. No Mercy still taking his time. He is not moving an inch. Imperium taking his time, and hopefully he will be able to escape with his life unscathed.
He's just like, don't move. They don't know where you are. They're too... Oh my god! Oh my god! Come on, No Mercy! Go for strike while the iron is hot! What the hell, Velmoth? How are you not? I just don't know. No Mercy!
Oh, he's got to use that first aid right away, but you got to wait for them to move away so he can actually use that wall as protection. But Armjin has yet to move away, really denying it, but he goes for the fight. He gets it. No Mercy connects 1 kill, but he can't get the flash. He's got to run on forward, and I think he might just get confirmed by Valdez. That will indeed be the case, but boy, that was the sneakiest play I've ever seen in PMWL.
Hey, look, still great game by Morph team, getting themselves into the top 4, but now we're down to the top 2 teams as Megastars gets dropped. You level up against Valdez and Murder. It is going to be 1v3.
There you go. Kamau did the good decision to dispatch away from the rest of his team, and now it'll be turned into a 1v3. Valdez going to try their best to try and get multiple angles. I like how they're spreading. This is how you play it. This is by the book. If you do have the man advantage, spread to create multiple angles of fire. Grenade doesn't quite connect from Kamau.
Went in between the 2 Valdez players, but another one goes up. Surely Kamau is going to get spotted. Connor's going to see those shots.
I mean, that's giving his location away by taking so many grenade shots, but there you have it. Valdez the Murder. They come out on top, and they will be taking the first Sanhok win over here of the Sanhok week. It was great plays. They aimed for the position. They took third party after third party, and now rewards them with a big old chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was that initial engagement onto kind of IND that we saw that proved to me that they had what it took to claim this chicken dinner in Sanhok. They were so coordinated. They were a little bit lucky towards the end that No Mercy kind of didn't strike while he had a bigger opportunity, but at the end of the day, how strong they looked spoke for itself.
Normally we choose like the MVP of the game. The sneakiest player here was definitely No Mercy. That was great fun. A lot of stuff to break down, so we're going to be sending it straight on over to the desk.
Game 2 down here for our second week, and it is Valdus, the Murder, getting themselves the win here. Joining me, Froz and Erangel, for all of the breakdowns for our Sanhok game. There was a small part of me that thought maybe Freestyle was going to get the back-to-back. They had a great position over towards Camp Alpha, however, it was not to be. Actually, we can take a look at the overall standings from this game and how the points were able to come in through that as well, as we have 30 points going to Valdus. Impressive stuff.
Remember when I told you they could gear up one more time and they would just be better? This is what I was talking about. I wanted to see this.
What gear is this? Is this the 7th or the 8th gear they're in?
This is just free. The third gear. So they still got more to give us.
Wow.
Wait, well, that could be huge.
Yeah.
Potentially.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We'll see though. Biggitron 10 kills. We have 3 teams with 10 kills.
Yeah.
Ourselves as well. So very nice to see from them.
And also, of course, no chance in getting himself 8 kills, even though they ended up on a 9th place. It's not bad. It's super good.
Yeah.
That's correct. I mean, when you look at how this game played out, here is our 9th through 16th as well, is that some of the teams that were able to rack up big kill numbers were basically welcoming people to that northwest island. It can be difficult for other teams to get onto their Avenger, and even when they are on there, trying to find a decent position can be tenuous at best.
Yeah, and usually when you go from big island to some of the small islands, something you can get, you can get some flowers around your neck and you start partying. But not in this case. You go on the top of the mountain and you get absolutely destroyed by everything. You see some of the guys that are trying to run in. They're sitting in super aggressive positions. We saw some 1v3s as well, and a lot of teams had to give up to the blue, and this is often the case in Sanhok. So I really liked how Freestyle was able to rotate ahead and play ahead of that and get into a good position for that. I think that came with kind of the boost from the last game.
Another team that had a really good rotation was actually Megastars. They came from Cal, they took a boat, and they went over to the northwest island and basically just had the west side for himself for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And I mean, they did really good of that. They got himself a 3rd place with 4 kills, so hey, good job.
I was so keen to talk about all of these teams, but we're still focusing on Valdus the Murder. Let's take a look at their numbers that have come in so far, as we have 1,500 damage, a lot of healing. They went through the ringer.
I mean, they had to fight their way in, and we saw them kind of mid-game. They heard some fight in boot camp. They were like, hey guys, do we want to get involved and get some kills? Yes, indeed. Well, they went there, they didn't find too much, and then they just moved on and went to the Northwest Island instead.
With this level of fighting, they should have probably considered becoming professional boxers or something like that. That's a lot. That's probably one of the highest ratios in terms of healing too. We had one more with 2,000, but a very high ratio considering how much damage they were able to put out themselves as well. So they fought for it and they deserved it, I would say.
I'm scared for the 4th through 7th gears for us. We'll see. We'll see. Here's the Mountain Dew do the do moments from our first game of Sanhok, and it was a difficult circle to start off because we've seen it actually before here at the PMWL East, where all 3 islands are very heavily included, and that creates problems.
Yeah, that creates a lot of problems. Where do you want to play from? Where is the circle gonna go? We had a team like Orange Rock dropping in Trifecta, for example.
Yeah.
They were trying to hold that down, but I think they didn't take enough control.
Yeah.
They could have spread up a little bit more, split up a little bit, make sure they had more control. They didn't want to do that. But on the other hand, we had some fighting boot camp, of course, as well. Morph, T1, no chance team, all free drop there in the start. And of course, as we saw, that Valdus actually went there later on, but by then T1 already left.
You know what, that's extremely impressive as well. You know, when you start on the big island, the eastern side of it, and then you get all the way over to Oahu, or whatever you call the smaller islands of Hawaii,
Pardon?
The Oahu? The smaller islands of
course,
Hawaii,
yes.
The northwestern island as known in normal terms.
Toffees was here being so depressed.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's not correct.
We'll say, like, that rotation, thinking of third-partying a little bit of boot camp and then still managing to get over to Camp Alpha is very impressive. Usually when you go, and I mean, that's also what we can kind of relate the total healing from, right? They have been so far. They have traveling from the eastern side of the big island and all the way over to the northwestern island on the Camp Alpha area.
We saw Team IND actually holding the top of the mountain for a long time, but I feel like that wasn't the right play, not for that team at least, because they didn't hold it down good enough. We saw a lot of teams actually congesting up towards them, and they couldn't really hold the line there. If you can't do that, what you want to do is play in the compound on the lower ground instead, because that's not where you want to play from if you can't actually make too many points from it.
So there are a few teams with 10 kills. Let's take a look at who was nipping at the heels of Valdus the Murder, as we have Biggitron.
Wow!
Geez,
Even.
This is a really interesting spread, actually. Biggitron, GXR Celts, T1, all really keeping up pace, but not actually having as decent placement as some of our top teams there.
Yeah, even Steven here, but we see T1, of course, he got himself a 10th place with 4 kills. But look at the damage, though. That comes out from them having the fight in boot camp against 2 teams, but also straight after that, he went for early rotation and got himself towards the center of the circle, actually.
I really love when it's kind of top-heavy, but not top-heavy because of where you managed to place, but because of how aggressive you were throughout the game. So, like, yes, 4 kills, but they got 1,400 damage. That has had a huge impact for T1 towards the other teams there. So that's pretty crazy to see for me, honestly.
A lot of it, of course, comes down fighting in boot camp. You can't really get the flushes when you get the knocks because people are peeking the windows and from rooftops, and then when they get knocked, they're behind cover straight away. So there's nothing to just first straight away.
Yeah. So interesting to see how these teams had to actually approach our first Sanhok of the day. And considering we've got a lot of Sanhok coming up, does this one give you any indication or is anything telling from how people have played things out? We can take a look at our top players whilst we're actually talking about this.
So one thing that surprised me was that Orange Rock actually didn't push Bigatron on the north side towards Hatin again, because we saw them doing that during the Super Weekend in the last Sanhok, and they were successful. They know that Bigatron is doing a 2-2 split, and they got one of them last time, but this time they didn't even go for it.
Yeah, nice to see Ultra and Godless and Microboy. It's the familiar faces. Yeah, it is. 5, 5, and 6 kills. Also very nice to see the representative of Valdez. 3 kills, Armjohn with 566 damage as well. So good to see him up there. Obviously, they won the game, so they have to have one of the top players here based off the kills. I believe there is no one on 4 kills, so he's the best performer in the top 4 there.
There you go. There you go. As you say, familiar faces, and it is interesting to see how that plays out. GXR Celts, even though the placement hasn't been phenomenal just yet, it's nice to see that consistency.
Yeah.
Continuing on here from our previous Super Weekend. They got that win. They pushed themselves up to 3rd place in that, and it's been a pleasure actually watching them and how they've been playing things out, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and we talk about it all the time. It's not about winning the chicken dinner, it's about getting as many points as possible, and that is exactly what we see from GXR Celts in every game. They know, even if we can't win it, we're going to grab a lot of points. We're going to just swoop them up and grab it with us.
Swooping them up. Let's swoop up the overall rankings then and see what is what. To see if Freestyle's been knocked off the perch here for a moment. And yes, they will have. Valdez, the murder, have got themselves 41 points up towards the top there so far. But Freestyle, 38 points. They had a great position towards Camp Alpha. I thought they were going to be able to go for the back-to-back, but...
Remember the qualifying points. They're like 10 points away from basically guarantee them qualifying as well. So Freestyle is laughing right now with these 2 fantastic games here to start with.
A few teams here down from the 11th and 20th. So I'm going to have to be looking out for situations. Nova Godlike, 2 games down already, but only 2 points to their name. They need to change things quickly because they did not qualify for our previous Super Weekend, so they're going to have to change stuff up.
Yeah, and I mean, you might say 2 games in only. We still got a lot of games to still have 6 more to play through the week here, but that is not good enough. You got to step it up right now. There's no time to lose here. Every point will matter. Every game matters.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll come over in a few as we take a little walk down Kyolaris Avenue. Come with me this way as we go and talk to the new commentators. They're not really new, but they're kind of part of the furniture at this point. Kind of like my grandma's, curtains.
Your grandma is fashionable. I would say
grandma.
it's more the armchair in the corner.
Yeah, I could take that as well.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Fashionable
I'll take
grandma.
It. Fashionable grandma. She's got some cool curtains. She's got some cool couches or chairs, whatever. You know what? Let's drop by there sometimes. Get some cookies and discuss ASOS,
No, you're right, actually.
Yeah. With this.
That's the grandfather's chair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Unfashionable.
I hope you can hear that.
You
excited for the games?
He's a loud laugher. It's going to be good.
There you go.
Ready.
So good. And that was talking to the commentator. In-depth analysis. I'm gone this way. See you in a few.
Fair enough.
It's all me. I'm a bad human being. I'm so sorry.
That's fantastic, though.
So we got Grandma and Grandpa over there.
No, James was happy to visit his grandparents without having to travel back to UK there. That was fantastic.
I'm just a bad person. This is what I incite in this desks. Let's take a look at top 100 as well, because you at home can be top 100 if you continue to be watching things for the PUBG Mobile World League.
Nice.
All you have to do is be watching, gain yourself some points, be top 100.
Be top 100 with me.
Not with Froz, and you can get exclusive rewards.
My chin's hurt now from smiling and laughing at that.
We were trying to not be loud as well.
To be fair, well played by John for being self-aware, you know?
Sure. He was getting ahead of it, right? He knew the second hit was going to get there. Oh, the guys are fantastic. Fashion sense as well. I like it.
Let's take a look at the schedule. We've had 2 games down, 3 more to go, in fact, as well. And yeah, it will be Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. And just to be serious for a moment here, we have a lot of fun here actually doing this show. We are a great bunch of lads, great bunch of family here joining you for the PMWL East, and we're very happy to be bringing you the show as things do go down. So, Erangel on the way here, guys. Anything you've taken away from our first one, maybe going into the next one, Froz?
Yes, Morph actually went for South George. That is kind of interesting because we saw them go Milta Power before, and we saw that during the Super Weekend we had T1 actually going for Milta Power, but only in 1 game. So I'm wondering what's going to happen there, and a lot of teams in North Georgia as well.
All right, well, we're getting into it. Let's head over to our commentary team once again. I even wanted to ask Xander about the music I'd suggested to him, but then it all went awry. We've got the Grandma's chair and the Grandpa's chair. Enjoy.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Well, to paraphrase John Masefield, 1902 wrote the poem Sea Fever. I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea in the sky, where all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. I can only echo those sentiments as we head into Erangel once again. I cannot wait. He said I was a grandfather.
What are you on about?
I have to quote 1902, man. You know, it was when I was born.
Where are you going? Come back to reality. Come back from the past. We're in the present. We're here on Sanhok, playing PAB.
What is this new?
We're not even on Sanhok. We're on
Erangel. It is. It's certainly powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragons. There, this newfangled technology.
Yeah, can we get one of those chips in your head? Keep you on track, you know.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah.
Match number 3 in week number 2. Blank. We're going to be getting into Erangel with a Southern Plain.
Nasty. I'll put it that way. It's towards very much on the south side. Milta Power open. It tends to be a hotly contested spot. And what's cool is also on Sanhok, 3 teams within boot camp at the same time. So it feels like now we've got these players from the bottom 4 from the Super Weekend coming back into the running. Everyone's we're juggling the drop spots once again. So it's kind of cool. I like it. I enjoy it. It's good to see.
Excitement, and I think that was really sort of the story of the first week, especially during the opening week as well, was these weird playing paths with the slightly crazy circles. So a lot of the teams should be a little bit more familiar with how these other squads are going to adapt to that. Hopefully they'll be able to play around that and use that information they've gathered over the previous days to their advantage, give themselves that leg up.
IND are going to be super happy with this playing path because they get straight down into Sosnovka military base. It's going to provide them with a lot of loot. They're going to get very, very well situated down here and be able to leave a lot earlier, which is probably the biggest thing, because Sosnovka military base, sometimes it's actually quite out of the way. This actually works out excellently for them. So it goes off to the east side, and getting across that eastern bridge is fairly easy most of the time. The major issue they have here is that the majority of the teams, they're gonna have to be on the southern side of this circle. So getting out of the bridge itself, it's gonna be a mad dash to find a free compound somewhere. But look at this, Milta Power, it's open once again. I don't know what it is with Milta Power and teams. They just don't want to go there. Like, that's next to the water. We don't like the water. We're not gonna go there.
It is quite a tricky place to rotate out of. It has to be said, especially if you know there's some teams who like to drop around Lipovka, and especially with Bigatron guarding you in Milta, it can be difficult to make that rotation, but even so, it's such a valuable loot spot, right? Like, there's some really nice places that you can get to, moving through Shelter, moving to the north of Milta. It's kind of, you're right. It's kind of weird. Speaking of kind of weird.
So Reject Scarlet just rocked up and was like, please kill us. Thank you. That would be excellent. We are offering up our lives. And now, you know what, TSM Entity, they're actually just going to rush them down.
But they did lose Jonathan in the process. So, it's, so far it's a 1-for-1. They've left one player down for Reject Scarlet, and it looks like they were trying to chase out the kill, but they're just going to trade 1-for-1. Early fights going on, and that is quite uncommon. I mean, don't waste your bullets when you've got a buggy.
Yeah, and I mean, the guy has no vest or anything to even try and stop this. I mean, the vest wouldn't have stopped it anyway. Let's put it that way.
Got freestyle just over the way as well, so TSM Entity do have to be careful. If they get spotted out by Kashuf, might be curtains for them, but in that single outpost player for freestyle, you probably don't want to be taking that.
You're slightly in the danger zone there, but in this situation, Kashuf also got a lot of utility on board. He got all the weapons on board as well, and TSM Entity they're running with iron sights, so taking those long range fights not necessarily the best for them. And TSM Entity, I'm really liking what's going on here. They're heading up to the northeast. They had taken a central position, but losing that fourth player, it doesn't give you that same kind of firepower, doesn't give you that same kind of strength in firefights. So they're going to go off to the edge of the circle and try play there instead. I'm really happy with that move. I'm on board with it.
RRQ dropping in Pachinki, the central spot that everybody looks at with envy. Well, maybe not everyone, but I certainly do. I mean, I think that Pachinki is such a valuable drop spot, and I think you kind of agree it's a very central rotation spot.
I think you do agree.
You agree with me, yes?
Don't you, Sandy? Yeah, you agree with that. Yeah, I do. In fact, I do. I mean, here specifically in this lobby as well, I agree more than ever because most teams like to play edge, taking a bit of a lesson from BTR indeed, and they think, you know, BTR plays this very patient game. They play on the edge side and they move in. Most of the teams trying to replicate that, but it also means that now RRQ within Pachinki, they're not completely surrounded by players trying to go super central. So that rotate out of Pachinki that sometimes is a little bit more difficult when you've got teams on Rozhok, teams beneath you, and then all teams coming in from the west side. Slightly easier. I'm just making a lot of weird arm movements. Absolutely. And John is making fun of me for it. Stop it.
I will never stop making fun of you, Blank, but it's all in good spirits. And we are going to be getting into some more good-spirited fighting in the north of Yasnaya as TSM Entity chase down this fight with Reject Scarlet.
Yeah, that they do. I wasn't expecting this. You know, TSM Entity, I thought they were going to come away from center, try and play a little bit more safe, but they've gone up to Yasnaya, and here, they're, like you said, they're fighting with Reject Scarlet. Reject Scarlet off on the back of running away from the three-man team. But it is a 3v3, so it's a feasible feat for TSM Entity themselves. He got obviously on the off angle, just trying to spot off any players from Reject Scarlet. Looks like Webb has got an eyes on.
We'll see Zedgod. So they know he's in that yellow building, or he's certainly flanking around it. This is the question that I'm sort of asking myself now, Blank, is do Reject Scarlet try and engage on this single player that they know is alone because they don't know where the rest of TSM Entity are?
Yeah, I honestly, I think right now, the information game is probably more important to them.
Yeah.
Purely because Zedgod doesn't have a beat on where Webb is. So right now, Webb is just getting free information without being shot back at, whereas the rest of Reject Scarlet can currently loot up very happily, and then maybe come back into the fight. So right now, all Webb is basically that security station where he's going to start sending the text messages back to the team. Ooh, does he want to, he's not sure he wants to take shots, and I'm okay with that. He's been very patient.
Clutchcott did take a little bit of damage on that drop. Neo driving up closer, and TSM start to move west through Yasnaya here, Blank, and taking a control of some of these buildings, getting some loot on board. But I think Reject Scarlet will have picked through a lot of these buildings. Neo actually leaving across the way, will be spotted out by Webb, and this is where he chooses to pull the trigger, Blank. This is where they're going to go for it. This is the position given away, and the rest of Reject Scarlet have to react. They have to move now to back up them teammate, because Clutchgod is not going to wait. Webb, okay, fair enough. Hardcore parkour, let's go.
It takes 0 damage as well, so basically Spider-Man on the roll. Happy with that. Gets to a new building fairly quickly, but TSM Entity are rushing this player down. But it's quite difficult to fight upwards towards Reject Scarlet Webb, whilst the rest of his team are starting to, I think, regroup with him. Oh my God, are they just going to let him just jump around? What is going on?
He's like a flea hopping about, running around, trying to escape the clutches of Clutchgod himself. But unfortunately, he's finally pinned down in a room. Nades cooking, out thrown. But he does get knocked. And this is going to be unfortunate there. Clutchgod will be able to just hop in through the window, evade the nade. Sarah trying to back up his teammate, and actually you've got some fire coming in from the rest of Reject Scarlet now, Blank, so they're potentially going to be able to protect Webb here. Sarah moving up the stairs, I think they're giving Webb up.
Yeah, there was a lot of beefing going on in that fight. It didn't go particularly well for Reject Scarlet. I mean, the best thing that happened was the grasshopper-like movements coming through from Webb. Basara will go down, and now it's just one player remaining. This has happened many, many times where Reject Scarlet's go-to when they go down is like, let me just cook a grenade in hand.
Just got to pull the pin, but yeah, you're right, Webb looking a little bit more grasshopper. Unfortunately, it's going to have to go back to Mr. Miyagi on that one.
Yeah,
and,
Reject Scarlet Nade in the grave. You like it.
Learn a little bit more of wax on, wax off. Unfortunately, he's going to be waxed off for the rest of this game.
I'd be quite waxed off too if I'd just been chased down by TSM Entity several times. Even coming back to fight them in Yasnaya, which I didn't expect personally. T1 though, however, to the south side, Synergy, we know they like to play around the mansion split, but T1's coming into close proximity now. Synergy, a team that's done really, really well. A team that I'm particularly a huge fan of Synergy, and I let those guys know on Insta quite frequently. I think they've got quite a big pedigree too, coming all the way from Full Split last year. A really interesting team with some big names on board.
Big names indeed, and we've highlighted a few of their play. I think we even had an interview.
Strider,
at one point with Strider. Really eloquent guy, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Very, very strong on an interview.
Cool hairstyle.
It's rare to see.
PC,
It's rare to see. You know,
yeah.
a lot of players can be a little bit phased by being on camera sometimes, but not Strider.
Yeah, I get pretty phased when I have to deal with James, to be honest. When he comes over here as well, I'm so intimidated.
Absolutely. I mean, we start talking about clothes, and all of a sudden, we're grandma and grandpa.
I know. It's just the natural
it's the order
sequence,
of things.
you know? That's how it happens. Next up, we're going to be coming on screens, goes all the way onto the east side, slightly hard shifting over there. So most teams are going to be okay with this. There are a few compounds that you can take control of, and there's not a huge amount of water in here. I mean, BTR might go for a classic rotation down towards Milta Power. I see them do this quite frequently, and then move up past Prison to Lipovka. There's just nice ridge sides there for them where they're able to scout going forward, but it looks like they're going to go for a more central position and try and play around that rocky terrain just to the west side of Prison.
Team IND just currently hanging out on the south coast at the moment. Look at that. It's popping an energy drink. They're all just mounting up and rehealing. I think they've just managed to escape the blue on the western side, so just getting those meds back on board, getting their health bars full, topped up, and they mount up once again. A nice split rotate. They've got their convoy, and they're ready to go for the circle.
It's actually quite a smart rotation as well, because they see the eastern shift on the circle, and they know that most teams are wanting to get over here, especially with the circle itself. It only really afforded players to be split across Quarry, Ferry, Pier, Farm, and Milter and upwards. So they knew that most teams will have already moved into the circle. We can go over the eastern bridge and risk there being teams in Milter as well as Farm, specifically BTR as well, currently in the lobby, or we can go over the western bridge, which is more easily campable, but it's unlikely that anyone's going to be there. So this is a good rotation. They get a nice launching point off Potato Hill, but they should come into contact with Team Secret on the way through unless they make a really, really fast rotation now.
Looks like Team IND have managed to get out in front of Team Secret, but there's Orange Rock as well, rotating on the northern shore of the river above Roshok. RRQ are going to be at their back as well as Morph. So we'll see how they're able to move on through. Freestyle taking a couple of shots over towards No Chance Team Blank. This is just to the west of Shelter.
Lots of shots coming through here, and that's Synergy actually taking shots onto King of Gamers. T1 equally joining in on the fight, but it's Seidan by himself, and this seems to be a reoccurring trend. That's Braga going down.
Wow, okay, Seidan, he's been saved, isolated at the top of the Ivory Tower here at the moment for T1, but so many players for King of Gamers low at the bottom of this staircase, able to get out of the balcony, and now there's oversight from the rest of his squad on the push. Cooks a nade, Seidan wants to pop it through the window, try and zone them away, but nade's being cooked in response as well. Gets seen, they know his location. Now Bossa can try and land that nade, but the rest of T1 start to come into the fight blank, and they're looking to try and isolate these players. Door gets open, they're going aggressive. ZZP wants the spray down through the door, gets busted open, one down, but it's traded out. Synergy over the top of the hill, coming in for the third party, and T1 need to be worried on this push, but Youngjun is not phased. The flash comes through, and King of Gamers isolated on the top floor.
Bossa's dropping a nade down! Looks like one player just about got up there, but Seidan drops back down again. Probably the dangerous path. Concept goes down, and that will be that fight finishing with Synergy coming in there to finish up the last members. Such a dangerous fight for both these teams to be taking, especially on the eastern side where it's quite central towards Mansion. You've got Synergy around this area. Megastars have moved up. There's just a huge amount of teams who are watching that fight. I think T1 did the correct thing and played completely on the defensive. I don't think King of Gamers could have gone for that crash, though.
We've been tracking this Team IND rotation for a while from the south side, and they're going to be moving up towards the north. And they might just clash with Morph just a little bit. We'll see what they're able to do there. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but Morph seem to have moved even further north themselves, so IND might just be able to skirt around the top of Yasnaya, get into this next circle as it shifts out northeast.
Yeah, we're going to go off to the eastern side again. Synergy should be pretty happy with this shift, purely because this is an area that they know like the back of their hand. They play Lipovka, they play Mansion Split. This is going to be a really good moving point for them. Well, the turning point, I would say. They've got some good kills onto T1, they've cleared some players. Valdas the Murder trying to make their way in, but it's a big, big pilgrimage for a lot of these teams. Orange Rock moving across from Rozhok. Here on the screen we can see Box Gaming taking shots towards Freestyle, and Akshuf is just about getting away. He gets dropped out, but he should be able to crawl to his teammates.
Goodness me, Akshuf just able to get close enough to the rest of Freestyle to try and find some sort of respite, but they're all under fire at this stage. Box sending away. Oh, more damage found. Loki on the sidelines. Kashuf gets eliminated there, flushed out. And they are going to send in. It seems like Lewis is going to move on forwards, closer. Through the window, the nade wants to be sent in. Freestyle really feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, Louis dropping that nade in. Comes to the back side. And that will be a pretty much confirmed flush there.
Oh, okay. Peme gets another knock on the other side as Box take fights on every front. Just Malik left for Freestyle. Takes the trade with Break and comes off all the worse for it. Freestyle eliminated, 15th place.
Indeed. Break dropping in that med kit brings him back up to full. Box have got a really good ability to just drop into these fights very, very quickly and get them finished off with. And a lot of that's down to Loki on the off angle. He definitely opens up a lot of these fights and also creates just a real issue for so many teams being on that off angle itself. It kind of crunches you into an unfavorable position. So that would be Freestyle going down. They shouldn't be too unhappy, especially with the couple of stonkers they had in those first 2 games going forward. TSM Entity, though, they find themselves once again in central position. The question is, can they hold on to this central position? We've seen so many times that they get dethroned once they find a really good spot, and they're already down Jonathan, who the desk were early on today really touting and bigging up. So they have to run with just Clutch God, Z God, as well as Neo, all really good players in their own right, but Jonathan sometimes is that glue that brings them all together.
Just to give a little bit of context to the number of points these teams are getting in these games, in general, if you want to hit that 16th spot, you need to be hitting around a 6-point average. That's what we've seen be the 16th place team in these 20 squad lobbies time and time again during these tournaments. So if you can break through that barrier, then you're going to be in with a little bit of luck. And over 8 games, 6 points a game comes out to 56 points total. So if you can break that margin, that's what you're really looking to achieve. And it's teams like Valdas the Murder, like Freestyle, even though they go down here, I think they got 15th place, right? I didn't quite catch how many kills they got, but they're already on 38 points. They're very close to that margin already. All they need is another strong game, another strong finish. Yep. And they will be pretty solid in getting into that top 16. So that's what we're going to be looking out for.
Talking about getting to the top 16 as well, I would say that league play during the week is sometimes a little bit more stressful than even the Super Weekend itself, purely because we have 2 days of qualification standards. And this week it's Sanhok, so it's really unpredictable. Crazy. So you need to have very, very consistent games on Erangel, and just accept that maybe you'll have a bad game on Sanhok, and it's not always predictable, especially if you're heading up to the Northwest Island. That's very difficult to deal with, unless you're like Team I&D who drop in that location. But yeah, it's a mad dash to make sure you're in that top 16, so everyone is trying to make it happen.
I said it was 56. I don't know where that number came from, but 8 times 6 is in fact 48. Which means that Valdas the Murder are all the closer on 41 points. They only need about 7 more to pretty much guarantee them, not guarantee, but give themselves a high chance of being in that top 16. So really great start to the day for them. We'll see if they can keep it on going. They are currently on the northwestern side of this next circle.
So, Box Gaming, obviously they've got to move upwards. Team Secret's still in the game with a bit of a 2-2 split in terms of the vehicles, and they're looking towards RRQ. Have been some really mean members of the lobby. They're tough to break up against. I mean, coming against them, especially when they're on the side of the circle, they're able to gatekeep very effectively.
RRQ just a little bit further. And Team Secret are skirting around the edge, as you mentioned, Blank. Orange Rock on the northern front as well. They have their challengers to the south, Team I&D, and actually the remainder of Reject Scala after their early fight. I believe that's Reject Scala. Anyway, yeah, it is Duello. The remainder from that squad. See how much further they can go. RRQ now starting to take fights as Team Secret try and push in. towards the circle. iShots goes down and Valdez the Murder are helping them out. Orange Rock as well chiming in, and Team Secret get dismantled from every single angle. Blank, they're eliminated. 14th place after a really, I don't know, they were all 4 alive and they just moved in and everybody shot at them.
I mean, for Team Secret, should have been a really easy rotation from the western side. There wasn't really anyone around there, and it was very, very calm and chilled out. And then they have to make one kind of risky play getting into the circle, and they immediately die. So I don't know if that's unfortunate or is just a poor choice of insertion into the circle itself. Box Gaming, though, they found themselves a compound just inside the circle on the south side, so they're not guaranteed a spot in the next circle, at least like TSM Entity might be with a really central position by the roadside. But what they do have is a gatekeep towards BTR Ryzen and Team, as well as No Chance Team.
RRQ still trying to make their way into the circle, unfortunately denied entry. Orange Rock and Team IND, everyone teamed up towards Team Secret, and now it seems like everyone's going for RRQ. This northwestern area of the map, Blank, of this next circle is deadly.
I mean, there's so much open ground here as well with the roadside. Team IND are doing a really good job with the split they currently have, where it's just watching both sides of the road. Currently, RRQ are just falling slowly but surely, and now just Beer as well as G9, but it is the G9 we're talking about, MVP of the Super Weekend, doing a ridiculously good job there. And we've seen RRQ do so much with just 2 players that you're almost thinking to yourself that maybe this is still okay.
Yeah, maybe it is, but it's tricky for anyone, and especially with the competition they've got in the lobby. I mean, you've still got Orange Rock alive, who topped the tables, if you remember, during the first opening weekend, during the qualification, the start of league play. They topped the tables in those first 2 days. They're still on the northern side, and they've still got all 4 players going, so we'll see what they're able to achieve. But this circle centers up towards the center here. TSM Entity, Megastars, and Morph all going to be surrounded by, sorry, not all of Morph, the outpost that they have, who's already got that scouting done inside the circle.
This is what I was talking about. The TSM Entity taking the central position is really strong, but they also have the compounds to make it work, so they're fairly protected. And what's also really good for them is there's a huge road right towards the north side of the map, so every player on the north has to figure out trying to get their way down to the east or west side.
Bigatron taking the fight now with Box as things start to crunch together. They have to leave, so they need to clear out these angles. Pime gets flushed, Loki goes down, and Bigatron move through this fight clean, effective, all 4 players alive.
Wow, that was very smooth indeed. Like, almost too easy as they just rocked their way down the hillside. But now BTR have got to fight another team.
Speaking of clearing the angles next to you, No Chance Team want to get rid of Bigatron. They want to stop them moving in, because then they know they can move forwards as a line into this next zone. A very close cluster of teams in the center of the circle, but the fight rages on down in the south as No Chance Team actually disengage this one. They want to move in. They're going to challenge Morph.
Synergy have taken residence over here, but it's No Chance Team running down a couple of players from Morph.
That's unfortunate, though. On the flip side, the rest of them just get plinked away, every which side under threat as Bigatron come into the fight as well. But 3 teams in this central compound. Valdez the Murder, the team that won out the last game, topping the tables currently, challenging off both Synergy and TSM Entity.
Team IND now taking shots towards Orange Rock, are currently just on the road side towards the east side of the circle. TSM Entity, they've committed to just 1 building. I appreciate this Synergy. They're just going to give it up, let them have the other building in this compound, but they can take a much more stalwart approach to this one. Nades are coming through, and they're semi-protected in the sense that Valdez the Murder are going to be taking shots onto Synergy, and Synergy are going to try and stop Valdez the Murder from actually breaching their compound, because they are the closest.
The only reason Valdez the Murder can hold this wall as well, Blank, is the fact that they've cleared those angles behind them. That's what I was talking about on the south. It's coming into effect now on the western side. RRQ, only 1 player left on the northern side. They know those angles are going to be clear for them. Morph get eliminated on that southeastern push, on that south side against No Chance, against Bigatron, and now the teams are going to have to move further. The hard southwest shift.
Wow, okay, so Synergy, Valdez the Murder, TSM Entity might all be too close for comfort here. The party is not exactly the one they wanted to be invited to, but they are within the circle. The party will continue for a little bit longer.
It's a little bit of a rager going on through. Valdez the Murder plinking shots away towards Team IND, who have to make a long push. Orange Rock are losing players as well. They've had 2 players go down, both Skill and Scout. They can reconvene and revive those squad mates, so they'll see if they can move on forwards. But Bigatron from the south, they've been taking plenty of fights, and finally they're starting to lose players. This Micro Boy going down, getting eliminated.
watching TSM Entity here, as well as the rest of the teams currently in the circle, their main job and main goal is just to get rid of everyone else, and they can start focusing on breaching one another's compounds. And specifically, Valdez the Murder's wall of death that's quite literally in front of them, they're using perfectly. They need to get rid of Beer 1 as well as Team IND, because they're in a good position to start taking the off angle. But there begins the start of this one with TSM Entity actually taking shots. Orange Rock taking a huge amount of punishment too.
On the longest side of the circle, Orange Rock had the hardest rotation here, across a road, and it was too much for them. Scout goes down, and with it, Orange Rock fall. They go down in 10th.
Megastars, it's unlikely that they get away from this shack. Zegon actually goes down here, and you wonder whether this is an opportunity for Valdez the Murder just to rush upon to TSM Entity as they go for this revive. They have to go for it now.
See if they're able to hold down the area. This is huge positioning coming from Valdez the Murder. They've held this wall, and you talked about how beautiful it was, Blank. They're going to be able to continue to have strength in the fight.
Again, though, it's almost as if these teams are all working together. There's Onko coming through. Clutch God just desperately trying to get free from the bullets that are plinging past him.
And the rest comes through. Not the rest, sorry. The healing does start to come through for TSM Entity. They're going to be guarding a couple of teams, but the south side, T1 and Bigatron are going to fight for.
Yeah, T1 have had this nice little wave of players across the southern side, keeping a lot of control, a lot of pressure up. BTR, though, still making their way in. They're just playing on the edge, and that's Synergy actually taking an initial knock onto T1 and then flushing him also.
A lot of players down for T1. Only one left standing. ZZP looking to try and move on forwards, but Bigatron, 10 kills already, Blank. They've got Luxy, one of the highest kill counts in the lobby from the Super Weekend, and you've got Ryzen as well, who they deem this hyper entry fragger. That's their aim clutch god, well, not clutch god, but their aim god, right? That's the guy who you really want on your side. So a really strong duo from the south coming in for Bigatron, but it's dangerous territory to be moving forward. Valdez the Murder sending shots over towards Neo. TSM Entity take a knock, and Synergy might want to capitalize, but look at the shift, Blank.
It's a big shift here. It favored Valdez, TSM Entity, as well as Synergy for a very, very long time, but now it moves down towards T1, but I don't think T1 have the players to even take this motion. Valdez the Murder moving out, but it's Beer 1 from RQ still alive here, snaking away. Again, Valdez the Murder, they don't know another player's in their midst, just like the time with Morph last game.
Goodness me, they are not checking their six time and time again.
That's a nade.
Oh, there's a nade. Goddard goes down. Velmoth is quite low, but do they know where that came from?
Who did that?
Do they think that came from the compound? That's the question that they have to ask themselves. Valdez the Murder not checking their angles.
Who did this? Valdez Martin's just trying to shoot. It's like, look guys, chill out. Don't be doing that again. This might be a good moment. Once they drop their guard, first player comes up. He knows he must be low. Is Beer 1 going to go for this fight?
No way. Is he going to drop another nade? This is absolutely insane.
Oh my, it could
God.
be perfect.
He's cooking it. He's sending it on through towards somebody.
No way!
Goddard goes low.
Oh my God!
RRQ, eliminate Valdez the Murder. They need to check those angles, Blank. They need to get it done, and they get wiped.
Beer 1 chugs a hefty 3 kills on his own. RRQ, once again, this is what I'm talking about. You think it's possible, and then it is.
Goodness me, Bigatron in the meantime down to one player. Synergy taking the fight with TSM Entity as they get sprayed down outside in the field. Clutch God out there. Synergy low. Ted trying to heal it up. The last standing player. It's a battle of the snakes. 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Clutch God still in the grasses here. Ryzen might have a bead on him. Clutch God takes a nasty chunk of damage there, but will survive a little bit longer. Ryzen just barely on the edge, but Beer 1, I think he spotted Clutch God.
Oh, he's seen it. Beer 1, the absolute madman. Bigatron eliminated as well. TSM Entity go down, and I do not understand how RRQ have managed this.
How is he still in the circle? RRQ Beer 1, you absolute lad.
Huge, huge plays. Doing himself proud, doing his team proud. Doing Southeast Asia proud as well. We talked about how RRQ are insane fraggers time and time again, but this takes the cake.
Yeah, this is some serious SEA pride that you have to have for this boy. What the hell?
Nuts.
Oh, dear me. And now he's locked in a fight between two other players on the other side of the map. It's very open ground. It's unlikely that he does get this 2v1, but I mean, we've just seen him in a 1v3, but he had the element of surprise here. That's gone. They know he is towards the other side of the circle, and now they're just taking shots. If you can get at least one knock here before the circle starts to constrict, there's a chance. There's a potential.
pretty low on meds. I didn't actually quite catch exactly how many he has yet. 3 bandages, 1 first aid. No stims. He's stuck, not being able to get to that 100 health blank.
It's the mummy in the grass, just moving around, looking for some other players. Missile would love to get over to that loot crate and try and see what's inside, but right now it is very, very tense strong with RRQ looking for that off angle. He's currently outside the circle, and T1 have taken zone very quickly.
Missile getting those stims on board. They want to make sure that they have every advantage into this fight, because even though you're in a 2 versus 1 blank,
so close.
You need to be.
They're
you
not
need to
watching
take every
his way
advantage
either.
against Beer here.
They're not even watching his way. And I think he might have spotted at least one player. You surely see the arm. There's one as EZP has the cover behind the loot crate, John.
1 versus 1. He knows the location now. Sprays in the grass. He steps up. Beer goes out wide. Sends some damage back and forth. ZZP takes heavy tags. Beer moving out wide. He drops for the shot. Looks for the spray. But he falls right at the final hurdle. T1 take the chicken dinner. But in my mind, the story is RRQ.
Beer. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say to end this.
Absolutely crazy. RRQ getting so far, but it's T1 who take the chicken dinner. 7 kills to the name in a 27-point game. That is one hell of a performance from them as well on the south side.
Ridiculous, ridiculous stuff coming through. RRQ able to keep pumping forward every single time. Just there's no way that you're stopping them.
Oh wow, goodness me, what a way to kick off week 2 in game number 3. Fantastic stuff. We're going to head back over to the desk to break that down.
T1 gets themselves the victory here on our second Erangel of the day. However, RRQ Beery gives Valdus the serpent's kiss there when he is able to snake them in the grass. Very impressive stuff by him. I'm sure we'll be looking over that moment for months to come, I think, here when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Joining me, Avenger and Froz, of course, here. T1, another win on the board for them across their campaign here throughout the PMWL East. It's good stuff for them. They were being sneaky, but they get themselves a chicken dinner.
And they played how they should be. They knew they were in a 2 versus 1 situation. They were trying to get to the crate and try to take advantage of that. He did make a great effort though, Beer. He did get 1 knock off it and got him down to half HP as well, but CCP managed to clutch out of the situation.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we also had some really early fight. We saw some TSM, some Reject Scarlet fight in the early of the game. Straight after the drop, we saw Jonathan actually getting himself run over as well. But that fight also continued because we know that both of the teams like Yasnaya. Well, both of them went there and kept on fighting afterwards.
Yes, let's take a look at the map ranking. As don't know why I'm speaking like this, but we'll find out in a second. It's going to be 1 through 8. T1 up towards the top. We have 27 points coming in for them. Bigatron Red Aliens, damn, 10 kills to their name. And RRQ Athena, 19 points in total. Beer just
That's such a good clutch. I mean,
What a lad.
The amount, so he out-survived 3, potentially, it's like 10 points potentially. He's got an extra from the nade play into surviving a few more teams. Roll on the
Of all the teams to survive that compound situation, I didn't think it was going to be RRQ on the outside of that. But
one player.
Yeah,
That's how it normally goes, though, because it's so congested inside, everyone fighting each other. If you're on the outside, you might have the upper hand.
Yeah.
TSM, though, getting himself that many points after losing Jonathan, the MVP of the team.
Yeah.
That's really good to see that they can kind of step it up there and make sure they can get a lot going on. T1, second chicken dinner in the season so far. Both of them so far on Erangel.
I'm getting some good vibes, though. Sorry. I'm getting some good vibes from T1.
Yeah, I want to see them do the same on Sanhok, though, not just on Erangel. They still have a lot of Sanhok games to play during this week here.
Their rotation was really on point as well for this game. I liked how they're able, first of all, they were able to get into a better spot, survive.
Yeah.
Survive with 2 players is also super important and vital in that situation, of course. But also, as Frost said, like when you're in a compound like this, it's basically like being in a city, right? You have when you have to exit it, you're gonna be one player or one team to survive it, or nobody, because everybody that is outside is trying to like gatekeep you and lock you in.
But we also saw that T1 had some struggle. They were they crashed into King of Gamers actually in Mansion there, and we saw Satan holding on for a very long time before the backup came to help him out. But he managed, and that was so important because without that they wouldn't have won the game.
Let's take a look at T1's numbers from this game, of course, as we have 1,336 damage. Just 1 point of damage off. Damn. We were so close.
1 damage off what?
We were so close. Actually, the 1 in T1 can make 1337. There you go.
Hey!
That's number one. We've got 7 kills coming in from them. They were able to steal 2.
Good ratio as well for them.
People.
They've been fighting a little bit as well, but nice to see them. Also, I gotta say, every time I see CCP there, I'm just so happy. Like this guy he is already like vying for the commentating job.
He should be up here with us.
You mean the male model, the estate agent ZZP?
Yeah.
What a lad.
The realtor.
That's right.
Do
the do moments. Froz.
Yes, there we have it. The TSM versus Reject Scholar. We saw them getting run over in the beginning, but also here when they continue to fight each other. No one wanted to give up Yasnaya, so they just kept on going. This is the fight I was talking about. T1 holding out there, but also we saw that missile was actually where CCP was and sniped the last guy with a DP.
Yeah, really good shots here. I gotta say, I'm so impressed again and again how these guys are able to control sprays. Like they are gyro gods or gyro gods. Honestly, they're playing so well with this 6-6 and 4x sprays. Like I'm never gonna be able to do that.
ETR was kind of like awoken from this sleep because we haven't seen too much from them in the past 2 games, but now they finally showed up big. Actually, in the last game, they did have 10 kills, if I remember correctly.
I really loved Valdez's hold on when everybody was starting to breach. They were holding a corner, making sure that they were holding, down the line of the west side, and also new teams coming into the north side of this. Beer, though, let's look at this. We have to just... Okay, no mind. I wanted to see the nade. I was hoping to see... I was like, yeah, here we go. See the nade, and then waiting for it to blow, and then immediately striking a Godard as well. Such a good play. And doing it in a mummy costume, where literally the most visible costume you're going to have in a green field.
I mean, we saw both Synergy, Valdez, TSM, and of course RQ just outside our compound. It was a big fight between all of these teams. And TSM was the one who was there first, but I mean, they weren't the last one to leave it though.
This clutch here in the end was nice by CCP. He was expected to win that, obviously, having the box at the crate advantage and everything. But I saw one headshot coming out from Beer. He made a 56 damage onto him, and I was like, oh my god, is he gonna make this? But of course, CCP clutches out in the end.
You're also gonna give it to Beer. He had no backpack, meaning he dropped all of his stuff or most of his stuff earlier because he was snaking against Valdez. So already there, we know that he was starving on the loot itself. So being able to actually make that play against T1, having 2 players and cover, that is just amazing to not just get the knock, but almost getting the clutch win.
You know what? Like when you're starving for Leuven, also you don't have any terms of energies, painkillers, or anything. You will not be able to get higher than 75 HP. That is the max HP without the boost, right? And that is potentially being able to soak up 1 more bullet, take 1 more shot before getting executed.
Yeah, definitely. In the 1v1 situation towards the end, it can be crucial. Let's take a look at the total damage throughout this lobby here.
The total.
And we have pretty even once again. We're getting more and more
so
even
high,
as days are going on.
Well, this is because the teams are starting to know each other. So they basically one team is fighting another, but then we have it like everyone knows a little bit about everyone, so they have the info. They know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
They try to predict that, and that's what we're seeing. It so even. It's just not one team up there, but all of them.
It's also we're starting to see the same kind of patterns. It's a lot of the same teams that are doing these high damages. It also comes down to their strategy and their play style. When you're playing a bit more aggressive than the other teams and you feel like you're confident, you are putting out more damage, you are having more impact, you are breaking more vests, you are breaking more helmets, and you're costing the other teams more utilities and meds. And this is super, super important. The more of this you put out, the more of an impact it has on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like when we see the teams going out with very little damage, it's because they took a very early fight and they didn't win it, and that's why we see them. Okay, well they go up pretty early on this one, but next one, hey, comeback time.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think so too.
To say the least. I'm doing some research here.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm figuring out how I'm going to
counting
approach
numbers
this next segment. So,
yeah.
not this one though. I'm wanting a little bit of time. Let's take a look at our top players here from this game, of course, as we have Ryzen, Klutchgod, Beer, and Beer there, and ZZP. Yes,
of course.
Very happy to see ZZP in there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, T1, of course, again, they had that fight in Mansion. That was a lot of damage done. They had both King of Gamers that they took out, of course, but you also had Synergy in the background trying to snipe them out there. And we saw them getting a few knocks. They also, of course, helped them out because they got a kill on King of Gamers. But Klutchgod stepping up. Finally, we see him up here. I don't think we've seen him enough. He should be here more often. We know he's such a good player.
If you had to pick between Klutchgod's hair and Z-God's hair, which would you pick? Z-God. You think so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Candy floss hair of awesomeness.
Yeah, I feel like he got more style.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Avenger?
Also able to change the colors more often he wants to, like changing with the outfit he's wearing and everything. I think it looks good. I would personally, per day. I would not be able to wear that. He's rocking it though.
I know, obviously, us three fashion icons, obviously we're able to judge about these kinds of things. We're cool, right?
No,
you're right. We're not cool. I do agree.
No coolness.
Damn.
I'm looking forward to, though, hopefully the PUBG Mobile Esports team, they're going to be sending us some of the in-game outfits to wear here so we can actually, promote them.
I want the new banana suit.
New banana suit?
Yeah, it came out yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it on the auction
house. On the auction house?
Yeah. I saw that. It looks nice.
Did you put down a bit?
No, I put down a bit on the helmet. Did you see the helmet?
Yeah,
Level
I put
3,
down a bit on both of those. And the pineapple boat.
I should have bid for the pineapple, but it looks really good.
The banana suit again, though, like I feel like would probably be one of the better ones on Miramar. Snaking in the sand, you can kind of mesh into it.
Well, that's why maybe a lot of people use that corn suit from before. Do you remember the corn suit?
Yeah, that was early. I think it was.
That's old.
A year and a half ago, almost.
I've seen it a little bit recently as well, but I think I saw it in West, actually.
Oh.
There you go. Let's break down one of these moments before we continue with our PUBG Mobile fashion advice, as we've got somebody over here who's got this one.
I got this one, actually, and we're going to look into Bear, of course, with the nades. And, of course, we saw him earlier with one nade getting that first knock, but it's all about how he's using the utilities. Instead of shooting, he's using the nades to actually make sure that they don't know where he's actually trying to kill them from. So Valus, they have no clue, even though Bear already got a knock. I mean, you can see that he's just crawling around there. Meanwhile, the full of the team of Valus right here, they're just focusing in on this fight here against TSM and Synergy. But once again, Bear getting that nade into the hand, just cooking it into perfection. Yes, he knows he's in the blue, but it doesn't matter because getting those 2 knocks and then just finish off the last guy with some bullets. That's exactly how you do it. And look at this. Look at how much space he has to play with right now. There is nothing all the way here. He can go around, he can go over here, he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't even need to care about these guys because they're just fighting each other. And that's the big and important part about it.
One of the best plays of the PMWL so far.
Yeah, I would say this is a fantastic clutch moment. And remember, like at this point, there's still 5 teams alive. So if he would have died there and not gotten those 3 kills, it's a 5th place with 3 kills less. It's a massive damage points difference in that. I will say, though, obviously, this is a point to take as well. You need to, as John said as well during the cast, you need to be able to make sure that your back is safe. And you have to expect teams snaking. You have to expect some of these guys are able to do something like this. So I was surprised for them to be 4 guys alive. Remember, Arm Jones sent it into the circle. and he was like, I'm going to try to get an early position for us, try to get ahead of everybody else that is coming out of the compound, but he died.
Yeah.
And he died before the nade actually found out, so he was not at all able to help or give any information to them.
But the important thing is, like, use the right utility, the right method to approach a fight. And this was totally the right method. Using the first nade, getting a first knock on Valus, and they not even noticing where you are. Then he has he just managed to actually cook another nade and get 2 knocks and then just finish off the third guy. And Valus still probably has no idea where he was.
The goal, the wherewithal.
The most silent term of or way to kill people. Nade that is perfectly cooked, because you're never gonna see you hitting it before it explodes.
I already told you what it's called. It's called the Serpent's Kiss. That's the name of that move.
Oh,
you understand?
Nice. Yeah, I'm getting that. The Serpent's Kiss. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah. Deadly. Deadly.
Fantastic.
All right.
I thought it was a bite, but a kiss can also. You're more affectionate. I like that.
It's ominous if you call it the Serpent's Kiss. There you go. More telestration apparently.
I'll do this one as well. We're going to be talking about the T1 one in the mansion. You want to do it?
No, you do it.
I'll do it. We got right here, of course. So what we saw was, this is just outside mansion. And as you can see right now, Satan just went around the corner here. But the thing was that he was playing up here on the balcony earlier. And he's been holding out King of Gaming for such a long time. He jumped down, went around the corner, basically bought a lot of time. Meanwhile, CCP comes in here with the Dacia, crashes to help him out. And it's all about buying time, making sure that they can get the upper hand here. Look at how they're surrounding King of Gamers. King of Gamers is basically just going in and hiding while T1 is taking control. And during all of this, I want to point out, it's kind of hard to see, but if you look up here on the minimap, you can see that there's one guy still there. And that is Missile. And he's going to be important for the end of this that we're going to be talking about. But look at this. Young units here joining up. And as you can see, they're trying to get some more damage done, because Synergy is over here and they just knocked CCP, right? So they know that they can't really go out on the right side here of the house, or they will just get shot down by Synergy. Playing it from inside, Satan trying to put pressure. You can see that he's already low. Of course, that nade goes down there from Basket, but the important thing, once again, Yongyun is acting straight away. Yongyun is acting on that sound cue that someone's running down. But once again, we saw that Synergy got a concept, T1 a little bit there, but also Missile again. He shot the guy through that door opening. That's why it's important. Keep your doors closed if you're not gonna use them. But no,
close your doors after you.
That's a life lesson.
What I want to say is, it's so good from play by T1 here, trying to hold out, buying the time, Satan buying the time for his teammates to actually get down there, instead of just pushing up himself and just maybe die.
Do you know what we say in England if you leave your doors open?
No.
Were you born in a barn?
You know what we say in Danish?
What do we say? What do you say?
Well, you're born in a train.
Really? No.
I'm not.
Are you making it up?
I'm not making it up.
That's really weird.
The train has automatic doors, right?
In Sweden?
In Sweden, we just say we don't have swing doors here, so you gotta close it yourself.
What? That's rubbish.
I didn't invent it. That's what the saying is.
All right, we're done. We're heading over to the interview here as we have Sirvi, I do believe, from Synergy. Sirvi, can you hear me? Hello, friend. No, he can't hear me. We'll find out in a moment when he's going to be able to hear me. That's going to be fine, because Sirvi here was one of the guys that... Yeah, I'll just speak for him. He was one of the guys that I actually interviewed in one of our media days, and he was one of my favorite interviews as well. When we were talking to Sirvi from Synergy, he's still unaware that he can not hear me, but that's okay. Anytime now. Let's try one more time. Sirvi, can you hear me? No. He continues to not answer my questions, but that's fine. He's a man of few words as we now head back over to the desk. Maybe we'll get him later. Maybe. We'll see. An ominous man here for the PMWL East.
I mean, you could take everything away from that as well. You know, a picture or a small video without any audio can also
say 1,000 words.
Correct.
That's right.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, I was talking and you even knew what it was. That was fantastic. This Synergy on this desk is as good as Synergy's.
As good as Sirvi, as good as Ted, as good as all these guys.
There is a great player though. He's also the IGL for a team. Something that you don't want to forget, because that is so important to have a good IGL that can frag out as well.
Yes.
Frag out, he can do indeed. He got 4th place actually on the PMPL SA League. So I think it was 69 kills.
Well,
Getting
that's
fourth
why you remember it.
as an IGL.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a really high number for an IGL.
Guys.
Honestly, like this is we gotta give the IGL some love here because often it doesn't happen, right? IGLs, if you have a good IGL, that will lead you to the World League.
Yes. All right. Well, apparently we're not going back. We're not going to try. There's chaos going on right now.
Again?
That's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's
So-
chaotic.
But I think one thing to actually take away from this is that obviously Synergy had a very interesting situation going on
Right.
in that compound with the amount of teams that were actually there.
Yeah.
Right, Froz? When you have to deal with those kinds of situations, you're saying it's kind of like a pseudo-urban ending, and to a certain degree, well, not ending, but an urban situation.
Exactly.
It kind of is in that kind of spot.
And it comes down to, if you're a team that is holding a compound like that, you got to make sure you don't want to give room to the other teams. You
Yeah.
want to hold it by yourself. You want to just force people out. If they come close to you, you want to get a knock or two, force them away from it. Because once one team gets there, that's when other teams have the potential to actually breach as well. Because you two teams that are there already,
Yes.
you're fighting each other. That leaves a lot of room around you that you can't hold.
Gentlemen, third time is a charm.
Yes!
Let's do it. Maybe. Let's see if I can get Sirvi here with me for the PMWL. Sirvi, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yes! We tried. We were watching your lovely eyes for about a minute and a half, but you're with us. How are you doing, friend? You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Fantastic. Great stuff. So first questions first, friend. Talk to me about this compound situation. You were sharing that compound for a long time in this previous game with 2 other teams, maybe even 3 other teams at one point. Talk to us about what's going on with the team in those moments and how much you were aware of in that compound.
The first thing was that we know that the only compound, that's that only space where we can enter the zone actually, because everywhere else is open space, so we have no other option.
Yep.
And we'll just go crash. And when we crashed, like entity knocked one of our player, and suddenly we saw another squad rushing the compound. So we just went inside. We had in our mind that just smoke and hold unless they fight or they just keep quiet, and just like that we were just holding.
Okay.
We were waiting for them to fight.
Fair. Yeah, that makes sense. So you kind of have to, I suppose, in that situation. A smaller question I have is, do you know what happened to Valdez the Murder in that game?
Yeah, we just saw the kill feed that Valdez the Murder got third party from RRQ from behind, like via nades and stuff. So we knew that Valdez is busy with RRQ and they will panic and do some mistakes, and we have to make advantage of that thing. And at that time, Valdez the Murder took the car and went in front of us, and we, like, Austin got a knock on arm zone.
Yeah.
And then, like, we were throwing nades and stuffs, and we were just fighting and trying to secure kills.
Fair play, fair play. Final question then for you, Sirvi, before we actually let you go. Obviously, you've played out your first Super Weekend here. I think you got about 116 points, correct, from that? Are you happy with that performance, or are you eking for more here? What are your thoughts about the Super Weekend?
Actually, 116 points is not enough.
Okay.
We were aiming of at least 150, just 10 points average. But we couldn't because our day one was very bad, and we had a kind of a bit misunderstanding between rotations and stuffs, and we are trying to fix it. And let's hope this weekend we get more than 150. We are hoping for 175 plus this time. Let's see.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Sirvi. One of my favorite players to interview. Hopefully we get more in the future. Best of luck with your next games, friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye for now. We did it! We did it! Yes!
Yes, we got it!
Yes! Oh,
Fantastic. What a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly, right? This is why I was like, oh, we didn't get it the first time. I really want to interview him. Can we, anyway, it's by the by. That is that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here so far. God, the PUBG Mobile World League is so much fun. We have, up towards the top, Valdez the Murder taking the top spot. I didn't even say it right. Wait a minute. Valdez the Murder. They got themselves the top spot. 52 points here. Bigatron Red Aliens in second. They are forever at the top spots. Forever.
look at T1 and TSM Entity, though, with only 2 games, still sitting in 4th and 6th place. That is very impressive here. I'm seeing some good tendencies from these guys. They're really they're heating it up now.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. For TSM Entity, for them, they've had a rough time so far in the PMWL. Towards the end of the Super Weekend, they were picking things up.
Yes.
And this bodes well for them. Very well indeed for us.
I mean, 100%. We saw such a good play from them in day 2. They had 56 points in total. I'm not sure what happened during the last day, though. They didn't get as much, of course, in terms of points. But they're still showing the glimpse that we're seeing. The potential.
Yeah.
I want to see more. I want to see the whole package of it.
The whole package.
I want to see the consistency of that potential, because I feel like if they just up that performance, if they can copy that, I know it's hard and you just say that, but it's still a mentality thing, and we're getting into a situation where they're able to do this. And if they can continue this performance here, I'm seeing them as a top contender for sure.
It's schedule time. We've got 2 more games coming at you here for today, and it will be Sanhok and Erangel. We've seen Freestyle, we've seen Valdus, the Murder, and we've seen T1 getting themselves the wins here so far. Sanhok coming up once again, and with Valdus the Murder getting themselves the previous win, moving up towards that northwest island, it did pose difficult times for a lot of these teams. However, if we get a more easy circle, maybe an East Island circle, I feel like we haven't seen an East Island circle.
I mean, if we get that, I'm actually afraid after seeing Valdus win in the last game there, on Sanhok, that is, because they have Paradise all by themselves. No one is contesting them. Do you know how much loot there is on Paradise?
I think there's a lot of loot for us.
Too much loot.
Too much loot.
Too much loot for a whole team.
I don't think there's that. I don't think that is a thing, though. I feel like the more loot, the better. And if you're able to stay there for
that's because you're a loot goblin.
Yeah, but that's
you are a loot goblin. And Frost is the
loot.
skin goblin. All right, let's take a look at the top damage in terms of the top 10 here from the PMWL East so far. Luxy and Ryzen are up at the top. It's G9, our previous MVP of the Super Weekend, still in 2nd place. They're very, very close, neck and neck with one another. Has Ultron leaped into the top 10?
I think
it does look like that. That is actually super impressive. I feel like he's always in the shadow of the other players, because we see the top players there, Luxy, G9, Ryzen, Godless, and so on, that we talk a lot about. But then you have Ultron. He's just sneaking his way up there.
Yeah.
Slowly sneaking.
Slowly sneaking. And we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Martin. Great contribution at the very end. We're heading over to the commentary team here for all of the action. It's Sanhok. Xander, John, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. It is Sanhok o'clock. That's right, I'm reclaiming it. Nobody likes San o'clock, okay? Everybody loves, all my homies love Sanhok o'clock. We're going to be getting right into it. Last circle was absolutely crazy blank. It was Indiana Jones's worst nightmare. It was a snake pit.
It was, yeah.
Everybody trying to crawl around, get that grass to their advantage, but it was only T1 who were able to win it out. Over to Sanhok, we'll see if they're able to.
I mean, like, that's a legend. That's a legend being made right there. And I know we have Sixless from West Side being the snake of the West, but now we've got Beer One being the snake of the East, and it's nice to have that addition in there now. Circle, not quite on your screen yet, but what you do have is a plane path, which is very, very kind to most teams. Everyone's going to be happy with this one, getting into position. No one's really favoured as much, and it's really only BTI. I've got the long slog of it heading up to Hartin and then also holding on the other side of the bridge. That's a really aggressive play, and I was mentioning it to you over in the TV room. TV room, the green room. The green room doesn't really make a lot of sense to people, but the TV room, that does. That's where we watch our games. They do for a 2-2 split up here, and they can go for it because they are such a strong team and quite bold. But Orange Rock has started to take advantage of that, starting to challenge them on that northern side. We are going to get a very much an eastern circle here. Synergy in Painan, currently with RRQ. Now, that is a dangerous shark to be taking a fight with.
Certainly is. I mean, we saw what one of them can do. What can four of them do in a straight-up head-to-head battle? Synergy, a little bit split on either side of the river. And we've actually seen similar fights happen in the past with RRQ in the north of Painan, I believe. And in fact, they got... I think it was they got wiped by the shotgun plays.
Yes. I mean, I do think it was a different team, though, John.
I think it might have been No Chance.
Yeah, I think it might have been a different team. I will have to go back and look. Get my PUBG Mobile diary.
Maybe one of the analysts can remember. We'll have to ask them later. Boot camp being contested. We saw 3 teams vie for this earlier, Blank.
Yeah, we did, but now just the 2, T1 and No Chance, think they've got a good shot at this one. Like, Froz was saying, it's difficult to fully flush out another player. And it's even harder when there's 3 teams here because you're always cognizant of there being another team that could step in at any moment to join in on the fight. Here, it's a lot of the jiggle. A lot of the jiggle going on from peak to peak, seeing what you can see and then see if you can get a flush. But even then, you get dropped the floor, you're immediately behind a wall. So it's quite hard to win out the fight in boot camp unless you fully commit to it. So right now, T1 just dropping in for a bit of dangerous looting and then potentially going to head out and find a better position within the circle. I mean, they can find a really good position because they are currently on the eastern side of boot camp. They can head up the hillside and then try and gatekeep No Chance Team. But don't do what RRQ did, and that's make sure that your back is completely exposed. Make sure you're watching that.
If memory serves, I believe it was Morph, who were the other team who dropped boot camp before, and obviously with their group sitting out, they won't be there. No Chance Team, though, they spot out T1 on the Egress, and will be sending some bullets their way as a parting gift, but unfortunately for them, none of them quite landing as effectively as maybe they hoped.
Godless here, Froz, naming this guy the beast from the east, and truly is a very aggressive player, quite scary to come into contact with, and T1 are very happy to just run away from that for the time being, get out of there. Sadin gonna drop a little healing, and then going forward. Again though, BTR, like I was saying, they hold on the bridge split on the north side. It doesn't hold too much water here just because the circle doesn't go over there, but at least they do hold the eastern side and can kind of hold off Reject Scala. T1 though, taking shot onto D2E, and they could potentially start to aggress upon to this.
What is it with T1 and ruining RRQ's day, you know?
I know. Well, they could have just let Bear have that one, but no. T1, they are really having a good run of it, and I'm happy to see T1 start to fight a little bit more, and they seem to be making steady progress throughout the tournament, getting better, becoming a stronger team, and having. I think towards the beginning we were seeing like a lot of singular play, but now we're starting to see them move as a cohesive unit and play together. It's really, really nice.
Absolute units, a lot of them. 33 points currently blank with only 2 games played. They're sat in 4th place right now. T1 having a good start to this qualification weekend. Or week, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2 days. I can see where you got mixed up. It's fair play. We'll let you off, John.
Exactly. I'm a gamer. Weekends don't exist.
Weekends don't exist. We just have days on which we game.
Absolutely. Every day is a gaming day.
Yeah, this is why it's stressful to do tournaments, because suddenly they start to introduce time, like concepts of time.
People
and
say
weeks.
to me, John, we need you in the studio on Tuesday, and I'm like,
what is Tuesday?
What does that mean? What does that mean? You've just made that up, haven't you?
You've made up that. That's not a thing.
Tuesday does not exist. Oh wait, no, it does actually. Gregorian calendar and all that.
Yeah, what you really mean is about 24 games of PUBG Mobile. That's how I measure this.
In 24 games time,
you will be needed in the studio.
Fantastic stuff. Maybe I'll make sure I give that feedback over to the production team. I'm sure they'll be willing to acquiesce my request.
I just want to take a very, very short moment before this fight does break out, just to say what a lovely bunch of lads Synergy are. I mean, we've had Tried and now we've had Sirvi both on the interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's some OP Bolty interviews there. I'm loving that a lot.
Big fan of the OP Bolty interview. It's always good to see. And representing their region really, really well, along with a lot of the other squads from South Asia, you know.
Very, very kind, very respectful. Ooh. That's not respectful at all as the bullets whiz their way towards Box.
Micro Uzi showing the disrespect. Mamparang able to get to Nox, even gets the reload, gets away without getting knocked, but finally gets taken down. The rest of his squad, though, coming in, and Box, they go down very early. Only 1 knock found in response. You do gang right and strong.
Let's just put it this way, you do gank. Remember with the triple take on the chicken dinners on the first day of the Super Weekend. They've been fairly quiet actually since then. And you were mentioning that maybe they'd fallen off a little bit, and maybe that's all they had to give, and it was all expended in one beautiful moment of those free chicken dinners. But yeah, I do want them to come back into back into that fold of just greatness, and because maybe I'm just expecting too much of them. I mean, you can't always expect the triple chicken dinner, but what I do expect is a few more finishes towards the end. But finishing off Box Gaming like that, so effectively, so efficiently, does speak to a lot for them.
Certainly a lot of strength to be found and to be seen. If you look at their history, look at how they dominated the Southeast Asian PMPL, for instance. They won out with almost a 100-point margin over Bigatron, who are, as the desk was saying, as James mentioned as well, this sort of dominant force towards the top spot. They're always in those top 3, figuring out everybody else in the lobby and making sure that they can get those points consistently. And that is what we want to see from UDO as well.
Currently, they've got a really nice spot towards Barn, you know. James may hate it, but UDO, they're very happy to move through Barn. It's the best place on the map.
It's the best place in PUBG Mobile.
Froz is really shaking his head at us quite a lot.
They're disappointed in us, Blank, but
no.
It's unfortunate.
Who isn't, though, at this point?
It's unfortunate that they don't have the ability to talk through the microphone right now.
I know, right?
We have all the power.
So sad.
We have all the power in the world, unfortunately.
Oh, wait, I'm not looking forward to the analyst desk now.
No, it's going to be. It's going to be.
Oh, it's going to be brutal.
It's going to be a right ringer.
They'll be putting me through the washing machine.
Absolutely. Come out smelling of roses, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Bigatron. They're going to be moving up the hill, northern side of the circle. They've moved away from Hutton, made their way to the eastern island. And as James was saying as well, we haven't really seen too many eastern finishes. It's been really quite centered on that confluence of rivers, the three coming together in the middle and over towards the northwest, over towards that side of the island. So it's going to be great to see this eastern side towards those quarry finishes come back again.
Yeah, what this means for a lot of teams, though, John, is what I was talking about earlier.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Just after this fight concludes.
King of Gamers being pushed on currently by Synergy, the representatives from South Asia. CV will be getting that healing done. Bozza holding it down inside. Nade being sent through. This could be good. It's huge as a concept, actually, to find the shot. Headshot onto CV, crawling away down the hill, and the rest of them need to come back and back him up. They're quite a way away.
CV just desperately moving one hand over the other to try and get away from this. Luckily, he's protected by a large rock, but can the rest of his team be just as solid at backing him up here? See if they can move and get the shots off. See if he's got quite a long crawl ahead of him, but it seems like he is. The rest of his team is insistent that he makes that crawl. Look, you're not getting picked up unless you crawl all the way back, okay?
Everybody has their trials, Blank, and CV's is to trudge through the mud of the quarry.
Come on, bro, you can make it.
Dropping those smokes.
You can do it.
They're going along this ridge line. They want to take control here, and actually, if they can stop those sight lines around the left side of those quarry walls, they should be able to get that res off, but time is ticking away.
I really, I feel like there should be some really dramatic music in the background as Sirvi has crawled all the way. He's so close to going down, just about gets behind cover. Does he pick him up? Yes, in the last moment, saving Private Sirvi. It's a success.
And that is why Synergy are in the World League, right there. Plays like
that. Right there, that is perfect.
Right there.
Sirvi, that's a long way to crawl. You did it, lad. We're proud of you. Now, just don't get re-knocked. That would be pretty unfortunate.
Proper Puka players, then.
Proper Puka players, absolutely.
Get Jamie Oliver on the case, goodness me.
I'd be happy with it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be able to move forwards with a full squad then, back up and raring to go. King of Gamers on the eastern side of Quarry. They know they're there. And at this stage, their information has been given on over.
Yeah, now, going back to my original point, before we watched that dramatic 100-meter crawl and see you on screen. What I wanted to say was that because this circle comes over to the eastern side where there's a lot of compounds available, really the only treacherous point on this map is the quarry itself. It provides for a much more consistent ending here with less opportunities for the third party when you're playing amongst the trees, amongst the grass and the rocks. And most teams will be really happy with this, especially on Erangel where they want, especially on Sanhok where they want the least amount of RNG possible in a game so that you can make sure that they are getting those consistent points towards the top of the lobby, and it doesn't feel like their potential is capped by the way the map actually progresses and works with the third parties that come through all the time.
No limiter.
No limiter. We have no limit on Sanhok.
Slowly. They have sometimes, you just have to go even further beyond Blank, and that's exactly what they're able to do.
They've got to go plus ultra on this one, John.
Absolutely. Big fan of that. Big fan of plus ultra.
All right, mate. Don't need to say it twice.
Plus ultra.
Chill out.
Said it a third time.
All right, cheeky.
Goodness me. GXR Celts atop the hill, outside of the compound, just holding down King of Gamers right now. It seems like they've got a little bit of info as to their location, but they'll have to wait a little bit longer to be able to strike.
Freestyle, picking up the scraps from Painan currently before they move into the circle. It will be RRQ though. The great guardians of the edge of the circle. They tend to close the gate on a lot of people, and it's not very pleasant when they do. But T1, they've got a pretty central spot here. Nova Godlike just to the north of them. You see them here on our screens. Kronten here, one of the long-standing players from this team all the way from last year. Currently still holding it down, but they need to have some fantastic games going forward because obviously they didn't make it into the Super Weekend. They really want to make it into the next one through this league play and start to get those points back on board and potentially catch up.
Yeah, getting into the Super Weekend really is sort of the name of the game here in all of these matches, and that's sort of what I talked about a little bit during the third game of the day. Is how Valdez the Murder, you know, they're on 52 points now after that last game. You know, despite getting absolutely dismantled at the hands of RRQ, they are still on 52 points, which has already put them over that 6-point average per game when you expand that to 8 games. So that's a fantastic achievement to have already accomplished in the first 3 games.
Yeah. Next circle though, about to pop. We'll see where it goes. Heads Eastern again.
There we go.
Very nice. Like to see it. Circle's like, we're going East, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they heard James say, we haven't really seen an Eastern Circle. And I was like, well, you haven't seen an Eastern Circle?
Well, here it is.
Oh, here you go. We're going Kampong.
East is East for the circle today, and Reject Scarlet can be happy with this one purely because they play on the eastern side of the map. It seems to be the home for them, and now they don't have to move too much once again. Kampong, relatively free right now. Not many teams actually wanted to head into here, actually almost like Los Leones. It's like the mini Los Leones of Sanhok, right? You don't really want to enter there too early on for fear of getting trapped in there and then leave and get shot at by like 7 different teams. But now Kampong is pretty viable, I would say, at this point, and teams are just slowly slithering their way into this circle. You got BTR still making their way down from the top side. Team IND just to the south of them. You can see them here on your map right now. But TSM Entity Clutch God here taking shots onto Galaxy. Celts, this is big.
TSM Entity holding down in actually Kampong. This is the place where you said it's difficult to go in early, but they're going to hold down the edge, and it does afford you a little bit of power. The thing that comes back to bite you is later on when you may have to leave. So we'll see how they're able to leverage their current position of strength into those future circles.
So Synergy as well as TSM Entity taking a heavy battering upon GXR Celts here. And now T1 are also coming to us. GXR Celts have really pulled the shortest of straws on this fight. Not just 1 or 2, but 3 teams all fighting them.
Rox takes a knock as well. Clutch God gets the nade to land, but they have nades of their own, and Youngjun goes down. Reject Scarlet coming in to help, as well as another goes on towards T1. Goodness me, there's a crunch going on all fronts. This is a crazy western side. And what would we expect? Anything other than this blank? With this hard eastern shift, everybody has to move in from the west.
Yeah, TSM Entity used the fence around Kampong really effectively here, purely because they're all the way on the western side of the city, and they control anyone coming in. Who in their right mind early on in this game makes their way all the way to the eastern side of Kampong? So they've got a huge amount of landmass to themselves here, and they don't have to worry about anything behind them so far. And you've got Z-God on the off angle watching down towards the south side to prevent U-Level Up from making their way in. Really smart plays from TSM Entity here.
GXR Celts eliminated. Unfortunate, they were caught in the middle of everybody there. And they will go down. T1 still atop the hill, still with the sightlines under their control, and no one really threatening their position. There was a time when Reject Scarlet were looking to maybe start to come in, but no, they back off there towards the coast on the east now. Synergy getting sprayed down. G9 finds one, tries to turn his attention to the other player, but goes to the flush instead. Ted able to hide around the rock, and Synergy down to 3.
Here's Beer, the boy himself, looking to take a nade across, see if they're just as effective. Godless though, onto Yudu gank. We know how good this guy can play, but tis Team Secret here, actually taking a fight versus Nova Godlike.
Bigatron have had a pretty tricky rotation. Remember, of course, all the way up northwest in Hatin. They've made their way down. They're now fighting on the hills of Lakawi. It's very difficult terrain to operate around Blank. It's so exposed from so many angles, but Team Secret are getting pressured out by the blue zone. Team IND just over the hill, and everybody needs to head south with a hard shift.
Now TSM Entity, they're in Kampong, and now they have to think about where they actually want to play now, because they have to worry about the south and the west side, as well as the north. Everyone's going to be coming for them. Nova Godlike stuck out in the blue, and IND have got really good sightlines onto them.
But Team Secret are just below the ridge of the hill here. Molotovs being thrown in. The rest of Team Secret want to push through. There's only 2 players alive for them. And they're right on the edge, 7 seconds, and they're going to be pushed pretty fast by this blue zone. They're on the long side.
Yeah, so we're just watching Snacks now, looking down towards Team Secret, and you know that they know one another is here. So currently is a bit of a crunch, and what I like from this is BTR, they have decided to themselves, you know, we don't have to take this fight, let's just walk straight past this. And this is what you love about BTR, is their macro play, understanding the small cracks in the circle they can get through and then get to a better position. Now they've leapfrogged all the teams on the north side, and they're the ones gatekeeping.
Team IND get melted by Bigatron as they try and push on through, picking up a couple of kills there. You do gank as well, taking heavy casualties. They're down to 1 with Mamparang going down. Sprays from Nova Godlike towards Bigatron. And Luxy does take a knock, but it's sent out into the zone. And Nova Godlike, they're not going to be able to get that res.
No. Zuxi is cautious of other players going to jump over the top side and try and finish off on their players. But BTR, so far they've done a really good job to maintain 4 players on board. They will get Luxi up. He will have to dash into the circle and just maintain that low HP, just because it would take too long to go for the first aid kit. Otherwise, it looks like a few players from Nova Godlike have actually made their way in. Reject Scarlet has swiftly moved down to the eastern side, right on side of the coast. And Fredo's also inside of Kampong.
That is one hell of a death run going on right now for Luxy. Zuxi taking heavy fire, and they have to dip out into the blue. That's 2 knocks. 1-2 down. The punch comes through, delivered with swift vengeance towards Bigatron. 1 player left standing for them. The Warped is mounted strong, unfortunately. It gets detonated early, and they are going to go down on the coastline. Team Secret eliminated.
BTR in a horrendous spot now. It's going to be almost impossible to get the rest through. You can see there, they're just gifting up the rest of the meds over to Ryzen. He will have to go forward as a solo player.
Speaking of solo players, You Do Gank have their outpost in the eastern side of Kampong. You said, who in their right mind goes there that early? Well, it's not anymore. No more is it early, blank. And they've sent Federal over to the eastern side. TSM Entity still going for these fights, holding down these angles, making sure that no one can step to their territory.
Yeah, it's a really good read from TSM Entity early on. Super smart play, and they've been holding down Kampong beautifully. You see they send off Jonathan to the north side to make sure no one comes from that down from there. They understand there's a lot of good fighting going to come through.
Another circle. Another circle comes through towards Kampong.
Oh yeah, this has been on the screen for a while. But
yeah, and I was so preoccupied with Bigatron moving forwards with the Warped coming down the coastline. I didn't even notice that the circle.
I was like, am I blind?
TSM Entity.
Where's this new circle?
Well, it's coming in, you know, in about a minute, blank. We'll see.
Okay. But yeah, like I was saying before, they've done a really good job, and I think TSM Entity can be definitely proud of themselves for this particular play. And it finally feels like all these really smart plays from them, finding center circle, finding a good spot there. Now they're backing it up with firepower, and that's the firepower that we're used to from this team. But now we're seeing T1, Saden taking shots over onto RQ, but currently they're out in the blue, so RQ should be able to get their players back up. And Saden, it's almost over for him, you'd imagine.
Yeah, they try to play spoiler to RQ again, and they learned just what 4 of them can do this time around. Unfortunately, though, as you say, 2 players down for RQ, and they're looking for those reses. RQ only gets finished off by Freestyle as well, and G9's trying to just get into this next zone. It's unfortunate as they lose 1. They have got all 3 of the remaining players up and standing, but as I say that, Beer gets eliminated.
So that's TSM Entity still coming through. And now this is the next circle, which again is right on top of TSM Entity.
I told you.
They are quite split, John, in the sense that if one player goes down, it's almost going to be certain that they won't be able to pick him up. So they're going to be very cautious. But what they have here is maintain control on the close edges of their circle at all points. They understand because the circle has moved away from all the teams so frequently that a lot of their work's going to be done for them out in the blue itself, outside of the zone, just purely with teams ripping one another apart, whereas TSM Entity, they can go for the more civilized approach within the buildings.
Team that's been pretty quiet so far this game, You Level Up Esports. 2 kills so far, but they have a position in the southeastern side of the circle. Reject Scarlet as well, similarly coming in from the northeastern side and trying to challenge this spot.
Yeah, so Neo and Clutch God, both players all move closer to one another, realizing that Reject Scarlet have taken control of the northeastern side of the circle. This was always bound to happen, but now at least TSM Entity have that information on board. A lot of what happens in the next 3 minutes will depend on the next circle, John.
2 players for TSM Entity currently. All 4 players alive for You Level Up, and Reject, Scarlet. These are teams that haven't had the greatest of showings in the last week, over the last few rounds of play, so it'll be fantastic for them to get these points on board.
So although TSM Entity are currently with 2 players, they do have 8 kill points, and Next Circle in fact favors them. They will move across the next building and start to hold this one down. Reject Scarlet, though, they're equally moving with pace.
Speed, violence, aggression, that's what you want to see from these teams. UDO still with their solo player moving forwards, Fredo. You level up, lose a player though to a nice spray down from Neo, leveling the playing field somewhat as they bring them down to 3. Reject Scarlet though still with 4.
Choconut is the dangerous factor in the circle as a solo outside in the blue. I wonder if he's just going to go for the heal and try and make it towards the top 3, maybe even get a second place spot. But Clutch Gods currently is in the sightlines of this player behind the rock, and he should see him.
Oh, there's Choconut. That's that wildcard coming through. Sarah takes a knock. The spray down coming through from Clutch God as well. Capitalizing on the position that they have. Sends out wide. Duello with the nade cooked. Bounces on the top of the wall. And it brings him down. Clutch God falls.
Urali looking to finish off this player. Neo in a bad spot. You'd imagine that TSM Entity go down to just the 1. Clutch God takes another hit, and you level up on the other side. Urali finds the last player from TSM Entity, and their reign of terror is over.
4 teams remain. UDO Gank still with their solo player, Choconut. Oh, he's taken a leaf out of Beer's book. Fight looks for 1, spots at least 3 of the players from Reject Scarlet. No, Sarah's gone in. Ferrell pops up. Oh, he spoils it.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we were in for another treat there, Blank, but we might be getting another one. Fredo finds yet another. Taken out by a nade. Reject Scarlet keep their players alive.
And now it's you level up versus Reject Scarlet. If I'm you level up, I'm running in here. I know a player's down. Nade comes over the top, and they could make this back into a 4v3. You level up just haven't taken the initiative here. Nades coming through from all over the place.
Reject Scarlet have been picking up the pieces. They're on 7 kills right now, Blank, and making sure that they're getting those points on board. Looking to try and challenge, or hold off more accurately, against You Level Up, but they have to move forwards. 4 players alive.
You level up looking to just find a position where they can support one another's back. I really like this 3-piece that they've got going at the moment. Sarah throwing in grenades, does do a little bit of damage to Chastian. Now Sarah wants to go for another nade here. Moves over the wall. I'm going to go for the next vault.
Very difficult walls to operate around, Blank. The holes in them mean that you're not covered.
That could be great.
It's very difficult to hold it down, but the first knock goes through. Sarah falls as he tries to push through. Duello goes aggressive towards Chastian. And they try and hold down these angles. Close push. Urali goes in for the spray. And he does go down for it. Chastian now wants to go aggressive onto the resurrected player. But Duello steps up with the micro Uzi. Takes 1. Huashan able to hold it down for You Level Up for now. Only 1 left alive, and he goes out wide for the spray. It's You Level Up Gaming able to clutch it out right at the end. A brilliant comeback for them.
Really, really well played to Chastian in those last moments there for You Level Up, because he knows he's really low, but he'd take the advantage there. He knows he can get in, try and get some more damage on the players, and then it's just up to Hyoshan to actually finish up that fight at the end. Really, really well played to You Level Up, but there's one team we have to highlight, and that's TSM Entity. I think that everyone could be proud of that team. It was such a really, really good hold on Kampong for such a long, long time, and a very good read in terms of macro.
But everything changes in a moment. It all changes with a single snap. We're going over to the hour step.
Big stuff coming out here. What a win to get things going for our second Sanhok of the day. Avenger, Froz joining me here. I did say we hadn't seen Eastern Circles for a little while, and you know what? It happens. It happens.
You orchestrated this.
Maybe I have a little bit of leeway, a little bit of power. Is that? I'm scared.
Like, this is where we're gonna end the circle.
Going here. I'll try it for Erangel at the end of the day. What do you think, Avenger, about this game?
I hope that is not true, that you can just, sway your hands and then it'll be like East. No, it was a great game overall. It's a super interesting game. We had a semi, or we had an urban ending, but it was a rough game with especially the southern shift was really rough.
Yeah.
We had 5 teams in the north fighting. It ended up being a blue hell, and a lot of teams ended up dying, and I think blue probably did like 4,000 damage alone. This
probably
game
all
here.
blue.
That's
MVP of the
crazy.
game.
Yeah.
A lot of blue, but also came down because of the shift, and you had all the teams holding each other out towards the this edge of the zone, basically.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from our Sanhok and see who's been able to do the do. We have you level up towards the top here with their victory. 26 points available to them. Very even in terms of kills across the lobby actually here for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's because we saw so many teams actually just fighting outside. They saw that circle going to the south, but the thing was that no one was down there. Yeah, sure, we had TSM Entity down there, but most of the teams, they were congested on the north side, on the west side, and it was basically 2 big packs that were just killing each other.
I can't help but feel like TSM Entity could have made a bigger meal of this one. Well, they got 9 kills, that's great.
Yeah.
But they could have held on to Kampong a little bit stronger.
Their rotation is on point. Going from Ruins and getting over to Kampong early on, they could have held that down so good. But they wanted to go for that 2-2 split, the 2-2 we've been talking about. And the thing with that was that it was too late to do that. It was way too many people still alive, trying to get in. And if you do that 2-2 split, you're gonna lose people. You're gonna end up losing players. And that's what we saw TSM doing. They lost 2 players. Else, I think they could have gotten themselves a chicken dinner.
Yeah, later in the game, when you know people are going to end up being crashing onto this position, you've got to consolidate yourself. You've got to get in the same position and kind of hold down a smaller area. You can't feasibly control huge swaths of a circle when there's so many teams north wanting to crush down.
Either you go super center as 4, or you try to get an edge and make sure your back is free and then push forward from that. But they did neither. They were splitting out way too spread, as Frost was saying. And even though we like the 2-2 split that Sander loves, the 2-2 split here executed like this is not the way to do it. 2-2 splits, until 3rd circle and maybe just when 4th pops and then you move from there. It's okay, but this late, no.
I mean, the reason we saw you level up and Reject Scholar getting into the end game is because of the good rotations. But here we go, do-the-do moments.
It's the Mountain do-the-do moments. Yes, why don't you talk to us about it, Avenger?
I love do-the-do moments, and especially here in Sanhok because it's all about the kills, the third parties, and the angles that everybody is able to take. G9 again, fragging out. This is nothing new. The long-range shots from some of these guys, an M4 with a 3x and then getting that. But I think once we get a little bit further ahead, you can see how many teams were actually on the north. You see Luxy here with some of the shots, and they got stuck themselves. CCP also got stuck outside the blue. And the north and the western side, there were so many teams fighting. And at that point, when you have a shift that goes that far south, that is that far away, and there's teams around them, that's why you change your mode to try to get into the circle and survive, to let's kill everybody and get as many points as we can.
Yeah, but you level up. They came from the south part. They rotated on the south part all the way around to the east, and that's how they got into Kampong. Same thing with Reject Scarlet. They came from the north, went far east, and both of these teams, they were basically just avoiding all of these big packs we saw on the north, on the west side, and then they just met up in Kampong and had a big fight together there instead for the end of the game.
This late game though, I was hoping for Shogunot to actually do something about Fredo. He spotted him and he put some pressure on to Reject Scarlet. And I feel like that kind of opened the engagement that you level up actually managed to do this, but this push for a web as well was so well played.
I really like that Fredo kill because that kill on Choconut basically was a 3-point kill. Not only putting his team from 4th to 3rd place, but also getting that 1 point, of course. But this, I think Chasin was the one who did the first push there against Reject Scarlet.
Yeah.
Good push. Even though he got himself knocked, he was putting pressure on them, making sure they couldn't get that revive.
Exactly.
And that was the key point for making his teammates being able to keep that push going and get the win in the end.
After having spoken to them yesterday, I'm sure they're going to be ecstatic with that win. Let's take a look at the stats here from You Level Up and see how they were able to contribute here to this lobby. In terms of the damage as well as the healing that may have come out from them, maybe they got a kill steal or 2 while they were moving down towards camp. tampon. It will be... Actually, we have seen kind of a trend here throughout our chicken dinners throughout the day. They've all been kind of around this middling 1,000-ish damage place where, again, the lobby is kind of feeling itself and everybody is really getting to terms with one another.
What we're talking about is either you get as many points as possible or you get the chicken dinner. And that's what we've been seeing today. The theme has been play passive, get into the late game, play a little bit more passive, and wait until the last fight. That's when we're going to gather all of our points. And we do know that chicken dinner is worth 20 points alone without the kills.
Yeah, we can take a look across the whole lobby as well here and see where the damage is dealt. But I think it's going to be pretty even once again here, similar to our previous games before. I imagine maybe we'll see kind of TSM quite high up there thanks to the 9 kills they were able to put up. So let's check things out, Froz, as we have, so they will be taking the lead with that, taking the charge. Reject Scala also with that 1,600 coming on in, but relatively even once again. Martin.
Yeah, it's very even again, and it's the same teams we see again and again fragging out here and getting a lot of points. Obviously, it's nice to see you level up there as well with the 6 kills, but Reject Scarlet putting out this TSM entity, they've had a very, very good day. Yes, they could potentially have gotten more kills and potentially a higher placement from this, but they did do a lot for the rest of the impact of the game.
And one thing that's interesting here for us is that so far we've had 4 games and we've had 2 wins overall, I believe, from teams that did not qualify for our Super Weekend prior. So that kind of shows that even though, yes, in the previous week they did not qualify for the Super Weekend, that we still have a wealth of 20 teams that are still able to put up big numbers, still able to push out for those chicken dinners and hang with the very best of the best here in PMWL East.
I mean, no matter how you qualify to get your way here, we still have 20 of the best teams in the world here. I'd say we're better than the West, of course. So
I mean, the West.
We have the best teams here, and therefore it's so hard, it's so rough to stay consistent in the top no matter which team you are.
Yeah, absolutely Avenger.
Absolutely Avenger, is that me?
That is you.
Is that a new taste of,
No,
drink?
You don't get the Valdez, the murder treatment just yet.
I was hoping for like a good chime.
Maybe. Let's take a look at our top players here from the game as well.
Yes.
And we have Clutch God, G9,
Look at that.
Sarah, and Neo.
Again, we've seen Clutch God up here, and this time Jonathan was alive. We saw that in the last game. TSM, they got himself a 4th place with 9 kills. This time it was a 5th place with 9 kills. And last time we saw Clutch God up here, now we see him up here again.
Where was RRQ Athena in this game?
They were on the Northwest, I believe.
No,
they ended up on a 6th place with 7 kills.
How does he sneak in every time?
Wait,
Did
you see this?
7?
They had 7 kills. G9 got 6 kills alone.
It's baffling to me that even when they get like lower placements, they're still like, nah, we're still gonna get a ton of points.
Don't forget though, Bear still have more kills than G9.
Yeah.
Even though we still see G9 up there all the time.
What is going on?
These guys are fragging out, honestly. It's good to see that they're saying, you know what, the 42% that you guys are talking about, the points of kills, no, we'll do 50. 50%.
They actually been on a 50% kill points throughout the whole season so far.
Yeah, mental. Let's take a look as well, because at home you can be involved in many ways, but in-game you can actually be involved in the lucky draw. If you're earning points watching in-game, you can spend some of those points on being lucky or unlucky, like Froz in there, and getting yourself maybe some cheeky little rewards here and there.
I was unlucky yesterday. I only got some silver coins.
That's unfortunate.
That's...
Avenger, have you spent your points yet, or are you just hoarding them?
Holding.
Still,
Yeah.
like his Christmas presents from, what was it, 1990?
1999.
Oh, yeah,
Christmas
you're 2 years old.
Your guys were like, no, 1990 Christmas presents. I was like, that was you guys. That was not me.
It wasn't me. It was Froz.
Okay.
It was...
Well, he's still hoarding them.
No, not.
Did you give one of those 1990s presents to Froz, and that's why he has this rag around his neck right now?
Wow. Okay.
You know, I do what I can. We can also take a look at what you can also, guys, can pick up in the game too. It is called the Royal Pass Season 14. That's right, the Royal Pass is now live in-game for Season 14, so go and grab yourself that. You can get yourself some great skins there. And just to go back on, kind of what happened briefly when I attacked Froz, I'm kind of antagonizing everyone on the talent roster, and I feel like I don't care. It's a really fun thing to do, but eventually everybody's going to gang up on me. They're all looking at me right now from both directions, and I'm slightly scared. But that's fine, because we've got one more game coming at you for today. It will be Erangel here after we've seen you level up T1, Valdus, The Murder, and Freestyle getting themselves wins so far.
If you ask me today what the 4 teams that are going to have wins here, and I would probably not have picked these. I'm kind of surprised with the variation in team wins. Not it's a bad thing. I love it. I love to see that these guys have been able to say, yesterday we're going to be looking and preparing as much as we can for today, and it really shows the amount of preparation. I feel like it's preparation, and it's good to see these guys able to step up and take these wins.
It's time to look at the overall rankings as well. Froz wanted to say something. What do you want to say, Froz?
I mean, last week we were playing the Candy, right? And it was kind of the first time after the opening weekend, so the teams didn't know each other enough, I'd say. Now we're seeing the potential, kind of the full potential of the teams, of all of them, because now they know each other much better, who plays where, how they rotate and stuff like that, and that's what they're utilizing. That's what we're seeing, different winners in every game now.
And of course,
quickly thing, did you see that?
You level up third?
Third and fourth is 2 teams that have not played the Super Weekend, and they're looking very good to get into that. So that's very nice.
Gentlemen, time for our last game of the day. It will be Erangel. We are heading over to John and Xander. Rapid head movements. Let's go.
We're ready to fight right here. Look, for a guy who dresses the way he does, he sure has a lot to say about other people's outfits,
I mean, look at this guy, got the leather jacket on. I can't imagine how hot he is in that, though.
Let us know how it is in 1995 there, James. We'll be getting into the game here in 2020. That's what we're going to be looking for. Erangel to round out the day's proceedings. Blankham, what better way to do it?
Yeah, the only annoying thing is, though, is that early on the day I said, oh, he's got a really cool t-shirt on. So I complimented early on the day. He still gave me rubbish for it. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, graphic tees and a leather jacket. I'm James Kalaris Carroll.
Kalaris.
Oh dear. Goodness me. Can't get rid of him, but we absolutely love him for it.
We absolutely love him for it.
The southern plane again, Blank, going from just south of Lepovka down to Primos.
We're actually going the other way this time. So what's happened is the start of the day, the start of our day for Game 3, we went this way, and now the plane's just coming back from Sanhok, and we're coming back to slightly more temperate weather.
Yeah, a little bit warmer, and it's the sort of finishes that have been really interesting me today. Not sure what that sentence was, but I have been interested by the ways these finishes have happened in the last 2 games. We saw a really snake-heavy circle in that last game, open fields in Erangel, and then in Sanhok, it was like a pitched battle, right? It was 2 teams going head-to-head straight up. So I'm wondering what we're going to see here. A western circle to kick it off here on Erangel yet again towards Gatka Fields. We'll see who's able to claim the victory.
T1 already taking a knock.
Wow.
Is that a death as well?
Goodness me. I think...
taking a sip of water.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think you level up, actually. Yeah, one of their players went down and they got the flush there. So despite having a pretty decent showing in the last game, they've already lost 1. Just a note as well, it looks like we only have 3 players on RRQ as well currently playing. G9, D2E and Ernie. They are playing down a player.
Interesting. Beer's like, I've done enough today. You don't need me for that last game. Do what you said. I soloed on Game 3, so I mean, you can obviously do 3v the lobby. That's easy. I made it happen. Why can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. What's the problem? What's the problem? Guys?
What's the problem, boys? Come on, chill out.
Come on, step up.
All right, so Reject Scarlet, as well as TSM Entity towards Yasnaya. Now, guys, I have seen a lot of TSM as well as a lot of other teams. And the phrase camping has been used often, and the circle favors them. I'm going to tell you straight now, when there is one building and the circle keeps centering on you, you become more and more of a target as the game progresses. Sometimes you can't get close to one another quickly enough, sometimes you go down, and in this instance, TSM Entity have had a lot of times where they've had the circle zoned in on them to the point where they've had 5 teams all around them, surrounding them. They don't really they can't really catch a break in that moment. So although I think they played it really well, I do think that in some ways the zone actually made things quite difficult for them, especially with so much area to control towards the end of the game, and because so many teams had intel on them for where they were shooting at them the whole game, because they had 8 points when they went out. That's an aside. Back to the game.
Well, it looks like Orange Rock, they're currently guarding out Valdus the Murder, as is always the way towards Rozhok.
No,
Southwestern.
Valdus the Murder.
Valdus Murder.
There you go. Perfect.
There we go. Well, they're going to have to try and leave Rozhok actually towards them, but the fight's still going on between T1 and You Level Up. They will not quit. They will not stop this.
No, so currently Missile quite low. It does have one first aid kit, drops up. Wow, a lot of damage on the Hyoshuan. Now the smoke just pops almost immediately. Nade comes over the top, and that will finish him off. T1. Slightly less of a precarious spot now.
Bring car around, son. We're going for a drive. We're going for a...
I give you one Yorkshire imitation per day during the cast, okay?
Fine. I'll take that.
Cease.
I'll take that. That's my Yorkshire.
And desist. This is our heritage.
That's fair enough. That is fair enough. But TSM Entity currently playing in Yasnaya. We saw them chase these kills on Reject Scala into Yasnaya last Erangel map. So we'll see if they can do a little bit more this time around. Maybe even get those wipes going through. But they will both have to leave as the circle is not in their favor this time, as it was last time around.
Yes, so... this is kind of a new development here for TSM Entity, considering that they were playing towards Georgia Pole quite a lot of the Erangel games beforehand. If they'd played there now, they'd been in a really good spot to drop down from Georgia Pole, go to Hospital, and then start scouting downwards to the south. Instead, they're in a little bit more of a tricky scenario here in Yasnaya with Reject Scarlet. But it is a 4v4 this time. Jonathan is with the boys. We'll see what they can get done. Team Secret, though, I'm not impressed massively by the day that's gone on.
He's unimpressed.
I'm unimpressed, boys, okay? I'm sorry to say it. But I think with this circle, and from just times before, right now the correct decision would be group up for Team Secret. Maybe head over to Gatka or try and take control of the yellows just to the south.
You heard it here first, folks. Group up, Team Secret, says Blank for the probably 20th time so far on this on this tournament, to be fair. I mean, it's been a recurring issue for Team Secret, hasn't it? How they don't group up early enough, and hopefully it won't come back to bite them.
Currently they're playing that 2-2 split, and Neo taking some shots over towards Urali. He does drop out of the car and jumps into the building. So TSM Entity currently have the information. I really would hate to see this fight last for basically 10 minutes. Because it's heading that way, just purely with all the spots that you can hide around in Yasnaya itself. Though not the worst thing to happen in the world would to be extend this fight, other than losing resources, etc., is because the longer they wait out here and in this fight, the longer they can control Yasnaya as a double team. Obviously they're not teaming up, but no other team's going to really be able to enter this location, and they can wait for the later game and go for more like a BTR play, where they move into the circle after a while. Talking of BTR, they're not actually in this game, so one less scary opponent for a lot of these teams to not have to worry about anymore.
They'll have to move down southeast, as I mentioned before. Another team that's going to have to move south, you do Gank. They go to Severny. Despite the plane being so southern, they actually go for the rotation all the way up, and then they're going to be able to take a little bit of control on the northern shore, and then they'll have to cross. What we've seen quite a few times, actually, and pretty regularly from Orange Rock, is that they drop one player to the north of the river to trash loot around those locations and get any information on teams rotating over towards Severny, over towards shooting range, and see if they could spot out those sightlines as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate the commit to Severny. I'm not a fan of this at all. I think they grab the vehicles, they head up topside, and they grab more vehicles on the way, so they have a full convoy before moving out. And honestly, if they've identified from the other games that Georgia Pole Hospital's free, they have a really easy rotation off to the west, down past Zaki, over the bridge at Georgia Pole, and they can start scouting from the top of Everest down towards Team Secret. Orange Rock, like you said, though, tend to play scout on the other side of the river, literally being that OP scout that he is. But this time they have all grouped up, and they're just kind of making sure they keep an eye on the players in Rozhok, make sure they don't get too much ground.
RV did have a little expedition on the north side of the river earlier in the round, but they don't make the Team Secret folly mistake of staying split up, as they know everyone's going to be coming their way from the northeast.
It's true, it's true. Morph, on the other hand, they have a player all the way on the western coast, whereas the other players are currently at Ferry Pier. Not a bad place to loot up, but ABDE actually making their way across the western bridge. Slightly dangerous considering there could be already a setup there in place, but it looks like most teams have realized there's little compounds towards the center of the circle and want to occupy them early. And maybe ABDE know this and decide, you know what, actually this is probably the safest time to get across. We need to get a location, and soon.
GXRself's not able to get the spray down fully just yet. Saden crawling on the hillside. And finally, with the DP at range, it's MJ to get the first kill for the squad. 16 teams still alive, but T1 take an early knock, and it's you level up. We've taken the majority of the hit here. It's just Chaxian left.
You level up have had a rough start to this game. Next circle comes through, and honestly, this is where Erangel starts to become quite difficult to play, purely because there are some compounds around this area, but the terrain is quite rough, quite rocky. If you commit too much off to the western side, then you've got a difficulty in rotating in vehicles onto where the actual fields are. And speaking of fields, they also become a huge problem because there are some mini shacks, which are kind of like last resort compounds for a lot of these teams towards the center here. And you can see most teams, they're not bothering anymore with staying out of the circle or trying to play on the edge side. They know they need to take a central position and do it soon, so they have a really strong position going forward because teams will be competing for them.
No one has headed out all the way to the west flank. No one really wants to venture into those hillsides around Quarry. Not just yet, and those central positions being so hotly contested, maybe you're going to want to head a little bit further, but it is tricky. You don't know if anyone's landed. Primorsk, it was early, it was very late on the plane path, so if you're dropping out, you won't necessarily see it.
There are quite a fair few amounts of shots as people are trying to rotate, and you kind of feel like you're in a really busy shop at the moment with people brushing past you or trying to get towards where the shirts are at the back, which are the cool ones. In this case, they're the cool compounds, which are very easy to hold, but yeah, it does feel a little bit claustrophobic in this circle.
Yeah, pretty tricky. Team Secret. Still split blank. They are currently across the north and south of Gatka Fields, but it looks like they are regrouping just now. Perhaps a little bit late, but at least they're doing it. Better late than never. As ABDE taking a little bit of fight with the last player of You Level Up who does get eliminated. 16th place for them, an unfortunate turn of events.
Orange Rock now moving down in a line towards Gatka, and I wonder if they head beyond that area. King of Gamers taking a really super strong compound towards the western side of this circle. This one will actually allow them to watch downwards towards all the hills, and they've got a solid bit of roadside underneath, so a lot of visibility, high terrain in terms of where the compound is located. So it's kind of like a very good Overwatch spot.
A lot of sightlines and area control is really important in these middle circles, Blank. You know, having those info gathering sightlines that can really give you the information that you need to be able to rotate out later is so important. So it's a massive benefit to be able to control those now.
You're so right, John. You're so
right.
You're so right, brother. You know,
thanks, man.
Sometimes you're very right. Other times you're quite wrong, but most of the time you're very right.
Oh, thanks for saying. You too, you know.
That's bro.
You know,
I'm never super wrong. What are you talking about? Getting back to the game here, though.
Absolutely agree with you there.
Synergy really slap bang in the center here. This time, TSM Entity, they will have to play on the eastern side. Reject Scarlet, they moved, instead of going straight down southeast past Pachinki like TSM Entity, they opted to go over the top side of the map. So they will have had to use a few resources to maintain and sustain themselves within the blue here, but they will be moving down past Hospital, down that field side. Yudu Gang, they've taken a pretty aggressive rotation towards Mount Everest, as I mentioned earlier in the game here, to scout downwards over the top of Georgopol. But yeah, most teams, they're in a decent position. Next circle is probably going to define a lot of the fights going forward, but here's TSM Entity crashing into Valdez the Murder, and TSM Clutch got already down.
Valdez the Murder have taken one knock as well. TSM taking multiple fights. Missile getting flushed. T1 on the sidelines. Neo takes a little bit of damage from a nade. Valdez the Murder sending him away. I don't think they want to try and push this one. There's so many nades flying. Oh, Neo. Oh, you're not going to get through that, I'm afraid. Oh, my goodness me.
Oh, my lord.
No chill from Valdez the Murder. Guys, I think he's done, guys. Yeah. You can stop throwing nades.
Throw more.
More explosives.
We want him to suffer. Anyway, Jonathan is down and Zegot has to leave. And you know what? this is acceptable. I think Zico's going to try and have to be that snake in the grass going forward for TSM Entity. There is a lot of fields here. You can drop the backpack later on in the game, but a really hard shift to the eastern side will force a lot of teams to leave. And King of Gamers, with that really strong spot I mentioned earlier, they're going to be one of these teams to move, and they're moving underneath Quarry. I actually like this. It will stop a lot of the sight lines from the north, and they should be able to inject themselves just underneath Ferry Pier here, which would be a smart option. But a lot of field in this area. Not many compounds other than the one that Team IND currently maintain.
I bet you thought that was all the data we had. No, Valdez the Bird have got more in the back pocket. They're going to be sending them away towards Nova Godlike. Getting a kill as well, an aggressive push from Nova Godlike, and probably a little bit of a mistake there to move a player that far forwards when you know that Valdez the Murder are controlling that hillside so effectively, and no one's ready to back you up.
Yeah, and in that sense, it's just like, yes, you have a scout out there who's going to provide you information going forward, but the best scouts are the ones that can get out, hold their own, get the information, and then, more importantly, get back to the team. One player does that marvelously well is Marvy. He gets marvelously well. He gets out very, very far. Sorry, just noticed it in the moment. I had to mention it. He gets out very far away from Orange Rock and is able to actually provide a lot of information, but also hold his own very well. Get a knock back onto a team and then retreat that way. So really, really good player over there. And Orange Rock currently still alive on the eastern side.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. What a marvelous player.
Will the play be marvelous too?
Will the play be marvelous too? Can we please stop making fun of me now? Thank you.
I've said 3 words. Total. King of Gamers, they have actually swung all the way around down south now, and actually on the eastern point of Ferry Pier.
Look at my call there. That was a good call from me.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Brilliantly correct, as usual. King of Gamers, they have got control of a really nice spot, actually, at the south side, and it seems like they're able to find these positions quite a few times. I mean, I spoke about how in last week's qualifying games, they were pretty much the snakes of the lobby, not really chiming in with too many kills and just finding those placements every single which way. It seems like they're going back to basics after what has been a unfortunate start to today, right? They're on 7 points total. And goodness me.
Okay.
What a turn up for them.
Team IND like this. Back of the net. Ooh. Get in.
Love it.
Look at that. That's a lovely little circle for them, isn't it?
Oh, dear. But, you know, it's a little bit of a bad miss for Orange Rock,
bad miss for everybody else.
On the northern side, they're going to have to make a long, fast rotation. Seems like they're going to be able to get it done. Reject Scarlet actually suffering to the blue zone. Not too sure about that one. Unfortunate for them.
God, this is Team IND have to move very, very quickly. They're currently on foot right now. They head towards just just underneath the compound they currently held before. But looks like Scout and Orange Rock looking to go down and hold onto the gas station just on the roadside. Actually, not a bad spot to be. There's a lot of trees in this area, so you should be able to hide yourself away very effectively. I think Orange Rock just currently scouting out all the area, but all these teams just flying into the circle now.
Like, I don't think 4 players moving in the same vehicle quite counts as scouting. They're just running straight in and found themselves in a shack, and now they're controlled. Everybody knows where they are, but they're in the zone, and that's the most important part.
Look, dude, they've got some vehicles around them. This is basically a compound now. And they're very, very central too, so they're very happy to stay here. Painkillers coming through, and smokes will come down afterwards, and that should alleviate a little bit of pressure for them, especially with all the other teams now coming into the circle. That'll put pressure on all the teams surrounding Orange Rock, and you know, they'll get a little bit of respite in the fact that all the other teams will have to take fights before looking at them.
Valdez the Murder will be holding down a compound on the northern side. Look, I can't do it because you banned me from using that accent, unfortunately. It just doesn't happen, you know?
Fair enough. How about you say Valdez?
Valdez
the Murder.
There we go. Love it. Back of the net.
It's a bad miss.
Nobody is going to understand this.
They will. I made a Johnny English reference the other day, and everyone got that.
I feel like that's less obscure than what we're going for here. But either way, let's refocus into the game. We've had several hard shifts now, one after the other, and the southern push.
Later. The desk is laughing at us so much.
When are they not? Let's be honest. I don't think they get eliminated in the midst of all of this chaos on all fronts.
Okay. Reject the Scarlet though. Taking a few shots from GXR Celts here. Ultron, this is one of the players that people keep telling me to keep an eye on. And like you said earlier, slipped his way into that kill or damage leaders rankings towards the top 10. You-Do Gank now making their way down from the north side. But RRQ's still in the game, remember, with 3 players still on board.
Goodness me, I'm hearing screams of laughter from the desk, and I'm not quite sure what they're on about. But they're having a great time, and so are we, Blank. It's been quite a dramatic set of circle shifts. And the fact that Orange Rock have survived that push and have managed to get on with it, get into the zone and actually stay relatively safe is a miracle in my mind. And we'll see what they're able to do, because it's a tricky spot to leave. The question is how many teams go down before they do.
Well, I mean, this is what I was talking about. All the other teams have to fight one another before they even get to Orange Rock in the first place. The ridge line goes all the way through the middle, providing a little bit of cover as well, and the road in front of them gives them a huge amount of sightlines going forward. Next circle going to pop on our screen soon. Orange Rock should be within it with the central position they have, and it heads back up to Team IND, who have been predicting these circles very nicely so far. So Team IND with a slight 2-2 split here, look, but they're covering one another's back at the moment, especially with the amount of trees available to them. I think you have to go for a 2-2 split here and make sure that you're not all clumped up in one zone where you're very visible as a 4-man unit.
Now, there's a hugely important location in this next circle, Blank, and it's the compound that is currently occupied by Team Secret. It was previously occupied by Valdus,
the murder.
But now they have been displaced and they will be taken away and they'll be given over control to Team Secret, who have 4 players alive. Now they can hold this down and no one's at their back.
This is not too bad, and look, this is actually kind of crazy. We've got Team Secret here with 4 players. I love to see it. It is the start of something good in my eyes. Jigsaw Celts, though, still making their way in. Martin from Bars the Murder alongside one other player from his team is down the slope there, as you can see on your screen, for a very, very short moment. There's Ultron taking some beautiful shots, and he's going to go again from Tomorph to see if he can get another player out of the car.
It's almost like rotating all in the same vehicle is a bad idea, Blank. And so, you know, I do wonder why people keep on doing it. They lose a player, but they make it to the compound. They will be okay for now.
But Team Secret's here, and as you can see, a nade comes over the top. Mad Toy actually takes a couple of shots, not sure where that's from. I believe that is the couple of players from Team IND on that side. Megastars will have to leave the gas station. And Orange Rock, they're still holed up. We'll see how long they can stay here for. You-Do Gank taking a heavy amount of damage. Fredo goes down. GXR Celts aggress onto Valdus, the murder, who are now eliminated. King of Gamers have also got to make their way across the road. Slightly difficult push for them.
They've been playing with 3 players this whole time, by the way, RRQ, and they're still making it into these late circles. They're trying to push in from the eastern side. G9 going down, taking a lot of damage for the rest of the squad as well. The Megastar's trying to hold them off, but Synergy might play spoiler. D2E taken down, the rest of the squad as well. And now the Megastars have to turn their attention towards Synergy. At the end of the fight, nades being thrown into the garage, very, very near to Ted. A lot of damage being sent towards CFE as well. Not quite finding any knocks just yet, but the Megastars have the advantage in terms of the tempo of this fight.
I mean, they're parking it for just a little bit here. I mean, the same with Ted, though. It's a nade Kevin who's like, guys, give me a second. I've just got to make sure this is on the line. Vehicle now exploded, and the rest of Synergy trying to heal up. Megastars move around the corner into a better position to hold Synergy down. More nades actually coming through, as well as smokes. Very, very close to Zigsaw there. Team IND still towards the middle, holding it down. CFE goes down next, and Ted starts to creep around the outside of this building.
The Megastars have managed to get around the edges here, Blank. They're controlling the sight lines, and that's exactly what comes through from Swag. Finding a flush out onto one of the Synergy players, leaving them 2 alive. Now 2 players in that garage, trapped like a rat.
Trapped like a rat indeed, and we'll see who exactly springs this one upon them. Swag looking to move around the side, but again, next circle comes through. U-High as well as Rex have made their way into the circle with Team Secret, but Team IND, circle still favors them. They've been doing a really good job to holding off all these teams surrounding them with little to no cover in terms of a building or a compound.
King of Gamers are getting stuck in finally as well on the south side. I said they've been quiet, they absolutely have. They have to start fighting now. This is the time when they need to come through. Synergy get eliminated, the Megastars can mount up. They need to push into this next circle. They'll have to challenge Orange Rock, who have been hiding, cowering
Well, I don't know.
Last few seconds.
Biding their time, maybe, as they start to take shots over to King of Gamers. Scout does go down, but that's them eliminated. GXR Celts finish off that fight to King of Gamers Club. And I think, like I said, Orange Rock have been here for so long, maybe people have forgot about them. And now they need to start making their way out. They're right on the cusp of the circle, just taking shots all over the place. I believe that is now Scout dead, though, for Orange Rock. A tanky gets dropped out the vehicle from Mad Toy. So much fire coming through. Team IND starting to go down.
Team Secret have moved out of their compound. They have control over this hillside and a dominant position as well. They're looking for shots onto everyone else. Blank Orange Rock still pinned in their little shack. Not really able to leave. Everybody knows that they're there now, but they've made it to top 5, and that is going to be super crucial for them.
Yeah, the aperture to leave here is so small, so when they do go out, a spray down will be really, really easy onto them. Team Secret, though, look at the control they have, and a lot of that is from grouping up very, very early on. I saw them start to slip apart from one another at the beginning of the game, and then immediately snap back together, and they've been playing fantastically since. Megastars, though, very close to Slayer, and look at that, Mad Toy actually removes GXR Celts from the game with a nice little shot from the SKS there.
9 kills found for Team Secret so far, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop there. Another knock on towards Slayer as IND get eliminated. Marvi managed to find a shot through the windows of the shack on towards the Megastars, and Viru finds another. Mini 14 serving them well. Swag up from the grass, looking for the spray down, but not really going to be able to find too much there. Marvi, however, finally does take the knee. Viru tries to hit the deck and will be able to survive for the time being. Looks for another, gets the flush onto Encore, and now Team Secret over the top of the hill, looking to control those sightlines. 3 teams remain. Viru flushed, and now 2 players alive for Orange Rock as it goes down to 1, just Gil.
This is good, though. They managed to get out, and Gil is probably the best player you want to stay alive. Circle moves away from absolutely everybody. But Team Secret with a beautiful little lineup on the side of this ridge.
This has been gifted to them. There's no way anyone can push through. Orange Rock eliminated, Megaspars dispatched, and Team Secret as a unit show no weakness.
And I believe that's their first chicken dinner of the tournament, in fact. So Team Secret, well done to you guys. It's been slowly coming back. I know I said I was unimpressed with you at the start of the game, but no, I'm now impressed. We're going the other way.
Fantastic. He's dead chuffed with that one.
Dead chuffed, mate.
Brilliant stuff coming through from Team Secret. They had a strong compound. They leveraged that. They made sure that Morph couldn't get in properly, and they cleared those angles. By the book stuff.
Yeah, it was a lovely sweep that came down from them, and it was like quite calm, collected, and almost surgical at some point.
Absolutely. Well, for the final time today, we're going to head back over to the guy who everybody is surprised does not have frosted tips. It's James on the desk.
Great stuff by Team Secret there to get themselves the win, and great stuff by our commentators as well. You can follow them on Instagram, _casts, as well as John Allen Casts, all one word. Go and check them out. We have, to my right-hand side, it's Avenger and Froz here. Team AFK, my name's Kyle Aris, to break everything down that's going on. Team Secret getting themselves the victory off the back of this, and they made it look clinical towards the end. Frost.
Yeah, really good. I mean, they had a compound for a long time. We saw IND being there, of course, early as well. But how they were holding it down was so good, because basically it's such a big compound. It's super hard to hold it by yourself, but they managed. They managed, and they got themselves a lot of swooping up kills as well.
They were swooping up points throughout the whole game. It was good to see how they were able to execute that. It's good to see them step up here. I think with this alone, I think they're going to be able to qualify to the Super Weekend.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. Our final Erangel of the day. We will have 35 big smackaroonies up towards the top there. And then 777, 777s, lucky 7s from Megastars, IND, and GXR Celts. As these teams, some of these teams very consistent, continue to to be so, but that means that it's a very top-heavy lobby here, Mr. Frost.
Yeah, very top-heavy. We do see Valus the Murder on 7th there with 5 kills, though. And it is really good because they actually went out on 12th place. So they managed to salvage that with some kills, putting them up there towards the top.
Avenger.
I will say, though, like with this and how we've seen this shape up today, I'm happy to see all these teams that are able to, you know, changes from Super Weekend, stepping up from how they're able to play in the opening days and the qualifying days of last week, and also how they're able to play in Super Weekend to now step up to this level. Again, the depth of this region is so surprisingly deep. It's actually crazy.
Let's take a look at Team Secret stats coming out of this game then as well, because this was an important
God.
for them. That is an impressive ratio. But what's important as well, gentlemen, is that before this game, they were in the bottom 4 when it comes to this 20-team lobby, the 20 teams overall. So they needed big points to push themselves out of that danger zone for us.
Yeah, I mean, before this game, they had 9 points. They only had 4 kills in total. But after this one, I mean, that's going to rocket them up. I think they're going to be in the top 5 after this one. But you can see here, damage to the heal ratio. That tells the whole story. That tells you how good they were fighting without needing to actually heal. That means they were basically taking fights, but not losing anything. They were not getting hit. They were just running people over.
We saw a good amount of nade kills from them as well. They're able to, you know, impact before they're even starting to get shot at. So nade kills obviously gives an even higher kind of ratio here, but it was really good to see. And here is the Mountain Dew do the do moment.
Punch it,
James.
punch it. No. We're saving it for Super Week.
Okay.
You can't. I can't. If I do it too many times, people will be like, "Can you please stop?"
Yeah.
So Mountain Dew the do moments. Oh, that was interesting.
Well, we had a pretty normal circle to start with. Out with. It was going to the southwest. It wasn't too much happening, but we had a few hardships. And with that came a lot of struggle for a lot of the teams. We had a few teams, of course, that was already in the circle, but looking at some of the teams, I mean, Team Secret getting 15 kills, that is ridiculous.
And also, like, you would expect them to be one of the teams that would have lower kills, because when you're like fighting in a compound for so long, you see Yuhai here with a nice push and the defense they had, but they defended the compound from all breaches. They survived for a very long time with a lot of players. So you have Rex with a very nice nade as well, and finishing off that kill was so impressive. I mean, if you are able to defend a compound from 2-3 different teams and then to go on top of the hill and then still managing to take the win from that, it talks to how impressive a game this game was for them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, they're dropping towards the chopstick, so it's not too much of a rotation for them. But on the other hand, a team like second place teams, Megastars, getting themselves 7 kills, moving all the way from Novo, that's a lot rougher because they have to cross the bridge as well. And we all know that Team IND always crosses the west bridge. And Team IND knows that Megastars like to drop on Novo. So basically, they could have set up a little bridge camp against Megastars if they wanted to.
And that is how things play out here. Megastars having a bit of a rough time down towards the south. And Team Secret will take the victory.
They did, and they managed to do that very well. 35 points. It's like it's 7 times more than another team got today.
Very impressive. Let's take a look at the total damage here so far. We can look at the overall standings later, because even though actually Team Secret gets themselves the biggest damage chicken dinner of the day, teams are still keeping up with them here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're only like kind of like standing out here is Orange Rock. We're a bit lower. We saw them going 4 guys into 1 shack towards the end, so they didn't do too much there. But on the other hand, look at Valdus, also a team that is sticking out a little bit. They have a lot of damage for going out that early, but that comes out with them being super aggressive. It's kind of their RQ Athena style that we're seeing.
Look how efficient, though. 1900 damage to 15 kills. That is extremely efficient.
Yeah.
So nice to see how they were able to, you know, you finish. That means that they finish their knocks immediately after a knock, and they avoid the teams getting rest and stuff like that. So it's very efficient, making sure that they quickly finishes the fight.
This is kind of the Team Secret we saw in Miramar during the Super Weekend when they got himself 13 kills. I think it was a 5th place.
Yeah,
that was a super good game. This was as well.
Yeah.
But it can't be a one-time thing. They got to keep on pushing this every game. That's why I want to see them do this kind of stuff. Not just one game here and there. They got to stay consistent.
All right, top players of this game. Quick, give me a name for us. Quick.
What?
Top players of this game. We're going to look at them.
Yuhai.
Yuhai. You think so?
Matoy.
Nice.
You said it as it came up.
Ultron!
Ultron has been standout today, let's be fair.
Yeah, and we were talking about him earlier when we saw the top 10 players, of course. We saw him sneaking his way up there, but hey, here we see him on the top players for the game, of course, getting himself 4 kills. That is not bad. That is more than half of the kills GXR Celts actually got in this game. They only got 7 kills. Well, only that's a lot, but Ultron getting 4 himself.
It's good to see from Ultron. He's one of the standout players, of course, together with Tangi. It's amazing to see these guys step up. And again, after clutching the last game, Super Weekend, still being able to perform here, come back and continue this. He is going to be and is a contender for our top 10 and potentially for the MVP award going forward.
And of course, we saw Vexy up there as well, being a top player. He's probably, I think he's the top player of Megastars, putting up most damage, most kills, but it's not often we see him up there in the top players, so good to see him up there as well.
All right. For our first day to try and qualify into our second Super Weekend, let's take a look now at the overall rankings as we are halfway through our qualification process for our next Super Weekend. Valdus!
Very even.
Oof, the murder, getting themselves #1 spot. 58 points, pretty damn good by them. Biggitron, 2nd place. They will never leave those upper echelons of the rosters, of the tables. But you level up. Big step up from them considering that they did not qualify for Super Weekend prior there. So great stuff from them being in 3rd place so far for us.
Yeah, but also seeing TSM, Entity, and T1 up there as well is super good. That's 2 of the teams that we have been seeing that have struggled a little bit. But them putting out this, I hope they can keep it up tomorrow because we want to see them towards the top.
Avenger, just before when I was reading out some of the names, you were like, oh, it's super close. And now I've just really looked at the points.
It's super close.
It's insane. What is that?
From 3rd place down to 10th place, it's 3 points difference.
Oh
it's
my.
Insane. It's very close. But I mean, how this shapes up to the bottom is also super important because, it's the bottom 4, but it's top heavy, but in a very linear kind of way. So still a lot of open spots here.
Let's look at the teams that are in the danger zone right now. Of course, you've got your 11th through 16th here, as RQ Athena's had I mean, it's 41 points and everything so close, so we won't really talk about that. The teams currently in danger that need to put up numbers tomorrow. Team IND, King of Gamers Club, Box Gaming, and Nova Godlike. It's been an unfortunate day for Nova Godlike. They've got themselves 5 points, which is effectively you get 1 point per participation in these games, and they've got themselves 1 kill on the board. They really need something big tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be that big. Sometimes you have bad days. That happens to everyone. You just got to shake it off. You got to reset your mindset. Coming into tomorrow, it's all about one thing, not being bottom 4.
Exactly.
You need to be a deity if you're going to be called godlike, and right now they're kind of looking mortal. It's not the easiest of positions for them. However, hopefully we see the step up for tomorrow, because I'm going to be honest, I'm a Brit and I always root for the underdogs. I want the yes, let's go. So let's see if they can actually step up tomorrow. Aside from that though, as I say, a very even day today. Is that symptomatic of the fact that all of these teams are really now getting to grips with one another, or has it just been kind of a weird day circles wise? What do you think?
I feel like it comes down to preparation, of course. Yes, we have some of the teams that are somewhat far behind still. We have our upper teams that are sitting in the 50s. Then we have 47 and extremely close from 3rd to 10, as we pointed out. Even down all the way from 3rd to 11th, where our Athena was sitting with 6 points difference on 8 spots. It's extremely close. But then again, our bottom, we're sitting around 20 points. But still, 35 points from 1 game here. Even Nova Godlike could have a fantastic banger of a game and be in the 40s with 1 fantastic game.
A banger of a game, Frost.
I do feel like that you mentioned the circles has a little bit to do with standings that we're saying. Not to a full extent, but it is to where the teams are actually rotating. We see a lot of teams actually rotating into each other, and we see big clusters happening towards Circle 4, and that's when it gets a little bit smaller, the next circle.
We've seen a lot of hard shifts, and then there's so many teams outside, and it's not exactly easy. Well, here is our top 10 damage dealers so far. G9 continues to be at the top. There's been the battle between G9 and Luxy up there as they've been battling things out, but Martin, Godless, and Ultron. Ultron has entered recently and is continuing to push on up. Martin and Godless have been consistent here. Well done, Martin.
Thank you so much. And again, this like in the 10,000 club already, I think that's extremely early. We're not, we're looking at the top 10. They're very close, all these guys, but there are some of the players that are in our lower 30s, outside our top 25. They are far behind right now. Like these guys are putting up insane numbers. like individual performance-wise.
Very impressive stuff. And if some of those names actually catch your eye, you can actually go in-game and vote for them here for the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. So make sure to jump on in because there's not much time left. And if you do vote, 64 players, lucky players, will be randomly selected to actually play with some of the most popular players here from the PMWL. So get those votes in. I know we've got them in. I know we would like to be carried by some of these players because they're actually phenomenal. They're actually amazing. And ladies and gentlemen, that does it here for day number 1 of our second week to try and lead on into our second super weekend. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for laughing along with us. It's been a very fun day here at the desks, and it's been very fun games to boot. We shall see you tomorrow, same time, same place, to find out which teams are going to be moving on to Super Weekend number 2.
Are you The world is scrambling to stop the spread of COVID-19.
New announcements today of events being postponed or canceled.
Sẽ là một đối tác Lee đã chủ động ấn lên và bây giờ thì ảo rồi và đó là top 1.
More and more cases are popping up in countries far from the epicenter of the outbreak.
For the rundowns as well. That's brutal. That is so brutal.
Hey, John Allen. Hey, Blank. We'll bring you in just a moment. Stand by. Going live in 5, 4, 3,
In fact, a few of the first games. You know what? Let's have them stick around for a little while as we have John Allen and Blank joining me. How are you doing, John?
I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely fantastic.
As they were saying on the desk, it'll be really exciting. It's going to hopefully set the tone for the rest of the coming days.
And of course, Blank with possibly the coolest first name in the world. How are you doing, friend?
Yeah, I'm good, man. It feels like the global finals was so far away.
But also it feels like it was just yesterday and we're just now picking up the pieces. But yeah, to answer your original question, I'm good, yeah.
Definitely so. Starting things off with Erangel, gentlemen. It's, as I say, it's the classic. And I think there's probably no better way to start off a tournament like this when it comes to going to Erangel, getting things ground out there first and fast.
Map number 1 here in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And me and my co-pilot Blank, we're going to take you over the first game.
เป็นผู้เล่นจากเกม PUBG Mobile ครับชื่อในเกมชื่อ Illuminate Martin ครับผมตำแหน่ง IGL Leader Sniper Scout ครับจากทีม Illuminate the Murder ประเทศไทยครับชื่อจริงชื่อตินภพเบญจวงศ์ครับผมจนพออายุช่วง 19-20 ก็เริ่มเข้ามาอยู่กรุงเทพมาเป็นช่างตัดผมก่อนเป็นช่างตัดผมได้ประมาณ2 ปีก็ผ่านตัวมาแข่งเกมจริงๆเติบโตอยู่ราชบุรีตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วครับห่างจากกรุงเทพประมาณ100 กิโลครับคิดถึงครอบครัวคิดถึงที่บ้านน่าจะคิดถึงปู่กับย่าครับคิดถึง น่าจะปู่กับย่าใช่เพราะว่าอยู่กับปู่กับย่ามาถ้าส่วนใหญ่ตั้งแต่เด็กครับพ่อแม่แยกทางตั้งแต่เด็กในตอนนี้กรุงเทพค่อนข้างจะวุ่นวายถ้าเทียบกับเมื่อก่อนกับตอนนี้สภาพบ้านเมืองตอนนี้แบบเงียบสงบมากครับมันดูสบายถ้าถามจริงดูสบายมากกับเทียบกับเมื่อก่อนที่ชุมชนเป็นชุมชนแออัดมากเกินไปมันทำให้ก้าวไปไหนเนี่ยมันดูน่าอึดอัดผู้คนกลัวระแวงกันเองแต่ก็เข้าใจได้เพราะไวรัสสายพันธุ์นี้มันอันตรายมีหลายคนที่ป่วยหรือแย่กว่านั้นกลัวครับค่อนข้างกลัวก็ด้วยสถานการณ์ตอนนี้ฮะมันค่อนข้างลำบากต่อการแข่งขันแต่พวกเราก็ได้แต่ซ้อมคือเราก็ยังไม่รู้ว่าสถานการณ์ตอนนี้มันจะดีขึ้นเมื่อไหร่เราจะยังต้องแข่งในรูปแบบออนไลน์อย่างนี้อีกนานแค่ไหนเราได้แต่ค่อนข้างต้องเตรียมตัวอย่างเดียวเราก็มีเป้าหมายของเราว่าเราอยากจะได้แชมป์โลกเราอยากจะไปถึงฝันผมว่าถ้าเรามีความฝันนะขยันมันก็จะน่าจะมาถึงเองเหมือนกันครับตอนนี้อยู่ที่บ้าน Illuminate Gaming House มี JCZ อาร์มโจนแล้วก็เวลมอดครับผมกัดดาร์อยู่บ้านครับอยู่บ้านตัวเองอยากให้มาอยู่ด้วยกันเหมือนกันครับแต่ช่วงนี้มันมีเรื่องเขาเรียกว่าโรคระบาดโควิดกัดดาร์ก็เลยไม่สามารถเดินทางมาอยู่กับพวกเราได้ผมเป็นคนนำครับก็ช่วงนั้นเป็นช่วงสถานการณ์โควิดพอดีครับก็รถตู้มันเขาไม่ได้วิ่งแบบว่าจากราชบุรีมากรุงเทพเนี่ยแล้วก็ทำให้ผมไม่ได้มาอยู่กับทีมตอนที่ว่าแข่งอันนี้อยู่สาราเนี่ยนั่งเล่นอยู่สาราป่ะระบายรู้จักพี่ตินประมาณ 3-4 ปีครับก็รู้จักกับพี่ตินที่จังหวัดราชบุรีครับก็ที่ผมกับพี่ตินสนิทกันมากก็จริงครับที่สนิทกันมากก็เพราะว่าผมรู้จักกันก่อนที่จะเข้ามาเล่นเกมนี้ครับเกี่ยวกับการเล่นก็สนิทขึ้นเพราะว่าพูดกันได้ง่ายครับสื่อสารกันแบบไม่ต้องพูดรายละเอียดเยอะอะไรเงี้ยครับก็เข้าใจกันประมาณนั้นล่ามันลงไปล่าลีไว้ล่ะพาไปกระทืบเลยว่าการอยู่แบบครอบครัวใช่เพราะผมเคยบอกน้องๆว่าเราอยากอยู่กันเป็นเหมือนพี่น้องเป็นครอบครัวให้สนุกที่สุดคือบางทีมองว่าความรู้สึกในทีมถ้าเราอยู่กันแบบครอบครัวอยู่กันแบบพี่น้องเนี่ยมันค่อนข้างทำให้ความพัฒนามันไปได้เรื่อยๆเพราะว่ามันคุยกันง่ายเล่นด้วยกันง่ายก็เก่าอยู่เรายอมไม่ได้พูดนะปีนี้จะเป็นปีที่สำคัญสำหรับทีมเป้าหมายก็เป็นแชมป์ครับเป็นแชมป์ global คือแชมป์โลกอะครับเป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์โลกเคยแข่ง global final ก็รู้สึกเสียดายครับ
จากการแข่งขันรอบ Global Final ของปี 2019 นะครับผมรู้สึกดีใจและประทับใจมากครับที่ได้ไปแข่งในเวทีใหญ่ๆแบบนั้นนะครับซึ่งเป็นความประทับใจที่ผมรู้สึกว่าควรจะมีสักครั้งหนึ่งในการเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์ครับ
ถ้วยดีเหมือนกันครับถ้วย Global หรือถ้วย World League ไม่ต่างกันอาจจะเป็นประมาณว่ายูโรใบหนึ่งฟุตบอลโลกใบหนึ่งสำคัญมากครับที่สุดแล้วนะครับกับการแข่งขันเกม Esports ของ PUBG Mobile ครับนี่คือถ้วยใหญ่ที่สุดแล้ว
It's second place that is up for grabs, but with Illuminate taking an early knock, okay, some interesting stuff. Southern Plain, blank, what does that mean?
It means Northern Circle. You know how it is.
Illuminate Murder had a really rough run of it last year in 2019 at the Global Finals. They made it to that very, very final match on the last day of the Global Finals itself. They're currently in second place.
But look, the peace treaty between Illuminate and Norwich, it's over.
That map goes through, Illuminate and Murder go out so early. Other teams are able to work their way up, and Illuminate and Murder drop from second to fourth. A huge drop in terms of prize money.
drop in next year. Martin going down as well early.
This is really actually quite big, John. Illuminate going out now means that they have no real chance to hold on to the number 2 spot.
Well, they have no say in the matter, certainly. They've got a little bit of a lead, but...
Some might even say that it was one of the main reasons that the team disbanded so quickly.
ต่างกับที่ 2 กับที่ 3 ใช่ไหมที่ 4 กับที่ 2 ครับที่ 4 ที่ 2 ที่ 2 มัน$150,000 ดอลที่ 4 มันเหลือแค่ 38,000 ไม่มีใครที่จะมาแข่งระดับโลกเพื่อได้ที่ 4
Eliminated. They're down in 13th. That's disastrous.
มันเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ทำให้รู้เลยว่าเวลาแบบเราไปได้รอบถึงระดับ Global Final เนี่ยมันค่อนข้างจะกดดันและตึงเครียดขนาดไหนอะไรเงี้ยมันน่าจะเกิดผลกระทบกับทีมนิดน้อยเพราะว่าอย่างที่รู้กันครับไลน์อัพเก่าตอนแรกก็คือไลน์อัพที่ลงตัวแล้วแต่มันเป็นปัญหาเรื่องความรู้สึกของคนในทีมกันซะส่วนใหญ่ก็เลยทำให้เราต้องเปลี่ยนและแยกกันออกไปให้แมททอยไปอยู่ทีม Secret แล้วเราก็หาผู้เล่นใหม่
ผมเข้ามาทีม Secret ได้ยังไงก็เกิดจากการที่ว่าผมได้ถูกปลดออกจากการแข่งจากที่เก่านะครับแล้วก็ได้มีการถูกเชิญแล้วก็ไปเทสตัวที่ทีม Secret นะครับแล้วก็ได้เป็นผู้เล่นของทีม Secret
Matoy just making sure he will cover his team
ก็สำหรับเรื่องการที่หนักใจก็เป็นเรื่องที่ผมออกได้ยังไงครับจากทีมเก่าก็คืออยู่ก็คือโดนไล่ออกโดยที่ไม่ทราบเหตุผล
How did that happen clutching out for Team Secret
Sometimes there are rivalries that develop, disagreements that happen, especially in the heat of battle, in this sort of crucible of tension that is competitive play. Sometimes players don't get on, sometimes teams don't get on with players and they have to part ways, they have to change it up.
Semua nggak ada misi ujung. Lagu di ujung anjir, lagu tengah-tengah. Mana ada di ujung, lu tengah-tengah. Gua jadi pos anjing. Apa lu tengah-tengah? Lu tengah-tengah.
I like seeing the dynamics that exist between the teams and watching to see if that passion can bring them to the top level of competitive play. That's when, you know, that's when the sparks can fly and that's when fantastic things can happen.
One of the most memorable moments that I've ever witnessed in PUBG Mobile has to be in the global finals at Kuala Lumpur. There was the team Bigatron. They were playing on Miramar. Both their teammates, as they're rotating, get killed.
Wow, okay, they're going to be able to confirm this. I don't see any reason why they would. Microboy, not quite able to get the peek over just in time, and actually, he gets away with it. Ryzen staying alive.
And Beowulf now moving over to him, try and finish his fight, but his teammates are quite far away. Good 200 meters, huge the shot. Huge plays from Beowulf.
He misses the confirmation, but he gets the next knock, and the blow-up is there. Everyone's low, and the rest of Bigatron will need to try and capitalise here. C9, they are in the next zone as well. They can take this fight, they can take their time, but they will need to push in afterwards.
And I'm like, you know what, this is the beginning of the game. Luxy and Zuxi, they're in an awful position. They've got to get away from this one. It's going all badly. I don't expect them to make it very far here. They keep going, they keep on trucking. The two twin brothers, ride or die for these guys.
Hang on a minute, it's Bigatron. The duo's still alive and they're coming in from the sidelines. Entity might have just been sent a lifeline.
I mean, this is the best duo you could hope for. It's Luxy and Zuxi, the twin brothers in unison coming in to try and clean up this fight.
They make it all the way to the end of the game. They're up against top Esports there.
Move him now.
Looks like they're going to try and crest the ridge marker. Has been spotted. That's Bigatron to pick it up. And now it's 2 versus 2. The twins. They are going to take on top Esports. Eagle and Hope both looking to try and hold it down. They're on the deck. They're vying for control. Eagle takes the majority of the damage, gets the first knock. And now it's 2 players alive for Bigatron against Hope from top Esports. The push is coming through. He wants to go for the fight. He's going out wide. 32 bullets in the mag. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Luxy takes a tumble. Zuxi over the top. And it's Bigatron. I don't believe it! They come back in swinging. 7 kills.
Zuxi and Luxy, 2 players versus a whole swath of other players in the lobby with 4 members on board, 16 alive at the time when there were only 2. They managed to win that match, and I was like, you know what, yes, these guys, they deserve to be the top of their game.
Di tim gue sendiri ada 4 player. Di tim gue sendiri ada Zuxi, dia kembaran gue sendiri. Sifat positifnya nggak punya. Gak apa-apa kan? Kan biar lebih menarik. Oke lanjut. Di tim gue sendiri ada member 1 Zuxi, dia saudara gue sendiri. Kalau gue sendiri sih mungkin sebagai game leader, ya gue menentukan ritme permainannya. Terus ada Ryzen atau Abi, dia selalu sabar. Dia juga sebagai rusher dan carry juga, bisa dibilang dia kayak aim-star juga. Terus ada Nizar atau Microboy, dia kan sebagai support, dia juga suka ngebantu teman gitu loh. Orang lain mungkin waktu gue welcome masuk Bigitron gitu kan, orang lain ngeliat gue tuh masih bocah, nggak bisa apa-apa segala macam kan. Dan gue tuh itu menjadi tekanan gue sendiri supaya gue bisa buktiin kalau gue itu jadi salah satu pemain yang terbaik. Perasaan gue di Kuala Lumpur gak nyangka, bener-bener gak nyangka itu mimpi gue sebelum main itu jadi juara, tapi jadi kenyataan. Dan sekarang kayak udah cepet banget gitu, merasa udah cepet banget, baru sulit banget sih, kayak udah lega aja gitu loh. Gue ngangkat kemarin tuh piala 21 kilo tuh bener gak kuat, dan pas kemarin tuh gue pas juara itu ngangkat dengan spontan tuh gue kuat gitu loh, gue angkat gitu loh.
Wih. Yang pastinya kita mau juara yang kedua kalinya. Kita mau pertahanin titel global champion kita, walaupun ini PMPL berbeda dengan PMCO, tapi kita mau keras yang ini juga. Oh, itu seneng banget sih, gue sampai nggak expect gue bisa juara kayak gitu. Bahkan orang-orang sih banyak yang bilang Bigetron nggak bakal juara. Ya, nothing is impossible.
Halo?
Assalamualaikum.
Apa kabar Pak Kapten?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Aduh. Woi. Pak Lukman, apa kabar orang Semarang?
Iya. Untuk di Semarang itu alhamdulillah sehat semua. Ya. Karena anjuran pemerintah kita semua jalankan sehingga
Jadi kita ambil hikmahnya ya, di tengah pandemi ini anak-anak masih bisa bertanding, masih bisa membuktikan yang terbaik buat negara.
Iya, betul.
Karena yang membawa keberhasilan itu kekompakan, ya kan? Nah, kalau orang tuanya kompak, anaknya kompak, ya berhasil. Nah, coba kemarin orang tuanya nggak kompak, ada satunya nggak kompak. Ya.
Itulah.
Iya kan? Untuk anak-anak kan lagi bertanding nih.
Itu dukungan kita harus penuh. Ya.
Ini kita dada-dadanya nggak kayak anak lain ini tadi. Assalamualaikum, I love you, Beterwin. Assalamualaikum. Beterwin.
Bangsat lu. Oh, udah danjal terus kita.
Ketika lu nanya ke semua player mau jadi apa, mau jadi terbaik sedunia. Dan kalau mereka nggak mencapai tingkat ke World League atau globalnya, mereka nggak bakal menjadi juara dunia. Jadi menurut gua, ini adalah stepping stone terakhir, ultimate goalnya dari semua pemain PUBG Mobile di competitive scene.
Memang udah semua lampu tuh udah kayak tertuju ke arah Bigetron Red Alien. Sekarang kan BTRRA nih tim yang sekarang lagi megang gelar juara dunia nih untuk di scene-nya PUBG Mobile sendiri, dengan firepower-nya mereka, gameplay-nya mereka, taunting-nya mereka ketika menang, terus gaya interview mereka ketika ditanya. Jadi memang ini sebuah tim yang unik, sangat-sangat unik.
Cok, diem cok, lagi interview. Kita siap.
Hey, this is Imperium from the PMWL East. Shout out to every single team, player, and talent in the PMWL West. They're all doing an amazing job. But for me, gotta be the one and only, King of the Power. They're gonna win. They're gonna come out on top. Let's get it.
Hello guys, my name is Leonardo and my favorite team on PUBG Mobile World League is Loops from Brazil. Go Loops and congratulations Carlinha.
Hey, I am Saib Banik. I am from West Bengal, India. I support TSM entity. Jonathan, ab to tapatap dena hi padega.
Hello, my name is Rohit. I am from Nepal and my favorite team is TSM entity. Dhoni tapatap denega.
My name is Muhammad Abdul Rafi. I am from Pakistan and I support freestyle. Hashtag FSOP, hashtag BabaOP, and my favorite player is FS Baba. Love you.
My name is Erangel and I am supporting Team Freestyle Pakistan in PUBG Mobile World League East. Team Freestyle for the win. Inshallah, Team Freestyle will win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Hamza from Pakistan. I am supporting my Team Freestyle. Please don't panic. Be confident and focus on chicken dinner. Thank you.
Hi, I am Arif from Malaysia and I support Yudo Gang and Team Secret. Yudo Gang and Team Secret for the win.
Hello, I am Iftekhar. I am from Bangladesh. I support BTR in this PUBG Mobile World League. BTR number 1.
Hi guys, my name is Jayesh Gaikwad. I support Orange Rock. Scout OP. इस बार ट्रॉफी घर ले आना. Orange Rock OP.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khizr Hayat. I am from Pakistan and I am supporting my team Freestyle and my favorite player is Scout OP.
Hello guys, my name is Ilir and I come from Kosovo and I support the most aggressive team in the world, that is RRQ Athena. So RRQ, get the crown back.
Hello my friend, I am IBS Sohail and I am supporting Team Freestyle. Rock Team Freestyle, yes!
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Gautam and I am from Nepal and I support Team BGTron for this PMWL and my favorite player is BTR Joxy.
Hi, I am Nishant from Ludhiana, Punjab and I support Team Orange Rock. Scout, Mavi, kill Viru. Go guys, kill it and be the world champion. OP.
My name is Chaitanya Surudya and my favorite team is TSM entity. Johnny Malum Natta, part of the India OP boys.
Hello everyone, my name is Pankaj Sairawat and I am from New Delhi, India and I support the Indian team Orange Rock. I hope they become the winner of PMWL 2020. Orange Rock Scout OP rocks.
Hello, my name is Rohal Shah and I am from India and I support Orange Rock and I hope India brings the trophy this time. Orange Rock for the win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am from Pakistan and I support Team FS Freestyle for the win.
Hey guys, this is Sadish Roy from India and my favorite team from the tournament PMWL is Orange Rock Esports and my favorite player mostly is Scout and wish that Orange Rock gets the most kills and dominate the tournament as per their abilities and best wishes for them. And I wish that they could take every chicken dinner and they could at least play well to get to the top 16 and win this tournament.
Damaging down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I sure as hell hope you enjoyed your day off because now we have more PUBG Mobile action coming your way for the next 2 days as we get into our second week of league play. I'm Jason Kaplan here. I'm going to be the host and I can't do this job without some other people to help support me. And by support, I mean carry me. We got Seven Worlds Gaming. We got Glitter Explosion coming in. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to get into our second week of league play. How are you, Jason?
I'm feeling better now. I was a little groggy in rehearsals. I had my coffee. I'm ready to go. Plus I get to see Seven's beautiful face yet again.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I can see a different vibe on you. I like this, Jason.
It was definitely better than what I said about your face earlier on. But also, we guys have some things going on in terms of social media. You guys can hit us up. Just tweet over to Esports PUBGM. Use the hashtag PMWL, and maybe, just maybe, and no, Seven, you can't do this. You're already featured enough on the show. Maybe you at home can be featured, and we can actually read your tweets and obviously see what you guys have to show. And speaking of that, one person I guess who can make it on the show, it's gonna be Mustache Dave, as he was praying for the games today. We can see here he's praying for the good circles, and you know what? I think they might be happening. I have to say, I didn't know Dave had such nice quads, Glitter.
I'm impressed with the whole fit that Dave's got going on right now. Man's got style.
He's got style. He's got
shorts
looks
on.
He's got hair. What doesn't he have? Except, I guess, maybe a beard, since he only has the mustache. But let's take a look at the format. Like we said before, we're into our second week of league play. And if you haven't joined us in the first week, well, this is what it means. We had 2 days of opening matches that led into seeding for our 5 groups to figure out where all the teams are going to go, since they're playing with other teams from other regions. Then during the league play of 2 days, we'll find our top 16 teams to move into the Super Weekend. And the important thing to note here is that the points reset every week in league play. But in the Super Weekend, the points do not reset. So all the 16 teams who made it through into the first Super Weekend will keep those points and get themselves one step closer to qualifying for the league finals, which span across 4 days of exciting action. Seven, honestly, from what we saw from the first Super Weekend, there are teams that are mortal. It's not like every team put up some insane numbers. Yeah, we had a couple teams cross the 200-point threshold, but there were some big names sitting at the bottom.
Yep, Kanina Power, Nova Esports, those teams that we kind of expected them to do a little bit better, didn't do so well. But the good thing about this league play week number 2 is that everybody's going to go ahead and start at 0 points. Anybody has a chance to go ahead and qualify to Super Weekend. So I'm going to be seeing some of those teams that didn't qualify for the last Super Weekend hopefully step it up and try to actually make it into the second Super Weekend.
Honestly, I would love to see that, because that means that if you're Kanina Power and you don't requalify, you're just sitting there biting your nails wondering how many points we're going to have to catch up on going into the third Super Weekend. And speaking of points, let's see how teams even earn them across these 3 weeks of play. And you can see here, Glitter, 20 points for a chicken dinner, but more importantly, the 1 point per kill.
Absolutely, more importantly, the 1 point per kill. I think we're going to be talking about this a lot over the next couple weeks, but we have seen how beneficial and how important that 1 point per kill really is, especially for the likes of Loops. For teams like B4 Esports, when we watched them all over the Super Weekend, they weren't able to get that chicken dinner, but their consistency and their aggression, those kill points, paid off huge in their overall standings for them.
100%. We're going to be seeing those, I think, coming up tomorrow. We're going to take a look at the prize pool, though, right? We want to see, what are these guys playing for? What's the bucks on the line? Well, it's a 425,000 of them, Seven.
Ooh, yeah, and you want to go ahead and do good in league play because you want to make it to Super Weekend. This is why, man, I love this format. I know we said it over and over again, but this is one of the best formats out there because every day counts, every match definitely counts. So any team that's used to maybe go ahead and starting a little bit slow, they need to go ahead and step it up because you can get a chance at winning $50,000 to get in first place just from the Super Weekend alone, and then you get a chance to qualify and win $100,000.
Yeah, there's like over 150
That's a lot of money.
I don't think we even calculated out how much you can win if you take the MVP, if you take first place in finals, if you take first place in league play, and if you take first place every time in the Super Weekend. But you mentioned before, you mentioned Cloud9, right? How teams that start out slow have to adapt their style. And Cloud9, they came out so strong in the first Super Weekend, Seven.
Yeah, something that we even got to mention with him, even when we did an interview with him, is how well they were able to perform right off the bat. Maybe they had a game that was off a little bit, but they were able to go ahead and adjust right away to it and be able to be consistent as well. We saw those teams, Cloud9, especially in PMPL Americas, they start super slow. So it's good to see teams like that just start off hot and continue to maintain that.
Well, not to mention for themselves and to get themselves into league finals, but maybe to get nominated for a PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. We still have a couple of days left. The 21st and the 22nd will close out. You can vote for your favorite stars, and then 64 lucky people will be chosen randomly to play with the most popular players of the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. So if you guys are out there watching, you want to play the likes of Beowulf, you want to play maybe with Zuxi and Luxi, get your votes in, and you definitely have your chance to do just that. But now we need to start talking about some teams here, right?
And we're going to have to start off on maybe a slightly negative note because we are going to be talking about the bottom 4 teams off the bat here, Glitter. KHK Esports, this team struggled, though did improve from day 1 to day 2 and did have time to sit back, watch the Super Weekend, hopefully for their sake, review their own demos and really start to improve.
Absolutely took the words right out of my mouth. So KHK Esports was actually in dead last coming out of our league play portion of our first week. Now, when looking at some of their numbers, they were averaging about a 12th place finish overall. They did end up having one good game for them. It was a 3rd place, but even in that game, they only ended up with 1 kill. So this is a team that hopefully has been working on their aggression while they've had the downtime not playing in the Super Weekend. They also had some bad drops in some of the games that resulted in them going out very early on. Have they adjusted those drops? Have they maybe tried to work around teams that they might come into contact with? But like you said, to be fair to them, they did only have, I believe it was 9 points on day 1 of league play, and then they were able to get that up to 20 points on day 2. So they are clearly capable of having better games and having stronger performances. Are they able to pull that momentum into this week and then hopefully have a better showing here on day 1 of week 2?
And I think that's really important how you mentioned they got 9 points day 1, 20 points day 2, so that's 29 points overall. The bubble was 53 points, and we've seen teams easily get 20 to almost 30 points, if not even more actually, with some of the teams out there in one game alone. So you have to imagine if they just had that one chicken dinner, would they have been going through another team being dropped out? I think that's something that's going to be on the back of their minds, and hopefully for their sake, not haunting them as we move through into the second week of league play. Now, 7, another team we're going to have to talk about. It's going to be SWAT 69. Because this is yet another team who is in the bottom 4 that didn't make it through.
Yeah, and the reason why we want to go ahead and focus on them is because everybody starts at 0 during the league play here. And something I actually want to go ahead and mention in regards to SWAT 69 is that on the day 1 of week 1 of league play, they ended up with 13 kills. And then in day 2, they ended up with 29 kills. And not only that, they were able to get a 2nd place with 4 kills and the 3rd place with 3 kills. And I think those games were huge for them. As we're seeing that highlight there between Tempo Storm and SWAT 69, I feel like that is huge as well. I wonder if today they're going to go ahead and try to challenge them again because they're currently on a 1-1. Tempo Storm has won 1 engagement there in Pochinki, and SWAT 69 has also won another one there. And as we're seeing some of the other stats here, damage done, 594 damage per game. Received, they tend to receive a lot more damage. And something as I was just looking at different stats here in regards to SWAT 69, their best player so far, it's King, and he has 3 kills, about 1,000 damage, and they have only used so far 29 smoke grenades and only about 6 grenades overall in the first week of league play. So I want to go ahead and see them step it up a lot more, and I think we will be able to if they're able to maintain or if they're able to stay alive a little bit more towards the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, for them, they had 46 points overall. And again, the bubble was 53. They were 7 points behind. Again, that's just one different placing in the game. That's just a couple more kills picked up across your team in some of these matches, and they could have been a team moving on forward into our very first Super Weekend. But they're going to be playing catch-up. They still are not that far behind points. I mean, Konita Power isn't sitting that pretty at the bottom of the table within our first Super Weekend. But one team that is sitting pretty, it's got to be Loops Esports. This team had 0 chicken dinners overall in the Super Weekend, but Glitter, that didn't matter.
Honestly, it didn't matter at all for them, and I'm really, really excited that we get to continue touching on Loops and their overall playstyle. We're actually going to be jumping on board, starting off the highlights with Carrillo, who I think is somebody that Seven and I will both touch on many, many times throughout this. But like you said, Loops ended up getting 3rd place overall with 0 chicken dinners. Now, they were able to get 2 chicken dinners during the league play of week 1, but then they ended up with none in the Super Weekend. However, it barely mattered because they ended up with 179, 180 points, where 90 of those points were from kills, and this is when we're talking about how important those kill points are. Loops very much uses that to their advantage and their strong ability to push compounds and take out other teams, Seven.
Yeah, and I think going based on that, as you mentioned, I think it's huge that you mentioned that they didn't get any chicken dinners and they were still able to be in first place. And it goes to show just how insane this team is in regards to just points, being able to get points by kills. And just some of the stats that I want to go ahead and notate here is Loops thrown 135 grenades in 3 days. They ended up with 59 grenade kills and they also ended up being the team with the most smoke grenades, with 35 smoke grenades used in the Super Weekend alone. I think those stats right there goes to show that this team is able to go ahead and use all of their utilities to their advantage. We've seen them over and over again. We even saw a split, as we were just showing Vikendi. We saw them just pushing smart, not being so overly aggressive of the likes of Footballers. We saw Footballers kind of getting bit in the butt a little bit of times there for being too aggressive. Well, guess what? Loops is able to just be patient, wait for somebody to get knocked, and as soon as they get that other team that they're hurting, that they're fighting against, they're just gonna go ahead and rush in and go for the kill. And we see them do that over and over again, as we're seeing them here, just pretty much clutch places. And the thing that Loops has here that a lot of teams, I feel like they don't have quite yet, is they have clutch players. They have clutch players in Carrillo, they have clutch players in Dadin, and at one point, I think it was Miramar, I think it was this match right here, when we saw Carrillo against, I believe, 4 players at the end. That was like the final fight, and we're like, damn, he could still clutch this. You want to become that player where we still think, hey, even if you got everything going up against you, you can still clutch this. That's some amazing assets to have for that team.
And you know what's crazy about this is we talk about consistency being key when it comes to playing here, especially across how many matches you have to play. I looked at some of their numbers here. I'm going to be a little bit of a nerd with the glasses on talking about it. In league play, they averaged like a 7.2 or 7. I'm going to give you like the hard number, 7.25 placing. So around 7th place, right? In the Super Weekend, 8 matches compared to 15. They finished off at 7.3 as their average ranking. So really close, so pretty much sitting around 7th at average pace. And then going into kills, they averaged 6.5 kills a game in the league play. Again, 8 matches only. They averaged 6.06 coming into the Super Weekend across 15 matches. Like, we talk about consistency in this team, yeah, no chicken dinners, but they're still pulling off relatively similar numbers across the board here for them, and that is insane to see out of a team. And we're going to find out if they can do it yet again today as we're going to take a look at our schedule. Things have shifted up just a little bit here. Things are getting a little bit warmer as we will be having Erangel as one of the 2 maps being played the entire time. And you can see here the other, oh, no, we're not on the schedule. We're going to groups instead, actually. We'll talk about the schedule a little bit later on. I'm going to just tease you what the other map's going to be. Let's take a look at Group A, Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports 7.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to go ahead and be KHK. We just talked about them. I want to go ahead and see just perform well. We know that team can actually get better placing, and you don't want to be at the last of the leaderboard once again going into the 2nd week of league play here. So that's one team that I'm going to be looking at closely. And then you have the Beast, Dream Eaters, Wildcard. Umbra have actually performed pretty well and pretty consistent in certain instances. So overall, a great team, a great group.
Oh, 100%. And let's take a look at Group B, another great group of teams that we're going to see coming through. Kanina Power. Oh, maybe I got to take a step back here and talk about great teams. They were great in league play. I'll give them that, and the opening weekend. Then we see Headquarters, Team Unique, and Udu Killers, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think Konina Power is a team that we still need to be talking about, though. Like you said, they had a very strong showing during the league play portion of last week and then kind of fell off throughout the entire Super Weekend. They did pick it up a little bit in the 3rd day, but just not enough and not even comparable to the performance that we had seen during their league play portion. So I'd like to see what they can do this week and kind of see how that shakes out. But also Uder Killers, they were at the very bottom qualifying in for our Super Weekend, and they ended up having a much better showing than what they had during the league play in the Super Weekend. So watching out for them as well.
Definitely. Let's take a look now at Group C to get that up on your screen so you guys at home can see it. Loops Esports, Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yala Esports 7.
I think for me here is going to go ahead and be Nova Esports. They didn't have the best performance in Super Weekend, so I'm going to be hoping here that going into the 2nd week of league play, they're going to be able to use this just to maybe adjust a little bit, to try different strats, and that's something that I want to go ahead and see more out of them. I want to go ahead and see more third-partying out of that team. I'm not going to talk about Loops because we just talked about them, right? You heard enough about that. And then Team Queso is one of those teams that has underperformed. I want to see them do better. And Yala, it's like a hit or miss. Sometimes they win a game, and most of the time they end up being kicked first. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, they even got a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, with some pretty decent kills behind it in the Super Weekend. Let's take now a look at Group D and see what other teams are going to be joining the mix here. We've got Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and of course SWAT 69, another team we just talked about, Glitter.
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm definitely going to be looking at Tempo. Tempo had a very, very strong showing, especially right out the gate on both days of league play of last week, and then struggled a little bit in the Super Weekend. They still did well, it just definitely wasn't the same type of performance that we were used to out of Tempo Storm. So coming into week 2, really hoping that they can start off day 1 for league play incredibly strongly, especially on Erangel. And then also taking a look at Alpha Legends. I feel like they've just progressively gotten a little bit better every single day. And if they can continue that momentum coming into this week, they'll be setting themselves up very well for Super Weekend too.
Well, let's see our last and final group going to be joining us here. B4 Esports, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, and of course, last but not least, going to be Frag Machines here.
Such an insane group here with B4. B4 is going to hopefully be able to take advantage of this league play because they're going to be playing their favorite map, Sanhok, a lot more. Then you got Footballers. Footballers went from week 1 league play averaging 5 kills or so, and then going into the Super Weekend and being able to step it up to over, I think it was 7 kills per game. And then you have Pittsburgh Knights, one team that was actually kind of quiet that we didn't think was going to go ahead and qualify to Super Weekend. Well, guess what? They ended up qualifying to Super Weekend, and one of the players that we seen kind of just being super quiet, Sixless, was able to step it up, and he ended up getting 21 kills in that Super Weekend. So hopefully that's one team I'm going to be looking at. Can their fraggers go ahead and continue to have good performances? Because every single time their fraggers do good for Pittsburgh Knights, everybody else steps it up and they're able to kind of be in contention a little bit more.
Well, teams also have to remember, right, it's only 2 days, not 3 anymore. It's only 8 matches, because you have to sit out a match every day. So if you are going to perform, you better do it right off the bat. And let's see what our schedule does hold for us. I talked about things getting a little bit warmer, and you can see exactly why. We're going to have Sanhok now in the mix instead of a Kendi. So going Erangel, going Sanhok, Erangel yet again. And I can't stress how important it is to have Erangel as one of those maps that you can perform on and perform well. We talked about B4 Esports. We talked about Dream Eaters. You know, B4 saying Sanhok's their best map. This might be the perfect week for them to qualify into the Super Weekend, Glitter. I would assume they should be able to make it yet again.
Yeah, and I'm a big B4 fangirl, so I'm excited to see how B4 does this entire week. They are sitting out on this first Erangel map.
Right?
But they are sitting on the first Erangel map, so they do have a little bit of time to kind of plan how they're going to come in strong with Sanhok being their very first map playing, so I'm excited to see how that goes.
Okay, well, it's time to get into one of my favorite parts of the show. We're into our prediction game here between all the talents. And Seven, we are going to start things off with you. And my favorite part of this is that you can't argue with me anymore because we have to make sure to keep it the way we want to for everything to line up perfectly. So I love that. Seven, who do you have to take match number 1?
Viewers don't get to see this yet, but we're 2 points away from the leaderboard.
Yeah, for now.
Place. I'm hunting you down, boy. I'm going with Cloud9. They've been so consistent in Erangel that I think they're going to go ahead and be able to continue that. And also, Adder has been just absolutely insane lately. Great addition for that team, so hopefully today they'll be able to pull that first chicken dinner.
Okay, Glitter, you're going to be coming up as number 2 here. Who's your prediction for match number 1?
So, I think I'm actually going to be going with Tempo Storm. Now, Tempo Storm might have struggled a little bit early on in the Super Weekend, but if we remember league play last week, the first 2 Erangel matches on both days, they came out of the gate and they won. And then towards the end of the Super Weekend that we just finished, they finally started to pick up their momentum again. This is a map they're comfortable on. It's a team that's incredibly good when they have a good day. So I'm hoping that they can help me out here, boys, because I've got a lot of faith in them for this first map.
She's going to be hoping SWAT69 doesn't hot drop Tempo Storm because they always end up losing at least one player. Cross your fingers. And before we get Jason's pick, go ahead and tweet at Esports PUBGM and do hashtag PMWL because we might feature some of your guys' predictions. So let us know. Who do you guys think is going to win? How about you, Jason? Who you got?
Well, I'm going to have to go about the team we talked about before, and it's a team that's going to surprise everyone out there that I'm choosing. Or not really. It's going to be Loops Esports. I mean, they might not take the chicken dinner, but I'm going to call it now. We're going to see 15 kills out of them, and they're going to place extremely high. I'm going to call it. I'm going to stake almost all my points on that one, and we'll check in with you guys after our first match to break down everything that went down in Erangel. Don't look at me like that, Seven. Come on, have a little bit more faith in me. I know you're 2 points behind, but you're going to be about 30 points behind after this. But you guys at home, we still have giveaways going on the entire time during the World League. We have the lucky draw going on. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some limited time outfits. So make sure you guys are watching over there as well. You got Twitch, you got YouTube, you got so many different ways to watch it. And right now we have 2 other people to come into the show for you to watch at home. We got Inverum and Cameron Davis going to be joining us back yet again. I got to start off by talking to you, Inverum. Well, we had a day off. We had our Super Weekend wrap up. What was your overall thoughts about how the first weekend went?
I definitely think there were some surprises in there. Like the fact that a team like Loops can continue to perform, like you talked about, game over game and not win once, but still be up there for contention. But also the fact that teams came in like Dream Eaters, like before, who were crushing some of the maps we hadn't really seen yet. Like that's so cool to me. The idea that a team can win not only back-to-back chicken dinners on a day, but back-to-back maps across days. Like how much better those teams have trained on those maps. That's the kind of stuff I love to see, because we talk about the idea of specialists sometimes, teams that really practice and grind a specific map. And like maybe we're going to see more of that. Maybe teams need to watch for that. That was super cool.
And that's what's an interesting point for me, Cameron, is the fact that we do have another map being added in, Vikendi being taken out. If Sanhok is a map you're not that strong on, this could be you potentially not make it into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, and Sanhok is a very, very difficult map to be consistent. I think, I haven't run the full numbers on it, but I think it's the least consistent map even for the teams that have been the best at it. So while... yeah, that means it's going to be a very, very chaotic week of qualifying for the Super Weekend.
I'm excited to see it, to be honest. I love the chaos. Let's get our predictions going, though. Cameron, since you were the last to talk, I'm going to make you go first here in our prediction game. Okay. You know, in rehearsals, you said Team Queso. I'm not sure you're going to pick this time, though.
No, this time it's going to be Cloud9. I believe it was 7 that said it, that they're just so consistent on Erangel. They did slow down on Erangel and in general towards the end of the weekend on Sunday, but I still think they're the best overall, and I think they're the best pick before we can really see how the teams are feeling on this new day.
Okay, I like that. That's a really safe pick. I respect it. And Viram, I'm looking at you. I'm feeling like you're going to say Cloud9 as well.
Twitter actually outlined some good points, Jason. I actually think I'm going to be in agreement here. I look back to the league play from group number 1. I look at how well they performed. They won game number 1 both days on Erangel, and they performed pretty well on it during the Super Weekend. They got a chicken dinner, albeit on Sanhok, so hopefully that momentum overall can carry over. I'm going with Tempo.
Okay, so Tempo Storm being picked up for you, Cloud9 picked up for you, Cameron Davis, and we're going to be dropping out into our very first match here of our second week of league play. Why don't you two gentlemen take us into it?
Thank you so much, Jason, and thanks to everyone tuning in at home. The very first game of week number 2. Who is going to qualify for our second Super Weekend? That's the question here, because there's some of these teams, Cameron, you know, week number 1 rolled around. They didn't perform as well as they wanted to. We're watching from the sidelines as that Super Weekend unfolded before us last few days. If you are one of those teams at the bottom, this is your opportunity. I would say your obligation to step up.
Yeah, I'm really curious on how those teams at the bottom, KHK being one that comes to mind, that how in the world they're going to be managing, considering that, as you mentioned, they didn't play the entire weekend. Is that rest going to help them? I hope that they spent that time studying, but then there's always the idea of are they going to be as warmed up? I'm sure they've been playing, but it's not going to be to the same level of play as the teams that were actually competing the final 3 days. And I think that those teams at the bottom, in order to qualify, I really hope that they go into this first match intentionally brazen, intentionally aggressive. Because even if they go out, I don't know, maybe increasing your heart rate, increasing your adrenaline is the best way to get fully warmed up compared to just trying to snake around and trying to play the macro game. Because the macro game is important, but when it comes down to when you're actually in those fights, you have to be able to win those.
And I think that's sort of the thing we can talk about, is the idea, not only just getting your heart rate up, but getting involved. Like, Loops is where they are because they get involved. You know, Pittsburgh Knights, we talked about, you know, they were always able to sort of make it into those final circles, but, you know, it was doing well for them in terms of placement points, but they could be doing so much better. They unleashed that aspect of their game over the last, I would say, day and a half of the Super Weekend, suddenly adding in, they talk about the idea that Sixless is waking up, folks are getting involved, you know, they're starting to get those kills in as well. Kills and fights are such an important part of this game. Yes, battle royales are about survival, but when it comes to PUBG Mobile, you know, your shot is what's going to make or break your name. And the reason a lot of these players have made it here is because they're putting up montages onto YouTube or whatever. They're out there streaming. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. I want to see people make a name for themselves. I want to see tomorrow's stars, and it needs to start today. But overall, though, I think this is going to be interesting. Obviously, day number 1 on Erangel is, always going to be fun, because a lot of these teams, again, they've been watching from the sidelines if they're coming in not in the top 16 before, didn't play in the Super Weekend, but now they're basically going to be saying, all right, look, do we try and contest some of these top teams that have been playing and practicing, or do we have to totally rethink our strategy going into this? Because clearly whatever was happening, what was going on to start things off in that first week isn't, going right for them here. We'll see if they're going to be able to change that around. And a team that definitely is going to need to change something to their favor, of course, is Konina Power. Konina Power did not have the super weekend I think a lot of us were expecting. They definitely were I would say underperforming. I would say underperforming is the right word. I mean, finishing up the super weekend in 16th place. Top 4 was the highest they finished across any single day. I mean, the last day of play, there's entire days where they only picked up a handful of kills, if that. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue that trend, or if they're going to be able to shake things up, because they were a team that we were so hyped about during the original days of opening play. I mean, Konina Power finished 7th on the leaderboard, still actually 2nd being the top placement they were able to finish there, almost rounding out that day. It appears that, unfortunately, Cameron has, through the powers of the internet, I've lost him, but that's okay. I'm going to continue to solo cast right on through this. I'm sure we'll be getting him back in just a second, making sure that he can help me lock this down, because, I can get hype. I can talk about these sick plays, but I need my expert analyst by my side to continue on with that. So hopefully we get Cameron back in the action here in just a second. But again, another one of these teams that I really want to talk about, of course, has to be Yala and Cameron. Cameron, are you back, dear sir? Do I have you?
Way.
You're on your own. Thank you. Oh, thank goodness. I'm solo casting up a storm over here. Nobody wants to hear that. It's okay. Nah, I'm just talking about some of these teams that need to step up today. Teams like Konina Power, teams like Yala Esports, teams like Uter Killers, who we know, I think, we've seen those moments of brilliance. We know they have the potential to step up and do it, but we just need to see that consistently more today. And you talked about it, an idea of a map like Sanhok, it being so hard to play so consistently on a map that is small, that is chaotic, that third parties, fourth parties, block parties, they are so likely to break out at any given point just because of the sheer scale of the map here. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. And let me know when you've been able to get everything back up and running.
Oh, no, I'm back. Watching Luke
you're back
live right now. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Woo! We're in. We're in. And looking at the players alive, looking at the teams alive, I did not miss a thing. So, good to go. It's perfect. I don't know exactly what you said, so I apologize if I'm going to repeat something to the viewers, but teams rotate into the circle. Let's go.
Let's go. No, you basically just heard me talking about some of these teams, again, that were on the cusp in day number 1 / did not perform over the super weekend that I really need to see step up. And even just the idea that teams that performed well in league play, that doesn't necessarily even transfer to the super weekend, which is so interesting to me. So we'll see how that goes, and the idea of momentum, of course, being a thing here. I know that's something that's kind of not a taboo subject in battle royales, but the idea that, just because you do well in one game, and a lot of other esports, it would potentially transfer over. But battle royales, because of the nature of the beast, every game is so different, despite that it's on the same map. You can't even necessarily have that conversation quite the same way.
Well, actually, I can talk about that in a second, because right now, Konina Power, they're trying to defend this push, and Konina, this is a team that really let a lot of us down, but already at the start get some good damage. And Axer seems to be in a little bit of trouble, but all of his teammates have really good high ground. Ulysses is trying to go for a good grenade. That seems spot on. Ooh. How are the rest of Konina gonna adjust from this? Because Ulysses is going on the aggressive push to secure the kill, and that's a second knock against Konina in the distance.
Wow, what a play from Ulysses here. Don't tie this man to the mast. Unleash him. Get him out there. As Uter Killers is able to pick up first blood here on Erangel, and now is looking back on board with Konina Power, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tempo Storm on one side, Uter Killers on another. Oh my goodness, if you're Rob and the crew, this is not an ideal situation. Tixie, oh no, HH24. Internet's feeling crispy today, boys. Getting those.
Oh my God!
He doesn't miss! He doesn't miss! Oh my God.
Someone stop this man. I mean, just that angle. Ridiculous. And Spec certainly helped as well on that final player. But just that is why we've talked about this before. You and I know specifically. I don't remember which game it was on, but we have talked how much we hate those plateaus there. If you
it's the overlook. It's the overlook, but so oftentimes it ends up being your own demise. It's a bait.
If Konina Power wanted to hold them, they should have put at least 2 people in that compound. And we didn't see what was happening before Uter Killers arrived. Maybe they're getting ready to send 2-2, maybe even 3-1. But the minute Axer gets taken out by Ulysses, their entire security on that position is gone. Very unfortunate that Tempo, specifically HH2, was also in position to execute on them and take advantage of it. And even though it was sort of like the worst situation to think of, that is a perfect illustration on how vulnerable you are on that overlook spot.
And yes, chat, I want to acknowledge Tenza did end up picking up the kill there, but it just goes to show the power of the team shooting from Tempo Storm. There's a reason that I picked Tempo Storm for game number 1.
Even if you didn't,
who cares?
Still had like such a good angle.
Oh yeah, no, it was beautiful. I mean, Tempo Storm was perfectly lined up for that. They heard the shots, they came in. A little bit of third-party action. I don't know who exactly was the next up at the door, trick or treat or whatever it was with Uter Killers and Tempo Storm. All I know is that Konina Power, the team that we were really looking to step up today and harken us back to week number 1, is going to have to do it in game number 2, Cameron.
Yeah, I don't know what happened between the qualification and PMWL, or even opening weekend, and then league play. It seems to be a completely different Konina Power. The circle shift is going to be, we can call it a hard shift towards the east, but it doesn't really affect too many people because it's mostly just getting rid of the water on the west. And you can see there's a lot of area there that no one was really in on the west side because it just kind of sucks. So I think most players are just going to be chilling around, but I already like that we're seeing a little bit of separation, a little bit of area control being established, not just by Tempo Storm, but you see Cloud9 and Queso both trying to do similar things. I think teams are realizing that you can't just all huddle up in one compound and expect to perform well over the course of multiple games. You really have to fight for that map control.
And I think that's so important to talk about because now that we've seen enough games coming out, we can start to see the trends, see the patterns, see the ebbs and flows of the water. In this case, we can just see Loops getting kills. That's a whole other conversation. Team, I'm on a track here. Loops, gosh, so rude, Loops, with your need to get points and win the video game. How dare you? I was going to make a comment about how you rotate around and how C9 always comes from the west and Wildcard is up to the north, but can they use the elevation to their advantage? Gosh, Loops, these guys, what are they doing?
Headquarters, they had a couple of moments in that they almost dropped Becker to try and get a trade. And I like how they've been adjusting their players' position in this engagement. But they already lost one, and they need to make a decision. Is this something that is worthwhile to commit to? I'm looking on the major map, and they're quite isolated. But they're just going to have hilltops overlooking a compound, and other teams might start to get a little curious, a little interested if this fight lasts a little longer than it is currently. And I think, Headquarters, they're going to be backing off. They don't want to stick around for this. Moments didn't come their way. If they got a knock against Becker or any other member of Loops, then we could see a full fight breaking out, but instead they just had their scout find a better compound for them to hold out in for phase 2, and they're going to go there.
Look, you know what? If I'm a team and I'm playing here in the PUBG Mobile World League and I'm thinking to myself, you know what, fam? You know what fight I want to take? I want to take a 3v4 against Loops Esports. That's the play that's the kind of day that I want to have.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what is it? What's the trope when you go to jail? You just got to go in and hit the biggest guy.
Yeah,
it kind of sucks when the biggest guy hits you first.
Yes. It's assert dominance over the server. I don't think it quite works like that, especially here on the first day of week number 2. But I appreciate the thought. No, I think that was definitely the right call there from HQ. Back up, reset, cut your losses, because it's unlikely that is a fight you are going to win. Another team, though, I love the fact that, thank you so much to our lovely observers team, profiling all these squads that have been down towards the bottom of the leaderboards who we've been looking towards to step up. Nova, of course, being one of that team, they were in last place. Dead last. I mean, dead last. Day 1 and 2 of the Super Weekend. They had like 2 kills the first day.
Wasn't great.
Not exaggerating. Not a great day. But this is a team that we know can do well in these situations, but they just, for some reason, it wasn't coming together. Hopefully the day off, the little bit of the mental reset, the shift for them in mentality. Okay, we're back into league play. It's not a Super Weekend. Maybe that'll help them because they're definitely going to need it here. Because of course, a little biased towards these NA teams.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a shift.
Boy.
I'm going to cut your point off because we need to quickly touch upon
Move it along, Cameron. Move it along.
This before. This time around, there are better opportunities for teams on the outskirts. I think previous time we saw a shift similar to this. It was on the next phase, and so teams were more locked into the Rozhok school area, but already you're seeing teams rotating clockwise and counterclockwise to try and come in from the side. This is a good opportunity for Wildcard and 69 to get some kills on rotating Cloud9, Queso, HQ, and Loop should be following up after that. That's on the west side. On the east side, it's going to be a lot of bridges around that area the teams will be fighting over, so we might see some early clashing, which will be important because there's so much open area in this. You want to try and thin out the herd the best you can. Umbra here, getting into vehicles. They're just barely inside the circle, but the rotation might be a little late for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see them resign themselves to edge play and then push in the next phases. Same here with the Uber-Killers.
I think just playing around Sunken there might be the play, trying to catch anybody. They're already late, but maybe there's a chance there's going to be teams that are even later than they are, because this is what's happening when teams are trying to take these bridges at this point. Teams are already in position to camp this. Unique's actually in a really good spot here. They've got the optics, they've got the angles. So we're watching Team Unique. Team Unique, of course, a squad that I'm actually a big fan of, but unfortunately they're kind of like a mid-2000s Katy Perry's track. They're just kind of hot and cold. You know what I mean? They're not one or the other. You know what I mean? They need to just go full lava. Not the floor is lava. They need to play like hot fire today because, oh my goodness, they need to do stuff like this. They need to do what Uber Killers are doing. They're coming to play today. That's the second nade now from Uber Killers to start off a sick fight. And I didn't even get a chance to compliment that first nade, too. Cameron, it literally blew up the door he was trying to run through. It's like, you're not going to go through here. Come to me instead. The loving embrace of death.
Yeah, they're speed running this stuff, but for Unique over here, you called them out. The thing that I was worried about was Nova seemed to be arriving. Their scout took this compound. Unique were not ready, prepared for it, and here is the rest of the team. AZ goes aggressive and takes a lot of damage, but now this hill is compromised. How can they focus on punishing people crossing the bridge when by doing so, they could easily reveal their backs to Nova, who are behind hard cover? A knock goes in their favor against Frozen. Counter nades are coming out, trying to flash out AZ, but they're not taking him out in his mere presence. Okay, maybe going a little bit aggressive there, Starlight.
Ooh, yeah, Starlight getting picked up there, but AZ, the star of Nova Esports these last few days, is going to need to go clutch. Was able to reset the HP a little bit here. He's got the AKM. Can he find the angles? Memphis taking a decent amount of punishment as the rest of Nova Esports is going to try and push up the rise using the third-person mode to great advantage here. AZ needs to find the shots, needs to connect, but the teammate is there to help secure this. And now Memphis is just down in the back. He's kind of the last man standing. He sees everybody rotating around. His teammates are dead and gone. He's just got to try and survive. Oh, he's going to try and flee. Well, that's a gutsy play. And somehow it's working for 1 second longer. Run, Memphis, run!
Where could he even drive to? Because he's going directly into Alpha Legends, assuming Nova even let him get away. He's trying to make it to the water. Oh, no! Oh, the last second, a stray shot from HCL. I appreciate the attempt there. I don't think anyone would have been brave enough to do it. But alas, he does get taken out. Over here, though, it's going to be Loops versus Umbra Killer. This is what I said, rotating in on that west side, and the circle pulls away from them a little bit. Umbra in a really good spot to hold Loops out, but we know how good Loops are at pushing forward.
Yeah, I don't know what, did Team Umbra, change up their coffee brand or something? They're drinking some Mountain Dew this morning, getting some game fuel in their veins, because they're going off right now. They have already taken down Carrillo. I mean, this is Loops down, a pivotal member, top fragger, to Umbra, who has not been hesitant to take kill after kill, fight after fight already here. So I got to give props. They forced them back into a corner. They're going to reset a little bit here because they're going to play for the next zone, which is 100% the right call. So I love the fact that Umbra is showing that they're not afraid to get involved in these fights. Them and Uber Killers, both of these teams have been looking really solid so far. I mean, yeah, they don't have any kills to their name yet, but they're going at them. I got to give them props.
Yeah, and I like the play of leaving PRZ behind is a little bit of a trap. If Loops followed directly behind Umbra, he would have been in a good position to damage them. The way that Loops maneuvered, he didn't have the best angle, but it was still a really good play for what Loops could have done. He can easily follow up behind the rest of his team. But Yala, another team that we've seen some good things, we've seen some bad things from them, and they're trying to take over 69's position. Problems down. Low HP, used the first aid kit, but now he only has bandages left. This could affect them. Luckily, they're on the north side, relatively isolated for now. Specify for now because HQ and C9 are crawling closer and closer, but they're hiding behind dips. They have a little bit of cover to play with.
Yeah, but I was just complimenting Team Umbra, and they're getting torn apart by Tempo Storm. But yes, that was a shot there that Yella probably shouldn't have missed, if I'm being honest. Player, speaking of things that aren't going to miss here, I think it's nades. And this one going into AZ. Uter Killers, oh my goodness, going up into Nova Esports. These two teams have already been getting involved in a lot of fights. And G-Fans here on the flank, trying to find the damage onto Ulysses. Almost! No, is able to find it, I think. Oh no, Ulysses barely survives. So close, oh my goodness, but that is the first member down from Uter Killers. Ulysses barely able to get himself out of that one. So much scrappy play already today. Cameron, Erangel is heating up.
Yeah. I'm gonna call Nova out. I think taking that position while they already had this nice compound here was a little on the over-aggressive side of things, especially after losing Starlight, and now they're gonna have to play with just 2 up. See how they can do from this position. But Tempo, they've been fighting in from the edge, and they've taken some losses, but they've been picking up more and more kills as well. HH24 is down. This, I think, is a crucial player to get revived for Tempo because we know how good he can be. But Sam, is he going to let that happen? Only 1 kill for Wildcard. Haven't been playing too aggressive, but they're holding the edge. Tons of smoke, tons of utility come out from Tempo Storm in order to get that revive. And Wildcard, they're not pushing, so I think that's going to happen. But over here, KHK pushing into Cloud9. The blue is pushing in onto them. Oh, look at all the grenades. All the grenades.
Oh my goodness, Tempo Storm not afraid to use some of this utility early on. They want to secure these kills. They want to secure these points. HH24 is going to get finished off in that fight, but another team I think might just get finished off right here. It is KHK trying to land the shots onto Bayo through the smoke. Can't quite get it done. Oh my goodness. The last player up standing, actually doing a lot of damage. Pyra and Bayo don't have a whole lot of HP to work with. They finally are able to take him down. So C9 able to eliminate KHK Esports, but the battle between Wildcard and Tempo still going back and forth. The hope of North America trying to take each other down at this point as Acer's pushing on in. Tempo hears the footsteps. He's got to cancel the revive. And that's Tempo Storm down. Wacer, the beautiful push. The audio cue can't save you. That was just solid play from Wildcard.
Yeah, I saw the opportunity. They knew they had 2 knocks from Cloud9. They're still in a fight. Tons of rotations coming over the northeast side because of the circle shift, and they're in a good position now. They've healed themselves, and they still have 4 standing to pick up more and more kills. Wildcard, Slicky, what are they going to do? They, as you said, they already cleared out Tempo Storm, but the blue is pushing in onto them, and they're surrounded by loops who are actually pushing into them.
Yeah, but, I mean, Loops is also taking a little bit of damage pushing into this compound. Nadim was sort of the only one in there. Now the rest of Loops, a world of hurt. Becker's actually down. They were getting third-party shots somewhere here, but Slicky on the flank. I actually think this is a potential advantage here to Wildcard. Dadin is holding a fantastic angle in the stairwell. This is massive, so he's got a lot of intel. He can get both from the audio cues, but he's actually going to potentially try and push all the way around. Do it! Hear him coming! I should hear him coming! Hello! Dadin's like, yo, I'm a Slayer too! Get up my level 1 HP in a dream! It don't matter none! This is Loops Esports! This is Brazil! Get out of here! And Wildcard is gone!
I was wondering if he was going to do that exact same maneuver just a couple of moments earlier, but he waited to keep Wildcard on their toes to start the revive onto Sam. And then he said, I still have time. I still have time. I don't know if he started the player in the door, but just such an amazing play. And Wildcard just absolutely deleted. But Queso, Peter's trying to push into them. But again, the grenades are coming in hot. It's all into Matic right now, but Queso are flooding like a wave of molten hot cheese.
Oh no, that's a visual. It's perfect though. They just pretty much flawlessly took out Dream Eaters. I talked about the idea that the Dream is still alive. Not if you're a Dream Eaters fan. A couple of key grenades and a beautiful push from Ayala, and that was just it. And Ayala is also a player that we know can throw some sick grenades. So that's Team Queso stepping up. That's what we were looking to see here. As Uter Killers is still getting involved. 3 kills to their name. They did take some fights, I think, over the course of this that didn't quite go their way as they're facing up into Alpha Legends now. A 1v1 here up against Rayman. Oh my goodness. Pocus. Oh.
Good play behind the rock by Rayman, but he just wasn't able to hit the shots when he took the peek. And now Uter Killers, they are still up, and they've picked up a good number of kills. Only 1 remaining. But over here, Loops. Harowski, also only 1 remaining. Didn't see what happened to them once they left that compound that they stole from Wildcard. But good kills for them as well. Now it's Yala.
What was that send? They had 2 players up and then they just threw a UAZ at him. All right. I'll take it. No, that was Yala knowing. I think once I got that first down, that Loops is already in a pretty rough position, able to capitalize there on that. But C9 is continuing the fight. You pick C9 going into this, Cameron. You got to be feeling pretty happy right now because they've got quite a few kills to their name, and they are continuing to be a threat here, but now potentially facing up against Team Queso, another squad we just saw pull off a stellar execution with 5 teams left here up on the top of the hill. These last few circles have definitely been a lot more forgiving. There's a decent amount of cover to work with.
I think it's more just the cover is even across all the teams because it's still just trees and a little bit of grass, but it's not heavily favoring one team over the other. If you want to give it to one team, it's got to be Yala because they have the high ground, but Cloud9, even though they're on the low ground, the space around them is so much more free, and if they're able to recognize that, they can spread out and take map control. Hopefully they don't overextend, but even just setting up crossfires, having control of multiple trees to punish anyone walking into you is going to hurt, but what a grenade coming out from Marco! The follow-up Molotov should land good as well.
What's the kill feed? Just keeps on giving. That was 1 nade, 3 downs. Marco Polo, that's how you do it. That's how you find the mark. Oh my goodness, Team Queso. You absolute monsters. Oh boy, that's one way to start that fight off. But now Marco's going down. Beowulf's getting involved in the fight. They're saying, hey, we want to continue to go in this. And Mr. Okay.
I mean, what can you do at that point? 69 recognizing the opportunity. That Queso members are still a little frantic from the heavy push, but here comes C9, also on the heavy push. Adder almost gets taken out, but instead he's going to actually take a member of Queso out. The 69 problems, what can they do? Can they third party this? Can they try and pick up some scraps? Queso suddenly in a really bad position, caught between 2 squads.
Oh my goodness.
They're getting the frags.
They're actually able to rally recover. The fact that, they weren't able to actually confirm those kills per se, I mean, they put themselves in a rough position because they all sent trying to clean those up. Marco started the party off for them, but now maybe not in so much of a great spot. 2 members are down for them, but actually it's SWAT 69 through all of this that was such a problem for these teams to deal with because both teams tunnel vision on the players that were down. But SWAT 69 is actually in the best position overall. Yes, they're playing around in the smokes, but in terms of HP, in terms of meds, they're actually looking pretty good. But the problem is they're giving these teams a chance to try and reset.
Yeah, and they're also the furthest from the center of the circle, so they don't finalize these kills. They don't finalize the entire squad wipe. Their good position isn't going to be so good anymore. They are the weaker team in terms of manpower, so they're kind of just trying to help out where they can, turn the tide of battle towards one team or another, and then pick up the scraps. But because both Queso and Cloud9 are resetting, there's only so much that 69 can do because of all the smoke cover. The information is lacking, but the spray is trying to come in, doesn't find a knock. The dinner plate not really serving up a chicken dinner just yet.
Yeah, prone DP, gotta love it. Not quite able to even recoil us, not quite able to make it work right there. And this is now all of Cloud9 back up and in the action. And they've been able to fight enough, they've been able to loot enough that they're all feeling, I was gonna say pretty good, but actually surprisingly low. Though, to be fair, Bayo his healing stats are going to be fun to look at this game. Ufla is able to finish up the member of Team Queso there. Only 2 left for them. And SWAT 69, I got to give them props. They're facing up against 2 juggernauts right now, and they're playing it like a champ. Cloud9 really looking like the team to beat right now. They're looking so solid, but SWAT 69, the fact that you didn't even play in the Super Weekend. We asked, how are these teams going to do? How are they going to, were they practicing over the weekend? How are they doing? Clearly, the response is, at least for SWAT 69, we were practicing. We were putting in the work, we were doing our research, and right now it's paying off.
This is a good adjustment from Queso to pull away because they knew 69 would slowly have to push in from the blue, and while they could try and hold them out, who knows when C9 is going to strike. So a lot of teams through that reset have all just kind of backed off, and you already mentioned it, Cloud9 looking really strong right now, not only because they have 4 up, they also have the best control of the circle. That low ground might continue to be a problem. We saw, I mean, that was honestly their biggest weakness coming into that fight. But the spread is looking great. It's all going to be who spots whom first and who can land those shots. A couple of shots coming out initially. Axial does get dropped.
You called it right there. It was Cloud9. Had the keener eyes this day, but Pyro's going to go down. His problem is able to pick that one up. They've got that nice barrier of vehicles, and now Team Queso was out. SWAT 69, I got to give them so much props. Able to outlive Team Queso here, able to down a member of Cloud9, but it's still a 3v2 situation. SWAT 69, if they could take down Cloud9 here, this would be massive, not just for them, but for all the teams down towards the bottom that say, yes, these gods can bleed. But Bufla taking quite a bit of damage to the blue, trying to reposition, reassess. But that's the flank from Bayo, the shot caller, the IGL from Cloud9, showing he's got the shots as well. And now in a 3v1 position, I think this is Cloud9 about to put a nice little bow on this game, number 1. And as Bayo pushes in for the win, that's going to be it. No! But it's still going to be the end. Yes, GG, Cloud9 take game number 1.
Yeah, so they don't get that final kill, but it is still a 10-kill win for Cloud9. And as you mentioned, SWAT 69 played that really, really well. I do think that they were a little slow once it hit the end game. There wasn't much for them to do because Queso didn't really put much of a fight in that final engagement. I think it was maybe just one knock, but still I would have liked to see SWAT 69 push a little faster if they want to try and steal that win. Because the minute that Queso was fully wiped and C9 had even a second just to breathe and reset for SWAT 69, it was their game. 100% through and through, but still a good second place. Another really good first place for Cloud9. They started to slip on the Erangel towards the end of the Super Weekend, but we know that they still got it.
Yeah, and for all the casters that didn't pick, and they're gonna be feeling good with that chicken dinner to start things off here in week number 2. You'll love to see it. No, that was really nice, but I agree. I think there was a point where there was only one member left standing for Team Queso, 2 down for C9 and 2 very battered players. I think if that's when SWAT 69 had jumped in, but still, I gotta give them all the props in the world for even holding on, contesting there at the end, still getting multiple downs, still getting up the damage stats. Really, really solid, and what a great way to start week number 2. You love to see it. Let's send it back over to our analyst to break it down.
Well, we talked about Cloud9 having slow starts, but I have to say they have definitely not shown anything slow about today, and there's definitely going to be a certain person towards my left-hand side who's going to be extremely happy about that. I'm not even going to look at his face right now because I don't want to see the grin that's going to be on it. So, Glitter, Cloud9 have done it. Just look at you.
They did do it. Very, very strong showing off Cloud9. I think everybody kind of expected them to do well. They've been doing well so far, and they've been able to maintain that momentum. So no big surprise here. But I think what is a big surprise is actually Team Queso coming in second with more kills than Cloud9 was actually able to pull down. And we've been waiting. And Seven's been saying that Queso is a team that's very capable of this. We've just been waiting to see it.
And one that we need to mention besides Cloud9, me getting the right pick there, it's SWAT 69 in 3rd place, getting 14 placement points and 6 kills. This is by far the most kills that team has gotten so far in any match, I believe, even going back to City Weekend. So it's good to see teams like that finally wake up. And then we see Yala Esports as well. That's another team that we were talking about, being able to at least get 10 points. That is huge for them. Loops Esports, I know they only go ahead and get pretty much 8 points there in total, but wait until you see that replay of the play that my boy Daden was able to do. It was absolutely disgusting. And some of the other teams that we're seeing here, Headquarters, Umbra, love to see that in here going into the second page. As you see, Tempo Storm in 10th place. Glitter, talk to us about this.
You know, I think that was just actually a super unfortunate engagement with Wildcard. Up until that point, Tempo Storm had 5 kills. They were having a very, very strong early game. It was going very well for them. They just unfortunately ran into Wildcard, and Wildcard had a little bit of a height advantage on a hill over them. Sam had a good grenade here and there, so, you know, a little bit of a rougher start for them, but still, they were very strong up until that point, so I think they'll be able to keep that going throughout the rest of the day. But big surprise, again, we're seeing Konina Power at the very bottom of that leaderboard, and that is not where we expect to see them right now.
I also just want to say, by the way, for SWAT 69, they earned 29 points on day 2 of league play in the first week. They already got 20, and the threshold was last time the bubble that needed to be passed to get into top 16 was 53. So Cloud9's already halfway there to getting that done. You know, and they still have like 7 matches left to play, so really no challenge for them to really bring it home and not to mention get themselves through into the second super weekend to defend their title where they're currently sitting at first. You can see their damage here, 2K damage. I'll let you talk about them since you predicted them.
Thank you, Jason. And then you got heals, 1,000 heals, and then kills. 10 kills, 11 knockouts. They weren't able to go in and finish some stuff there. And something that we were talking while watching this team is that they had 2 players knocked there towards the end. We thought that was going to be the end of them. And this is something we always talk about in regards to champion teams. How you're going to be able to come back when you're down. And guess what? This team is able to go ahead and come back pretty much all the time. If you get a player knocked down and they at least have all their stuff ready, they have the smokes ready, they have their Molotovs ready, they're more than likely going to be able to go ahead and get that player back up. And I think that is huge. That is a great feature to have in your team, to be able to just be able to pick up players whenever they're down. I think that's huge.
Oh yeah, massive, especially when you get into the late stages of the game when things are so hectic. Let's take a look though at our do moments from our first match here of our second week of league play. And we're going to see some highlights coming in through there. And honestly, we saw quite a few. I think we're even going to break down a couple of them as well. But, what is there to really say? We saw a couple of drive-bys, a couple of people being run over. We saw grenade kills. We pretty much saw everything there is to see when it comes to that match.
We have yet to see a pan so far, right? We
did have asked for it.
Well, not in this match. We did have a pan, though.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, no, on this match. I was saying on this match.
That's true.
But then, as we're seeing here, Karina Powerman, I don't know what's going on with that. That's one team we were talking about. They did really well there in league play. They did well in the second day of seeding, but that feels like it's months back now in comparison to what we've seen so far from it. And then Uter Killers being able to get those grenade kills, that is a cheeky grenade. I'm surprised he was able to go ahead and sneak that through. And then something that we actually enjoyed that we'll be talking a little bit more about this, Glitter, is how aggressive Nova was.
Yeah, and this was very important for them to do because we had spoken about how they didn't have the best showing in week 1 and they were really going to kind of need to change it up coming into week 2 if they wanted to make sure that they were solidifying those super weekend points. And we have seen a few times now Nova kind of just go for it and rush other teams, but usually they wait a little while and see if they really need to. Today they weren't waiting at all. Straight out of the gate we saw them going after team, making very aggressive rotations, and I think that's very good for them, Seven.
Yeah, and that's something that we even touched up on the top of the show, was that Nova needs to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive, and they need to be able to find more third-party, pretty much whenever they're going to be able to third-party. That's something that the team is really good at. That's something that they're going to be able to go ahead and collect a lot of points via kills-wise. We know that kills are very important here, especially if you're not able to go ahead and get that higher placement. By them getting those 4 kills, I think they ended up getting more points for the kills than it was for placement. And then this play, just wait for it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do a completely breakdown on that, because that is by far, baby, my most favorite play so far this PMWL West. I think that was something that definitely needs to go ahead and be pointed out. And then we're seeing Team Queso. I know we're talking about Team Queso. They needed to go ahead and step it up. They haven't had the best performances here so far. So it's good to see at least seeing them with 21 points right off the bat. I think that's huge, Glitter.
Yeah, and Queso, like I said, you've called them out quite a few times as being a team that's more than capable of having an incredibly strong performance. So I think for them, not only is this what we were looking for, but this is going to set them up very, very well for the rest of the day if they can carry this momentum into some more of the matches for the rest of today, which then will set them up very comfortably moving into that super weekend. And then here we're just at the end of the match watching Cloud9. Now SWAT69 did have a slight bit of a height advantage over Cloud9 as they were at the top of the hill, but they were having to move down towards Cloud9 as the blue was pushing in, and they were not able to finish off Cloud9, and Cloud9 does come home with the first win of the day.
I still think it's important though to see the teams that we were wondering like what would be happening in the second week of league play. They didn't play in the super weekend. We saw SWAT69 really step up. We saw Headquarters, even a team that was able to step up. We saw Udo Killers in there as well, even though they did play in the super weekend. But we're seeing some names that we haven't seen in, well, practically the last week, right? The last 6 days, really step up when they need it. Let's actually take a look at how much damage all these teams were able to do as well, because that's going to be a big indicator of how strong they were actually performing in that very first match. And we can see here, well, again, that's going to be Cloud9, of course, taking the very first place position. I just to say, though, Loops' damage is a little bit low considering what we've seen out of them, Seven.
Yes, it is. And that's just because they pretty much ended up losing their star player right off the bat in Carrillo. And that's why that was such a huge play by Daden for being able to at least have 2 clutch players. But overall, being able to get 4 kills, I think that's good for them. We've seen them end up with 0 kills at one point, and I think it's only happened 1 time so far. And then you see Team Umbra, even though they weren't able to really get any kills, they at least got some placing. Yala Esports as well. It's 800 damage from Yala. I think that is huge. And then you got other teams like Alpha Legends, almost 500 damage. And then with Temple Storm, something that I really enjoyed about Temple Storm, they're on almost getting 1,000 damage and 950 damage, is that they were able to go ahead and kind of finish off Kunina Power there, take advantage of Kunina Power being able to be in engagement with another team. I can't remember at the top of my head which the other team was, but I really enjoy how Temple Storm started off that match. And I know we were giving them some crap in a way because they got knocked off early, but as Glitter was mentioning, it seems like they just got caught in a bad rotation. So hopefully today we'll see a lot more stuff from Temple Storm.
Yeah, I'm hoping as well. We were talking to HH24 on the last day of the Super Weekend. We interviewed him, and he was saying how he's having some internet problems as well. It's going to be extremely frustrating for him. Hopefully, he's been able to fix that so they can kind of come back into this with a fresh new mindset. But I'm hearing we have some plays that we want to break down. Glitter, I think you're going to have the first one here. If I'm not mistaken, I'm guessing it's Nova up against Team Unique.
It is because this just illustrates what Sev and I have been talking about so much when it comes to those pushes for Nova. What are you laughing about, Seven?
He just dipped out of the screen there.
So this is actually going to be a pretty long clip here, and the one part you don't see is that it does begin with AZ actually pushing up into where Unique was, kind of scouting for the team super early on. From there, Nova is able to start taking some pop shots onto Unique as they're on the hill there, and AZ actually, you know, does a good job of keep using the little ridge there to his advantage to keep vision on for his team while also making sure that he keeps himself safe. Now, Unique is able to kind of deal some damage for a little while there, but they start getting knocked by Nova. And I think one of the things that was super important here was the fact that Nova realizes so well in so many different scenarios when it's time for them to just make their move, which is why we keep talking about their pushes. You saw all of the team members come out of that building there and instantly start pushing up on Unique when they realized that they had a little bit of an advantage. They're instantly able to take out Lightning, and at the top you can see that Annalise is down. So Memphis realizes that this is going to be a potentially unfortunate situation for him with a 1v3. He tries to get into the vehicle and dip out, and he is so low at this point, and I think we were all kind of yelling in the back here watching him try to make this escape. And at the end there, he is going to actually get picked out of that vehicle right as it goes over the ridge, and HZL is able to finish the team wipe.
I think overall that was just such a big play there from them. And I think the other one that we're going to be doing here is going to be Wildcard going up against Loops. Now you're going to see the players here from Loops going to go ahead and crash into this building right here. And then you're going to see some other players from Wildcard going to go ahead and crash there. So we're just going to let it run a little bit more. And you're going to see what happens here as Loops does get a player knocking. Kawasaki is going to be in the back already hurting. Now one thing I love here is that they're able to kind of trade. You have one player down there from Wildcard. You got another player down from that you're going to have down there from in Becker from Loops, and then you also have Kowalski, which is he's really not able to kind of get into the engagement yet because he needs to go ahead and worry about healing up. So what does Daden do? And something I want to go ahead and mention is we talked about Daden, we talked about Korea, how good this team has pretty much those clutch players. Something I do enjoy very much that Wildcard did here was being able to go ahead and throw that Molotov and kind of stopping Daden from pushing up on them. I wish they would have maybe go ahead and thrown a smoke, or I wish they would have maybe tried to reposition to pick up Sam, because guess what? Not moving, Daden's gonna remember you're still waiting there. Something I did enjoy about Sleeky here is Sleeky tried to go for that push or try to hold off that off angle, and then I think he might have gone ahead and showed himself to Daden at one point, because he realized that he was able to realize that, hey, guess what? One of the wildcard players is getting picked up. My other teams, we're going to be at disadvantage if they get picked up here. So what does Daden do? Daden becomes aggressive. Daden becomes a pissed off player, a pissed off bull, and he just goes for it. He's able to win the knock there with the Azer. He realizes Slick is going to go ahead and push up on him. And look at that, and the beast that he is. He's able to go ahead and just clutch up those shots, hit them shots, and able to win it, and then get back in the building. That man was absolutely on a tear, and I think we need to go ahead and highlight that play, because that was by far the best clutch that I've seen from just one single player so far here in the PMWL West.
Yeah, we talk about Carrillo so much. I mean, he was the MVP of the very first Super Weekend. We talk about how many plays he can make happen, how many kills. But it's nice to see, like you said, some other players be able to step up, especially when he died very early on in that last match. And Seven, I'm going to ask you, are you ready for something special here? Are you ready for something that's going to make you a little happy?
Bring it.
So we have a new little segment. We've been talking about talent predictions the entire time. We're not going to have our standings just yet. We'll be showing you that at the end of the day. But we can see how the talent made out in terms of points from that game. And I'm going to need this quickly taken down because I don't want to see Seven or Cameron getting a whopping 30 points from that last one. But at least I can have solace in the fact that I wasn't bottom. Glitter. And Viram.
Oh, damn.
Honestly, Wildcard was having a better start to their early game than Loops was, and had they not had that engagement with Wildcard, I think you'd be in a lot worse position right now.
Hey, who wasn't who was in first place? I'll say that now, Seven, because you've definitely passed me now. I hate you so much, but it's cool to see. You know, got little additions into the show here as well, and also additions into the game. If you guys haven't noticed, Royale Pass Season 14 has come out, and if you haven't seen anything on it just yet, well, lucky for you, we're gonna be able to show you a little bit now. And if you guys haven't caught that yet, make sure you head on into the game and pick it up for yourself because you're not gonna regret it. But now as we move on further into the show and further on into our first day of our second week of League play, we can take a look at the schedule and see what's gonna be coming up next. And you can see here, Sanhok, map number 2, a map we didn't have being played last week. And this now comes into question, which teams will rise on Sanhok? Unfortunately, which ones might fall? B4 Esports is someone we're going to be looking at. Dream Eaters as well, who had really good performances when it came to this map. Even Footballists, I believe, has had some good results here as well. I wonder, though, Glitter, do you think teams are going to be able to... Well, do you think we're going to see the same 16 teams from the last Super Weekend and this Super Weekend? Or do you think maybe the bottom 4 are going to have a big advantage here?
I certainly hope we don't see the same 16 teams, only for the sake of those bottom 4 teams being able to prove themselves in this week of League play. Plus, I think it'll shake it up a little bit for the teams. You know, like Sevens pointed out, some of those bottom 4 teams do land on top of some of the teams that did qualify through to the Super Weekend, and because they weren't there, that was something they'd have to worry about. So if those things start changing up, it might change some of the teams' play styles.
Okay, well, we're going to get into our predictions as well when it comes to Sanhok, and I'll be the generous one this time. I will start things off and tell you my prediction is going into it. I'm not giving up faith in Brazil. I'm not giving up faith that I'm going to go Loops back-to-back here and put them as my team to win in match number 2. Seven, why don't you come up second here? Why don't you tell us who's going to be the winner? Because clearly you're at 100% already so far this week.
We're agreeing. We're actually in this.
Okay, so we're both going to win.
I'm going to go with Loops as well. Yeah, I'm going with Loops. I'm going to maintain my first place until they actually show the graphic.
Are you just going to cheat now and just pick the team I pick every time and keep above me?
No.
Okay, because I'm going to have to throw you off and go for a wild pick. Glitter, I'm kind of thinking you're either leaning towards Footballists, B4, or Dream Eaters. Am I in the ballpark here?
No. So the only reason I'm not picking B4 Footballists right now, you were very correct in saying they've had strong games on Sanhok before, but they also just sat out the first Erangel match, so they're not warm yet. I'm a little bit concerned about them coming in cold against some of these teams that are a little bit warmed up. So last time this happened, guys, we actually did well, but I'm also going with Loops. We're all in agreement this time.
Oh, it was good until she picked it. We had it. We had our chicken dinner until she tagged along. Now, we'll see how Loops is going to do. We'll check in with you guys after this next match does finish off and see who's going to be a little bit happier, maybe a little bit sad. But I know some people who might be a little bit happier, maybe a little bit sad. It's maybe the people who have been watching constantly within the game, within the Esports Center to earn themselves some points. And the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards for not doing it yet. Make sure you head over and start doing that now, because time is not over. You still have time available to you. You still have so many days of action coming your way. And we also have some we have commentators coming our way here to join us on the show. And Viram and Cameron Davis. And Viram, your Tempest Storm pick didn't work out too well. Cameron, your Cloud9 pick definitely did. I can see some I was hoping for some, happier faces. I mean, Virum looks happier than you, even though he had Tempo Storm with 6 points. But as we move forward into Sanhok here, let's start to break down this map a little bit and talk about it. Because again, thinking back to the Super Weekend, some teams definitely performed well when it came to this map. Cameron Davis, do you think we're still going to see those same teams perform? And then also, do you think these bottom 4 teams will have a chance to really shoot up their rankings from it?
I mean, as I said earlier, Sanhok, it's the hardest to predict. I just hope that we're going to see the same level of proactive aggression that we saw on Erangel come into Sanhok, because the easiest way to make sure that you're going to continue to survive is to eliminate all the threats while you have an advantage. I don't want to see teams wait for the blue to force them into an engagement, because we've seen that before, and it's not fun to watch. It's not fun for the teams involved. I just want to see more aggression.
More aggression. What about you, Inverum?
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I think Sanhok's one of these maps where you go in, you expect to brawl. You need to be ready to brawl. I mean, we saw some situations there. It seems like, okay, we can back up, we can reposition, we can reset. You just have fewer options to do that on Sanhok. Commit to your fights, trust in your shots, trust in your shot calls, your IGLs. And I think this is something we don't hype up enough, especially for a game like PUBG Mobile. The importance of having a good shot caller who can dictate the team, who can get the key information to the players in the midst of these fights to line up the angles, line up the flanks. So I'm really looking for the IGLs. Their voices need to be loud and clear here on Sanhok.
Well, we were talking to the experts, the analysts about this. The bubble last time was 53 points coming out of the first week of league play. We've already have Cloud9 sitting, was it on 30 if I'm not mistaken, with their 10 kills and their chicken dinner. They're already basically there. But then you have teams like SWAT69 who get themselves 20 points, and they have already gotten themselves so close just in one match alone of potentially passing that bubble. Headquarters also is up there. I'm curious if you think teams that were in the bottom 4 now are thinking ahead to that, potential number, Cameron, of like, okay, we need to get like at least this amount to feel safe.
I hope so, because now's the time that you can play around a little bit. I don't want them to feel safe and secure after the first game. That's not a position that you want to be in. You want to play to win, not play to not lose. And they got to go and actually secure that bubble.
Okay. Well, let's get into our prediction game now here. And Verum, I'm going to make you go first since Cameron went first last time. Tempo Storm didn't work out too well for you, so I imagine you're not going to back them yet again. Who is the team you're going for to win map number 2?
I picked Footballists. I picked them going forward into this. I think that they are one of these teams that can frag out with the best of them. They looked good on Sanhok in the past. I think Litter made a good point. They may not be warmed up because they sat out in this last game, but I'm going to, think we've seen teams come in after sitting out and winning, so maybe this will be the case. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Cameron, who do you got?
I almost went for Footballists. I almost went for B4 because they're so frag heavy, but it's so hard to be secure on anything. I'm doubling down on Cloud9. They're the only team that I was actually able to find even a thread of consistency on Sanhok.
Okay, we'll see how our second match will break down, see who will potentially be closer, taking that number 1 spot away from 7. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day?
Thank you so much, Jason. Sanhok. Oh boy, I have a particular history with this map, of course, coming from my background casting PUBG Mobile here in North America. A lot of finals events happening here on this map, Sanhok. So I'm looking for the N8 teams to step up a little bit. Not caster bias, I should say, just some expectations. Not at all. But mostly I'm looking for a lot of action. I'm looking for teams to have their heads on a swivel because, it's not like your teammates are going to be, stabbing you in the back, but somebody else is certainly going to try. Maybe it's a pan. I don't know. Be creative. Maybe.
Or what are the other melee weapons? You got the hatchet. You got the axe. I'm trying to remember what the actual weapons are compared to what the skins are.
Yes.
Either way, there's a number of options. You can kill with anything. I'm wondering if there's going to be a point that are going to be introduced little poison tablets.
Killed him with a pen.
Yeah, or like nail guns or a pencil. Yeah, see what happens.
See what happens. Get into it. Get excited. As we're seeing. Not the friendliest circle, but definitely not the worst. It's not a Kendi circle to start things off here on Sanhok. But we are seeing Pittsburgh Knights now back on the server, Raven, and looking up against HQ. And Headquarters has been one of these teams that's, I feel like they fly under the radar a little bit. And the only times we talk about them are when they're getting absolutely slaughtered or they're the ones doing the slaughtering. It's a binary team. It's a 1 or a 0. And I'm going to need to see some, okay, well.
Not what you want to see. Yep, not a good start.
Nope.
You set it up. It's like it's almost like you put a T-ball on the stand and they just like completely missed. It's unfortunate.
What's that
called? But I don't know.
I'm just thinking about it. You know, one of those things you think about in like your day-to-day life. And not that I think about T-ball too often, but I played T-ball. What is that called? Is it just called the stand?
The stand. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, you know what? Maybe Chad will tell us.
Position here from ID7. He obviously doesn't have the support anymore of his teammates, and the Knights are pushing aggressive. Raven knows that he's there. He's trying to find an off angle to get an initial knock, but the Knights, I think that they're going to want to push on this and get this kill, not only for the freedom to continue looting this compound, for the loot that he has, but also the point and the ability to maneuver around. Because this circle, he said it's not awful. The only concern is that there's a river that cuts through it. The Knights aren't far from it. And so if they're able to flush out these final few members of headquarters that are in this immediate area, they can establish control of the bridge. But there are a couple of other teams that are going to be there for contestation of that. I'm looking at Dream Meters. I'm looking at Footballers. But right now, ID7.
Wow.
He hears the footsteps leave. He knows that he's safe, but his loot is not great. Luckily, his teammates aren't far. He can just drop down south. And I think they're giving the call out that the Knights are leaving.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting position for PK because they looked for the kill, but they didn't thirst for it because it's a logical 2-2 drop scenario that the other half of the team is going to be up on the cliff. And if PK had stuck around too long there with the free time, well, you're seeing it right now. The free time that HQ had to loot, if they'd been right underneath them at the bottom of this cliff, not only is PK not getting kills, they may get killed themselves, and that's so much time being wasted. Oh my goodness. And now PK knows their suspicions were confirmed. They 100% made the right. That was a good call from Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah. They've been looking better and better this entire week. And they did go through a roster shift of a player right when they entered, or thereabouts when they entered World League. And I was actually talking to their coach last night. It's a little not known because he's not on there's a couple of websites that don't have him listed as their coach, but they have a coach. And he's just talking about how they're just trying to get their communication up in line. And you mentioned at the start about IGLs. IGLs are important, but an IGL is only as strong as the information that he's given by his squad. And so looking at the Knights, they're telling each other, I know who this person is, we can go get him. Or I lost his position. I don't want to push into what could potentially be a trap. And as you mentioned, they back off and they're trying to play for the later game. And they're finding themselves in a good central position, as is Team Queso, who this entire time, as I've been talking, just been watching peacefully Dream Meters. It's almost like they're nature photographers. Axel's getting some really good B-reel, except, is he spotted? Did Farsit spot it? I guess not.
Oh, okay. We see here the native Dream Eaters in their natural environment, looking out across the beautiful jungle that is sand. That's not my best David Attenborough, I'm not going to lie.
Good.
It was okay. It was passable. It was acceptable.
It's pretty good. It's better than I could do.
You know, we'll do our best. But still, I got to give props to Trigger Discipline for both of these teams, realizing that neither one can confirm kills. At this point, neither probably have the loot where they want to be dicking off vests at this point or taking shots in response. You know, like, yeah, see how you're like, man, I would like a level 2 backpack. I want to carry more ammo before I go into this fight. But of course, you know, that's the little stuff we're going to have to be cognizant of in these early fights, is the fact that, you know, other teams can be loot goblins, but what do you give up when you take these fights? So that's something that I feel like is kind of, you know, obviously we're playing with different competitive settings here. There's more ARs that are around. They're going to have more access to utility, you know, on this server than what the average player would be exposed to. But I still think it's important to make note of this, why a team may not look for fights early, especially given the fact that nobody wants to get knocked out in 16th place. That's no fun.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely not. Looking over here to the north side of the circle, just north of what we were just looking at, is Footballists and Wildcard in a similar standoff position. But Footballists, they looted up Hot Tin, which is on the other side of the river. But they took the proactive maneuver to come over to this side, and they might be chasing. Is that a kill that we saw?
Literally, the second we go away from the fight, they get a kill.
Of course.
Of course they do.
Of course they do. It's not even just a knock. It's also a fully confirmed.
They thirsted. Of course.
Yeah. But anyway, this is a crate. Footballists, they might be looking at it. They're in position to get it. Solke, is that him swimming out? No, that's him swimming across the river. He's not coming towards the crate first. And good call by Footballists Lutz here to scan around the area. Are we safe? Can we take the swim to go get that crate? Are we isolated? The answer is no, but will they spot out Wildcard, or is Wildcard going to do a really good job of hiding in wait and springing a trap?
Wildcard, of course, still got to be reeling a little bit after that last game. The 1v3 from Dadim.
Oh, the bait!
Oh, no! No, no, no!
Gets it.
Oh, my goodness. Acer taking the shot. But are his teammates in position to help him finish it off? Just get the first down there, but oh yeah, Wildcard's in a great spot. Footballists putting their, sticking their neck out a little bit on that one. It's going to be Levazin being taken out first here for them. Not an ideal situation, especially with the big guns coming in from Spring, who at long range, we know what they can do with this. The optics on this one. This is Footballists in a pretty rough spot, Cameron.
Yeah, it's rough. The kill has... Okay, right when I say that, Acer finds the angle to secure it. A good smoke to make him more defensive, because the fact that he wasn't immediately traded is what gives Wildcard the best position right now, because while the rest of Wildcard are up on a hill, he's holding the off angle, and his existence is putting a lot of pressure. Quick replay of when Axial got the full kill onto Varsit, and yeah, Varsit was a good spot to not get finished when he was just going up and down that stairs, but he got a little too antsy there, and unfortunately, you really got to make sure that your threat range, or your enemy's threat range, is that you don't walk into them.
I feel like I talked about this. I feel like I made a mention of this coming into this map. You got to have your head in a swivel. Nowhere is ever safe. Running out in the middle of a field by your lonesome, or even outside of your own compound, is a great way to get knocked here. We're seeing it, I believe it was Team Queso. We're seeing it now for Footballists, who are down 3 members to start off, down 2-3 members to start off this game. Not ideal for a certain person's predictions. Not going to name any names myself. Anyway.
Who's myself? Never heard of that caster.
I never same. Never heard of them.
Is it like the...
Washed up, I guess, or something. I don't know.
The back and forth, lowercase, uppercase spelling? That's the
myself.
Classic. That's the classic.
Oh, classic. Speaking of classic, Yala Esports. I want this team to become a classic. I want this team to step up, because I've seen Lord in particular. Look, I have no idea. I had to make this work, all right? On the
you tried.
Lord, I'm so glad they showed me Lord. Lord has done... I became a fan of Lord ever since that first 1v4 fight against Wildcard, where he almost got them back on Vikendi. I think it was this past weekend. And, like... Or no, it was during the league play. I became a fan of him instantly in that moment. The idea that, look, I get there's 3 players or 4 players still alive for this team, but I'm going to try and take this fight. So I want to see more from Yala Esports. KHK is another one of these teams down at the bottom here, not participating in our Super Weekend, who would love to knock one of these teams down to participate in week number 2, because it's something you have to talk about, Cameron. The idea that just because you didn't participate in one Super Weekend isn't the be-all, end-all if you can knock down or replace one of the teams that did, because then you both get 2 Super Weekends. So you're not out of it yet just because you didn't make the first one.
Yeah, if you miss the first 2, then things get really problematic, and you're going to have to make the third and go really, really big on that date. But right now, as I mentioned, they're rotating, and this is a really good position for them. Speaking of Wildcard getting shot in the back when they're not expecting it. Oh, well, there the shots go. And the knock does come through onto Spring. Wildcard now find themselves trapped between 2 squads. The only thing that's going to give them relief is if Footballists rotate back onto the previous island, back into Hottin because of this circle shift. But if they stay, and even if they do leave, there are going to be multiple teams coming up to this spot, because this circle shift is actually going to be very, very problematic for a lot of the teams. Spring's getting picked up. Slick is going for the revive. But Acer and Sam, they really need to make sure that they hold KHK off.
I think they should be okay here. I think they should be okay. With the additional utility, the smoke being utilized, I think they're going to get them back up. No problem there. The first down not being able to be finished off for one of these teams, KHK. But unfortunately now, the cards are on the table. You know what I mean? They've given their position away. Ooh, I think he might have actually heard a footstep there from Acer. The way he's kind of looking. Because, I mean, at this point, if you're a wild card, you could rotate off, make some noise, and make them think that, you know, Acer's not in the building next to you, and maybe Acer could get some sort of sick backstab play of his own, go full rogue on him. Look for an epic crit, as it were. As Kanina Power, now looking to take some shots over towards Yala. Both teams are rotating in, like you mentioned before, how difficult the circle was going to be to deal with. Suddenly, teams are realizing this.
I think they did realize this. They're just figuring out what exactly they can do, because information is at a premium. That's what makes Sanhok so difficult, is not necessarily the size, or that does certainly hurt when you want to try and play a super smart macro 200 IQ game. It's really just, it's so hard to figure out where anyone is, even if you're hearing the shots. Is it 1 hill over? Is it 2 hills over? That's so hard. Unique, they're heavily wounded. Frozen's trying to retreat, and B4, we're wondering if these teams are going to be hot or not. I think B4, they're trying to warm up as quickly as they can, and 2 kills is a good start.
Absolutely, and additional damage going in, but now, who is joining in the fray? Oh, it's still unique. They just totally spread out every different direction here. Maxon taking damage. Pedro needs to be careful, but there's some of these angles around the trees. The hitboxes, you got to be aware of it. Your body can stick out even though you think you're protected, so you have to be super careful when you're chilling behind these trees to make sure that you're actually covering up all of those meaty bits, as it were. But now unique. This is bizarre from them.
Okay.
B4 could just pick a fight. Pick one angle.
It's important for Annalise here to be incredibly conservative and really picky on when he peaks and when he puts the pressure there. But Frozen made the full wrapping rotation to try and get the revive on his teammates. The blues coming in, that's going to make it a lot more difficult, and Pedro's rotation is also going to try and punish it. I would have liked to see it happen a little bit sooner, but I don't know if Frozen would have had the time. Memphis, he does get revived, heals up, and tries to get some shots onto Pedro. But this has now gone from, I don't want to say bad to worse, but bad to still bad.
Oh, he didn't see him! Pedro, he's too distracted. Now he hears the footsteps. But he didn't catch the angle. That was actually huge. He didn't see him because that little hill. There he finds the shots. Oh, Pedro, there it is. Pulling out the SMG, point blank range. Not even that point blank. Those were nice shots down there. He heard the footsteps. And that was actually a great little rotation from B4. Nice play from them, and now Unique, they're in full retreat. They've got to run. They've got to back up. They were able to get that first pickup, but now they've got to totally rethink the game plan as the blue. They're eating it now. They've full stimmed, but they're going to have to burn through a lot of these meds just to get into the next circle.
Yeah, because it's another shift towards the north, and yes, B4, they might have won this engagement in terms of them getting a kill, but it wasn't nearly as much that they got out of it as it would have looked like at first. Frozen, yes, he only successfully saved one of his teammates because of that Memphis push, which I do like the push. It's just unfortunate that he got taken out by another really good push by Pedro. It's a whole domino effect there. But Unique, I think, are actually now in a better position than B4 and could potentially find a position to hold them out. I don't know if Unique have vehicles. That might be the only problem of them moving in front of B4. But nonetheless, they're not the only teams in the lobby. Everyone else is also having to move, and Gonzo's still in a fight this time. It's up against Umbra. So that's a second kill for Konina Power. And this is a team that we keep saying need to step it up. And this is a good start. And there's a lot of teams that they can gatekeep here on the east side.
He was like sitting on top of the wheel of that truck. Like, that's not an angle you'd think to expect. That was super sneaky. I love it. And even like to do that to a player as experienced, as PRZ, that was actually pretty sick. I believe it was PRZ that took it there from Team Umbra. In any case, or whoever it was that they ended up taking out there. Sixless, though, is getting taken out. Pittsburgh Knights getting into a bit of a fight. See multiple angles here. Raven on the flank. Nice jump in through the window as Nova is getting absolutely wrecked. Starlight's already down, but HCL is doing work, and now it is Raven kind of up against the world right now. Is AZ getting shot in the back. What a chaotic fight. Goes for the drop shot. Cannot land it. And there we go. Carnage able to help clean that one up. And that is actually Pittsburgh Knights taking the best of that trade.
Yeah, really, really good hold by them. We arrived right when Nova got their first knock and first kill and actually entered the compound that Knights have been holding this entire time. And I was worried at first. I didn't realize it was Knights just giving it up. But they come back and they continue to stake their flag in that building, in that compound. And the Konina Power, they're planting their flag here as well. In Tat Mock and get some long range shots. Uda Killers trying to rotate around. Umbra trying to rotate around. KHK also trying to get into the circle or at least hold their corner. But look how open this coast is. It's really dangerous. Ulysses taking a lot of shots.
Yeah, Uda Killers in a bit of a rough position, but Sandra was able to get the shot back onto Gonzo, at least is jumping back on board with Loops. Kowski is dead. Erangel is down. Dadine still killing people. What a surprise here for Loops Esports. Dadine carrying over the momentum of game number one. Those 1v3 clutches are not by accident as Federal is going to go down. Nice shots coming in from Team Queso. And Team Queso have really started to step up today, able to hold Dadine back in the blue. This is a rough position for Loops because it is him against the world. Loops might go down early.
I don't see a way out of this. Queso are still in the circle. They're going to have to move for the next phase, but they don't have to move far. So as long as they don't put all four eyes onto Dadine, just leave one or two. I honestly don't see a way for Dadine to get out of this unless he lands some amazing shots when he peaks. Queso, they're making sure to put some more attention onto the phase, and this might give him an opportunity as well as Frag and Yala also on the southeast side. But nope, somebody's got taken out by the play zone. Who was that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have Frag Machines, like you mentioned before, moving on in, Yala Esports. So many teams kind of late on these rotations. It's just that there's been so many fights along the way. There's no real clear path to victory, you know. On Miramar, you've got an idea of where you want to go. On Erangel, even Vikendi to an extent, you've got an idea. But here on Sanhok, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is certain. And like you said before, Cameron, information is at a premium. It's because I know it seems like a small map, but it should be easier. But sometimes you just like turn a corner, you pop around a tree, and there's 3 guys. You're like, how did you get here? I have no idea.
The cover, it's the trees, it's the grass, it's the buildings. And speaking of buildings, Queso trying to push into Dream Eaters. They know that they were down a man because they're the ones that get the kill at the start. And they got knocked. One of the players got knocked on the initial push, but under the cliff gets the revive. But Miku on the rooftop and Matic up close. Will he be expected? He's forced to drop off. But the Queso push continues through.
Here we go. And that is Matic going to go down the sheer weight of fire from Team Queso. You called it, Cameron. Was he to be expected? It didn't even matter. You put enough bullets at the problem and you're going to solve it. At least that's the mentality of Team Queso right now as they're pushing on in. But Miku does have a potential position up on the building as well. But Matic, one of the top slayers from Dream Eaters, going down early is going to be a bit of a problem. We'll see if ABCE expects the shot coming in from the flank. Needs to try and not expose himself too far. And that's the position I was talking about from Miku. Couldn't keep his teammates alive, but he may be able to put Team Queso down.
A good confirmation for the kill of him as well to not give Queso the opportunity to get the revive. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Queso still have the advantage, but Meku's still trying to do work. Queso need to flush him out. And the crossfire between Dream Eaters is strong as well. But still, we've seen Queso just push forward. It's almost like they're mini loops. Speaking of loops, no Dedine swimming down below the coast. Don't know if Queso's going to be able to spot that out.
I'm not sure if Ayala maybe heard him there. His positioning kind of changed, but Team Queso are now in an interesting position. That was almost like a prime Telestrator example shot right there, as Anas is going to be able to take down Sandro, the last man standing for Yala Esports. Just the idea that it's like this, you know, where the 2 lines connect, the lines of sight for Team Queso, so strong there. And the play zone actually taking him out there as well. But you know, able to survive a little bit longer. Huge here for Yala Esports. This Toffee's taking a lot of damage here. If any one of these players goes down, that's the go button for Team Queso.
They're not in the next phase just yet, but they're in a good spot to hold at least for, let's say, no more than a minute. And they're trying to clear up the area around them, but as you mentioned, they're gonna have to try and clear out Dream Eaters. If they can leapfrog from one building to the next, we'll see how much damage Meku can do. But there's still a really good opportunity for Queso.
I'm just laughing at Dadine. He's just down there. He's just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, trying to make it in. But a team that's got to make it in right now is Frag Machines. They're going to have to try and send it here. Looking at the angle on the circle, they've got the road in front of them, but they're going to be sandwiched in between Dream Eaters and Kunita Power. So we'll see how this one goes for them, as Unique is going to be eliminated. Kunita Power down here by the pond. Oh my goodness, the shots that are landing onto KHK are solid though, but this is the rotation I was talking about. Your Frag Machines, you really have nowhere to go. Try and find a building, try and find a compound, but all you find is death.
Well, for at least one of them, Kunita Power really would have wanted that shack. They're in a weak position right now, at least to the northeast. The blue has sort of covered that area up.
Reek doesn't make it.
Oh no.
He was so close. He was so close. Never let go, Jack. Never let go.
B4 also getting just deleted by football as happened across the water. That now that the west side of the river has been taken out, B4, the Pittsburgh Knights all having to make their way across. Knights chose to swim, which is risky, but relatively safer as long as you're not spotted. B4 having to go on foot, and it is going to be an interesting cross on the bridge because football, as we already saw, had that angle. Uderkillers gets taken out. Now it's just Frag left. Hamadi didn't hop in the truck with his teammates. He's just trying to snake along and hope that no one spots him, but he's got so little cover, but he has an angle.
He does, but he's got to find the shots. No, Tixie and crew able to go on through the full step, but they're running the Pittsburgh Knights on their own right. Oh my goodness, the fights are breaking out on all sides right now. Kunita Power still trying to survive through this. Pittsburgh Knights holding on there on the edge. Team Queso, though, able to try and weasel their way in around Dream Eaters. Both teams did rotate. Both teams were able to get in. Team Queso is actually in a great position now up on the high ground. They do have the circle as well. Footballists, who we saw them lose one member early on, still in the fight, but they've got to deal with frag machines. They've got to deal with B4. They've got to deal with PK. There is no easy solution, Cameron. There are no right answers. There is only the best that you can do.
The right answer is just clicking heads or throwing a grenade, which both these, this is like volleyball or dodgeball, more like it. Both trying to prime grenades and they're both not priming it just long enough, but it's a short distance, so it's really hard to do. And finally, Silcase says, I'm getting impatient. Let me just go try and shoot him, and he's gonna knock him right before he gets dropped. And Footballists, off that aggressive maneuver, forced aggression, go out in 8th place, and Queso still holding the line. Frag actually coming in from behind to pick up number of kills for their own.
Oh my goodness, and trying to thirst. Actually, it's Marco. Looks like he was able to snipe out that kill. Yi wasn't actually able to do that. Oh, so that's a point that was just snaked right out from under them. And Team Queso, the slow, steady play against Dream Eaters, allowing them to rotate all the way around. Toffee's still down there. Dead Teen! Oh, Dead Teen!
Still in it!
What? This is it, guys. This is it. This is what's left. Two teams who survived against all odds. Team Queso, who played the slow and steady, methodical game when it seemed like Sanhok didn't want to let them. Frag, who barely survived. And J7, who does what J7 does best, surviving into one of these final circles. It is 4 separate teams up against all of Team Queso. I cannot believe it. This is TQ's game to win. But where these points are going to go, Cameron, throw a dart. Let's find out.
I don't need to throw a dart. It's going to be J7. He's going to pick up these final 2 kills.
Okay, fine.
Queso, they're not peeking right now because they don't know. It seems like they don't know exactly where everyone else. Oh, J7. Wait, don't turn your back.
There's a second one there. There's a second one there. Dean, pan him. Pan him. No. Okay, didn't have a pan. Hard to do. But easy if you are Team Queso, and easy if you're the last player standing for Frag Machines, who just had to heal through all of that. Beautifully played for a second place finish, but Team Queso with 10 kills. Yes, please, we'll take that chicken dinner. Hello and welcome, Team Queso. We've been waiting for you. Thank you.
Really good play by them. Yes, they didn't have to move far, but the moments that they had opportunities to get control, to get kills, we saw them take it without even a single breath of hesitation. Even when I said that they could keep Dean out, they actually didn't care about him because that placement wouldn't have affected them as much as getting control of Dream Eaters. And they decided, like, that area is clear enough. We want to send this attack now before we get fully backfilled and shot in the back. And they take the compound away from Dream Eaters, and just the control that they had on the areas that they needed to were top level.
Yeah, I was worried for them when I saw all 4 of them pushing along the top of that cliff. And Dream Eaters was secure in the compound, but Matic pushing a little bit too far forward, and the rest of the team not quite having you saw Meku up on that high ground on the roof, but the angle he had didn't actually cover Matic's position. And it seems like something so small, but when these teams are that good, it makes a world of difference. If Matic could reposition back, not necessarily held the rocks, but he held in one of the buildings, further back with his other teammate, maybe they could have found the angles, bait them in with the Meku on the high ground. Could have been a totally different game, but it doesn't matter because Team Queso played that pretty darn near flawlessly, surviving with 3 members alive. I got to give them all the props in the world, but I also got to give props to all the teams that were able to survive through. That was a very strange final circle situation with like 3 people in the water or what have you, but I'm also kind of disappointed as well. Somebody who picked Footballists, they had the circle the entire game. And then a couple of bad choices on where they wanted to take those fights cost them in the end. They could have been another contender. They had 3 members alive for so long.
I mean, you at least picked a team that was in this game. I completely brain farted on the groups, so.
Oh, we're not going to talk. We're just going to ignore that. We're just going to ignore that. But well, I'm not sure our analysts will, though. We'll see if they let you off easy here, as we're going to send it over to our analysts to break down game number 2.
And I have to ask, where has this Team Queso been the entire time in the Super Weekend? They've been non-existent until today. With this finish they had coming in, they might have gotten themselves one step closer to a guaranteed position coming into the next Super Weekend. Now, breaking down that game a little bit here, Glitter, that was still a surprising result, I want to say, just based off of last week's results.
Absolutely. And it's really, really nice to see Team Queso stepping up, but we also saw a lot of coming out of Pittsburgh Knights there. I think that's going to make Seven happy as well, coming in with 9 kills themselves. So very, very strong game for them as well.
Yeah, I think it's huge. Remember, I'm not sure exactly which were the players that actually got those skills, but it's huge for them to go ahead and get those skills because they're one of those teams that kind of depends on it. Either they don't get higher placing or stuff like that, but it's good to see them coming into Sanhok, getting 9 kills. And then some of the other teams that kind of surprised us as well was Footballists, 4 kills, and then B4 Esports, 5 kills. We expected a little bit more out of them, and I think they just got caught on that final circle.
Yeah, let's take a look at our standings then, so people at home get an idea of all the teams we're talking about, and of course what rankings they actually did pull off. As we mentioned before, Team Queso, the 10 kills and the chicken dinner, that's 30 points for them. And I think they're actually almost qualified through in the sense of if we use the bubble from last week of 53 points. You guys mentioned Pittsburgh Knights, even Frag Machines, Glitter, they got in there with some big points. This is a team who didn't make the top 16 last week.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for Frag Machines. They definitely needed not only this mental boost, but literal point boost for them overall. And then finally, having a decent game coming out of Konina Power. This is nice to see. They pulled down 7 kills and are able to get some placement points to go with it. So finally starting to maybe see Konina Power ramping back up, which would be really, really nice.
And then one for us that was surprising was Loops Esports. They didn't really necessarily get like the kills that we're used to seeing from them, but they were able to get some place in there. And Darin, I think Darin at the end of that match, I don't know if he was trying to maybe troll a little bit or be disrespectful. He ended up punching one of the players, and then he ended up just getting absolutely wiped out the mat. But it was interesting. I wish that we would know if that man was actually trying to troll there with the punch or if he just forgot to equip the gun after he left the water area. And then we're seeing here towards the end, headquarters being able to only get 1 point. Nova Esports, one team that we were mentioning, hey, maybe they're starting to get a little bit hot here with the great Erangel that they have at the start of the day with 4 kills. Nope, they're currently going to fall back again to 14th place. Wildcard Gaming, not sure exactly what happened there, only being able to get 3 points, Jason.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough time for Wildcard so far, I'd say, over the course of today, but hopefully they can change things up coming into our third match a little bit later on. But still cool to see how Team Queso, again, let's take a look at their stats and the damage they've done, how they were able to really turn things around. I'd actually love to talk to them maybe after today's show, maybe, hey, in the interview after our third match, maybe they're going to be coming on to give us some words here. Who knows? But you can see already off the bat, 1,200 damage, Glitter. Not the biggest amounts of damage, but hey, you're not going to complain if you're taking on the chicken dinner and 10 kills.
Right, and I think I know what you're exclaiming out over there, Seven, but they had 5 knockouts, but still managed to get 10 kills for themselves. So that means in those final circles, they were being incredibly, incredibly aware of what's going on around them, able to double their kill points with that awareness.
I think that's super important, right? We talked about teams being able to have more kills than knocks, showing that they have the awareness to take down other teams, take advantage of the other players being knocked down. Let's take a look at some of our do-the-do moments from our second match of the day so we can see what all action really did happen in that last game and recap things for you guys as well. And you're going to see Pittsburgh Knights off the bat with that first kill.
Yeah, and so Pittsburgh Knights in Carnage. Carnage actually ended up with 4 kills in that last match, 600 damage. So that was a huge game by him. And that's another player that Pittsburgh Knights needs for them to go ahead and stay hot alongside with Sixless. And then we have Gonzo here. I know we were mentioning Glitter. We were saying that was maybe one of the games with most kills that Konina Power has had in a very long time, being able to go ahead and get 7 kills. We haven't really seen that much from Tixie as we used to before, but Gonzo, I think he might have been one of the top players in that last match, so it's good to see that they're finally starting to step it up. And then B4, something that I really enjoy about this match for B4 is that even though they were starting cold, they could play pretty much the way they're usually able to, which outside of the circle. They like to play the outer side, and since the circle wasn't anywhere near them at the start, it allowed them to go ahead and do the rotations that they're kind of used to, Glitter.
Yeah, and you had talked about that a little bit too when we were looking. You were like, oh man, we should have picked B4 because you and I had kind of talked about them coming into the Sanhok map, but we were a little bit worried about them being cold. But they, like you said, they were able to kind of play their game. This is a map that they do tend to favor a little bit, and they just kind of got the short end of the stick overall when it came to those final circles and those final zones. And I think that was also something that we saw happening with Footballist in those same final zones as well. But Dadin, that was another player that you had talked about. He managed to keep himself alive for loops in the water for so long, to the point where he almost totally didn't get spotted out by, I think it was J7 in the very final zone. They're trying to come up out of the water, see if he could deal some damage, but he did manage to secure some good placement points for loops in doing so.
I think for Team Queso, something I wanted to go ahead and mention is they were finally able to get through a threshold that they have not been able to, and that is 10 kills a game. They've been getting so close in previous matches. They've been able to get like back-to-back 8 kills or something like that, but being able to get those 10 kills, I think that is huge for them, and now we're seeing Football is there, and then B4, I think everything just kind of went downhill when they had to push up that bridge and didn't really have another option here. And then we see Footballist. Footballist is a very strong team that's usually in Sanhok as well. They've been very consistent, not really having the performance that we would like to see out of them, but hey, still 4 kills. They're going back to that week 1 average of almost 5 kills a game. And then Team Queso was just set up. I am surprised though, right here, you're gonna be able to see Darin's gonna get up. Oh no, you're not gonna be able to see it. Darin's gonna get out and he's gonna just punch him, not realizing that he had a gun out. Oh man, if he would have gotten that kill with the punch, I think we would have had a highlight.
I think we almost did alone just from him having the confidence to go for something like that. That's exactly what he did do. He said he wanted to see a pan kill in a game. Had one happen last week. Maybe we could have a fist one happen here. Maybe we'll see one by the end of the entire event. Let's take a look though at our total damage from that last match. And Team Queso on the 1200-ish they had. I don't think they're going to be #1, guys. I think we're going to see some other teams really rise to the occasion, or we're just going to see a pretty big spread across the board here. We can see Pittsburgh Knights with the 1500, Konita Power. I think this is probably one of their highest damage games in their last 4 days of play here, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's really, really nice to see coming out of Konina Power, perhaps showing a little bit of that older Konina Power that we were seeing last week during league play. But still, a respectable 800 damage coming out of Frag Machines. That's going to be huge for them. Managing to get almost 1100 damage onto Dream Eaters, but not able to convert on those kill points. So, you know, definitely want to be paying attention to that, even though they are able to get the damage out. But one team that I really want to point out that I think is massive for them is KHK Esports. If you see there, they did 800 damage and were able to pull down 6 kills. Now, and this is one of the squads that didn't make it through to the Super Weekend last weekend, is one of the teams that we're hoping can kind of pick up their aggression. If they can continue what they did here, they might be able to actually start setting themselves up well for this second Super Weekend coming up.
Well, another number there that kind of stands out to me is towards the very end, and it's Team Umbra with 0 damage done. It's not very often we ever see teams have no damage done in a match, but that has to be unfortunate for them. I don't know, I'm not really sure what went on for them, but clearly something didn't work out right for them. Let's take a look at our top 4 players from that last match and see what did go right for these guys. You can see Gonzo currently in first place with the damage done. Ayala going to be #2 with his 5 kills. Carnage and Miku, and well, Carnage, we talked about, you know, Pittsburgh Knights. We talked about them quite a bit, especially towards the end of the Super Weekend, and it seems like he's already starting things off well.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh Knights honestly having one of the best starts so far in this tournament, being able to get that 3rd place there and 19 points. I think that's huge. And Miku from Dream Eaters, that's one player that was actually very consistent over the weekend, over their Super Weekend. So I'm really happy to see him here again in the top players. And then something I want to go ahead and mention in Ayala from Team Queso, guess what? We're not really seeing that much Axel anymore. Now we're starting to see some of the other players also starting to shine from Team Queso. So I think this is huge for them, and this is why they're having just such a better performance, because everybody's finally just stepping it up in their own gameplay.
Well, speaking of players, you guys out there still have a chance to vote for your favorite ones in the World League. It's the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020, and you guys have until tomorrow, I believe it is. I think today's the 21st. I don't know. All the days are blending together for me. And 64 lucky players will have a chance to be randomly selected to play with most popular players of PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. So make sure you guys get your votes in within the game, and maybe you could be on the battlefield joining in with your favorites. And hopefully, for your sake, not getting destroyed by them, which I know if I would probably be out just like Team Umbra with a whopping goose egg in terms of damage. But something I think we also, hey, you know, at least I know my own kind of skill. That's kind of what I respect out of it. But I think it's time to move into something that's gonna be a little disappointing for some other people out there. And Virum said maybe the analysts will talk about it, and I think we definitely are. We're gonna take a look at our prediction scores. And, well, you know, you got to predict a team that's actually playing Cameron to get any points. But, hey, he stuck to his guns. I didn't want to say anything during the segment because I'm going to let him live with his choices. And it's very cutthroat here when it comes to the talent prediction game.
Damn, why you have to do him dirty like that? And the other thing is that Inverum was giggling over there. So I think you both knew. I think you both did, Cameron Davis. But, hey, to Cameron's credit here, he wasn't the only one that picked Cloud9 in that last match. You guys are not able to see this, but shout out to my boy Hot Jukes that's going to be coming up here pretty shortly. He also picked Cloud9. So we had 2 goose eggs.
If I remember correctly, Hot Jukes not only gets a big fat 0 here, but also has put out a big fat 0 in house tour videos that he's supposed to have already been able to put up. I don't know what's going on with that, Hot Jukes. He said he'd be doing it, and you haven't released it just yet. Let's take a look now at our overall standings. I'm going to skip past that because Hot Jukes will be coming on next to commentate. I don't need him yelling at me off the bat. And you can see Team Queso, 51 points total. I'm going to bring this up another time and probably throughout the next today and tomorrow. 53 points was the bubble, and Team Queso's already about to pass it. So they should be almost guaranteed through now into the Super Weekend, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is important to point out too is SWAT 69. We talked about earlier how it really was only kind of taking one really solid game, and potentially last place only needed to leapfrog about 24 points in order to kind of break that bubble, that top 16 bubble. And you see SWAT 69 coming in with that 20-point game. If some of those teams that were in that bottom 4 position can continue to do what the likes of SWAT 69 has done, you see Frag Machines up there with the 17 points. You know, these are what those squads needed in order to propel themselves to that top 16 position.
Yeah, and I think one that we want to go ahead and mention here while we're still on the first page is Team Queso with the 51 points. Guess what? In week 1 of league play, Team Queso ended up getting 65 points total. Out of 2 days. So the step up that we have seen from Team Queso has been insane, and I cannot wait to go ahead and look at the kills. I'll make sure I get that stat for you guys. As now we're going into the second page, we're seeing Dream Eaters here with 11 points, Wildcard with 9 points. I definitely want to go ahead and see more out of Wildcard. I don't want to see them in this second page. I feel like there can be one team that can be a little bit more consistent and be towards that that first page. And then you got Footballers with only 8 points, Nova Esports starting to fall down again. Temple Storm has only played 1 match, so I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do in this upcoming next Erangel.
But Team Unique have played 2 matches, and they're sitting on 8 points. I mean, obviously, I don't want to count them out. They did make it in the Super Weekend last time, but maybe we need to start looking towards who potentially would be sitting on the bottom 4 overall as you make your way through into our second Super Weekend of the whole event. And just remind you guys at home, if you haven't checked out the game in recent times and you haven't seen the new Royale Pass that has come out, well, again, we're having a nice little trailer for you to show you what you're missing out on. So if you're not already, get in the game, go pick it up. You know, I just realized that trailer, the 3 driving in the US there, it's me driving, it's Glitter to my side, and it's probably just 7 just sitting back there, just chilling, just waiting to shine. And then the second there's any action, he's just sitting there turning around and carrying us, Glitter. I think that trailer was made for us, to be honest.
I'd have to agree with you on that one, actually. And I feel kind of good about the role assignments as well.
Yeah? What do you mean? Because I'm the one getting shot right off the bat? All right, I didn't know we were going that deep, that brutal.
Say it, you know?
Okay, all right. Well, clearly I know who's kicked off the show first if it had to come down to it. So let's take a look at our schedule here. Group C, okay, I'm going to do this for Hot Jukes and for Cameron here. Group C sitting out. Who's in Group C so they can remember before their predictions come through, Glitter?
It is Loops, Team Queso, Nova, and Yala Esports. Don't pick any of those teams.
I don't want to see that again, Hot Jukes. That ain't happening another time. You had your one the other day. You're not getting a second. But we'll see. We'll see as time does tell here. And I think it's time to go into our prediction game to move on to Erangel as our 3rd map. And I started off last time. 7 started the first time. So that means 7, you're going to start again.
What? No, hold up, Glitter. You go.
No. Remember, we can't do that anymore. We got to work with the graphics.
Hold on, let me verify. Hey, yeah, people in the back. Is Cloud9 playing this time around? I don't want to pull a Cameron Davis. Oh, they are. All right, I'm gonna go with Cloud9 this time around.
Why Cameron? Put some hate towards Hot Jukes. Come on. I mean, well, you almost did it yourself as well, and Glitter bailed you out. I'll go second, though.
I know. I got lucky.
You did. I was really mad at Glitter for that. I'll go second here, and I'm not gonna lie, I went Cloud9 as well. I don't know. I should have picked someone else to try to catch up on you when it comes to predictions, but I'll play it safe because they've been looking good. Glitter.
Okay, this is getting rough, guys. We gotta stop picking the same picks here because I think this will now be the second time today where we've done the same team. But I'm also going with Cloud9. And to be fair, I haven't picked them in the past, so this is a first for me. You guys are just kind of riding that out.
Well, when we all pick loops together, that didn't work out well. So I'm a little.
Hopefully this works out.
I mean, hopefully better for us this time. Hopefully better for them as well, even though Cloud9 are currently sitting in second place. We're going to get you two out of here and bring in some more people, some new people this time. One of them, though, has to be wising up in his prediction game. Remember, you guys can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM, and we'll use the hashtag PMWL, and maybe we can show you up on the show. We're going to be talking about our lucky draw now. I've been talking about this for the last week and a half, and I'm not going to stop talking about it anytime soon because you have a chance to win some limited time outfits as long as you're within the game and the Esports Center. You have your chance on one of those draws. And now we have to bring in our two lovely casters, though one of them a little bit smarter than the other, and probably one of them I can depend on to put out a house tour video when he says so. We got Mustache Dave and Hot Juice coming in. I'm going to ignore you right off the bat, Hot Juice, because you're a Cloud9 prediction in the last game. Mustache Dave, how are you doing today, man?
Hey, thank you. I'm clearly the smart one out of the group. I appreciate that, Jason.
What's up, Hot Juice? What's wrong?
Hurt. Well, so first of all, okay, the reason why the house tour video didn't come up, right, is because the hot tub you just sent me for of course, letting you catch up back to me on the leaderboard. Just came in. So I wanted to go ahead and postpone it just a little bit so that way I got it in there and everything like that. I had to show it off.
Hot Jukes, that's the only way I can get you clean, man. You won't take a shower. I got to send you a hot tub to get you to, take care of yourself. So let's start to talk about our third game of Erangel.
You got the hot tub with the 32 jets, too. I mean, there's 32 jets.
Went all out.
It hits you from all the angles.
Hey, and the LEDs. He's got a lot of dirt to clean off, So let's get into our next match here, Erangel. I want to hear your thoughts really quickly, Dave, going into this match. Not predictions, not talking about that just yet, but maybe talking about how teams have done overall, and now our second time seeing Erangel today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little surprised about Team Queso getting that chicken dinner just because of last week. They're kind of in that mid-pack. Not so surprised when it comes to Cloud9. But honestly, this game, personally, I'm looking for Dream Eaters.
Okay, all right. Well, you went with the prediction anyway. I wasn't even looking for predictions, but all right. We'll go
I wrapped it all into one package for you.
Okay,
it's all there. So
I do like everything in one nice and neat package. Hot Jukes, speaking of nice and neat packages, let's talk about your prediction here into match 3.
Look, I'm going Cloud9 every single game today, including the games that they are off. Now, I'm not going to go into the story why I play Cloud9, truly why, because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, But speaking of, you were talking about dirty earlier. Got to talk about Loops, Dadden. That 3v1 against Wildcard. That was disgusting, So I'm looking to see Loops, all these squads, make it happen here in this next Erangel match.
His hot tub's already in the mail, actually, so he'll be getting that in the next couple of weeks. We're going to head into our third match of the day here. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, take us away. Yeehaw.
Let's go, baby. Here we go. Match number 3. Erangel, Mustache Dave. We have seen this map over and over again. We get to see it 3 times today. Some of the best possible PUBG Mobile is done here on this map. So, hey
facts.
I know I'm pumped up. What about you?
You're pumped up. You're on the back of that horse. You're ready to corral some cattle out here. It's looking like that. But let's get into the game, Hot Jukes. I'm sorry to break your dreams right now. We got to get into the game, son.
Hey, I had to wear the cowboy hat. It's high noon. It's high noon over here, guys. It's basically time for all these guys, like the Wild West. They got these teams that didn't qualify on the last opening weekend. They have to get it done today. Yep. So, hey, if it's any time to get it done, it's right now.
So true. And, that's one thing that has definitely been exciting today. I mean, I know Super Weekend, super exciting when it comes to the top 16 squads, but now we're going back to it. We are reintroducing those squads that did not have the chance to play in the Super Weekend, so they're looking for that comeback here today and this week, actually. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, SWAT 69 alone, they're putting up some numbers. They have 10 kills so far, but they're in 3rd place. So, I mean, they're trying to make the comeback here and stand their ground and show the lobby what they're made out of.
Well, that's the thing. That's the crazy thing about this whole entire format. They only have 2 days to really do that. So the fact that they're able to get such a good game right off the bat, it's crucial. It's crucial. They cannot afford to miss another super weekend. So for them to be able to get a really good placement, especially considering that they've been out for this long, just goes to show that they put in the work. They put in the work for sure. And it looks like they're going to have to put in some more work, according to this first circle, as it is a good, solid shift to the northwest here.
Yeah, all the teams are going to have to put in the work. I mean, we saw the plane, you know, starting down there in the south, going a little bit just north of Milta, a very southern plane. And of course, you know, our first game cast in here today, of course, we're going to have a circle that will not be favoring anybody. And talk about being favored. Spring right now in a 1v3. And here comes Sam with the support in the US. And this is going to be chaotic right now. Ulysses, the D-Eagle.
Sam showed up with the UAS before the teammates from Uter even got there. That is insane. So you can see Spring. He's got the scar. Oh my goodness. The RNG.
Insta thirsted right there. And you have to assume Uter Killers, they had to have known that Spring was here. I mean, they dropped right on top of them. And then, of course, here in the U.S. from Sam in the tail end of this one, yeah, Ulysses is going to start to toss out some grenades right there and at least try to put a halt to the push. But Wildcard, they are looking mighty thirsty right now.
Something had to happen for Uter to be able to fly this late into this kind of fight right here. Spring beat them, Sam beat them in the UAS before all their teammates were even making it right here. And you can just see, I love the fact that Wildcard, they showed up quick to support just one teammate. They don't want anybody going out early. Oh, look at that double barrel on top from Poku.
Yep, we hear the double barrel. We see Acer with the bunny ears. We see Slicky with the M16, all holding their angles. Nano in the bottom right-hand corner is going to be taking some shots onto Spring, but Spring able to get behind some cover right now. And just a reminder, this is a 4v3. And, you know, a lot of these teams don't have much to go towards their name when it comes to loot or meds. And the Killers trying to make the pull-off right now, trying to retreat on this one, and they're gonna leave one to just be sacrificed to the lands out here. Ulysses is gonna be popping out with that scar, chunked down pretty low, about 1% HP, and here comes the push from Acer.
Here comes Wildcard coming in hungry right now, especially after that. Those comms are so strong. This squad is just holding all kinds of angles for each other. Slicky doing the hard 360 right there, just showing off some style, making sure that there ain't nobody behind him.
Ooh, Nano catching another one off guard from Wildcard. And that's going to make this a 2v2. I mean, once again, both squads getting the return knocks. When it comes to Uter Killers, though, they have one bleeding on out. So they weren't thirsted, but still, you know, only 2 members up right now.
Yeah, that's going to turn the fight right around for Uter. And you can just tell as they are trying to rotate back to their teammate, Wildcard, you know, Acer, of course, being able to get that spot, giving that information to his team, splitting some loot right now. But they're going to have to push this quick if they want to finish this fight.
Yeah, Wildcard looking to, you know, win this engagement. Already a 2v3, and looks like the revive was successful. Pokeuse with the pump action, going to be reloading that one. Everybody holding their corners, holding their angles, and Wildcard, they're on that second story. Acer jumping down, still looking to make some moves happen.
This is so difficult right now for Wildcard, considering that, you know, they're down a member right now. So it's a 3v2, and it's so hard to push when you hear the reload of that shotgun. You know, you can't go up into a house with a double barrel in hand. If you go up against that, 1 bullet to the chest, and it's a GG. You are on your knees and back to the lobby. And I think now Wildcard, with all this time, they know that they have fully reset. They're fully healed. They're at a disadvantage. I wonder if they're just going to opt to try and disengage completely and get out of here, take their losses. Crazy how this fight turned around.
Yeah, not only that, as time progresses, I know this fight is within the circle number 1, but both of these teams, they have in the back of their mind, okay, well, everybody else, they're not in their own engagement, so they're going to be getting looted up and probably rotating on past this eventually. So this fight needs to hurry up. They need to hurry up and, you know, make up some decisions right now on what they want to do.
Yeah, you can definitely see Ulysses. He's on the roof right now, just trying to get any information. I'm surprised that both these teams are playing so passive, but at the same time, I'm not. When you look at Uter Killers with the amount of loot they have. You know, a lot of them don't even have vests or helmets. Spring is in the same boat right now. So they're just stuck right now in this fight. And it's so crazy how Wildcard was so aggressive. They tried to go ahead and get the flush, but there had to be some kind of miscommunication there for them to lose 2 members like that so easily.
Well, remember, Sam had that US earlier on, so I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard, they're trying to formulate some type of plan. Yeah, we already see Acer trying to make the pullback. I wouldn't be surprised if they just call it what it is, get in this US and go to where they're used to going, and that's Severny, and get some loot. I mean, this fight, we're already 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes into this game. Both of these squads, they have near to nothing when it comes to loot.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lose-lose scenario, no matter what. You know, Uter's losing 1 player. Of course, they're going to be coming up kind of on top. Of course, getting 2 points rather than just 1. At the same time, though, like you mentioned, they're completely out of loot. And yeah, they're at the edge of zone. The only difficult part is there's not a lot of places to loot surrounding there. At least places that are going to be open. Everybody else is going to be completely looted right now. And as you can see, Acer just getting in the US, and he's just taking off. He's just leaving his teammate. See ya.
Yeah, exactly. Acer saying, see ya. I would assume Spring recognized that there's a Dacia in this garage right here, right in front of him. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spring tries to kind of sneak their way on into there and get that vehicle. But I don't know. That's going to be a tall task.
Oh, goodness.
A tall order. And Spring's going to be seeing Pokas move on, transition right past them, will be taking some shots, giving away their position. And now, yep, heading into this garage.
Yeah, and I think he had to have heard something from across the way, because I was thinking that maybe he perhaps thought that at least 2 members took off, but of course it was a buggy, so he only saw 1 in there. So he knows the other 2 are going to be somewhere right now. He cannot get in his vehicle. He's completely stuck right now.
Stuck like Chuck. And we got squads on the east side. We got Unique. We got KHK. We got Footballers. Konina Powers, all those teams starting to make their move now and get on into circle number 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams on their rotates, if they hear the gunshots, I wouldn't be surprised if they possibly attempt to third party this.
Yeah, it's totally possible right now, considering that this is going to be some good points on the board. And now they will get points, but they won't get a lot of loot as they are completely stuck out. But you know, we're trying to stick to the rotations here. We're still in circle number 1. They have a little bit more time left, but regardless, they're going to be at a big disadvantage for the rest of the game.
Konina Powers all going to be popping on out of their vehicles and just unleashing a reign of terror when it comes to bullets on top of KHK. But can they connect? Can they get
That's the question.
Connections with these bullets? Well, seems like it was just some target practice. Oh, the kill feed. Ulysses connected onto Spring.
With the pistol.
With the pistol.
Right there. Oh, I can't wait to hopefully they were able to catch that and we can get that back. I wonder how exactly that fight ended up turning out. But yeah, you know, as we saw right there, Konina Power, they had a pretty good shot availability onto KHK, but not able to connect at all. Kind of definitely gives me a question mark in my head about how that's going to affect their performance going forward.
Yeah, you know, they went up to him and just pistol whipped him. Bam! Right in the face.
Oh my goodness.
You know, that one hurt.
Disrespect.
It's going to leave a mark. It's going to leave a mark. But Acer still alive. One thing to know, Acer still alive from the squad of Wildcard. Will be up there in Severny and currently looting on up. So now when you are looking at Wildcard, it's all about trying to get as far as possible when it comes to placement points and just going underneath the radar.
You know what? I actually am getting something in my ear right now. It looks like they did see my cowboy hat, and they challenged Spring to a duel. Ooh. They challenged him to a duel right there, and Spring, you know, of course, not being able to make it out of there in the tail end. I mean, hey, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the weekday play. You know, this is how you're able to get it to Super Weekend.
Well, hopefully next time when we come to that duel, you know, things won't turn out so bad for Spring. Looking around here. Tempo Storm.
Acer won the duel, though. Acer won that duel. He said, you know what, I'm out. You know?
I don't know.
Hey, I'm alive. You know? So, hey, that's all that matters right there.
In a duel, you have to stand your ground and only one person walks away. You know, like, you can't run away. I think you lose if you run away still.
But the difference is he drove away.
Not on a horse, though. So
that's true.
You know, doesn't go with your whole cowboy thing. So at the end of the day, disappointment all the way around. So looking at Cloud9. They got a dub. They got a dub here. They already got 1 kill. I didn't catch how that happened on the kill feed, but Adar with this M16 trying to pop some tires out there.
And that's such a good strategy. You know, it totally reduces other teams from being able to rotate. And now we didn't really get to see any markers from that distance right there. But regardless, I mean, anything you can do to kind of make it harder on other teams to be able to rotate in, it's huge.
E4 looking for a huge come up as well. And, you know, they heard those shots from Adar. They're not going to be very far from Cloud9. And Cloud9 actually with a 2-2 split right now, just trying to cover their ground and, you know, continue checking off that shopping list. We got SWAT 69 coming into the west side of Georgia Pool, trying to spice some things up. So we might have some urban combat happening very shortly.
Here in South George, totally could happen right now. I kind of doubt it though, considering the look at the zone right now. I really love Cloud9's position, kind of holding it right there by that bridge. That's going to be really huge because right now we can't tell if the zone is going to hard shift north, is it going to go south or center out. So Cloud9, and this is a squad that we've seen just dominate in Erangel, you know, just constantly. I think they're by far the best team that we have seen so far competing here. And I love this strategy because whether or not the circle goes north or south, it's going to be an easy rotation for them. So you could definitely see that high IQ play coming out of Beowulf and his squad.
Who are you kidding? There's going to be a hard shift. Hot Jukes, it's you and me, baby. It's you and me.
That's right. That's right. There's always action here. You know, the zones are always so true. We've seen some of the most disgusting zones every single match so far. Where will it go?
Hey!
It goes north!
Hey!
That's our shit! Are
what did we say? What did we say? Scripted. Scripted.
Scripted. Are you kidding me right now? Cloud9, and look how fast Cloud9 is on the rotation. Instantly, they're already in their vehicles, ready to go the second that circle pops. And as you can tell right now, they're going to be able to be first here, set up really pretty. I wonder if they're going to go up to Snake Hill. That's a little bit north. It looks like we have a couple squads kind of heading towards that direction right there. It looks like they have the same idea.
Yeah, and this is a very good circle for Acer, the solo member from Wildcard. As long as they can just remain undetected, they could possibly out-survive some other squads who are currently going to be wrapping around Severny, such as Footballists. We got the bridge in Georgia Pool being used right now. Yep, that was B4 making the push on over there. And yeah, this is what we were talking about. Footballists, they've been taking shots at KHK. They've been thirsty to connect these shots on the KHK. Finally able to connect and knock out 2 of them.
Man, football is showing Konita Power how it's done right there. KHK got away with it the first time, but they didn't here the second time as Footballist is going to get the 2-piece right there. Oh, and they blew up the shark car as well. Oh, what a beautiful skin. Just see blowing up. It just hurts me inside.
Yeah, I think it hurts all of us. I mean, the paint job alone, at least $3 grand right there. So it's going to be Footballist getting some additional loot right there. Konita Powers going to be transitioning on over the Georgia Pool Bridge as well. It's all run over in the kill feed. That's to be expected. I mean, so many squads are currently in vehicles just straight up sending it to the north.
Yeah, you could definitely see it right here. Really, like this is a tough circle. This is a tough circle shift for all these southern squads, especially, of course, Tempo coming all the way from Pachinki right here. They can see that they're kind of on the tail end of this rotation in. But this is the hard part. There's only so many places you could rotate in from. Only so many bridges. As you can see, Tempo passing up PK and just kind of driving around right now. It's like the OK Corral over here.
Dude, this circle breaking so many teeth right now. We got so many squads down there in the south. They're going to be just right on top of one another. I mean, we are in circle number 3, almost 15 minutes into the game with the whole lobby. 16 teams still alive, all in this small area.
And I love to see kind of like they had a little bit of an agreement there. They're like, hey guys, we're all trying to get in this circle. Why don't we just get in? We'll fight each other later on, as they all have seemed to rotate down these 2 particular bridges. And that's pretty much the only options they had besides going into the blue zone right here. But man, we're going to see a war coming up here really soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. It is going to be a bloodbath. So it looks like Team Umbra are going to be as center as you can get within this circle. Tempo not too far off behind that, and then Alpha Legends kind of scouting right behind them as well. So it does look like Tempo are able to pick up some nice cover. This plane crash right here, I mean, talk about it, Jukes, this cover.
Yeah, Airplane's really good. I actually like Team Umbra squad. It's a little dip that's a little bit north of Airplane, and you can see how they got that coverage right there. The vehicle parking's a little bit off as they are able to still see it. Regardless, though, I think that Umbra's going to have the advantage position-wise.
All right, so we'll see. We'll see. And we did see that next circle shift once again, so Umbra still in it. Yep. Tempo still in it. Alpha Legends right on the edge of it.
Yeah, that airplane, it's decent. The only issue is that there's so many different spots where teams can kind of surround it and kind of crash onto you right here. As you can already see, Alpha Legends, they've got a big spot onto this Tempo squad. So you got Tenta and Rain right near the airplane. They can still get inside of it. So they're going to be relatively safe. Of course, that's if the Tenta gets caught on top right here. It's going to be really careful because, man, all these squads are trying to get into this circle right now.
Oh, that Alpha Legends, they have a pretty assertive position on top of that little hill. That's going to be overlooking the plane crash and the edge that does not favor the next circle. So they might be able to gatekeep the Knights who are trying to make their way on in. SWAT 69, though, down to just two. Down to just two, and they just can't catch a break. They have nowhere to really go safely. And checking on in with a footballist grenade battle right now happening on the edge just south of shooting range.
Nano, oh man, just barely surviving from that tree. Trying to get this return nade. Will it be good? So close.
Up. Ooh, right behind him as well. I mean, we see them. They are just battered. They are battered. At least when it comes to Nano, they have a couple first aids to work with and a couple bandages, but it's only a matter of time before footballists. Yeah, we already see one of them trying to reposition. They do have this rock to work with. Solke prepping this grenade.
Shots
to go for the revive.
Yeah, Nano with some great return fire right there. Soulcase throwing that nade out. Oh, gets the bounce, doesn't connect though, and he's gonna try to use that nade to kind of relieve some pressure, hopefully pick up his squad mate. Love is in. He is the big off-angle guy right here, but he's got no cover.
Was the big off-angle, was able to at least grab the attention of Udar Killers for a moment to allow that revive to occur behind that rock, but now they were so out of position. Oh, huge grenade right there.
Oh,
huge grenade.
My goodness.
That could turn it around. That's it. That actually did turn it around, so they should be able to pick up Lavison now after that one.
Oh man, what a nade right there. To be able to just kind of finish that out, that's huge, especially considering that the zone is almost about to close and pop. So they need to get healed up, get rezzed, and get ready to head to this next circle. Wow, Acer with the turn.
Great awareness from Acer.
He's got the angle. He's got all the cover though right now. Oh, and Tixie's retreating.
Bailing. Yep, Tixie's bailing. Not going to be taking this fight by themselves. I mean, who could blame them? They have a full team up and at them right behind them, so they're going to regroup up just a little bit. Remember, Acer alone, solo dolo right now on the squad of Wildcard.
Yeah, and he's stuck out in the blue right now. I do like the fact that Kunina Power opt to disengage, especially considering that the zone's about to close. We just saw SWAT 69, had a good solid game number 1, getting taken out early right here in game number 3. So hopefully we can see them with a comeback onto the next Sanhok match coming up.
Footballist. Oh, surprise. Hello? Oh. Octavian just pulling up, just surprising one of the members, Ram, from Footballist. And here comes the push from Solke. Yep, the retaliation almost as quickly as Ram was thirsted in the process. And Footballist, they are going to be able to secure this shack for themselves. But Octavian, I mean, talk about a jump scare. And just like that, we're on to the next shack. Konina Powers able to secure this one for themselves.
It's the battle of the shacks right now. They're trying to get any little piece of cover that they can. Shooting range is always such a difficult zone to deal with. Just a lot of hills right here, a lot of grass. Got to hit some big shots if you want to survive through it. And you can see Alpha Legends just throwing some smoke downs right now, trying to be able to get their teammate up.
HH looking to get a nice grenade, and yep, will be inflicting some damage on Akato. Will be getting 1 point on the side. That is one member down from Alpha Legends who was previously attempting to get their revive.
Yeah, you can see right now this zone has shifted to the northeast. Cloud9, B4, all these squads are out of it right now, and it looks like they're going to try to send it in late. I wonder how that is going to pay off for them. Tempo, they're holding plane. Got to start going north. Oh, look at these nades coming out for Kunina Power and Team Unique, though.
Yeah, this is on the tail end of that previous shift that we just saw with the circle. So they're going to be right there on the edge. Nemphis going to be in the heat of it right now. Gonzo tossing about 2 grenades on top of Nemphis's face. Lightning will be connected from the spray down from Gonzo's scar. And we might see the push. Yep, Rob going to be pushing up just a little bit. Nemphis is going to be within the smoke. Suppressed AKM. Going to be pre-fire right there. And the support, Konina Power, 6 kills. This could be the game. This could be the comeback from the squad.
Could be, but they have to deal with Cloud9 first as Cloud9 comes in for the third party on the side. But looking back, HH24 with the 6x DP right now, popping some shots. It's starting to get hectic right now.
That 6x DP, the laser. Miku from Dream Eaters out here trying to take some shots with the M16. First set was previously knocked. Hopefully they can get that revived. Cloud9 on the high ground right now, tossing out some grenades on top of B4.
They're both out of circle right now, so Cloud9's really trying to get this done out quick. Look at those nades. Oh, will they be able to get the right bounce, though? Over the third party, though, from Dream Eaters. Devastating for B4.
Yep, we got 9 teams remaining right now. Pyro gonna be cresting right on over the hill, attempting to get the thirst onto B4, but
Bale
needs to pull off that one. Yeah, Bale's like, get in the car, man. We need to get to the next circle, and we see the play zone will be getting some thirst. Umbra, though, they have been in the center for some time now, and now they're forced to defend it.
Look at the shots from first set right here. Using the M16 single and just all red dots and hollows. Still able to hit some big shots from this far out. 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to go ahead and get this push done quickly as this zone's starting to close.
And I love it. I love it. It looks like Dream Eaters trying to be the aggressor. They're trying to work their way on up that southern end of the blue zone and maybe backstab Cloud9. Cloud9 right now, though, trying to clear a pathway in front of them. Konita Powers are going to be in their sight lines. Gonzo making the pull. The jump down spray. Gonzo.
Getting it done. Getting it done right there. Had to get it done. That's just straight clutch right there. Oh, look at this dossier. It is smoking right now. Oh, he's using it to defend his teammate.
Uneven.
And it looks like it works. Look at that. Look at that coverage. And now the tree. Wow. What a little tiny plays like that make all the difference when it comes to these kind of late game fights.
The communication from Konita Powers right now is beautiful. You can tell. And Dream Eaters making the pull up. Tempo trying to stand their ground in this little dip. Gonna be popping up Spec, trying to take some shots on the Toffees. Toffee is right behind that tree, counting their blessings as they just want to survive. But 3 members of Tempo gonna be looking right onto this tree, looking to get the thirst. I mean, Toffee's nowhere to go, man. Nowhere to go.
Nothing. He is completely stuck out in Tempo. It's kind of switched spots. They now have this dip that was north of plane. The spot that I was saying that was probably the strongest one in this zone. Still in play and getting put to good use here as Cloud9. Oh, look at those return shots right there.
Tixie right there. Nice shots. Uneven, I do believe, will be behind some type of cover. But now I see on the mini-map, Tempo Storm pulling up right behind Cloud9. Cloud9, they're going to be spreading pretty thin right now. They're taking shots on everybody, so they were able to take out Konita Powers. But now Adar, first to defend the push from Tempo. Bale right behind the shack. Tempo, look how many smokes. There's about 20 smokes right now. They're playing ring around the rosy. Bale trying to stand their ground, taking shots on HH. HH needs to heal on up there inside the shack. 1 grenade, 1 molly. Could spell disaster for Tempo, and it looks like both teams going for that reset. As I say, that rain gonna be peeking on out the shack. Bale going for the wrap around themselves, connecting on to Spec. Now it's just up to Tempo. Rain right behind the UAS. Bale coming into the shack, trying to get the confirm, trying to get the thirst. The 1v1 right now. Rain versus Bale. Bale has the HP advantage. Spec trying to heal on up. Bale with the DP saying, see you later, Tempo. See you later.
Are you kidding me right there? Cloud9 holding it down, showing that why we're one of the best teams in this lobby, why we are the most consistent, as it's just up to Bayo and Uneven to now hold off Footballers to try to get the chicken dinner.
Who picked Cloud9? Who picked Cloud9?
Oh, I did. All day. Okay. Every game, including the game that they didn't play. That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
You knew they were going to win today so many times that you're like, listen, I can see the game, and I'll still be in first place at the end of the day. Jukes, you're killing me, man. So now we got 2 teams remaining. We got Footballers and Cloud9.
Who's it going to be? Cloud9, 2 members up, but they do have the height advantage. And a little bit of cover right now as Footballers are looking to press the action. Oh, but they don't have the zone. They don't have the zone, Dave. That is why Footballers has pressed up right here. A ton of pressure on Cloud9 right now.
Soulk getting so aggressive, though. If Cloud9 can manage to take out Soulk, maybe get the thirst, that will even it out to a 2v2. But now here comes the push from Lutz. Lutz is going to be tagged in the process by the aimless spray from Uneven into the smokes right now.
And this is going to be so huge right now. Uneven has got to hit some big shots. As you can see, as they're just trying to smoke out, do anything they can to get into this circle. But football is doing exactly what they should and just kind of put that pressure on them as the zone is about to close right now. Oh, and look at that. Love is in with the off angle.
Love's in also with the crate, so you have to assume they have that level 3 gear. Bale in the grass, trying to mow it down. And they will be going out in second place that game. Wow. I mean, Bale 5 kills, Pyro 2 kills, Adder 6 kills, but the winner chicken dinner goes on over to the side of Footballist.
Man, you got to give it to them getting 10 kills right there. So huge for Footballist. And we have seen them be able to get quite a few chicken dinners over the past few days, including the Super Weekend right here. So I know that was a much needed. I know they're really, really excited win for Footballist.
Still, I mean, anybody who is trying to back Cloud9 today, second place, okay, but they had a bunch of kills and they have that momentum at this point. I know we have, 2 more games to go. I have to assume Cloud9 are going to continue on steamrolling the lobby.
And I think Cloud9, what separates them from a lot of the other teams is their ability to play passive when needed, very passive, and also play insanely aggressive at the same time. They turn that switch on and off whenever it is needed. The amount of coordination, synergy, and teamwork it takes to be able to accomplish that is at another level right there. But I can't wait to get into the rest of the matches today. We'll see what the desk has to say about this one right after this short break.
Well, we got a new team taking home a chicken dinner here in our third match of the day and our first day of the second week of a league play. And we see the Footballists have done it yet again over the course of these weeks, able to pick themselves up the nice and tasty chicken dinner. Of course, some kills to go on top of that 7. I think they have to be proud about that result.
Oh, they're definitely going to be happy about that result. One team that we've been mentioning over and over again how consistent they can be, being able to go ahead and get those 10 kills in the chicken dinner after not having the best match that we kind of expected out of them in Sanhok. This is huge for Footballists.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rankings from that last map so you guys get an idea of who scored what points across the board here in Glitter. We can see Cloud9 got themselves up to 27 points from that game, but we're seeing some consistency out of some teams that were lacking it when it came to the Super Weekend.
Yes, we definitely are. It's nice to see Tempo Storm back up in that third place position. They had a very, very strong game. And as well, finally, more Konina power popping up on these leaderboards here with 8 kills, 7 placement points. Another good game for them to kind of continue with that momentum. But also seeing Alpha Legends up here, Frag Machines again in that top 8 position. You know, we keep talking about the squads that were at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard last week, and we're seeing a lot of them really starting to ramp up that gameplay now, Seven.
Yeah, and something you mentioned, B4 Esports. I'm hoping they go ahead and can take advantage here of what's going to be coming in the next couple matches with Sanhok, and hopefully tomorrow as well. That's one team that I know we mentioned over and over again. They love Sanhok, so hopefully they can go ahead and get a couple chicken dinners going to the next ones. And then as we're going to here to the second page, one team that's actually surprising me here in 9th is Umbra. Umbra has been able to get some higher places here. Remember the first match, they got 5th place. They weren't able to get any kills, and in the last one, I don't think they were able to get any kills either. But here being at least able to get 1 kill, that is huge. Hopefully they can go ahead and start picking that up in the kills department. And in Wildcard, I feel like they got just so unlucky at the start of the game, losing a couple players and then only being able to collect 1 kill after they had a lot of players down at the beginning. I feel like that was in a way a choke there from Wildcard. Not sure exactly what happened, but hopefully in the future they'll be able to rearrange those mishaps.
Yeah, unfortunately, you saw KHK towards the bottom as well as Unique, actually, a team that we did see playing in the Super Weekend, definitely carrying their struggles over from last weekend till this week in the league play. Let's take a look, though, at our numbers, our stats coming in for Footballists as they took home the chicken dinner from that last game, took home that first place. And I'm hoping for some decent damage again. Not massive damage, I'll say here, Glitter, but they do, again, have more kills than knockouts, which is the important part for me.
Very, very important part. Still a decent amount of damage coming in. It could just lend itself to the fact that they waited until they had a lot of their engagements from front into the mid and the late game, but also seeing a relatively low amount of healing as well, which means, you know, they had good positioning. They were making smart decisions, and I think they kind of just needed to have these type of games to keep their mentality where it needs to be. We've seen them fluctuate a little bit, even though they are very, very aggressive and strong. So I think this was a solid win for them.
Yeah, I think getting a win under your belt too, like the points they accumulated from this, I think it was 30 if I'm not mistaken. That already gets them past the halfway point of where we did see the bubble be last time. I think Cloud9 with the 27 points they got, they are clear through the bubbles, so they can feel comfortable now getting through into the Super Weekend, though I imagine not going to be playing any more comfortable than they are. Not going to, take the foot off the gas in this one. Let's take a look now at our do moments from that last match and see some of the highlights from what all went down on our second playthrough of Erangel. And it looks like we're starting things off with the boys we all rooted for here with Cloud9. All for the second.
And honestly, not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. They were playing this match around, and then we see Wildcard Sprain being able to get some kills there too. I think Wildcard, with this engagement between Wildcard and UDR, not sure exactly what happened from Wildcard. They had the numbers at one point, and for some reason, that was just such a bad crash from Spring. I expect better out of him. I don't know what he was honestly thinking in regards to getting into that car and just crashing there. I wish they would have just done what Acer ended up doing, which was just get in a buggy and go back to where you're used to being in Severny, and that was a great kill right there. Konita Power, I know that's another team that we're talking about. They're performing really well here in comparison to what they did in the Super Weekend, and they've been getting a lot more kills lately, which is huge for them. One engagement that I'm not sure if they're gonna go ahead and show it here that we did see was Acer versus Konita Power Tixie. He didn't take the fight, even though I know it was probably because of zone, but he had Acer running. So I'm wondering if it's maybe like a confidence thing, something I'll definitely keep an eye out on here. And then B4 Mixera just being able to go ahead and blow up that card, get those extra points, and Tixie right here at least being able to get some knocks, getting some kills. This is huge for him. This is huge for a player of that caliber, being able to get some kills, hopefully build up his confidence again and let him know, hey, don't worry, those bad days had already happened. This is a new week, this is a new start, go for it, right, Glitter?
Oh, absolutely. And you were touching on Tixie. He actually ended up having 4 of the 8 kills that came in for Konita Power in this game. So we're definitely starting to see him pick up his individual game as well, which we were looking for because he had shown up so big last week during league play. Now we're actually jumping on board here with this very tense tempo versus Cloud9 fight that all of us were kind of like hyped up while we were watching, because Bayo was put in this situation where I believe he had to 1v2 at least with very low health. He was able to get off a heal before he ended up pushing back in for that fight and was able to kind of come out on top, potentially off of a slight misplay from Rain, but that was very strong showing from Bayo, and then Football is taking down the win there at the end.
I like how when we were watching that clip, we were actually saying to ourselves, oh, Tempo, they've got this. And then I remember saying, but Bayo, we still got Bayo alive, and he proved exactly why we had our faith in him. Let's take a look now at our overall damage from that last match played, our third one of the day, and see who was leading the charts. Remember, we had Footballists at 1,500 damage, and we'll see how he ranks up against the rest of the team in just a second here. And I still kind of wonder, though, are there any teams that are able to surpass them? It wasn't necessarily this clean cut for them, and we can already see Cloud9 definitely did so, not to mention even in the kill department here, 7.
Yeah, at least being able to get, what is that, 2100 damage, 13 kills. That is huge, though. And then another one for me, Off Legends. Even though they weren't able to get kills, they're at least trying to secure some placement. Hopefully, this is kind of one that we've been seeing. We've seen now a couple times top 5 teams not really getting any kills and not really getting as much damage as we're used to, but at least getting those placement points. Hopefully, they're able to readjust that to maybe get some kills there. And another team, Unique. I know we've been talking about Unique. They just haven't been performing to what we expect them to. And then Pittsburgh Knights, something that we've also been mentioning is when Pittsburgh Knights gets kills, they usually end up having a really, really great match. Well, guess what? Here, Pittsburgh Knights was not able to get any kills, and they ended with only 2 points for that match.
And then we see Konita Power as well. Again, this is a team we've been talking about ever since we saw them in the opening weekend when they came into the second day, and they really showed everyone what they're about. Some good damage, some good kills. We're seeing some consistency come out of them. But I will say this though, Glitter, we're not seeing the domination that we did see from the second day of the very first week out of them.
That is definitely true. And I think part of that at least has to be to lend itself to because of their performance during the Super Weekend that we just saw. It's possible that, like Seven had pointed out, we saw the engagement where I think all of us thought Tixie would push Acer and then he didn't. Is that because they're trying to kind of ramp back up to those dominating performances? Have they second-guessed themselves after struggling a little bit during Super Weekend? Are there things we've gone that we don't know about? Have they tried to change things up and maybe it's just not working out for them? These games that they're having right now, while they're not as explosive as they were on day 2 of the first week of league play, I think that they're setting themselves up to be confident enough to then have those performances potentially tomorrow.
Well, speaking about confidence, you mentioned there's one player we were just talking about from Cloud9, Beowulf, having definite confidence in his play up against Tempo Storm here. 7, I believe you wanted to start to break this one down because this was one hell of a fight that really surprised a lot of us.
I did, and I think I just wanted to go ahead and highlight just great plays that these individual players are able to do from time to time. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of pull it up here because it was just so amazing to see, being able to see Beowulf there, just kind of waiting for it, trying to figure everything out. And we're just going to go ahead and start playing this. And as we go, I'm going to go ahead and show you now. Keep in mind here, just something to point out in case you're not able to see it. Tempo Storm does have 2 players that are currently up. And then you got my boy Beowulf just by himself with not 100% health, but still being aggressive because he knew that they were coming. And as we go by, Beowulf being able to hit some shots, being able to go back into cover, and then hitting his shots as well. And right here, something I really enjoy, instead of trying to go for it, instead of throwing any grenades. And at this moment, I was saying, Beowulf, if you got any grenades, throw it. But he decided to go ahead and heal up, and I think this was huge for him because it gave him that extra that he needed. And keep in mind, meanwhile, Tempo is going to be picking up people. They're going to be trying to just do what they do here. They do have 2 players up. Spec is going to go ahead and, in a way, kind of choke that. He's not going to be able to hit those shots. And then Beowulf now realizes, hey, there's 3 people up. There was a 3v1 there at one point. He knows that somebody's going to be in the shack. He's going to go in, knock that person down. And I love that. To be fair here, Rain, I feel like Rain should have just finished off whatever he was doing there, because as we were seeing the first-person view, Bell was able to notice exactly where Rain was. So that put him at a disadvantage. Bell realizes that he has enough health. He's going to go for it. And guess what? He does just that right there. Being able to go ahead and knock off that player. Being able to go back and revive his players. Getting some extra stuff. So for my boy Beowulf, the IGL that can also back it up with kills. Congratulations on such a highlight play, man. I love seeing stuff like this also from veterans. Veterans like Beowulf that's been playing the game for such a long time.
I mean, Beowulf, you should start calling him the lone wolf there in that 1v3, able to come back so well. And you said, like, we talk about Adder a lot for the team, right? We talk about how impactful he is as a fragger on the team, but you can't ever sleep on Beowulf, as we just saw in that lovely little clip. Great job, Seven. And now we have an interview, actually, and it's someone we've been meaning to talk to for quite a long time. Seven, you've been talking him up so much as well, and I've heard again, if we all clap. No, I guess we're not going to clap together this time. We're just going to bring him straight into this one. We got Sixless coming in from Pittsburgh Knights. Sixless, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That is always a start to a great interview. So first of all, congratulations on doing so well in recent times, obviously getting through into the Super Weekend last weekend. I do want to ask you, though, going into league play here after the Super Weekend, having one day off, what's the real focus of you and your team at the moment?
Well, I would say our real focus is fixing the errors we made during Super Weekend and the regular weekend, and just working on improving as a team overall through synergy, team fights, rotation, stuff like that, just to help us get through the games.
Okay, and I know, Seven, you have a lot you want to ask him, so I'm going to send this over to Glitter first so we can get her questions in before we take over the rest of the interview here. Glitter, go ahead.
Well, hi, Sixless. So just a quick question about, so you came into World League West, and this is a new roster for you, and you don't have a whole lot of time to kind of work with that new roster. So what did you do to kind of make sure that you fit in and then be so successful as a squad?
I matched really well with other teams. Like, I know how to play multiple roles: IGL, scout, fragger, flanking. Like, I know how to play anything. So like, whatever they need me to do, I can do it. And I might not be able to do it as good as my past roles, but I'll work my best to be able to improve myself on that role, so I'm a better fit for the team and to help the team improve.
Okay, well, Seven, it's all on you now.
And I think I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna do two here for you, Sixless. What up, baby? The first one I got is kind of going off something with Glitter just said, that you were in a new squad. But what I'm wondering here is, you have teamed up with Carnage before. Has that helped in any way, shape, or form, having that old teammate in this new team?
Yeah, because when we were teammates before, we knew how each other played, and me and him still play mostly the same as we do now from like when we were in SSG together. So I already have good synergy with him. I just need to build synergy with J7, Raven, and Jagger now. And once we get that synergy down, we'll be doing extremely better than we are now.
Awesome. I love to hear that. And then the next one here, I've seen you play for a very long time. We even got a chance to spend a week together and just kind of see what was your life like as a gamer, as a PUBG Mobile pro player here. You haven't been performing as I would like you to perform recently. You were kind of botting. You were kind of throwing there for a second.
I was like a bot
weekend.
For a little,
hold up. Let me give you some credit. I gotta give you some credit, because this Super Weekend you ended up with 21 kills. That was an amazing performance from some of the other stuff that we've been able to see out of you. What were you able to change there? What has changed for you to go ahead and step it up to the level that you have now?
Honestly, week one we got like our highest placement. Week one was like 11th place or something like that. We only got 18 points week one of Super Weekend, or day one, I mean. So we didn't make it to any late games. We only got 8 kills that day. I only had 1 kill that day, actually. So I got my 20 other kills the other 2 days. We just made it more late games like the last day or two. So the farther you make into the game, the more likely you are to be able to get kills. And once I make it late game, I'm really good at farming kills and fragging people and just getting thirst on other players, flanking, all kinds of stuff like that. I'm just really good at that late game. So if I can make it a late game, I'll rack up a few kills.
You know what, Sixless? I'm not going to let him be mean to you anymore, because I'll tell you something. Whenever we're not on air, he talks about you all the time. So don't let him be mean. Don't let him call you a boss.
It's true.
He knows. He knows.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Sixless, and obviously good luck in the rest of your matches today.
Thank you.
Man, I can't believe you did him dirty like that, Seven. Talking trash about him.
Listen, I know
He's so nice, Seven.
I have known Sixless for so long that he knew I was going to go ahead and call him a bot, all right? So it's okay. It's all right.
All right, let's take a look at our talent prediction and what points we accumulated through that last match. And obviously, so many of us choosing Cloud9 because they're actually playing in this match, unlike some of the previous ones. And we got 27 points each. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Ask for high fives, but someone denies me every time. And then we saw Dave going Dreamers with 11. And, Dreamers wasn't really a bad pick, I'd say, considering what we have seen them do in the past. But it's time to check in now how all the teams are doing after our 3 matches have been played, and who's currently safe and who currently will be watching the Super Weekend from home in those bottom 4 places. We can see here Cloud9, they passed the bubble, 57 points, 23 kills. This team is looking unstoppable this week, Glitter.
Yeah, and I don't think we're really all that surprised. We saw Cloud9 at the top of the leaderboard after Super Weekend, and they're just continuing that consistency and that momentum, putting themselves in another great position to get into our second Super Weekend. But big surprise is Konina Power currently in 4th, moving themselves up the ranking. That's great for them. Frag Machines in 6th, SWAT 69 in 8th. These are all teams that we were looking out for to see if they could improve their performances here on day 1 of this second week of league play, and they are definitely doing that.
Yeah, and I think for mine, Pittsburgh Knights, we just talked to them. They have been able to get some points there and some kill points as well, with being able to get at least 9 kills so far. So that's good for them. Then you see UDR Killers here in 10th place. That's another team that's kind of surprising after what we saw in week 1. This is all good. And then B4, something that's actually surprising here with B4. They've only played 2 matches, so please keep that in mind. And then we also have Loops Esports here towards the towards the second pitch. Teams that we're really not used to seeing here. Maybe some of the other teams can take advantage of this, and that's just something we kind of mentioned in Super Weekend when we were seeing some of the top teams not perform so well. Some of the other teams that we didn't expect, we're kind of stepping it up in a way. And then KHK currently 10 points, and then I know Team Unique. Team Unique is definitely a big surprise there with only 6 points. I'm looking forward to seeing them just kind of do a lot better. That's not the team that I know in Team Unique.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit worried, though. KHK and Headquarters, they were 2 out of the 4 teams who didn't make it into the very first Super Weekend. And right now, if we were to stop at this exact same moment, they wouldn't be making it to the second Super Weekend, which means they have one last chance to break through in the top 16. Not only once, but twice. And they would be doing it at a 6-day deficit. That's going to be 30 matches behind that they somehow catch up on. And they desperately need to qualify here. They desperately need to step up. And we'll see the schedule and see what map they have a chance to do so here as we move into match 4. And you can see it's going to be Sanhok, and we're going to have Group B being taken out of the mix here. And Glitter, I want to chime in, ask you who's going to be coming out, because I don't want to see Hot Jukes do it again.
So the Group B will be sitting out Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and UDR Killers.
Okay, so Headquarters not going to have a chance to bump up their points here in this match, but as we go into our 4th match of the day, we have to start talking about predictions. I think I had 7 go first twice now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Yep. So then, Glitter, we're going to bypass you and go to 7 for a 3rd time of picking first. Who do you got, 7?
I knew that was going to happen. It's all right. I'll give it to you. All right. You know what? I'm actually going to go with the person that we didn't interview. No, just kidding. It's going to go with B4. B4, remember, yes. B4 said that Sanhok is their favorite map. B4 has also performed really well in Sanhok, and I think it's time for them to go ahead and get that win. So B4 is definitely my pick.
Okay, Glitter, who do you got? I mean, you're smiling. I think you're going to go B4 as well at this rate.
Yes, well, I wanted to go before, but we had to give them a little bit of time to warm up. They didn't play the first game. They came in cold, and this is a map that they always do well on. We know that they like it, and I'm a big B4 fangirl, so I'm going with B4.
Oh, football is this time around? Okay.
I think she's chosen which team she wants to support now. I think who's over on the Footballs account on Twitch is me a little upset. And, you know, we'll get her banned from the channel for at least 7 seconds. I think I know someone that can handle that. My prediction going into this one, actually, I'm going to change things up massively. And I'm going with the Argentinians. I'm going with Team Queso.
Okay, I like that.
They've been consistent. Right. They're playing much better today than they have in the past. And plus, this is my chance to just shoot past 7 in the rankings. So I'm going to take it.
They did get a chance to sit out in that last one, though.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see how they perform after being able to sit out. That's a solid pick. Solid pick, Jason.
Okay, well, we'll see how solid it will be after this match, because I might be regretting this one very deeply. We're going to catch up with you guys after our match is finished before we get into our final match of the day. And of course, you guys at home still have chances to get points to earn your chance to get into the top 100 viewers who will get exclusive rewards. If you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you could potentially be one of those top 100 to get exactly what you want. And what I want right now is to bring in our commentators with Hot Jukes. Hopefully this time he remembers who's not playing in this group. And of course, Mustache Dave as well. Please don't hate me, Hot Jukes. I do love how honestly, it's the PUBG Mobile World League Wild West Season 0.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it, right?
Does your headphones even fit over the hat?
Here, you know, like, what was that? I'm sorry?
Is your hat over the headphones, or is the headphones over the hat?
Look, I am an ex-gamer, okay? I'm an ex-pro player here. My ears are finely tuned. I don't need the headphones to be touching my ears to hear your voice, okay? That is exactly how we do it.
Is that how piercing and terrible my voice is? I can't tell if it's an insult or a compliment. I'm not sure.
Well, I didn't want to say it myself, you know, just had to get it away just a little bit, you know?
Well, speaking of compliments, I have to give you a big shout out on the shirt, Dave, because it's complimenting you fantastically. But as we move into Sanhok now as our 4th map, how do you feel like, well, actually, let's just talk about the other teams at the moment. SWAT 69, a team who didn't qualify last time, looking pretty decent. Team Queso has shot up the rankings as well. Cloud9 looking pretty sure they're going to make it into the Super Weekend yet again. How do you feel about these teams who had that time off and who didn't qualify, and how they're performing today?
Yeah. I mean, you could tell that at least some of them did some homework, over those 3 days that they had off, and they're looking to make the comeback here and really stomp on the competition. And I'm not gonna lie, Jason, I had loops coming.
Oh no, we're not
doing
doing predictions yet. We're not doing predictions yet. No, not yet. You keep rushing into it.
I understand. I'm not telling you my prediction.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying I had loops.
Okay.
But I mean, they've been letting me down here today so far. So I'm not gonna tell you yet. But I'm going to tell you that I took them off my list. They're not going to be my squad anymore today.
I'm not going to lie, that is actually really impressive. If you guys at home who don't realize why that's such a big thing for Dave is he puts his predictions in for, I think, the entire 3 weeks already, and he's not got back and changed a single time. So for him to do it now, I think that means you're getting serious, Dave. I think you're coming for that #1 spot.
No. I've been serious. I'm in it for the long game. I'm in it for a long game. I did my homework before coming into the league. I knew who was going to be the top 5 at the end of the day. But you got to go with teams who have that momentum. That momentum. You can't shoot down the momentum. And Hot Jukes knows all about that.
Oh, yeah.
Shooting down teams' momentum. All right, let's get into our predictions now. I'm going to be starting with you first, Hot Jukes. Who's the team you think is going to take match number 4?
I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I'm picking Cloud9 all day.
They're not playing in this group, right?
Playing or not. That's exactly how we do it. And it's crazy because just a couple days ago, I said that I was going to actually start trying in the talent prediction. I even gave you a 0. You were in first place. Now we're tied. I'm just relaxed. I know that this isn't going to be an issue going forward. So, yeah, I'm just excited to, take my first place trophy.
Okay, Dave, it's your chance now. Who's the team you got to take match 4 if it's not Loops?
I mean, I said it. You got to go with the team with the momentum. Last game, Cloud9 definitely showing that they got it. They got that fire burning in their stomach. So me and Jukes, we're in that. We're on the bandwagon. I'm not gonna lie, we're on the bandwagon.
Cloud9 together. That's gonna be an interesting bandwagon with someone wearing a cowboy hat onto it. But you know what? You're gonna take us into our match now as we get underway with our 4th match or penultimate match of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, show us what you got.
Hey. Let's get into it right now. Like my grandpappy used to say, if you ain't got the drip, don't hate on the drip, to Jason. But yeah, as we get into the Sanhok match, I'm pumped up for it. It's one of those maps we've said over and over again that I think for sure anybody can win. Now, Cloud9, they've been really consistent on Erangel. I wonder if they're able to replicate that same consistency on an insane, deadly map like Sanhok.
Yeah, and like my grandpappy used to say, if it's a buy one, get one free, usually that second one isn't really free. You pay for it in the initial price of that one. So, yeah, I mean, grandpappies unite with the knowledge. Knowledge is power. And you know what? I don't care how many Ferraris you got, Jukes. I don't care how many Lambos you got. I got books, man. I got books. And you know what book I got? I got the Book of Sanhok.
Oh, man, the Book of Sanhok, dude, a legendary book written by O.P. Blue Zone. We've seen it. It was a New York Times bestseller here. Now, I wonder, right, at what chapter, because I'm still kind of getting through it, Dave. I know that you have read that book from front to back multiple times. Is there any part of the book that talks about using a boat in Sanhok?
Yeah. The thing is, it's like a work in progress, the book. Everybody can contribute to the book. Currently, we're like on chapter 4. Yeah, it's like, but Sanhok, style. So, yeah, we're on that 4th chapter, and one squad that is writing that 4th chapter, Umbra, they love using boats on Sanhok, and who can blame them? Because you can avoid all the chaotic mess when it comes to rotating on right through the middle. And talk about rotations, talk about the mess. Circle number 1. It shows us what it's all about.
Oh, man, I think that in chapter 1 of that book, rotations are inevitable. I think that's the first sentence when it comes into Sanhok. When you got to get moving, you got to get moving quick. These are some of the most deadly rotations that you could possibly get on any map, I could think, and especially considering that we got this first zone on that west side. This is always one of the toughest, I think, zones when it comes to Sanhok, because you don't really know. Is it going to go to that North Island? Is it going to go to that South Island? Any of the teams that landed in the mainland, they have to either cross a bridge or go swimming if they want to get into that circle. And with all these kind of teams, that is not fun by any means.
Yeah, and we'll keep you updated when it comes to that book. Currently, Hot Jukes and myself are working on getting John Allen to narrate it. So we're just sorting out the details. John Allen, He wants a lot of money. I'm not gonna lie. So
That's what I'm saying. Like we're trying
hopefully
to
we can get
a
it.
Kickstarter if we want to do something like that. But hey, it's the plan. You know, it's the plan.
That's the plan. And talk about the plan. You know, Cloud9, Paradise. Talk about a plan. I mean, they're just chilling almost every single time we get on over to Sanhok. They claimed it. They claimed it for themselves. And hey, that's why I got them for my squad here this game to get the dub.
Likewise. You know, I know that the Cloud9 being able to get Paradise all to the lonesome, they're going to be looted out the teeth. Now, the only issue is that majority of the time, we usually see first circle land on the mainland. This is like kind of like the worst case scenario here for Cloud9. This is the worst possible first circle that they could get. And considering that, it's never an easy rotating in Sanhok, no matter what stage of the game, isn't easy. You're not sure where any team is, whether you always got to just predict that they're right over a hill or behind a rock. And when you have so little time to start rotating in, it's just so difficult.
And that's why we see Umbra. We've seen them multiple times use boats. They're like, okay, we're just going to avoid all that craziness. We don't care who's hiding behind the rocks. We're in the boat. We're on the 7 seas. You know, we're charting the land, the terrain. We're marking it down. And, you know, there's some water. There's some water in circle number 1. I want to say about 25%. So it will be interesting to see if we have any squads, you know, maybe utilize that. I know it's not something you see every time, but Umbra, they are in Camp Bravo. So it might be one of their, you know, options. It might be.
Possible, totally possible right now, especially considering you got so much of this first circle in the water. Hey, you know, if they want to opt to go ahead and do that kind of strategy, I ain't gonna blame them. You know, especially considering like you don't want to get taken out early. So anything you could possibly do to kind of reduce that risk, because to get to Super Weekend, you only have 2 days. That's not a lot of games at all in order to make sure. You do not want to go out early in any match. So all you just want to make sure you're not bottom 4. That's the main thing right there.
Cool.
So yeah, if you're in a boat and if you secure a top 6 from it, then hey, that's a win in my opinion.
Yeah. And you know, back to the whole point of what our grandpappy said, mine also said, use it or lose it. So hopefully Umbra can use that boat. We saw in the kill feed though, hey, yeah, why is Grandpappy? We saw in the kill feed just a moment ago, I believe one of the squad mates from Football List, yeah, I think it was Solke, they got a knock all the way down there onto SWAT 69, but SWAT 69, they have all these buildings to work with for cover. They should be able to get revived, and we've seen Football List utilize this position multiple times. They love setting up this trap because we see these zones kind of favor it and funnel in these squads to work their way on uphill, and then that leaves Football List just spraying down from above.
Big advantage for Football List, considering that where their drop location is. Whenever they get this kind of zone, this is their forte, right? This is the kind of zone that they hope for in Sanhok. And Sanhok I've always considered just to be one of those maps that's just, no pun intended, but it's one of those wild card maps. You know, you just don't know who is going to win it. And if you're able to get a good position and good circle, any of these teams, I think, can easily get a solid chicken dinner with up to like 20 kills. I mean, we've definitely seen it happen in the past right here. So this is a big kind of make it or break it kind of map for, I think, a lot of these squads.
Anyone?
Anyone. I think that if you get the right circle, and for example, let's say you got a team on the hill and they got the cover, and all of a sudden zone hard shifts to them, and you got 9 teams all at the bottom trying to run into that blue zone, it's just open fire. So I think that any one of these teams with the right circle, right position, they can get it done really, really quick. Because at the end of the day, this is the World League West. All these teams are some of the best in the world. They can all hit shots. Now, as far as being able to hit good, solid rotations, things like that, I think that is we've definitely seen some teams separate themselves. But being able to hit shots, that's not hard. So if you get the right position and right circle, it's just easy pickings.
Yeah, everybody here, 100%, it's not deniable. Like, they can hit their shots.
They can hit those.
Yeah, and looking at Spec right now, Spec lining up a shot onto AZ, but AZ needs to be really careful not to peek their head behind that rock because Spec is locked in. And, hey, we called it on earlier. Who's going to be using the water? I'm just going to know. Umbra's in a boat. Umbra's in a boat.
Are you kidding?
They're in a boat, and Wildcard are currently swimming out there right now, being shot at from Team Queso.
I know that you can't see the map right now, but Umbra is doing one of the widest rotations I think I've ever seen in a Sanhok. There it is. There it is. But look at the way they're going. They're going these. Oh, Slicky gets caught up by Ayala right there. the poor little Slicky, the fish himself, unable to get it done right there. And Spring, he's still alive in the corner. And, oh, this wild card team is just in a world of hurt right now. But guess what? Umbra's fine. They're in a boat. Oh, wait. They did the turnaround. They did the turnaround, Dave.
Still in the boat,
they realized, you know what? The zone hurts a little too much. I don't think this wide rotate's going to work. Let's just go ahead and put it in reverse, Terry, and head on back to the zone.
They're committed, man. They are committed. Hopefully Wildcard can make it on out of that predicament that they find themselves. Team Queso were previously going to be attempting to gatekeep them, but with this next zone, it is going to shift a little further south. And, you know, we like to say it, you know, it is in the book, chapter 1. You don't want to get stuck in the blue zone. That is like the main goal here. Don't get stuck in the blue zone because we've seen so many players just get taken out from it.
And I think the big difference, and for those of you guys that are just possibly just tuning in to competitive PUBG Mobile, Sanhok, the zone timing, you can see right there on the top right of the map, you see the clock, and you can see how much time is left for these teams to be able to rotate into this circle. So if you always look at Sanhok, that time is so little compared to every other map. Sometimes only 30 seconds to run in as B4 catching Alpha Legends on the rotate.
Yeah, I believe it was Glitter, you know, shooting for a B4 win here on Sanhok. And, hey, already with 4 kills, taken down, wiping the floor clean of Alpha Legends. Well, they're setting up pretty good.
Oh, yeah, you can just definitely see right there a big play for B4. Now, we did see an interview from one of their captains, and it was really awesome to see B4. They were all together in the same house playing, even talking how like they even had psychologists on deck for their squad. Really awesome to see. And one thing they did mention was that Sanhok is their favorite map. So seeing them being able to get 4 kills off the bat, it just kind of adds more proof to the pudding.
And they got a personal chef as well, you know, cooking up them grilled cheeses. And I just got to know, Umbra, they're in a boat. They somehow managed to pass Wildcard and both Team Queso. So this boat strategy, I love that they're using it because we called it like 2 minutes into the game. It makes us look like super smart. I love it. Hopefully they can make their way on into the zone. Now they will be crashing into Yala. So talk about this water play. Footballist, we heard on the interview during the break, Sixless breaking it down. You know, the squad's trying to work on some team synergy, trying to work on some new plays, and Sixless feeling confident that they can do that here today.
Yeah, you know, Sixless and Carnage, them two themselves actually played on another team prior to this Space Station Gaming. They lived in a team house together for quite a while, so they're going to have a lot of synergy kind of going into this. But at the same time, though, this was a substitution that started just at the start of this tournament. So they're one of the few teams that kind of played with a relatively new squad going in here to the World League, as opposed to everybody else who had quite a long time to be able to get their synergy and place together.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, J7 and Raven, they've been playing since like day 1 as well. So a lot of synergy for the duos. Now they're just trying to wrap it together to make it a whole squad, a quadruple, right?
And it's not easy. And it's not easy. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, considering you look at, I think the 2 teams I think that really stand out as far as synergy-wise for me are going to be, of course, Cloud9 and I think Loops as well. Because even though Loops plays so highly aggressive, to play at that level, you see how tight they work together as a unit. I think that they really show off their synergy like that. I think Cloud9, as far as points-wise, play it off a little bit better since they play a little bit more conservatively at the start. Loops are just all aggression from start to finish. But hey, it works. You can't blame that. That's for sure.
Plus you got Bale just fragging out today. And
oh yeah,
talk about fragging out, Yala from Team Queso with that M4. Gonna be opening up some shots on the SWAT 69 who were on that bike just moments ago. Next circle does going up. Looks like both of these teams will be right there on the edge. Looks like SWAT 69 might be in a better position when it comes to being favored with the zone, but can they defend it? Can they stop Team Queso from making the push?
Yeah, you know, SWAT 69 are on the edge right now. There's a minute on the clock right now for these teams to start moving in, as Cloud9 is another team that actually has to move in right now, and they have to get past, it looks like, Frag Machines and Tempo Storm, and they're trying to get this push really quick so they can get into this circle. Because like you mentioned earlier, Dave, you do not want to be in this blue zone. Do not want to be in this blue zone.
Oh, this is the rematch. This is the rematch from last game.
Right.
Cloud9, they were able to outlive and outfrag Tempo Storm. Tempo They are a little bit further out there in the distance, but HH is going to be bleeding on out. Does have some cover to work with, so hopefully we can see the pickup come out from Tempo. And talking about making the breaches, looks like Footballist, looks like Lud's going to be cooking a grenade, getting that one prep. Sheepman, man on fire, is able to get behind some type of cover. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we see Footballist. They are splitting apart right now. They are taking multiple engagements.
Yeah, this is starting to get intense right here. Football is trying to help out the rest of his squad as Nova is completely flustered right now, all together, holding it down. Oh, this nade, it looks like it's going to be a good... Oh, it bounces off. No seal. Not able to get the thirst. And, oh, it looks like some smokes, nades trying to come out from Footballist. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this pickup, though. It's not going to be easy.
Okay, has this boulder to work with, and if I'm not mistaken, they were successful in the wipe of Yala, who were right behind them on the docks. And here comes the smokes right now from the side of Footballist. Their main mission right now, get the revive, get the reset. But AZ gonna be tossing out some grenades and getting the thirst onto Lutz, and Solke now pinned down in the smokes. Molly's all around him. Starlight just going for some sprays on into the smoke. Solke forced to defend right now, going for that drop shot, able to get it. Swapping on over to the Uzi, and the reload. It is up to Shifan right now. Oh my goodness, Nova Esports forced to go back into the building and try to heal on up.
Not like this, Nova, not like this. Getting third-partied as well. Tough break for Shifan right now. Footballist looking to get this finished out right now.
Shifan holding the door. Yep. Wiped.
Wow.
Wiped. It's okay. 4 kills. 4 kills right there. I mean, Nova got clapped.
I mean, man, Soul K, just such insane shots right there. I mean, that was probably one of the riskiest revives I have seen. I did not think it was going to work out for them by any means. You saw that nade come out, get the thirst, and I thought it was all over, but Soul K held it down in the smokes right there. Some hardcore pre-fire coming out and just taking out Nova Esports.
Hardcore parkour. We talk about it a lot of times, like that clutch factor. And I gotta say, Soul K, I give him that clutch factor ribbon.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they 100% in my books.
He's got the merit badge.
Got the merit badge, yep. You got, so now you're working on the other badges, of course, in order to upgrade and move on to the next level. Umbra, though, out here, the boat play, it seemed to have paid off as they have 12 teams remaining, 11 other squads, and they are currently in the salt fields just trying to make their way on up. They definitely hear B4 in those vehicles. Let's see what Umbra can do with this position.
Man, you look right now, as soon as this zone popped, 50 seconds left on the clock, it's just Acer. We saw Wildcard get caught out earlier in the water, and Acer stuck outside right now, trying to be able to get into this circle. But look, Team Queso, I don't even think they don't have time to be gatekeeping this. They need to get into the circle right now.
No time. They have a buggy, so at least 2 members could, get on into the zone as quickly as possible. Yala will be receiving some shots of their own, but let's send it to the quick replay from Soul K, the clutch factor god.
Look at that, just getting it done right there and taking out Nova Esports. This was such a clutch and huge play for Footballists. This is pretty much plays like this, and getting it done is going to ensure yourself to be able to make it to Super Weekend again.
And that replay goes to show you how important it is to pre-fire. Just pre-fire the corners. I mean, that right there is the GG. And Spring in the kill feed will be connecting onto one of the members from SWAT 69. And Acer are going to be using these hills for cover, trying to reposition right now. But like we mentioned, the zone going to start pushing on top of all these teams out here, trying to get some additional points in the blue. Will any of them actually survive? I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, I was really shocked to see Team Queso opt to try and get this gatekeep gun. I must have really been concerned with being able to get into circle, just trying to get any points they can. You see Acer, he's got 4 first aids, but this is circle 5 coming up, and this one hurts. But moving on, Frag Machines versus Tempo. Tempo stuck in the closet.
Stuck in the closet, 2 in the closet to be exact. 1 grenade right there, able to possibly open this one up. Tempo currently waiting for the Molly, the grenade to take them down and out that closet, not able to protect them well enough.
Man, HH24 threw a nade out and was able to get the knock, but they came back and said, here's a taste of your own medicine, threw a big grenade back and got the flush right there. Tempo, man, they had nowhere to run.
Stuck stuck. Seriously, stuck. I mean, the molly. Ooh, Sixless, M249, a piece of candy out here, and the Gilly. We got Dream Eaters currently making their way on up the beach, but Sixless trying to reclaim that title as the Snake God in the lobby could possibly wipe them down.
Well, that's the gun to do it right there. And this is the map, that's for sure. This is Snake City, a.k.a. Sanhok. He's got the Gilly, the M249. That is the silent but deadly combination if I've ever seen it.
Going for the spray.
And, oh, there it is.
Automatic, trying to connect some more, getting Verset. Now we need the support from the squad mates onto the side of the Knights, and looks like they're going to be able to pre-fire over there and at least put a halt to the push from Dream Eaters. But Dream Eaters, second wind coming on right now. They had the rock to work with. They might get this revive on the Matic. Sixless calling for help, calling for support. Miku tossing a nice grenade into that shack right on top of Raven. Raven going for the trade. Carnage is going to be spotted and thirsted by Miku.
Yeah, you can see right there, Sixless was able to catch one, Raven was able to catch the other, but right now it is all just Raven versus 3 members of Dream Eaters and the blue zone, and he knows that's coming right there, so he opts to say, you know what, I am scared of this blue zone, I'm gonna try to get into it, the next circle, as he's running for his life, and gets caught. Oh, wait, no,
live.
Down.
Healing.
Frag Machine's right here, though.
Oh!
Frag Machines from the edge.
Yeah, okay. And Frag Machines, you know, they're also going to be setting up for a good spot, a good potential to rack up some additional points because they're right there on the edge. They have the opportunity to not only gatekeep Dream Eaters, but also SWAT 69.
Oh yeah, this could be a really big gatekeep opportunity. I think that they definitely need to get into the circle first, considering that they don't have a lot of time on the clock, secure your position, and then start trying to frag out from there.
B4 Pedro healing up, able to get that heal. SWAT 69, we see one of them getting taken out in the kill feed. And Levi connecting a nice grenade right onto the foot of Beowulf will be knocking them down.
Beowulf, and Cloud9 not having a lot of cover right now, and they are stuck on the edge of the circle. This is going to be a really difficult rotation right here, but that third party onto Frag Machine opens the door for them to be able to move in.
Yeah, it looks like they're focusing on getting into the actual zone before taking any engagement. And uneven, going to be spotting out a couple of the members from Frag Machines trying to do the same thing, peeking on top of that rock to get some better angles out here. B4, they have the high ground. They're trying to toss out some smokes right now. A bunch of squads are just peppering the smoke.
Oh, goodness. And yeah, this is going to be the most devastating circle rotation for Cloud9 right here. I wonder if they're going to pass off some heals and just go for the heal strap because this zone has switched off of both B4, Umbra. Wildcards, Springs in the blue zone healing up as well. But man, a huge break for Team Queso, Umbra, and Footballist.
Yeah, so it does seem as if Wildcard and both Team Queso were able to make it on into the docks out there, right there on the edge. I know we were questioning their decisions earlier on. Umbra, the boat play seems to have been paid off at this point by Adder. Going for this spray. The blue zone going to start pushing on top of our Team B4 out there. Adder opening up those shots, but will be exposing their position, their moves right now, and thankfully still going to be alive.
Yeah, you know, I was also questioning those shots, considering that they needed to get into the circle, but another member from Cloud9 just having his teammates back right there and able to get that return knock onto PRZ, that was huge, and it looks like Cloud9 are actually going to be able to rotate into the circle from the wide open. Yeah. What an insane rotation from Cloud9.
A systematic push right there from Cloud9. Cloud9, the only team with 4 up. B4, they have 1. Footballists have 2. Team Queso have 1. Umbra have 2 up. Prez is going to be bleeding on out. And then, of course, Acer from Wildcard. So Cloud9, they have the advantage when it comes to the numbers. How will they use it here to get the dub?
Let's see where the zone goes right now. I think that's going to be a huge deciding factor, as it looks like it opts to go pretty close by to them right now. But, oh my, it's literally wide in the open. It's a wide open zone right here. I doubt anybody's going to actually be able to make it in this one. I think everybody is going to be knocked out before they're even able to get into this next circle.
Oh, you still got Levi in the blue trying to get some additional points before possibly getting taken down from the blue. Bayo doing some scouting. We'll be hearing some footsteps over there from Footballists. We'll be trying to toss out some grenades, taking a little bit of damage, trying to get these grenades off. But
close.
It's going to be connecting really close.
Really close one right there from Bayo as he's just trying to open up this fight and create a little bit of extra breathing room for his squad. But there's only 5 seconds left on the clock here. You can see Levi from B4 in the back. He was just healing up all he can, but it looks like that is going to be all the heals he had as B4 goes out in 6th.
Not mistaken, Footballist, this little wall is in that next zone, and I believe Cloud9 there recognize the real estate that Footballists are currently holding, and they want to take it. They want to take that from them. Vindex popping up like a merman. Going to be getting 1 kill up there on the board, and 2 up from Umbra. Going to be trying to take out those swimmers out there. Yep, Acer going to be making landfall. Solke in the grass, going for that spray down. Fire up the jump shot over the wall, connecting on the Solke. Now there's only 1 up from Footballists, and they are just healing on up right now, trying to out-survive Cloud9. 9 kills so far. Oh, Lavison popping up from behind with the backstab, but uneven. Unable to save, able to save the day, that is. And look at the split right now. Cloud9, they got a split.
Are you kidding me right now? What a clutch play right there from Cloud9. Pyra getting that jump shot was so huge, and they spot out Acer. That's it. It is just Proland healing up right now, doing all he can, but he's already secured 2nd place, and you can just see right now the pre-fire right there. Just saying, you know what? We know we can see everything. We can't see that one spot. Might as well put some shots down range. Little do they know, they got nothing to worry about.
I gotta say, Umbra, the boat plays. The boat plays. It worked, man. You know, we were questioning, do boats work on Sanhok? Well, Umbra getting 2nd place here at least. It's hard to think it doesn't. So, yep, that's a GG in my books.
I said it earlier. I was like, if they were able to get top 6, it's a win. But getting 2nd place right there, and just like that, man, all done it out. But man, Team Umbra with the big boat plays, able to secure 2nd place. Huge, but man, you got to give it to Cloud9 there. Another chicken dinner on Sanhok, and they had to work from that one start to finish.
You and me, we picked them. We believe in the momentum. They were able to get that dub, get all those kills, and really that one play we talked about. They had to push across the open field. Adar took some shots on the B4 to allow 3 of their squad mates to get into the safety of the actual compound. That was a huge play from the squad there at the end.
Man, insane. It just goes to show you the power of Cloud9. So much power, as a matter of fact, that with this win right here, that allows me to pass up Jason in the leaderboard so far. And I was way far behind right there. And I even let Cloud9, I picked them when I didn't play.
You threw a game too.
Cloud9, so strong. Thank you, Beowulf and squad, for just putting on such an insane performance today. Man, what a game. But man, I can't wait to see the look on Jason's face and the rest of the desk right here after this short break.
And this is the face I'm going to make. A big smile for you, Hot Jukes. Getting a prediction right and getting yourself higher up on the leaderboard. It's a great job for you. I'm proud of you, man. Also proud of a couple of other peoples we had with choosing Cloud9 in that last match as well. But some people we didn't have choosing Cloud9 are all 3 of us here on the desk. It didn't work out too well for us. So you can see the points we did accumulate or really didn't accumulate. I guess you can say for me. But to be fair, to give myself some context, this Queso played well in every single match today. It just was that one that was a little bit rough. So, you know, can't really knock them too hard.
They were playing, Jason. They were actually playing this game, so you didn't end up getting a 0. Congratulations.
It's true. That's true. I like to, you know, be prepared whenever it comes into talking about teams that I'm going to predict. Glitter, B4 had a little bit of a rough time. I think we were talking a lot about the delayed rotation when Cloud9 was able to get ahead of them and they didn't catch them off guard there. Some rough times for that team.
Yeah, and they were having a really strong game up until that point as well. It was just that one engagement they were in with Cloud9. They were able actually to get out of it when they did get a knock on Bayo. Cloud9 backed off a little bit, decided to kind of go a little bit wider. That was when B4 were able to heal up and kind of push up. They ended up, I think it was Umbra on the other side that ended up being able to give some additional damage onto B4, putting them in a really bad position right there in those final zones, and it was just super unlucky at the end for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at our rankings now from that last match. And obviously Cloud9 taking home the chicken dinner. That would be number 2 for them on the day. We've only had one team get 3, and that was over in East with Yudu Gang, if I'm not mistaken, but they got 3 in a row. So I'm not sure Cloud9 can beat that anymore. Well, I know they definitely can't because there's like one game left to play today, but hey, they get themselves 29 more points here. But we also seen Team Umbra 7 put up some decent results here as well.
Yeah, I think with Umbra, this is the second. We've seen them a couple times here, finishing like top 5 or top 6. But the only thing with this team is, I feel like they're currently just worrying about placement. And it's good, especially if you want to just kind of secure yourself going into the Super Weekend. But I want to see more out of them in regards to kills. They usually end up getting just 3 kills. They don't really get past any of that. I think so far today, this is actually one of their highest skill games. Before this, they ended up with 1 kill. But overall, I want to see more out of Umbra. I'm glad they're finally starting to get the placement, but I want to see more in regards to kills. And then B4 Esports just got super unlucky there with the rotation. As Glitter was saying, they did end up getting caught off guard from Umbra, which I think it was actually huge from Umbra, being willing to kind of shoot at them. I think it was really good. And then Cloud9 being able to go ahead and make that rotation when they had nothing on cover. I think it played out so well for them. And then Pittsburgh Knights, we talked about them getting kills. Well, guess what? They were at least able to get 5 kills there. I know we saw 6 of this at one point with the M249 laying down, trying to be the snake god that he is, as my boy Mustache Dave was saying. And then some of the other teams that we're seeing there towards the bottom, Glitter.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate to see Tempo there at the bottom. They had a little bit of a rough start in this game. KHK still kind of hanging in down there, unable to repeat their better performances from earlier in the day. And big surprise from Alpha Legends, considering how much aggression we had seen coming out of them during the Super Weekend and even leading into the last Super Weekend.
We got to give a credit to Frag Machines. Again, another team that was bottom 4 last week at the end of the league play. They were able to make it into the top 8, maybe get themselves one step closer to making it through into the Super Weekend for a first time for them. Let's take a look, though, a little bit deeper into Cloud9 and their stats from that last match. 1,700 damage done. Healing was relatively, I'd say like medium, average. And then, of course, the kills and the knockouts. I think it's really important for me, at least in particular, Seven, to see Cloud9 getting kills. Because in my head, that was always one of their biggest struggles when it came to them playing last season, or last year, I should say, in the Global Finals.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And something that I know you've been wanting to talk about and you've been kind of talking about it, Jason, is also the addition to Adder. Adder ended up with 4 kills out of all their kills right there. So that has been such a great adjustment for him. And hopefully in the future we'll be able to interview him, because from PMPL Americas that we did, he wasn't really performing that well. And then coming into PMWL West, it's a completely different player, and it's something I love to see, especially from a team that used to play in Europe, coming into North America and kind of taking over the West in a way. I think it's great for him to go ahead and step it up and get those skills that they need.
And also, well, as we take a look at the do moments, credit to him, because I believe he's playing from Russia at the moment, not even in the US with his team. Yes. So the hours he has to be putting in to be able to play with them, going on that true gamer sleep schedule, I'd say, Glitter.
I mean, hey, if it works, right? And we're going to be instantly jumping on board here with B4, seeing some of their early game engagements that did actually work out incredibly well for them. They were able to wipe Alpha Legends as the first team and get all of those 4 kills very early on in the game. And then we're going to be jumping on board with C9, and this is what we're actually talking about. They had or Tempo had an unfortunate run-in with Cloud9, and that is one of the reasons that they were so low on that overall leaderboard. But I have high hopes for them moving on into Erangel here on our next map. And Umbra actually, you know, starting to get themselves engaged in these fights. Definitely hoping that they can continue with that aggression, Seven, like you've been talking about, because while they've done well with the placement points, I just don't think it's been enough on the kill side of things.
Yeah, and it's something that we talked about often. We said you need to have a good marriage between the both. You need to be able to get those placement points, and then you need to be able to get those kill points. You can't go too heavy on either or here. And with them, I feel like they've just been so heavy in regards to placement points that hopefully, at least they're starting to be more aggressive. So props to that. I love when teams starts to be more aggressive and they can kind of secure some high placement. Love seeing that. Honestly, love seeing that. And then from Wildcard just keeps doing interesting choices here. Wildcard, the whole map, they were kind of just outside of the zone. I know at one point, I think I saw Sam, if I'm not mistaken, in the water. Not sure exactly what he was doing when he was really like far out of the zone. So hopefully they're able to go ahead and work on their rotations here for Sanhok, because I believe tomorrow we are going to be playing it 3 times. And then Dream Eaters. I know that Dream Eaters was one team that we kind of saw over the Super Weekend have really good performances here in Sanhok. Well, guess what? Being able to at least get 4 kills there, 9 placement points, not to the what we were able to see, Jason, from them during Super Weekend, but at least they were able to step it up. And then here towards the end, Ace are being able to at least get those extra points. Remember, for anybody that's new to PUBG Mobile Esports, 1 kill equals 1 point. So that extra kill right there from Acer was huge, as we see the finish here, Glitter, towards the end with Cloud9.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, Footboss was able to pick up a few more kills for themselves towards the end. Unfortunately for them, Cloud9 was just kind of unstoppable. The final 1v2 with Cloud9 pulling down the win. Honestly, I wasn't 100% certain that Cloud9 was going to be this consistent, even on Sanhok. Like, I know that they're very, very strong in Erangel, but coming into Sanhok, I don't think this has been their strongest match or map. But they're just across the board now. They're kind of just fully snowballing.
I think we're seeing why Hotchukes hasn't picked every single time, even when they're not playing here throughout our first day of league play. Let's take a look now at our total damage, though. And you guys mentioned Team Umbra quite a bit. And then as we heard Hotchukes and Mustache Dave talking about, they spent a lot of their time, or at least not a lot of time, but a lot of their efforts into rotating around the map with the boat. We've only ever seen one team do that as well. That was on Vikendi out of Unique, and that netted them a decent placing in the end of things. But as you can see here, 7, Cloud9 just barely squeaking by with the most damage in that match.
Yeah, and as not just that, being able to get 1700 damage, that is huge for Cloud9. And then going back to Team Umbra, I think that is some of the lowest damage that we've seen from a top 3 team. Now, we're just not knocking on them. We just want to see more of them, because, hey, if you can't start getting the placement down, once you end up getting the kills down, oh, baby, you're going to be a scary team. And then we see Footballers with 9 kills. We end up seeing B4 here at least being able to get 7 kills, even though their rotation didn't end up working out for them. And one team, I know you mentioned this earlier, Jason, KHK, sorry. They're one of those teams that didn't get to qualify for that Super Weekend. What are they going to go ahead and change here? What are they going to go ahead and do differently if at the end of the day they're going to end up not qualifying as well, or they're going to be on that threshold not meeting it? What are they going to be able to do here? It's going to be interesting.
I mean, they've had 4 days during Super Weekend to analyze that and to figure it out, right? They did play better from day 1 to day 2 in the last Super Week, or in the last league play. I don't know what needs to change, but something clearly does, because if they miss it yet again into Super Weekend, I'd say it's almost impossible. It's obviously possible, but from the performance so far, it would be almost impossible to get through to the third Super Weekend and then clutch it out when they need to. Let's take a look, though, at our top 10 players from our first day of our second week of league play. And the man we've been talking about, Adder's going to be up there, but funny enough, I will give him this. Carrillo and Dadden, considering Loops is not doing too well in these games, they still have a ton of damage done here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that you know, we kind of expect this.
I guess this is overall, okay. Sorry.
From those Loops players, but still, it's very impressive to see Adder just kind of climbing those leaderboards, because we are constantly talking about Loops and their across the board, all the players' aggression and their successful aggression at that. So Adder kind of really putting them to shame, especially with their games that Cloud9 is having today, is super impressive. And then as we move down the list, it's nice to see a lot of footballists are actually up on this list as well. I mean, SoulK specifically just had a fantastic game with 6 kills in the last match that we just watched. So the footballist players coming out big here, 7.
And something I would actually love to see here, as we see C9 starting to perform very consistent, as we see them starting to be winners, or like a top 3, top 2, depending on which map we see. I want to see more C9 players go into that top list. I think that will be even scarier if we're able to see Uneven picked it up even more, if they're able to get more kills in regards to those players that they need those kills from. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Adder. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Beowulf, the IGL. I want to see more out of the other players as well.
I would imagine, though, out of those top 10 players we just saw, we're going to see quite a few of them when it comes into the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020, where you guys can go out there within the game and vote for your favorite stars. It does end tomorrow, so make sure you get your votes in as soon as possible. And 64 of you out there will be randomly selected to have a chance to play with all of these people as well. And I think it's now time to take a look at the most important part of league play, right? It's the standings to see who's in the top 16, who's going to be moving through into the Super Week. And obviously, we're only one day in, and it's not even done completely with that. But you can see here, Cloud9 with 3 matches played. They have 2 chicken dinners, a 66.6666. I'm going to stop there. % win rate when it comes to the matches they've played so far. There just seems to be no one able to stop them, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know what? I kind of hope that somebody can step up to the plate and kind of shut them down and show why all of these teams are here in the PMWL West. However, I am incredibly impressed right now by Frag Machines. They were a team that did not make it into that top 16 bubble. However, they did manage to squeak out a win at the end of a first week of league play. It just wasn't enough. So they're clearly taking that momentum into this first day here of our second week, and it's going incredibly well for them, Seven.
Yeah, I think that's huge. As you mentioned, we wanted to go ahead and see what some of the teams that didn't make it to the first Super Weekend were going to be able to do. Well, guess what? Frag Machines is being able to perform here. They're showing us, hey, we want to be in the next Super Weekend. We want to be able to contest for that big prize pool as well, and hopefully make it to the grand finals. And now some of the other teams that we're seeing here that are honestly surprising. Nova Esports with just 9 points, and then you have Team Unique with just 6 points. That is, oh my gosh, that's what, like maybe 2 points a game if I'm doing quick math here. Interesting performances there out of them. And then we got to talk about Loops Esports. Loops Esports, I think this is the worst performance that I've seen from them in a day since going back to maybe PMPL America scrims. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there for Loops Esports. Nothing really to worry about because we know that they are that one team that they have shown us over and over again. Hey, our players are still doing good. Our top players are still getting those skills that they need. But I want to see more out of them. Come on now, get that chicken dinner at the end, maybe.
I know there's something you guys are pointing out quite a bit there is about Team Umbra. When we're looking at like damage, we're looking at the results, right? They're heavily weighted towards placements. We're talking about the sweet marriage between getting placements and getting kills. They have 4 kills total. I just want to bring that up because if you look at the people who are like in the bottom half of the overall standings, in the bottom, 11 through 20th, you got KHK in 17th place with 7. And you've got Nova in 19th place with 6. They have less kills than teams who are in 19th place and 17th place. That's not a good sign if Umbra wants to be a team that can take home the overall winnings, right? The $100,000 when it comes into time to play in the finals. And we need to definitely see them step up when it comes down to it. We also need to show you guys something at home. If you've been missing out on the Royale Pass Season 14, well, once again, we're going to show you it one more time. But if you guys haven't bought it, come on, do it already. Why aren't you? You know what I just realized, Glitter? You said earlier you were happy being the passenger in the car, right? My designated driver, not the designated driver, like the person that gave me directions. But I just realized after watching that another time, you did nothing that entire time while we were being shot at, and Seven had to sit there and turn around and help me out. I just got shot, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
That seems about right.
Air conditioning on? Oh, man, I don't know what's going on with that one. Let's take a look at the schedule, though. What's up, Seven? Are you going to be carrying us?
Probably just jamming to some music.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, man. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, and see what the last match of the day will be. Of course, it's going to be on Erangel. It'll be for the 3rd time today, but then coming into tomorrow, we'll be swapping things around a little bit. We'll be seeing Sanhok 3 times and Erangel twice. And it's time to come back into the prediction game. And I'm not going to lie, Seven, I've been really rude to you so far today. I've made you do first pick 3 times. So, know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a break by allowing myself to do the first prediction. I know you probably thought I was going to throw it back at you.
I thought you were. I was going to say, bring it, baby. I got my pick ready.
The thing is, I keep giving you first predictions, and you keep getting further and further ahead of me. So I didn't. Maybe it's just the first prediction power that comes through. So I'm going to give it to myself every time now, and I'm going to go Cloud9 because you know what? How can you vote against them? How could you not predict them to do well? Don't give me that look, you two.
You knew I was going to pick them, right?
Hot Jukes has been picking Cloud9 the entire time, and you're going to roll your eyes when I pick them? That's not fair.
Listen, we had Cameron Davis and Hot Jukes pick them when they weren't playing. and then they ended up actually picking them when they were playing, and they got a win. So I gotta go with Cloud9. The momentum they're currently carrying, and remember, they also won the first Erangel. Why not go ahead and finish it with a win as well? Cloud9, all the way. Litter, what you got?
So I'm just not going to say anything. Just let her think about it.
I mean, okay. I think everybody's on the Cloud9 train right now, except me. I'm actually not going to be going with Cloud9. I'm going to be going with Tempo Storm. Now, if you want Cloud9 to win, that means they're going to be the first. That'll be the first time we get the 3 wins. You've been talking about getting those 3 wins in a day. We haven't had it yet. If Cloud9 does it, they'll be the first team to do it. But I almost feel like they've been too good today. Like it can't happen a 3rd time. And Tempo does know how to play Erangel well, and they started off like every single game has been good up until a certain point. If they can get past that mid-game hump, I think that they'll be fine all the way through to the end game. So Tempo Storm all the way.
Honestly, Seven, I can see Tempo Storm in chat right now saying, "Oh, why did she have to pick us?" But anyway,
how am I the bad luck charm now?
Monica's typing it in, just like saying, "No, don't pick us."
How dare you, Glitter? I thought we were friends. Well, we'll see. Maybe you won't be the bad luck charm. Maybe it'll be the good luck charm for Tempo this time and see if they can pick themselves up a win. We'll check with you guys, obviously, after the match is done. So get out of here. Maybe go defend yourself in Twitch chat, something like that. And obviously, as Seven will always remind you, make sure you get your predictions in Twitch chat because he loves to give you confetti and shout your name out if you're right. And also, speaking of getting lucky and predicting the correct team, you can get some lucky drops within the game. Just be watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can get these limited time outfits if you are lucky enough. But I know a lot of you out there are definitely going to be, just like I'm lucky enough to be joined by 2 handsome gentlemen, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I'm sure Jukes is going to have a massive smile on his face.
Choo-choo! Welcome to the Cloud9 train, baby. Population, all of us.
What are you doing, Dave? You have like loops
I'm
all
on
the time.
Train too.
How are you on the train?
I changed to Cloud9. I'm on the choo-choo Cloud9 train.
So you went from football loose to Cloud9. You know what? You're such a flip-flopper, Dave, but I respect it. Let's talk about this last match of the day, though. We're St. Luke's Esports. Let's just talk about it off the bat, guys. They are struggling today. I don't know what it is, but they are running out of momentum, Jukes.
Like, you know, it's funny because I even said it earlier in his interview how Cloud9 just plays better in the late game. And I think that by this point, it's just looking like Cloud9 has just downloaded the tech, right? They got the technology downloaded. They've got these teams, I think, figured out by according to today's performance. They are just executing to perfection today. Out of all the games they've played, 1st place, 2nd place, 1st place, 1 more to go. I mean, how could you not play Cloud9 going into this last game?
And to answer the question though, Loops, they only have 6 kills. I mean, Jason, sometimes teams just have bad days, and that's what I'm gonna chalk it up to. Loops just having a bad day. Maybe they can make the comeback here in the final game and just frag out of their minds. They might as well try.
All right, well, let's get your predictions really quickly here. I'm assuming, Hot Jukes, because of the choo-choo, you're all about that Cloud9 train.
Gotta be. I said it from the get-go. Cloud9 all day today. Every single game. Haven't failed me yet.
And Mustache Dave, at Mustache Dave _ on Instagram. Who are you going with?
Cloud9 and Mustache Dave, no _ on Twitter.
There you go. I don't know what your Twitter is on your screen there, so I didn't need to shout that one out, but you got the Instagram at least. All right, gentlemen, take us into our final match here of our first day of our 2nd week of League Play.
Thank you, Jason. Oh, man, just a whole bunch of fun over here as we go into the last game of the evening. Back to Erangel. Let's get it going right here. You know, like I said, this is just that map where I think it just definitely proves which team has got it figured out. And so far today, it's just been all Cloud9. We can't really say it enough. For them to have this kind of performance at this stage, it's just really insane to see. But really quick, Dave, I want to ask you this question.
Ask me.
What part of it do you think it has to do with the fact that we're doing the weekday games and it's not during the super weekend? Do you think that has any effect so far on today's team's performances?
For sure, because, coming into today, everything was 0. Once again, it was a clean start. And at least, going back to Cloud9, or any squad like Team Queso, Footballers, you have 1 or 2 amazing games that's just gonna shoot you up that leaderboard and just keep you pumped up. I mean, keep you pumped up. Your adrenaline is just pumping through your veins right now. I mean, if you're Cloud9, you got 32 kills all together. I mean, they are feeling unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and they're looking like it. They're looking at it right now. I mean, it's really interesting to see right now because at the end of the day, the main thing, I think the main goal in all these teams' minds is just not ending in the bottom 4. You don't want to be anywhere near there, especially going into the next day of games that's coming up really soon. But hey, we see these teams, they're dropping out the plane, looking to all go to their usual spots so far. Now, we do have some teams sitting out of this one today. That's going to be Wildcard, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK. They are done for the day. We saw, Team Umbra with the insane road strat getting 2nd place on their final match of the day. So that's a good, solid finish for them.
Yeah, you love to see it. And we saw there just a moment ago something that we don't normally see. 2 squads in Zarky. Yeah, 2 squads in Zarky. I don't think we've ever seen an early game Zarky face-off here, at least so far in the West League.
That just goes to show you right now how bad these teams do not want to go out early. And it's really interesting to see SWAT 69, not wanting to end up in the bottom 4 again. I could definitely understand here. B4, that's the team that has been playing pretty darn strong for the past, Super Weekend. We saw them during the Pro League as well, having some great performances. Kind of surprised to see them over here in Zarky.
Hey, you're not going to be surprised after they get 4 points on the board. And talking about being surprised, 2 members from the Knights going to be making the pull up onto headquarters, taking them down and out. And look at this, they're going to get some loot and a fancy US. Gold everywhere.
Brand new. And spanking new right there. Yep, 2 points on the board as well. That's a screaming deal. Deal, Dave.
Carnage. It's okay.
Yeah, just hopping it there.
It's okay. You take what you get. So SWAT 69, they have a buggy. So 2 of them are able to kind of pull on out of Zarky, and it looks like they are looking for a vehicle themselves, like an additional one, so that everybody can evacuate this area.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do, is they have to get going here pretty quickly, considering where this next zone is. They're most likely going to go through the north side of it right now, but this zone, it can hard shift in any direction right here. So the fact that they're getting these vehicles early, I think is going to be a big advantage to them over B4.
Yeah, and we were talking about the circle earlier on. We were talking about what teams are sitting out. Wildcard sitting out, and I gotta give props to Frag Machines. They recognize Wildcard will not be in this game, so you know what they did? They took Saberni. They know that spot is gonna be free and clear. And, that just goes to show you teams are doing their research and they're coming into these games prepared.
Yeah, speaking of prepared right now, one thing that SWAT 69 I don't think was prepared for was to hear shots coming out of Zarky right now. I think the SWAT 69 is like, what? Another team came to Zarky? I mean, that's got to be a surprise for them. But they are on this buggy, headed out, trying to get into this next circle. Oh, they found another one.
Looks like Pedro kind of on the hunt by themselves as well. This is real interesting. I mean, Pedro just kind of keeping tabs, I want to say, on to SWAT 69. Did spot out, okay, they stopped. They probably have another vehicle, so they'll be able to relay that back to the squad mates who are still looting Zarky.
Yeah, really interesting to see for sure, especially considering that there can't be that many vehicles available. So I definitely wouldn't want to risk that one UAS getting shot out, especially as you have quite a bit of a rotation coming up. But you see McZera, he found a buggy of his own.
On a buggy, seems to be pulling back to get the pickup going on, and SWAT 69 do the same thing. I mean, their squad mates just finishing up their looting and calling for that pickup. They will be doing so, and hey, we might see these 2 teams, just continue to collide here as they're so close to one another.
Yeah, it's really interesting so far to see this rotation. Loops, team we're talking about earlier, not having the best day as they're trying to make up for it right here against the last 2 members of Headquarters. Oh, Headquarters.
Oh!
Good knock, though.
Yep, Becker going to be getting traded on right there. And the bait. Yeah, Headquarters done for the day.
That's it. Just like that. You lose 2 members earlier to PK, and then you encounter one of the most aggressive squads in this entire tournament, a full squad of Loops. So yeah, tough break for Headquarters. Gotta have a good day. Make sure that they have a good, solid day coming up on Thursday.
99 Problems trying to find out which car they are assigned to. We got Pedro OG up here listening to his car stereo with that VSS, trying to set up these shots. SWAT 69 going to be spotting out one of the members, Levi from B4, who has that scar, will be trying to open up these sprays over here and trying to pop some tires, but SWAT69 able to avoid those.
Man, a lot of bad blood right now between SWAT69 and
They're following him.
Yeah, SWAT69's like, let us leave. I mean, we just wanted to get some looted Zarky right here, you know, and then you got B4 all over them right now. It's Mixera. Oh.
Tuck and roll. Able to save it.
Tuck and roll on the buggy with the save. Huge plays from Mixera right there.
Yeah, huge plays.
Huge plays. So huge.
You know what would really be, I'm just going to say, what would suck if Mixera gets turned on right here. I mean, they're by themselves.
I mean, would it suck or would it be deserved?
I think deserved. I didn't want to be toxic, but I think deserved. I mean, you're kind of poking the bear at this point.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. 99 problems. There's 4 people from SWAT69, Mixera, pretty much by themselves right there. Gonna connect and take out one of your squad mates. The disrespect.
The disrespect right there. Mixera with the big plays with that 6X AK just on the hunt of SWAT69. That is insane right there. They have been driving this entire time, and yet problems from SWAT69 gets caught out right there. Just, man, what a tough break for this SWAT69 team.
I think I saw problems with like a white flag there at the end, you know, waving it back and forth like, hey, we're good, don't worry about us. But yeah, Mixera not respecting that. Looks like PK, they're just taking these engagements all over the place over here. They did spot out one of the members from Cloud9, Adar, who is going to be bleeding out. Oh, make that 2, so Beowulf as well. So
just
now it's up to Uneven. Yeah, can Uneven get the revive on the Pyro? J7 and both Raven being really aggressive right now on the hunt. So many teams just hunting each other down. Oh, Raven trying to get the crash, trying to get the peel out onto Uneven. Uneven swapping to that back seat. Swapping, but not able to get the knocks. But, I mean, Jukes, the high-level plays.
Was that a pit maneuver from a buggy onto another buggy right there?
Yes,
Are you kidding me? Right there, saying, where are you going, Uneven? And Uneven almost pulled out a really cheeky play. He switched to his back seat of the buggy to get some big shots right there, but then got caught in the 2v1. That's Cloud9 done in 15th.
That's how you do it, though. I mean, for people who are trying to up their game, you know, if you get the pit maneuver on you, swap to that back seat because at least you'll have the opportunity to fire back right there. And that just goes to show you the skill level in this lobby.
Absolutely. The most important thing above all, though, is you cannot have Glitter predict kind of things like that on your team, you know?
Seriously, I think that's what happened.
That's the most important thing right there, because the Cloud9 train, we were all on it.
We were all on it.
The Glitter Explosion had to say that Cloud9 was not going to have a good performance right here. And what do you know? Cloud9 out in 15th right there. Man.
I don't know. I might have to open up an investigation because I don't know. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. Talk about teams trying to add up some points. Alpha Legends out here taking some pot shots onto Unique. Feels bad. I think we all picked Cloud9 this game, except for Glitter. So,
and you know what? Glitter's the reason why I actually picked Cloud9 the second game, the game they're sitting out. You know, because I was sitting here, you know, really focused on the game. All of a sudden, you know, I heard a baby crying outside. And me, the good Samaritan that I am, I'm like, I gotta go save this baby. You know, I was like, wait, real quick, Glitter, tell me what teams are playing right now. Which teams are playing so I can just make this pick real quick. And she says, oh, this team. And she didn't say Cloud9. So I said, okay, you know what? Put Cloud9 in for me. I'll go save this baby real quick. Guess what? Come back, find out Cloud9 not playing. And I thought I heard
the rule books,
I heard an evil laugh. I thought I heard an evil laugh in my headphones as I was going to save that baby. But I couldn't really tell for sure. But guess what? I think that's what it was.
But Jason made the rule book. We all get one oopsie. Did you use your oopsie yet?
I used my oopsie.
Oh, I didn't use my oopsie. I think I might use it this round, honestly. I think I accidentally typed in Cloud9 when I meant to type in B4. I think, you know, it could get confused. I mean, both have numbers.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you
both
got
have
one.
numbers.
They do have numbers. That is a fact
oopsie.
right there. But
Jason,
man,
if you're listening, that was an oopsie. I used my one oopsie. Let's change it up. Take it up with the board of directors on that one.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So, man, all I know is that when it comes to advice on which team to pick, don't ask Glitter. Don't ask. Oh, you know what? And turns out it wasn't a baby. It was my roommate Wi-Fi was watching The Notebook. But you know.
Oh man, that movie.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. You know. So, big bummer. But hey, you know what? Still in second place. Not bad so far.
Not bad. Saving babies, you know, wearing cowboy hats. It's getting crazy out there.
How we do
It's
it.
getting crazy out here.
Yep. Still early in the batch as we see some teams just kind of rotating right now, trying to find a spot. You know, not a lot of stuff going on. You can see right now Nova Esports. Now, Nova, this has been like the kind of team that we've been kind of harping on a little bit because we saw them perform so well in the scrims. We saw them perform really well in the Pro League. Yet here in the World League West, they've been kind of really struggling to get a good pace going right here. So hopefully this is a big match right here, I think, to kind of make a statement going forward.
Yeah, and you said it. You know, it's all about just finding your groove and not letting the bad games decide that groove, right? Because it's so easy to have a bad game and just let it tilt you. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the team, right? But I mean, if they're arguing with each other, I don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but you just can't allow that. You got to be able to reset and come into every game with a fresh mindset and with the idea like, okay, we got this. We can get the dub. We deserve to be here because every squad definitely, they earn their spot to be here. I mean, these are the best teams in the West. So they all got it. They all got what it takes. It's just, it comes down to that mental aspect of being able to reset, in my opinion.
I think that mental game that you mentioned is such a huge factor when it comes to this level of play right here. That's why when it comes to the little prediction game that we play, the first game of the day, I can never say confidently. I mean, well, lately, you got to play Cloud9 and Erangel, that's for sure. You know, just due to their consistency. I know that they went out here early, but their overall day performance in the past few days has been huge. Really quick, though, you see this circle. Hard shift over to the east right now. Team Queso, a team that's also been kind of shaky so far here in the World League West, are hitting dead center right now. So this could be a big game for them.
Yeah, shaky. You know, shredded cheese. You know, shredded cheese. They're trying to be that block of cheese, though. They're trying to be that block. And with this new circle, they could maybe do that. I mean, they're looking like they're working together right now. They're going to be in somewhat of a centralized position. Konina Power is going to be sending it right down there to the south. And, I mean, Team Queso's position to the north of them, open field. An open field.
Oh, yeah. Wide out in the open right now. And usually when you see these kind of hard shifts, you always assume that the hard shift side is going to have a high probability of being open. And right now it is. You look like football is just trying to make that really long rotation towards that direction. As you see Loops right now taking these two yellow houses right here on this hill. But right now it's still pretty scary. We still got quite a few teams left in the lobby. But right now, according to this next zone, wherever that goes, it's going to be a huge deciding factor, I think, who's going to win this game.
If you're Yala Esports, don't stop. Don't hit the brakes.
Oh, no.
Don't hit the brakes. That would be the worst case scenario. We see there in the kill feed, we were just talking about Nova Esports trying to catch a break. Looks like they are going to be in the sight lines of Tempo Storm. And back to Yala trying to get this vehicle parked so it doesn't get popped.
Yeah, you know, that's you saw Nova, you know, just having a... Oh, wait. Gowski, the SLR.
Oh.
With the 8X, too.
Look at their positioning, though, on the vehicles. Very smart.
And, yeah, you got to protect those vehicles, especially considering that you're not sure exactly where this zone is going to go. You don't, and these teams are so quick. If they see a vehicle out, they're going to pop those tires. They're going to blow it up really, really fast. So, yeah, Yala holding down this little complex right here. It's a really solid one. But at the end of the day, this zone can still hard shift away from them.
This complex, too, it's kind of hard to push, right, Hot Jukes? Because of the broken walls, there's only so many openings that if a team was to straight up send it, you know, YOLO crash it, there's only so many openings. So, I mean, what do you think about Yala's current position?
I think it's a decent spot right now. I still think it's a little too early to say it's like one of the top spots, considering where this next zone could go. It can go in any direction. And you can see Gowski had the patience off the start, you know, didn't want to give away their spot. But the second they were able to get that knock, are they hopping into a vehicle? Are they looking to get a push on this?
It looks like they're trying to.
They can't get the right get in button?
Traffic jam. I think it's a traffic jam. I think they might have lost the timing right there in that mosh pit of vehicles. They had some boots on their tires. But yeah, I mean, Kowalski, DSLR suppressed. I mean, whew.
Slurpee. So strong. So strong right here. Oh, like BBK and Nova getting into it.
The pull-up. HZL is on the outskirts of this one, looking to possibly backstab. Oh, position was compromised by Spec from Tempo, so the third point. Oh no, Starlight throwing the grenade. It's going to be bouncing off the wall. Starlight forced to reposition. Tempo trying to third party both of the Knights and Nova right here.
Man, what a PK. Look to have that one in really well done. But Nova, yeah, just shutting it down at Sheephead.
The pull-up!
Tempo's coming in, are you kidding me?
Tempo straight up sending it. We were talking about the YOLO pushes. HH is going to be immediately, and both Rain immediately spotted. Spec made it on into that first floor, about 5% HP. We hear Uzis just getting pre-fired everywhere. Now it's Nova AZ on the outskirts, behind the buggy, behind the tree, behind the wall. Might opt to get the revive onto Starlight. Starlight out here looking for some information, and Spec up there. Yep, the resets.
Yeah, it's a full reset right here, but AZ's not opting to it. He wants to take it out right now. Get it done as he's pressing in and he gets caught out.
Oh! No!
Nova Esports saying we're not gonna play it safe. We're gonna go and full send it in here right here and just loses in the 1v2 right there. What a risky play for
I feel like they could have got the reset. I mean, Tempo were clearly going for it. You know, they're going for it. AZ, I like the confidence. But yeah, 2 squad mates behind that broken wall that were just yelling to get revived, I have to assume.
You know, it's always interesting to see right off the bat. You always want to see a teammate whenever there's a situation where you have one low and one not. You always want to heal yourself up first before you go and pick up that player. So that's exactly what he did. But after that heal, you're right, you saw that hesitation right there. He didn't tell if he was going to really want to push it or if he wanted to go ahead and get that revive. And I think that tiny little hesitation was enough for that second Tempo player to get back up. And that just goes to show you just a 1/10 of a second makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and that's going to open it up for Tempo down there to the south. They got those revives, they got the vehicles, they got the loot. So we'll have to pay attention to see how they fare here in the rest of the game. Tensa, a lot of damage.
Ton of damage right now. That was a huge push right there for Tempo. Honestly, it was pretty risky being able to just full send it like that onto Nova, but Nova was just caught off guard. They did not see that coming. And just like that, Tempo was able to get that finish. But, you know, look at Unique right now with that 8X Mini just beaming right now.
Oh, I'm really feeling Lightning's outfit as well. I mean, it meshes well. It meshes well with what they got going on. The backpack, the pan up there on the roof, gonna be just firing that Mini on into those smokes. And Football is just trying to, you know, shimmy their way and avoid being shot at.
Yeah, Footballists, they had a really good, solid game. They've already got 1 win so far, I believe. So they are just trying to hold it down right now, add some more points to their total score. And this edge of this circle, it's tough, especially considering that almost all their vehicles are blown up.
On the edge. They have that little tiny baby hill to work with, and we'll see. Oh, Alpha Kato tossing a grenade, pulling the pin. 2 members from Loops are going to be knocked down, and here comes more grenades ringing out on top of the Loops squad. And to make matters worse, burning it down, burning Loops down to the floor. Only 1 member up from Loops on full-on retreat mode.
And that goes to show you, 1 play can just change around the entire fight in favor of your squad, even if it's against one of the best teams so far here in the World League West. Alpha Legends with a clutch nade.
Yeah, clutch nades. Only 2 kills, but they will be able to collect some of these vehicles and collect, that loot, baby. That loot. Tempo. Oh, I see him on the move over there. Looks like they're going to be pushing into the yellows where the solo member from Loops currently residing. Connecting onto 1, getting the flick, connecting onto 2. Can they get the 3rd? Oh, regardless, taking down 2 members right there. That's crazy.
Man, this Loops team, I kid you not, this is why we've been talking about him so much right here. So exciting to watch. The confidence, the gun skill right there. Carrillo just almost getting it done against that Tempo squad. That was too close for comfort. And it looks like he had a little assist from that 2x4 in that window right there. What a turn of events.
So Alpha Legends, interesting. You know, they heard those gunshots ringing out. They saw the kill feed. They actually stalled just a little bit. I believe they, you know, boosted on up. They had a prime opportunity to maybe third party this one. And now, we're going to see them making the push over here. Faker. Oh, I mean, they're all over the place, though, Hot Juice. They're all over the place.
Yep, and they are getting caught by members from B4 Esports as well. This is just all in the wide open field right here south of Yasnaya. Really tough position to kind of hold down. You see Team Unique going out in 10th place, but big nades on the Alpha Legends.
Yeah, they kind of got separated right there. I mean, some of them were taking shots onto tempo, others were trying to reposition and maybe get on into the circle. Unlucky for Alpha Legends that 2 other members ran right on top of Konina Powers, as Rob is going to be thirsted by Mystic from Team Queso. We got Team Queso currently in the grass right now. The lone snake, Mystic, trying to get some points, and Gonzo going to be tossing a nice little grenade right on top of him, but it will be missing.
Well, he has been getting some points, that is for sure. Now Konina Power is getting gate-kept as well. Mystic, he has nowhere to run. He's just right now snaking all he can, but he's going to eat a lot of blue.
Eating a lot of blue. Hopefully they're hungry. We'll be tossing out some grenades on top of Konina Powers. Trying to get some knocks before getting taken out. Going to be popping on up. Going to be taking some more shots. Tixie very low. Tixie forced to hit the dirt once again. Mystic just going to look to go out with the bang. Yep, denying that one to the blue.
Hey, doing everything he possibly can, and he may be hungry, but I'll tell you what, nobody craves the blue zone. That's for sure. That's a meal that nobody wants to eat. And you can definitely see right now, Konina Power on the edge, the zone. It's hard shifted onto B4 and Footballist in the wide open right here. This could be a huge game for Footballist to get a bunch of kills in the dub.
Too much, man. It's just too much. Yeah, Footballist, they have the zone. They have the zone, but when it comes to cover, a couple hay bales, you know, they're currently using their smokes right now to avoid being shot at. It looks like B4 are going to be pushing into a more centralized position within this circle. Make Zero was recently taken down and out. Tempo, though, a nice little dip they have right now to work with.
HH24, you can see him kind of single tapping that DP to get all the accuracy. Yeah, Tixie with some great return fire right there, just trying to put the pressure on. And but the pressure is really on with this blue zone. Bye-bye, H24. We got to get into this circle.
No pressure, no diamonds. That's what's happening right now for a lot of these squads. Rain going to be pre-smoking that one. Here comes the pull-up. Tempo are able to find themselves a position. B4 out here trying to defend their position. Levi up. Alone, scared right now, able to get the wipe down. Should be able to get a revive, hopefully.
Oh, he does it!
Oh,
it's gone out.
Spotted by, who was that, Konina Powers? Yeah.
I believe so. I mean, it's from all the squads right now. They're the center, and they're completely surrounded as all these teams are just scrambling to try to be able to get into this circle. Footballists, they have full control of the zone. And look, where are the houses? Where are the houses? Where are the trees? They don't exist. They're not here, Dave. They're not here.
Nothing but wheat. So hopefully you like your cereal this game. Konina Powers going to be spotted out there in the distance, taken down out. In the south, we still got 1 up from Alpha Legends. We got 3 up from Yala, and then, of course, 4 remaining for Footballists. Okay, trying to stake their claim, trying to show the lobby their dominance right now. Going to be spraying out there onto Yala. Only 1 more member up from Yala.
And you can see Rom just getting the spots. Yeah, Rom from the back. You can see him having full vision of exactly where all the members are, giving that intel to Soul-K, and Soul-K getting it done. What did I tell you? Look at that, 15 kills.
15 kills.
This is what I was talking about in that last Sanhok match. All it takes is a good, solid zone, good position, and these are the games that every team hopes for, right? This is that one that you hope to get, and then when you get those hard zones, all you're trying to do is get into the top 4, but man, Football is taking full advantage of this position in this game.
Yeah, and it's lawless out here. I mean, Football they are just riding all around everywhere. It looks like Soul-K trying to bait out the final shots over here from this solo member from Alpha Legends, and yeah, they're gonna be remaining calm. You know, cool as a cucumber right now. I guess they're trying to find out and figure out exactly where everybody is before taking those shots.
Well, they can see the kill feed. They know there's only 1 member left alive, you know, and they're in a 4v1, especially considering that they got 15 kills and the full circle. They have to have a lot of confidence. So I think right now they're looking at their watches. They're starting to count that money down as it's all over right now. The clock has run to 0.
Yeah, counting that money, that's what they're doing. Counting all that UC, that's what they're doing. I mean, coming into this game, they were in 3rd place. You know, Cloud9 getting taken out first. That's going to open it up big time for Footballists, especially with all those kills that they were able to acquire.
Man, that was such a good game to see from start to finish right there. One of the toughest circles you can possibly deal with, especially considering south of Yaz, there was just no cover anywhere. With Footballists getting that solid zone, that solid position, just able to just execute it overall and get a huge chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know, maybe now we get some Footballist jerseys. I saw John Allen earlier on. But regardless, fantastic day. Fantastic day.
Just an insane day of matches. Weekday, super week. This is some of the best PUBG Mobile we can possibly see. It's been a pleasure so far to Casper. That's going to be it for myself, Dave, for today. Can't wait to see what today's entire matches, the whole day worth of events, and we'll see what they have to say right after a message from our sponsors.
And what a way to end off the first day of our second week of league play. Football has taken home a chicken dinner and a ton of kills on top of that as well. 7, they have to be so proud of that, because not only does that get them up in the rankings, but I think that gets them one step closer, if they weren't already safe enough, into now our super weekend coming up later on in the week. We're going to take a look at the map standings actually from that one as well while we talk over this Tier 7. But 36 points, I mean, that alone was almost enough.
Yeah, I think that was such a great game by them, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try to go for that push on first place. We'll see, because that was performance in another team. One we mentioned a lot in weeks. Guess what? They're starting to show up again. Alpha Legends being able to go ahead and collect themselves 17 points. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and let Glitter glow about this here, with Temple Storm being in third place, Glitter.
Honestly, I had high hopes for them, and they ended up showing up with it. Granted, Football has had an incredibly good game, but Tempo got themselves put into quite a few sticky situations in that entire game, and they were able to come out on top almost every single time. But it's also important to note that we do see Yala Esports up here, not with a lot of kills, and same thing with Alpha Legends, not getting too many kills, but they are able to secure themselves some nice placement points, as well as Konina Power consistently showing up on this first page, which is at least going to set them up for a strong day tomorrow. Moving on to the second page here, we also see Frag Machines getting some more points, but 7.
I don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it.
What happened at what happened last place?
Oh yeah, Team Castle. Team Castle being able to stand there, no, but Esports collecting 4. UDR Killers, one of those teams we were talking about, getting those nice 3 points, and then yeah, we can see the rest. Hopefully we'll be able to move on away as soon as possible.
So weird, 7, that only 15 teams are actually playing in that match. We didn't have a 16 team in there. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, obviously Footballists. Again, I mean, we're going to talk about the positives, not the negatives. I'm going to try to keep Glitter away from talking about us. Let's look at their stats. And that's probably some of the highest damage numbers we've seen all day out of a team that's taken on the chicken dinner. 2,600. And for some reason, Footballists just seem to be so good at winning matches without having to heal as much.
That, and just look how many they steal. They ended up with 16 kills, 9 knocks. That is huge for them. And as you were mentioning, yeah, only having to heal 729, considering they were into fights a lot. I mean, they were able to go ahead and put out 2,600 damage. I think that is huge for this team, Glitter.
Yeah. And, you know, having to point out yet again, Soul-K with 6 of those 16 kills, showing up for his team time and time again. He's definitely a player that we need to be paying attention to.
We're also going to be paying attention to our do moments from our last match of the day. Let's see some of the highlights, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to start to cry here. So, you know, 7, Glitter, why don't you guys take this away? Well, maybe Glitter should take it away.
I don't know
I think
what
we're both going to be crying, 7.
Just watching some great gameplay here from Pittsburgh Knights. I think they played that so well. We're probably going to go ahead and see a play here that a lot of us are not going to like. And then Loops, let's talk about Loops, man. They had one of the worst days so far in this tournament. And even going back to PMPL Americas, I think this is one of the worst games, honestly. days that they have had in a long time, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, I think like Dave said, sometimes it's just an off day, right? Everybody's allowed to not be perfect at all times, and Loops has literally pretty much been unstoppable. Even, like we've said so many times, not even really needing those chicken dinners in order to be as successful as the rest of the top teams that have been playing against them. So, you know, we can forgive them for that. I think that was actually the tempo clip that we might be breaking down a little bit later. So there's that as well. Or do we not have that one? I think we have the other one.
There's only one we got to be breaking down. The one that you're looking for. That one, though, with Tempo. Tempo played that. They got super lucky because the Nova player decided to just go ahead and heal, not even pick up one of his other teammates, kind of, in a way, reset. And he was still seeing red. He was still wanting some blood because he pushed in there in Tempo already. By that time, they had 2 players up and it was just bad overall. And then Loops Carrillo right there, being able to go ahead and knock 2 players in Tempo. This, honestly, I thought he was going to go ahead and clutch it. I thought we were going to go ahead and see the first 1v4 here in the PMWL West, which would have been quite something to see. And then some of the other players that we've been mentioning over and over again, Kanina Power, Tixie, and we see some of the other players, Gonzo, being able to at least get some kills, being able to get a little bit more hype. Remember, last week 1 league play, they didn't do so well in the first day, and then in the second day, they came back and absolutely destroyed. So I can't wait to see what they do. But overall, Solke Footballers was just way too much, and I believe this is their second chicken dinner for the day as well. So Footballers put in some great performances today.
Yeah, I mean, Solke in particular, we saw him within the top 10 players overall with kills earlier on today, and he's really keeping consistent as well. And speaking about consistent, let's take a look at the damage and how consistent it was for the other teams besides Footballers, who finished off with over 2,500 damage being done. And we can see here, not many teams coming close, but Tempo Storm was definitely going to be one of them here, Glitter.
Yeah, Tempo Storm coming in at almost that 2K damage mark. And that's definitely a result of a lot of those engagements we watched them get in. Seven talked about it a little bit earlier with that Nova push onto Tempo that definitely almost did not go in their favor, but they were able to pull it out in the end and then continue taking similarly dangerous engagements and then just kind of like winning every single time. But surprising that we're seeing almost a trend where those top 5 teams are not playing scared, but really kind of leaning into the placement point portion of the point system safe. And missing out. Yeah, they're playing very safe, missing out on a lot of those kill points.
Yeah, one thing to actually go ahead and mention is that Alpha Legends going into this match, they were in 16th place, as we're not going to go ahead and see that 144 damage there from Cloud9. But yeah, Alpha Legends getting 17 points. That is huge for them because going into this match, they only have 14 points. So being able to more than double their points, that's going to be huge for them. Hopefully not being in 16th place going into day 2 of week 2 of league play.
Sorry, Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting word that
he's going to try to put this off for as long as possible.
Not going to be able to be played. There's something went wrong within the Matrix, and they don't have the clip.
I'll act it out.
Okay, well, Glitter, act it out for us. I would like to see this. I think everyone out there would like to see you act out what happened.
Listen.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the go I was waiting for. This is the moment I was dreading. This was all of us that picked Cloud9, man. What happened there, Glitter? You know what?
Listen,
just take it over.
I said in the beginning that this would be a lot of pressure to be putting on Cloud9 to have them try to go for the 3 wins in a day, the back-to-back wins. And here we actually see them getting in a very early engagement with PK. Now, PK does a really, really good job of making sure that they're putting out a lot of damage onto these Cloud9 players. And you can see at this point that the only person who is up from Cloud9 is Uneven. Uneven does actually try to get away from this, see if he can save his team and probably secure them some more placement points. Does not actually work out in his favor, as you see Raven and J7 chase him down in the buggies and spin him out. Dave and Jukes were calling it the pit maneuver, and in that instance there was just no saving Uneven. PK take Cloud9 out decidedly.
Took an L.
You took a big L.
No confetti for anybody, all right? One point, nobody gets confetti, man. You just get a bunch of face bombs and a bunch of L's. Do us a favor in the chat right now, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, doesn't matter. Go ahead and spam some L's for us that picked Cloud9 in that last match.
Yeah, yeah. All right. PK hunted them down.
I blacked out there. I didn't see what happened. I'm just assuming Cloud9 won the whole match. So congratulations on their chicken dinner, taking home their third one of the day. No, I think we're going to take a look at overall settings now and see how things have wrapped up throughout the day. Remember, top 16 teams will move into our second Super Weekend, but we still have one more day of league play to come before then. And we're going to be seeing, actually, no, sorry, we're seeing the rankings of us.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, you know?
Oh,
it's a little rough day for me.
Baby. Hey, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
So we got 7 in first place.
In the chat, though.
We got Jukes in second. We got me in third. We got Mustache Dave in fourth. We got Glitter in fifth. Cameron in sixth. And Envirum, he's just having rough times here. He's in last place. But at least he didn't pick a team that didn't play.
That last Erangel, all ones except for the 115. Congratulations, Glitter. I think we got to go ahead and give you credit, all right? You were the one that said, you even said it yourself. Jukes was mentioning, you said, hey, I don't think Cloud9 is going to be able to go ahead and pull this off in this last match. And guess what? I think you jinxed him, honestly. I don't think you called that. I think you just jinxed him. She jinxed him.
I mean, but she might have jinxed him, but she didn't jinx Temple Storm. We got to give her that one, right?
Yep.
Gotta give her credit where it's due. Now let's take a look at our overall settings to see how the teams have shaped up from our first day of play. Remember, it's just 4 matches for each team at the moment. They'll move into tomorrow where each of them will play 4 more until we have our top 16. Football is taking the lead at 91 points and Cloud9 sitting at 87. Now, again, to reiterate for you guys at home, our bubble point was 53 points last week, which is the marker you had to kind of surpass to stay within the top 16. And at the moment, we already have 3 teams already doing that 7.
Yeah, and I think that's good. That's teams that are not gonna have to worry about too much stuff. That's teams that might be able to maybe try out new stuff, because hey, you're already gonna be making it into Super Weekend. So if you ever wanted to go ahead and try out different things with some of the other teams from different regions, this is the time. Maybe go for it. Maybe go for some hot drops. Maybe go for some weird landing spots. I would love to see some variation from those teams that are currently at the top, or unless they just want to go ahead and maintain that first place, which I know Egos can't go into play here. They could try to just maintain that first place.
Think about this though, right? If you want to play a strategic game, what are the chances that you have Football's Cloud9 hot drop Loops who aren't even in to the front page and try to keep their score down? Because Loops is 3rd place overall within the Super Weekend. If you can take them out of that Super Weekend, then you put yourself in such a better position overall.
Loops is 15?
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
Glitter, take it away.
Honestly, I love that strategy, Jason. I wish a team would kind of like be prepared to take that sort of a risk, because not only does it literally benefit everybody, but specifically it would benefit those teams that are struggling towards the lower half of the leaderboard to take out such a powerhouse like Loops. Granted, we all know they didn't have the strongest showing today, and they do technically have tomorrow to continue to accrue those points, but are we going to see a big shakeup in that 16th to 12th place position? You know, where those bubble teams that we saw, because towards the end of day 2 last week, a lot of teams are going back and forth jockeying for 16th and 15th, and the points were very, very close. And we've said a few times how 1 point can make the difference. You know, what's going to happen with that area?
I'll tell you what though, if I am one of those top teams with 50K on the line for first place from the Super Weekend, I'll hot drop Loops all day, even if I keep losing. Yeah, exactly, 7. Exactly, though. We're going to be looking at the head-to-head between our top 2 performers overall within our first day of play. We're going to see Footballists and Cloud9 here with their overall stats of 35 matches under their belts. But Footballists is putting out the pain where it matters, especially if you look at the damage and the kill, 7.
Yeah, in regards to kills, that's something we always talk about, how football is, it's always getting kills. Even if they end up getting knocked off first, which I don't think it has happened so far yet, definitely not this day. But being able to go ahead and get 204 kills out of 202 knockouts, something I want to go ahead and see more out of Footballers is them getting a lot more kills than knockouts. That's something that we've seen out of other teams whenever they are on top. Teams like one that comes to mind is going to be Loops Esports, and then another one that you kind of saw right there from Cloud9 is Cloud9 actually had less kills than they had knockouts. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping to go ahead and finish up those knocks in the future to get those extra points.
Well, that's what we've been saying about Cloud9, right? They kind of lack a little bit of fragging power, but have gotten it with Adder. I also want to make sure to give a shout out for you guys at home. You can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM and have your chance to be on the show, be featuring some tweets throughout the next weeks. Just use the hashtag PMWL. WL, and also make sure you're following at Jay Kaplan, because then you're guaranteed to be talked about on the show. Anyways, yeah, also that. You could do also at Glitter Explosion, and obviously all of our fantastic casters we've had over this last week and a half. But let's kind of wrap things up here. Glitter, overall impressions with today.
Definitely a lot of teams showing up that I did not expect to show up, and I hope that can continue into tomorrow to shake up the Super Weekend.
What about you, Seven?
Wildcard being 13th place, Loops Esports being 15th place, bruh. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy.
Isn't Team Unique like last place, and they were in the Super Weekend last week? I don't know what's going on with all of these teams.
And then you got Nova too. Nova being 17th place. Oh my god.
Well, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. That's going to wrap it up here for our show here. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll try to all get matching. I don't know if that's possible. Seven, he's just going back. He's getting off his step stool, so he's going back to his normal height. But that's going to do it for our show here. It is just the first day of League Play wrapped up. We still have League Play again to come tomorrow. And then at the end of tomorrow, we'll be having our top 16 teams to make it through into our second Super Week. 11 a.m. PDT. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're not late. And we'll see you more tomorrow for some PUBG Mobile action.
Are you ready?